Someone asked if they were asleep, and they panicked as they inquired about the time because they should have sent out that day's update. They reached out to find the mouse, but as they grabbed it, someone screamed. They were wondering how the mouse was so soft and how there were no left and right keys when someone called them their master and stated that they shouldn't fiddle with it while letting out a moan. The man came to his senses when he heard someone call him master, and he was surprised by it. Suddenly, the man noticed something. He saw that he was holding the chest of a young lady who was on the verge of tears, and as he cursed in his mind due to surprise, he asked if he was dreaming because the quality of that X-dream was lit. The man smiled sleazily as he remarked that X-dreams leave no trace, so he should feel more. The young lady called him master again and implored him to stop. She was so flustered as she exclaimed no. The young lady again insisted that the man should stop it while in his mind. She thought that if she ran away, it would make her master angry and she would probably be beaten to death. The man stopped himself and he muttered that it felt too real, so he asked himself how that dream was so vivid. Suddenly, the man seemed to have recognized the young lady. The young lady was still in disarray when the man asked her if she was Kang Yuling. The man suddenly groaned and complained that his head hurt, which made Kang Yuling panic, and as she asked him what was wrong with him, she begged him not to scare her. Kang Yuling trembled in fear as she wondered if her master was going to die, and she muttered that if he died at that moment, in that room, the people of the sect would doubt her. She imagined herself being surrounded by men, and she murmured that the masters and brothers would definitely torture her. Suddenly, the man reached out his hand and called Kang Yuling's name. He caressed her face to comfort her and reassured her that she shouldn't cry. Kang Yuling was stunned when her master assured her that he was fine. She started wailing and pleaded that her master shouldn't die because she can't be in trouble, while in her mind, she thought that the grumpy, cruel, and fierce master actually comforted her so gently, so he must have damaged his brain. The man glared at Kang Yuling, and he asked her why she was crying and if she wanted him to do something about it. Kang Yuling was stunned, and she immediately stopped crying. She smiled and commented that it was great that her master was fine and he should just stay fine, which made the man speechless. The man turned his back on Kang Yuling, and as he smacked his forehead, he muttered that he clearly set Kang Yuling to be a cute character, so he wondered why her personality is different. He mused that he had crossed into the story of Long Eoshin, a novel he wrote himself. The man explained that as Shenshi, the Golden Core Stage Cultivator, he is the second master of Shangding Xianzong, and he is a ruthless character who does whatever it takes to become stronger. Shenshi recalled that in the plot, he coveted the protagonist's treasures and opportunities, and from the beginning, he deceived and intimidated him, and he even tried to kill the protagonist. Later, when the protagonist achieved Jindan, the first thing he did was to defeat Shenshi, who had completed the golden elixir. Shenshi gritted his teeth as he lamented that he was completely useless, his life was no better than death, and the protagonist was extremely lucky, and the whole process is just cliché routines. Kang Yuling was startled when Shenshi suddenly mentioned that, more importantly, he became the first cannon fodder boss who was sacrificed to the heavens by the protagonist. Shenshi asked himself if it was just because he always likes to write the villain's name with the same name as him, and he regretted that if he knew earlier, he would have written himself as the protagonist's friend or Master Goldfingers. He interrupted himself when he remembered Goldfinger. Shenshi looked at his hand and muttered that according to the setting, there should be an accompanying system or cheating finger for a traveler like him. He extended his hand and summoned the supervillain system, but nothing came out, which left Shenshi speechless while Kang Yuling was confused. Shenshi muttered that it seemed that it wasn't the right setting. He began calling other systems like the Corrupt and Gold system, Lottery system, Hate system, and Love system, which made Kang Yuling more confused. When nothing came out, Shenshi muttered that anything should come on, and he asked if it was doing that to him because he was not the author of the system genre. Shenshi lay on his bed, and he shriveled as he wondered if it could be that he would die after coming there. Suddenly, Kang Yuling lay on the bed with Shenshi to comfort him. Shenshi explained that Kang Yuling was his youngest disciple, and it was not until the protagonist came that she began to worship him. He realized that according to the timeline, the protagonist has not yet met Shangding Xianzong and become his disciple, nor did he take revenge against him. Shenshi scowled as he imagined himself grabbing and licking someone's feet. He muttered that the protagonist has a lot of luck and is extremely short-sighted, so as long as he maxes out the favorability with the big guy and becomes his #1 licking dog, he would be able to follow the protagonist to rise to the top, and judging from Shangding Xianzong's cuteness, there should be many beauties in that world. Shenshi smiled sleazily as he commented that if he looked at things that way, life seems to be quite promising. He smiled at Kang Yuling as he determined that he should turn around his bad image of being violent and impermanent. But Kang Yuling suddenly cried and asked him how he could do such a thing when she was still young, which made him pout and think that he hadn't even done anything. Looking at Kang Yuling's teary face, Shenshi muttered that it was too foul, but according to the character setting, he always abuses them, so he wondered if it should be fine to do something at that moment. As he reached out to grab Kang Yuling's clothes, Shenshi murmured that it was not for him because the readers also love to watch it, so likes, favorites, comments, and barrages will explode. But Shenshi had this dark, ugly look on his face. He looked pissed and commanded Kang Yuling to stop crying and shut up. Kang Yuling quickly smiled brightly and agreed. Shenshi muttered that there was no way he could bully that stupid child, so he should slowly change his image, and he had to make a good relationship with the other apprentices first, as they all defected to the protagonist's side. Suddenly, a disciple named Xuanyu was outside, and as she called Shenshi, she reported that she had something to report. Xuanyu looked so worried as she mentioned that it had been a long time since Kang Yuling went in to give the spirit tea to their master, and she shouldn't be so clumsy as to displease him. Shenshi walked towards the door as he declared that he would seek Xuanyu, while Kang Yuling excitedly followed behind him. He mentioned that his second disciple, according to his setting, is Kang Yuling's gentle-hearted, sentimental sister, but unfortunately, her qualifications are mediocre. Shenshi recalled that in the original plot, she was beaten to death by him for covering up the protagonist, and it also became a catalyst for the protagonist's revenge, so of course, he wouldn't do such a stupid thing at that moment. He started drooling as he remarked that the most important thing at the moment was the carved jade that contains all the precious inscriptions on the front and back. Shenshi stated that he would use the cheat eye to see how Xuanyu looked, and as he opened the door, he asked her why she was looking for him. Xuanyu was already bowing on the ground when Shenshi observed her. Shenshi was disappointed, and he commented that that way of appearing was too unique, but as for the close-up, no one could check her, so he cursed the main author. He instructed that Xuanyu should stand up. Xuanyu immediately responded yes, and as she raised her head, she informed that Xingzhen Tang had sent an invitation. Shenshi immediately got a nosebleed while he was drooling, and he couldn't help but give a thumbs up while thinking that Xuanyu has a nice body. Meanwhile, when Xuanyu saw Kang Yuling, she exclaimed that it was great that her little sister was okay. When Shenshi realized what Xuanyu heard about Xingzhen Tang, he affirmed that he was right, that it was the administrative department of Shangding Xianzong. Xuanyu was startled and horrified when Shenshi demanded that she should let him take a look at the invitation. She trembled in fear as she confessed that the invitation still had not been set. Xuanyu lamented that it was over because earlier she was too worried about Kang Yuling and lied, and for a disciple with extremely low talent like her, Shenshi would just kill her if he's angry. On the other hand, Shenshi acknowledged that he knew that Xuanyu made up the invitation to protect Kang Yuling, and he wondered why his apprentices were so stupid. With a stern face, Shenshi commanded that Xuanyu could take Kang Yuling and he would spare her that time and only that time, while in his mind he resolved that he should just give her a step down. Xuanyu immediately cheered up, and she accepted. Helping Xuanyu up, Shenshi expressed that she doesn't need to kneel and worship him, and she could just greet him normally in the future. Xuanyu was flustered when she asked Shenshi what he meant. Shenshi explained that it was nothing and that just looking at Xuanyu's back and talking to her makes him feel annoyed, so she should just be obedient. As Xuanyu and Kang Yuling walked away, Shenshi sighed that it's so difficult because his original character is so villainous, so it would take a lot of work to get those little apprentices to trust him. Shenshi let out a sigh as he admitted that he should just go back and take up the responsibility of the master and guide them in their cultivation. Meanwhile, Xuanyu was still flustered as she looked back at Shenshi, and Kang Yuling noticed it. Xuanyu was looking intently at Shenshi. She turned extremely red as she thought about him. Kang Yuling suddenly asked Xuanyu why she was blushing and if she commented that Shenshi is very good looking, which caught Xuanyu off guard, and she asked Kang Yuling what nonsense she was talking about and how she could make such rash comments. Erbai Peak is Shenshi's exclusive cave, and among the 12 mountain peaks covered by Shangding Xianzong, the concentration of spiritual power is second only to the main Dengtian Peak and the secondary Danking Peak. And at the peak, there are 2 snow-white fields. One is a garden for Edelweiss herb that has Kai-gathering ability and the necessary materials for cultivation, while the other, his jade hotbed, is a treasured palace for breakthroughs in cultivation. And those 2 treasures are all privately owned by Shenshi, and together with his cultivation at the pinnacle of Gold Core, even if the other peak masters are jealous, they do not dare to make a move. Walking up the mountain, Shenshi remarked that there was a mutated Edelweiss in his garden, and it was the protagonist's first plug-in, so no one has found it yet, and he has to take it first to avoid other mishaps. But Shenshi smiled, and he asserted that the plot was all written by him, so he questioned what could have happened. He was about to comment that he was really worrying too much, but he was cut off. Shenshi was so surprised when he saw cranes in his garden that he couldn't help but curse, and he exclaimed that they were stealing from his home. He quickly chased them away, and as he called them beasts, he cursed that they were digging their own graves. Shenshi was so pissed that he released his aura, and as he questioned the cranes if they wanted to run when they're done, he threatened that they should see how far they will go. He used his skill, Mountains Descend, and a huge array appeared in the sky that blocked the cranes from flying away. As the cranes fell onto the ground, Shenshi poked at the herbs with a worried expression on his face. He muttered that they shouldn't use his baby plug-in for afternoon tea, and that those stupid birds have no eyesight, and he questioned how his coquettish disciples look after the house. Shenshi looked so enraged as he pulled out a device, and he commanded that everyone should come to the Edelweiss herb garden. Suddenly, Shenshi could see a couple people running up the stairs. But when he noticed their speed, he lamented that their physical fitness was too poor, so he would have to arrange for them to run and train the next morning. A few moments later, Xuanyu, Kang Yuling, and another disciple arrived at the top out of breath, and as they tried to talk to Shenshi while catching their breath, Shenshi interrupted that they should stop and that they should talk after their breathing is back to normal. Shenshi stood in front of the other disciple and commanded that she should stand up. While the disciple was still catching her breath, Shenshi was astonished when he got to clearly see her features. The disciple responded yes to Shenshi and immediately stood up. Shenshi was flustered when he recognized that it was Han Xianpi, an upper middle talent, the one with the best aptitude among 4 peers with Duel the Fire and Wood spiritual roots. But her physique is different from ordinary people, and he didn't expect to see that kind of taste in reality. He recalled that originally, Han Xianpi was used as a tool who highlighted Shenshi's brutality, and he didn't teach her any exercises. However, she didn't complain too much as she was conscientious and handled chores in an orderly manner. Han Xianpi was puzzled when Shenshi looked away, unaware that his nose was bleeding and that he remarked that her figure was one of a kind, so her character and talent should really be cultivated. The 3 disciples were horrified when they saw the cranes behind them, and as Shenshi complained that those idiots came in to toss his valuable medicine garden, he asked who was in charge of guarding that place. The disciples were speechless, but they looked at each other nervously, like they communicated through their eyes. When Shenshi noticed that and as he lamented that it was clear that he is a cruel and ruthless person but those disciples have a good relationship with each other and always protect each other, he asked his disciples if they were not talking. Shenshi realized something. He remembered someone, and he concluded that it was his eldest disciple, Dong Yueli. Shenshi realized that Dong Yueli, the eldest disciple, should be responsible for guarding the medicine garden, but she was injured after getting punished by him. He let out a sigh of exasperation as he muttered that he could only blame himself, but that terrified his disciples more, and Xuanyu immediately started bowing as she pleaded that he should cease his anger and forgive their elder sister. She even added that Dong Yueli asked her to take care of the medicine garden, so it was her fault and she should be the one who gets punished. Shenshi burst into rage, and he roared that it was enough as she was so noisy. He asked Xuanyu if she was teaching him what to do, and that made her tremble while she bowed down and replied that she would never. Shenshi ordered that they should get lost, do what they have to do, and not challenge his patience again, and he declared that he still had to act fiercely even though he wouldn't punish them. When Shenshi saw that his disciples rolled away, he pouted as he mumbled that they were really getting lost, and he wondered if he was that scary. Urbai Peak is divided into 3 areas, and the first area is where the entry disciples and servants live. The second area is where the excellent disciples live, and the third area is naturally Shenshi's residence. Standing by the second area, Shenshi explained that there was also a spirit gathering array in there, and the spirit power was twice as high as outside. Shenshi wonders why Kang Yuling and the rest of his disciples choose to stay in the first area instead of trying their best to reach the second area. A few moments later, Shenshi came into Dong Yueli's residence, and as he was about to open the door, he was wondering how her injury was, and he noted that he only mentioned it briefly in the book, so he hoped it was not too serious. Shenshi abruptly opened the door, which surprised Dong Yueli, who was taking a bath inside. Dong Yueli panicked as she acknowledged Shenshi's presence by addressing him. On the other hand, Shenshi was so surprised that his eyes were extremely wide and he was frozen in place. Dong Yueli quickly turned her back towards Shenshi, and as she apologized for him and murmured that she didn't know that he was coming, she requested that he leave first. Shenshi quickly went out and closed the door behind him without a word. He blushed as he whispered that there is no regret in that life, and as he wondered what happiness is, he concluded that happiness is that the cat eats fish, the dog eats meat, and he pushes the door to see a beauty bathing. But Shenshi suddenly furrowed his brow as he muttered that, however, the scars on Dong Yueli's body were indeed shocking. Shenshi recalled that Dong Yueli was his first disciple, so she suffered the most abuse, and she is also in the 9th level of Kai Refining Realm, which is the highest amongst the 4 disciples, but she is also the only one who chose to stay with him when he got betrayed by his followers. He commented that he shouldn't worry because such a situation won't happen again. Meanwhile, Dong Yueli dipped herself in water as she mumbled that Shenshi saw her naked, and she wondered what she should do and if Shenshi would become a beast and do something bad. Dong Yueli noted that it had been quiet for a while, so she wondered if Shenshi left. She blushed as she sulked and wondered why Shenshi left like that and if she did not have any interest in her. Dong Yueli was startled when Shenshi suddenly opened the door again. She was flustered as Shenshi walked towards her and towered over her. Shenshi grabbed his robe, which surprised Dong Yueli, and she wondered if it wasn't progressing too fast. He demanded that Dong Yueli should open her mouth, and even though she tried to protest and objected that she was his disciple, she still obeyed him. Dong Yueli opened her mouth, and she murmured that with her current condition, she may really die if she's trained by Shenqi again. With a bored look on his face, Shenqi shoved something in Dong Yueli's mouth, which startled her. Dong Yueli was extremely red, was trembling, and she was confused about what Shenqi did. She was astonished when Shenqi revealed that it was a Yuan elixir, and it's a priceless 4-grade elixir, of which he has only about 10. Dong Yueli immediately saw that an aura was oozing out of her body, and Shenqi instructed that she shouldn't waste it and quickly absorb its power. She immediately obeyed Shenqi's words and began meditating to absorb the elixir's power. Shenqi got out of the room while Dong Yueli was still cultivating, and he remarked that after coughing out money like that, she should be able to smoothly break through to the foundation building realm. Evening came, and the fireflies were flying around the peaceful area. Suddenly, something began rustling in the bushes. It was Xuanyu and Kang Yuling, and as Xuanyu whispered that Kang Yuling should be more quiet because they're finished if they get caught by Shenqi, Kang Yuling just gave her a thumbs up and assured that it was all clear. Kang Yuling advised that Xuanyu should relax because Kang Yuling cultivates at night so he won't realize they entered the second area. But Xuanyu warned that it's always good to be careful, and that time, thanks to the help of the immortal without cultivation, they could afford that excellent healing pill, so they must safely deliver it to Dong Yueli. Xuanyu knocked on the door, and as she called Dong Yueli, she urged that she should open the door as they were there with the medicine. When they heard no response, Kang Yuling asked if Dong Yueli was already asleep, while Xuanyu looked horrified as she speculated if Dong Yuelin passed out just like that after getting punished by Shenqi. When Kang Yuling heard that, she was astonished, and as she stated that they have to break in since the situation is so critical, she dove headfirst towards the door. But the door opened without resistance, and Kang Yuling crashed headfirst on the floor. While Kang Yuling was rolling on the floor in pain, Xuanyu was surprised when she noticed something. She saw Dong Yueli, who was meditating in her bath, and as she called Kang Yuling, she exclaimed that Dong Yueli had ascended to immortality. Xuanyu was amazed and observed that all of Dong Yueli's wounds have disappeared while Kang Yuling was drooling, and she remarked that Dong Yueli has such a big Erbai peak. The two of them were caught by surprise when someone suddenly pulled them from behind. They were horrified when they saw that it was Shenqi, and he asked them what they were both doing there in the middle of the night. Xuanyu nervously explained that they were only there to see Dong Yueli while pointing at the bottle she was holding, while Kang Yuling simply greeted him good evening. When Shenqi saw what Xuanyu was holding, he realized that they were there to deliver medicine to Dong Yueli, and he noted that even though those disciples were not good at cultivation, their character is really good. Shenqi explained that Dong Yueli is currently in the middle of a breakthrough, so they shouldn't disturb her and go back. While Xuanyu and Kang Yuling agreed, Shenqi quickly turned his back on them. Kang Yuling called Xuanyu, and as she observed that Shenqi has become kinder, she asked Xuanyu if he was still the master they knew. Looking at Shenqi, Xuanyu admitted that she doesn't know. On the other hand, Shenqi muttered that although at first he just wanted to change the direction of the plot, he now really quite liked those disciples, so it looked like he had to be a good master from that point onward. The sky was orange as the sun began to rise, and Erbai Peak was so tranquil. Shenqi was inside his residence meditating. He declared that according to the setting, he has a water and wood dual spirit root, skilled in illusion arts, trapping techniques, and healing methods, and his most powerful move is the spirit arts called Overlapping Mountains. Shenqi stated that if they go according to the ranking of arts in the cultivation world, there are spirit arts, profound arts, and immortal arts, and spirit arts is at the bottom of the list, so even if one cultivates to perfection, he still won't be too powerful. Looking at his hand, Shenqi mentioned that he was currently fully in the golden core stage and is only one step away from the nascent soul stage. But of course, there is also a possibility that he won't be able to advance further because, after all, according to the story, in the Kingju region, one is already very powerful if they're in the nascent soul stage, and at his current realm, he's just the right difficulty as the first boss for the protagonist. Shenqi released his aura at the palm of his hand, and he suggested that he should try it out. He quickly threw the aura in front of him. The aura moved and swirled around a chair while hitting parts of it in the process. The chair immediately fell apart after the aura swirled around it. Although he didn't look too excited, Shenqi remarked that the feeling was pretty amazing. Shenqi went back to meditating and noted that since he had decided to be a good master, he shouldn't neglect his own cultivation. Hours passed, and it was already twilight when a door opened. It was Shenqi who opened the door, and as he came out of his residence, he wondered what exactly was happening there. As he stood at the edge of Erbai Peak, he wondered if it was because the rules of that world were created by him. Shenqi pondered how he so easily breakthroughs to the nascent soul stage. As he absorbed more aura, Shenqi observed that the world is responding to him, pleasing him, and it seems to put his needs first, so not only will there be no obstacles in raising his realm, the balance of rules will tilt towards him when fighting, and all the enemy's attacks will be weakened while his will be strengthened. Shenxi grinned. He began celebrating and exclaimed that it was awesome as it was how the heavens are helping, so he doesn't care about the consequences and he might be able to reach God's stage as well. Shenxi concluded that, at the moment, it is better to follow the plot, so he should suppress his realm in the golden core stage for the time being. He grinned as he declared that God was really helping him because, with such a constitution, even if the protagonist is equipped with various cheats and advances quickly, he could always beat him in realm and strength. Shenxi drooled as he commented that it was good because that meant that he could always be the protagonist's master and cling to his thigh, and until that moment, he still hasn't considered himself to be the protagonist. He laughed maniacally and it echoed throughout the peak. The second day, the sun was shining brightly and the weather was nice. Kang Yuling looked so drowsy as she just woke up, and while rubbing her eyes, she greeted all her elder sisters good morning. Xuanyu and Han Xianpi both looked concerned, and they asked Kang Yuling if she did not sleep well. Kang Yuling revealed that last night, she heard Shenxi's scary laugh coming from the mountaintop, and she was too scared to sleep. While Han Xianpi helped the sleepy Kang Yuling wash herself, Xuanyu announced that they should wash up quickly because Shenxi called for them to gather at the white jade hotbed at the top of the mountain. As soon as Kang Yuling was done washing, the three of them started running, and Xuanyu urged that they should hurry because Shenxi is waiting. Meanwhile, Shenxi was sitting on a rock with a lady behind him, and as he yawned, he remarked that he had been sitting there for so long that he was starting to get sleepy. The lady leaned in to whisper in Shenxi's ear and informed him that her junior sisters had arrived. Shenxi was speechless for a bit as he looked at the lady. It was Dong Yuli, and Shenxi acknowledged that she smoothly broke through into the foundation building realm last night. Shenxi pointed out that the three disciples were up next when he saw that the three of them were completely out of breath as they greeted him. He directed that in the future, he wanted to see them there every morning, so they should get up early and cultivate there for an hour, and as he asked them if they understood, he instructed that they should start immediately. Xuanyu and Kang Yuling immediately agreed and bowed at Shenxi. On the other hand, Han Xianpi admitted that she thinks that it's better if she just does labor because staying there will hinder her sisters. Han Xianpi confessed that she doesn't have a cultivation method yet, and she labeled herself as just a good-for-nothing who couldn't even cultivate, so maybe she will remain as a laborer till she dies of old age and she won't be able to save her mother. Shenxi asked Han Xianpi how old she was, and he recalled that back then, he didn't teach her any cultivation methods because he feared that her unknown background might complicate things, but he currently has nothing to be afraid of. Han Xianpi revealed that she is 14 years old. Shenxi acknowledged that 14 years old is indeed not small, and Han Xianpi got worried. He mentioned that Han Xianpi was supposed to start cultivating the golden core stage between the ages of 9 and 12. Tears welled up at the corner of Han Xianpi's eyes as Shenxi commented that at the age of 14, the meridians in the body are about to take shape. But Han Xianpi was surprised when Shenxi patted her head and assured that it was okay as it was not too late because she has a fire and wood dual spiritual root. Shenxi revealed that since Han Xianpi hasn't entered a sect before, he will teach her that sex cultivation methods, so as long as she works hard, it's not too late and nothing is impossible. Han Xianpi was moved by Shenxi's words. She acknowledged that Shenxi's her master, and she recalled how people surrounded and mocked her. Han Xianpi recalled that Shenxi was the one who was on top of the glorious Immortal Hall 4 years ago. She recalled that despite the ridicule and contempt of clothes, Shenxi took her hand and made her his disciple. Han Xianpi cried her heart out, and Shenxi comforted her and assured that it was alright, so she shouldn't cry. Xuanyu and Kang Yuling were astonished, and as Xuanyu asked if it was really their master, Kang Yuling wondered if their master was such a gentle person. Meanwhile, Dong Yuli was smiling, and she recalled that Shenxi was a very gentle man before, and he has finally come back. Someone mentioned that they were tired. It was Kang Yuling, and she explained that she has to get up early every morning, climb to the top of the mountain to practice, and come down so her feet hurt. Meanwhile, Xuanyu threw a bucket of water over her head. She insisted that Shenxi was doing that for their good, so Kang Yuling shouldn't complain. Han Xianpi declared that she was going down the mountain to wash the vegetables. Kang Yuling suddenly went behind Han Xianpi to grab her bosoms and asked that she should tell her if Shenxi has been too strict with her recently, and Han Xianpi was startled and exclaimed that Kang Yuling shouldn't make trouble. Han Xianpi remarked that not only did Shenxi spend his time and energy to teach her cultivation, he also allowed her to practice on his white jade hotbed because she's a firewood double spiritual root, and since he treats her like that, she must practice hard so that she won't let him down. As Han Xianpi walked away, Kang Yuling inquired Xuanyu if she heard that Shenxi was really the same as Dong Yuli described, that he was originally a gentle person. Xuanyu responded that she didn't know, but they were originally rejected by all of the sects. Han Xianpi was rejected because of her status, and she was because of her inferior spirituality. She taunted that Kang Yuling got rejected for being dumb, which made Kang Yuling fuming and protested that she didn't because she's smart. Xuanyu added that Shenxi was willing to accept them as disciples. On the other hand, Han Xianpi was walking down the mountain, and she considered that Shenxi must be a gentle and good teacher. Han Xianpi was puzzled when she saw a group of people ahead. She approached them and asked who they were and if they had the token. One of the guys recognized Han Xianpi, and he revealed that she forgot him so soon. Han Xianpi recognized the guy as her senior brother Zhao Huangeming, and as she asked him why he came that time, she recalled that he came not long ago to pick up the Edelweiss. Zhao Huangeming clarified that he was not there to get Edelweiss because, in fact, they recently lost 7 medicinal cranes in Hebeifeng, and his master sent them to look for them on various hilltops. Han Xianpi was astonished when she heard about the medicinal cranes. Zhao Huangeming elaborated that those medicinal cranes are extremely valuable, as their blood and feathers are precious treasures, and they are the most important things in their crane white peak, so he doesn't know if Han Xianpi has seen it. Han Xianpi nervously looked away and denied that she didn't see anything, which puzzled the guys. She recalled how they feasted, and Shenxi complimented that her cooking skills were really good as the crane was delicious, and she got guilty as she thought about how she lied about not seeing it before when they even burned and ate one. Han Xianpi advised that if they don't have the token, they should go back and get it first because her master has a bad temper, and if they dare to go up the mountain, she's afraid that he will blame them. But in her mind, she considered that she should calm down and that she should fool around first and think of a way. But Zhao Huangeming asked Han Xianpi why she was uncompromising when they were just going up the mountain to have a look, and Han Xianpi apologized and insisted that she wouldn't dare to let him go up the mountain without a token. Zhao Huangeming was pissed, and he accused Han Xianpi if she really believed that she became somebody when he called her junior sister, and he asserted that she was actually trying to put heirs there when she didn't even have a way to cultivate. Han Xianpi was taken aback when Zhao Huangeming lunged at her and threatened that she was courting death. One of Zhao Huangeming's companions urged that he shouldn't be impulsive because the peak master of that peak was Shenxi. Instead of listening to them, Zhao Huangeming just grinned evilly as he remarked that Shenxi doesn't care about his disciples at all and he often beats them to death. And Han Xianpi hasn't even been given a cultivation method, so even if she was killed, Shenxi wouldn't turn against Hebeifeng for a piece of trash. Han Xianpi suddenly glared at Zhao Huangeming, and she managed to block his attack. Zhao Huangeming was surprised with what Han Xianpi did. Han Xianpi asked Zhao Huangeming if he was really going to fight at Erbai Peak. Zhao Huangeming was pissed, and as he gritted his teeth, he wondered what was going on. He muttered that he had already reached the 3rd level of Kai condensation, and although he somewhat held back, it couldn't be blocked by Han Xianpi, who doesn't have a cultivation. He charged at Han Xianpi again and accused that Shenxi didn't teach her to cultivate, yet she had the foundation. So she must have stolen from Shenxi, so he will teach him a lesson in place of Shenxi. Han Xianpi was alarmed, and she admitted that she was just a beginner, not Zhao Huangeming's opponent at all. But even if she dies there, she won't let him go and humiliate Shenxi's prestige. She was taken aback when Shenxi suddenly appeared behind her and questioned Zhao Huangeming if it was up to him to teach his apprentice a lesson. Shenxi's aura materialized into a huge hand, and he slapped Zhao Huangeming with it. Zhao Huangeming was sent flying, and as he crashed into his companions, everyone was knocked away. Shenxi praised that Han Xianpi just did a great job, and she was happy. He looked down on Zhao Huangeming and his companions, and he scoffed. While Zhao Huangeming was unconscious, his companions quickly knelt on the ground and pleaded Shenxi for forgiveness. Shenxi declared that they are juniors and he will not make things difficult for them, so they should go away, and if there is anything, they could let their master come to him. As Zhao Huangeming's companions walked away while carrying him, Shenxi asked Han Xianpi if she was injured, and she assured that she was not hurt. Shenxi asked Han Xianpi what those men were there for, and Han Xianpi commented that Shenxi didn't even know what was going on yet they beat them up. A few moments later, someone watching the cranes explained that the cranes communicated that they have been living in a place where peach blossoms are blooming for so many days, and that month they took care of things themselves. It was Shenxi, and the cranes was nervous, while Dong Yuli looked concerned as he inquired the cranes when they were going to have sex and give him a couple of nests of crane eggs to drink, and he envisioned that he was counting on them big ones to give birth to small ones, and he would get rich. Shenxi sighed as he reflected that it was strange because he clearly ate one crane, leaving 3 males and 3 females, so he couldn't understand why they weren't doing it. He stood up and remarked whatever. Shenxi turned to Dong Yuli and asked her if her foundation building realm had stabilized. Dong Yuli confirmed and that, thanks to Shenxi's medicinal pill, she was able to break through and stand. Shenxi handed a book to Dong Yuli and instructed that since the foundation building period was over, she could start to learn spells. And she has a mutated ice root that has attributes similar to those of water, and he also has a spirit level water technique, so she should go and practice, and if she doesn't understand, she could ask him. Dong Yuli was flustered, and she promised that she would practice hard and not let Shenxi down. But in her mind, she was wondering why Shenxi was taking so long. Her face was red as she pondered that Shenshi didn't punish her for so long, so she couldn't take it anymore. At a conference, someone stated that, as the name implies, the Immortal Sapling Conference is a selection conference where immortal sects select the younger generation who are suitable for immortal cultivation, and although the Shangding Xianzong is a less renowned sect, it is considered up and coming. Therefore, it naturally acts in a righteous manner. With two masters attending the conference, the person mentioned that the Yuhua sect and Dongming Pavilion, which are allies of the Shangding Xianzong, also came to observe the event, and the qualifications of newly recruited disciples often affect the rise and fall of a sect decades or even hundreds of years later. The person talking was Shenshi, and as he lunged on his seat, he remarked that they should pay attention while selecting. But his disciples were concerned about how he was sitting, and Dong Yueli noted that the way he was sitting at the moment completely obscured his reputation. Meanwhile, Shenshi caught the attention of a lady, and someone informed her that she is Shenshi of the Shangding Xianzong. The lady was with another lady, and she commented that Shenshi was an interesting person. The lady's companion laughed, and he inquired the lady, whom she addressed as Sister Luo, if she was interested in Shenshi. Luo replied that if Shenshi hadn't had a dark history, she might have considered it. Suddenly Shenshi noticed Luo. Luo smiled, and she lifted her shirt to flash her bosoms at Shenshi. The other masters were surprised and flustered when they saw what Luo did. On the other hand, although his nose was bleeding, Shenshi acted nonchalant and explained that it was a fishy charm, while Xuanyu panicked and pointed out that he was bleeding. Shenshi wiped the blood off his nose, and as he added that it was okay because he had been eating too much recently, Kang Yuling observed that the girl he saw was really amazing. When Shenshi questioned Kang Yuling how Luo was amazing, Kang Yuling frantically gestured to her chest with her hand. Kang Yuling expressed that Luo's two Erbai peaks are more amazing than Dong Yueli and Xuanyu, and the other masters spurted out their drinks when they heard that. While acting cool, Shenshi remarked that they were shallow people, so the world is getting worse, which pissed the other masters, and they questioned in their minds if Shenshi was qualified to talk about them. Shenshi indicated that according to the plot, the main character, Xiao Kai, will finally make his debut and will stand out in the final test. A few moments later, as the test began, one kid stood out as he overcame the obstacles with ease while the others were struggling. One of the masters sitting on top observed that he didn't expect a good seedling to come out of that year's Immortal Sapling Conference. The master of Danking Peak chimed in and noted that the Iron Chain Bridge measures the affinity of the spiritual power of the spiritual root. But the child was not only unaffected by the Iron Chain Bridge. On the contrary, it was like help, and he had never seen that kind of affinity talent before, so his future is unlimited. One of the other masters remarked to the patriarch, the one sitting on top, that it was a fortune for their Shangding Xianzong, and another suggested that, in his opinion, such an outstanding gifted seedling should be directly under the guidance of the patriarch so that he could get the best possible training. The patriarch requested that the elders should be calm and stated that they should take a look at the child's spiritual root attributes. He mentioned that although he really wanted to take the child as a disciple, he also needed to see his spiritual root compatibility because maybe there is a more suitable person than him among the elders and peak masters that could guide him. Meanwhile, Shenshi mentioned that they could have fun in the meantime and they should see if they would still take that good disciple later. On the other hand, the patriarch sighed, and he added that everyone else was fine. But they, in the Shangding Xianzong sect, do owe a debt to Shenshi because his disciples were all chosen at the Immortal Sapling Conference but none of the peak masters and elders wanted them. According to the rules, all the children who have passed all the levels and appeared on the cloud platform are disciples of Shangding Xianzong. However, there were some outliers, and the elders and peak masters were unwilling to accept them, so in the end, it was Shenshi who accepted them, which helped the Shangding Xianzong to avoid embarrassment. Looking at the children in the distance, the patriarch commented that if there were other good seedlings, he would remark something to help Shenshi accept one or two of them. The patriarch, Ning Shenming, congratulated the little ones on passing the test. The children looked up at Ning Shenming as he announced that standing on the cloud platform are now the disciples of their Shangding Xianzong. The elders looked excited while Ning Shenming added that after testing their spiritual roots, the children will be assigned a suitable master to lead them on the path of immortal cultivation. Ning Shenming requested that the persons he had named should come forward and walk to the formation in the middle of the stage. A few moments later, as a child stood inside the formation, someone remarked that she has 3 spiritual roots of water, wood, and earth, and as they asked her if she would like to join Danking Feng, she agreed. Meanwhile, Dong Yueli was feeding Shenshi, who was still lounging on his seat, and she noted that if he was inattentive, all the disciples with good qualifications will be taken away by the other elders and peak masters. But Shenshi just inquired what was great about it, and as he added that he doesn't want to accept disciples at all, he asked her if it was not enough trouble for him to have a few of them. Kang Yuling proudly observed that she knew that there are rumors in the sect that Shenshi was a trash king who likes to take in trash disciples, which made Shenshi wonder what Kang Yuling was happy about when it was not a compliment. Suddenly, another child stood inside the formation, and someone exclaimed that she had a pure wood spirit root. Shenshi recognized that it was Wei Qin, the first harem member of the protagonist Xiao Kai, a small foodie who was won by him with the food strategy. Ning Shenming asked Shenshi if he wanted to take the wood attribute spirit root child in as his disciple, while in his mind, he thought that he didn't expect that there would be good seedlings besides Xiao Kai, and it was a wood spirit root, so he should give her to Shenshi. The elders were pissed, and they all glared at Shenshi as they cursed in their minds and questioned how such an excellent seedling could be given to such a cheap guy. Shenshi declined that he's not interested and he thinks it would be better to give the child to Taoist Bai of Lingju Peak, and he noted that Bai Ran has a jade bamboo skill, which Wei Qin's attributes are very compatible with, and according to the plot, she should have been her disciple. Bai Ran of Lingju Peak insisted that it was absolutely impossible because Shenshi's strength is much stronger than hers, so such a good seedling cannot be wanted in her hands. One of the elders chimed in and remarked that Bai Ran's cultivation is still shallow, only at the early Golden Dan stage, and Wei Qin's talent was excellent. So in the end, who should take her as a disciple should be carefully discussed. Bai Ran was crestfallen, as she admitted that it was true that she's not strong and she doesn't have a high status in the sect, so it was not her turn to have such a talented disciple. But Shenshi was pissed, and as he questioned them what was all that nonsense, he insisted that if they wanted to take Wei Qin, they could take her and just teach the little girl well. But if he asserted that Bai Ran is more suitable than him, she is more suitable than him, and he inquired who approves and who opposes the idea of Wei Qin joining Bai Ran as her disciple. One of the elders was astonished by what Shenshi stated, and he was lost for words. On the other hand, Bai Ran was moved by what Shenshi expressed. As Wei Qin stood beside Bai Ran, Shenshi gestured at her and instructed that she should come to him, which puzzled Bai Ran. A few moments later, Wei Qin's eyes twinkled, and she started drooling when Shenshi handed a food to her, and as he inquired if she was hungry, he suggested that she should eat it. Wei Qin accepted the food, and as she looked at Bai Ran for approval, Bai Ran agreed that she should eat it. As Wei Qin started eating, Shenshi pinched her cheeks and told that she could eat his cakes at that moment, but she couldn't follow Xiao Kai to kill him, which puzzled Wei Qin. Bai Ran thanked Shenshi. Shenshi responded that Bai Ran was welcome and that she was the most suitable teacher for Wei Qin, so he was just saying the truth. He smirked as he commented that the good show was finally there. Xiao Kai was called, and he stood inside the formation. As Xiao Kai stood in the middle of the stage, someone remarked that he was the only one left to take the test. Another mentioned that they don't know what kind of spiritual root he has, but if he has a water spiritual root, they wondered if he wouldn't have a chance to become their disciple. Another one commented that the first person has lived for more than 100 years and asked them if they had such a gold life, and they stopped counting it. And another mentioned that they think Ning Shenming will definitely take him as his personal disciple, so they should save their breath. Ning Shenming called Xiao Kai and instructed that he should come forward. Xiao Kai did as he was told, and he immediately greeted Ning Shenming. Ning Shenming remarked that it was good that Xiao Kai is very talented and calm, so no matter who he joins, he will definitely have a bright future. Xiao Kai stood inside the array, and it began glowing. The elders all looked at Xiao Kai in anticipation. Meanwhile, Shenshi scoffed, and he declared that he would see who would still want to take Xiao Kai as a disciple. Suddenly, a fire symbol appeared on top of Xiao Kai's head. Ning Shenming got excited, and he exclaimed that the fire attribute was exactly the same as his. The master of the Danking Peak sighed and noted that with a fire spiritual root, no one is qualified to compete with Ning Shenming for that disciple. Ning Shenming announced that Xiao Kai has a fire spiritual root, and he was about to say something, but he was cut off. Xiao Kai was astonished when the wood symbol also appeared. Bai Ran observed that it was fire and wood dual spiritual root, and although it was not as good as the fire spiritual root, it is still a pretty good combination of spiritual roots, but she was astonished when she noticed something. Another symbol appeared, and someone stated that a new spiritual root was detected, so it was a triple spiritual root of fire, wood, and earth, and another mentioned that the 3 spiritual roots are already of mediocre qualifications. When Ning Shenming saw that, he lamented that, alas, it was a pity. On the other hand, Xiao Kai was in a panic, and he frantically looked around in confusion. More symbols appeared on top of him, and he had a total of 5 roots. One of the elders mockingly smiled and commented that it was the 5 elemental spiritual roots, so Xiao Kai turned out to be rubbish with no cultivation talent. Xiao Kai trembled as the people around him mocked him. One of them noted that they thought he was something extraordinary, but it turned out to be a waste. Another stated that the result was very disgusting. And another mentioned that they were not sure how Xiao Kai was going to get off the stage after looking so confident before. Ning Shenming announced that Xiao Kai has no cultivation talent. But since he has passed the examination, according to the rules, the Shangding Xianzong will give him 3 years for the examination, and he asked which elder or peak master is willing to accept Xiao Kai as a disciple. The master of Danking Peak fell silent. Bai Ran wanted to say something, but she hesitated. One of the elders grinned and remarked that there was no point in accepting such a waste with no cultivation talent, and it would only add Xiao Kai as a laughing stock in the sect. Ning Shenming looked in Shenxi's direction and asked if there was any fellow Taoist willing to accept Xiao Kai as a disciple. Shenxi was pissed when he noticed the look on Ning Shenming's eyes, and he wondered why he didn't just mention his name directly. Tears welled up on the corner of Xiao Kai's eyes, and he trembled as someone commented that such an ordinary person should not be admitted to their sect no matter what. Xiao Kai clenched his fist when someone declared that if he doesn't have the talent for cultivation, he can't be an immortal cultivation, and in fact, Xiao Kai is not among the rules they set so they could exclude him. Suddenly, someone stood in front of Xiao Kai and asked him what his name was. Xiao Kai immediately looked up and mentioned his name. It was Shenxi, and as he asked Xiao Kai why he was crying, he remarked that in the future, a boy is going to be a man, and tears shouldn't be on a man's face. Xiao Kai quickly wiped the tears off her eyes and agreed. Shenxi asked Xiao Kai if she would become his disciple. Xiao Kai immediately agreed that he was willing. His voice boomed around the area as he yelled and confirmed that he was willing. Shenxi remarked that it was good and that Xiao Kai just has to believe in one thing, that the world, sooner or later, will crawl under his feet. Xiao Kai kneeled in front of Shenxi, and as he confirmed that he would remember, he requested that Shenxi accept a bow from him. Shenxi turned his back and suggested that they should go because he had seen enough of that boring conference, so Xiao Kai should come with him. Xiao Kai immediately agreed, and as he followed Shenxi, Shenxi mentioned that it was the look and the favorability level was directly full. Shenxi grinned evilly as he remarked that by starting with SSR characters, it changed the plot of his death, so in the future, he will be able to live with peace of mind. He declared that he, the invincible villain master with his apprentices, would end with scattering flowers, and that puzzled Xiao Kai. A few moments later, at Erbai Peak, someone announced that from that day onward, Xiao Kai is a disciple of Erbai Peak. It was Shenxi, and he noted that although the talent Xiao Kai has shown that day is not good, he believes that one day he will prove his strength, and Xiao Kai confirmed that he will not let Shenxi down. Dong Yuli smiled as she remarked that Shenxi quite likes Xiao Kai, who normally looks like a salted fish. But Dong Yuli was startled when Shenxi handed a bottle to Xiao Kai and mentioned that it was a Kai gathering pill. He suggested that with Xiao Kai's current quality, he should just take one Kai gathering pill with water, divide it into 10 portions, and take one each time he cultivates, as it will help him cultivate. Dong Yuli immediately stopped Shenxi and mentioned that he was messed up because Xiao Kai had just started, so there was no way he could give him pills to help him grow. Shenxi remarked that for clothes, maybe it is a way to help them grow, but for a pure body like Xiao Kai with a perfect spiritual affinity, it's not. Dong Yuli quickly mentioned that she was a disciple who spoke recklessly, and she requested that Shenxi punish her, which made him speechless. Shenxi remarked that it does not matter as Dong Yuli was also doing it for the sake of her younger brother, so he won't punish her. When Dong Yuli asked him why he hadn't punished her recently and if it was because she had done something wrong that he was completely disappointed in her, Shenxi got uncomfortable, and he asked her what she meant when, naturally, she had been doing a good job. Suddenly, Xiao Kai made a sound to try and get their attention, and he had a mischievous smile on his face. Both Shenxi and Dong Yuli paused when Xiao Kai called Shenxi. Shenxi remarked that he was saved, and while Dong Yuli got worried and mentioned that she forgot that Xiao Kai was still there, Shenxi asked Xiao Kai if there was anything he wanted to say. Xiao Kai hesitated, and he nervously confirmed that he was actually a girl, and his real name is Xiao Kir. Shenxi was extremely confused when he heard what Xiao Kir confirmed. At Erbai Peak, someone mentioned that Xiao Kir has been there for a few days and asked if she has any questions about cultivation. It was Shenxi, and while sitting on his lap, Xiao Kir explained that she could understand everything, but it was just that she couldn't find a suitable posture at the step of entering the body. Shenxi assured Xiao Kir that she shouldn't worry because there is no rush in cultivation. Xiao Kir continued to shift on Shenxi's lap, so Shenxi instructed her that she could stop adjusting her posture because entering the body isn't supposed to be done like that. She expressed that Shenxi is really amazing because he was not surprised to hear that she was a girl, which meant that he had seen through her disguise long ago, and she asked him if she was right. Shenxi explained that Xiao Kir's clan has declined and the journey she took to get there would be full of bandits, so it is the best choice for a woman to dress as a man, and naturally, he will not expose her. But in his head, Shenxi was panicking, and he was wondering why the male lead became a woman, where his main character was, and about the harem in the plot. Shenxi muttered that he couldn't keep the male lead's harem, but he realized that it looked like it was possible, and Xiao Kir was already a lowly, so the bike was changing into a motorcycle and was more comfortable to ride. A few moments later, Shenshi pulled out a book and stated that the so-called cultivators born with deficiencies, with obstructed 5 elements, spiritual energy entering the body, interrupted circulation, spiritual energy staying in the body, from small increments to form abundance, are transcendental. Shenshi informed Xiaokir that she has 5 elemental spiritual roots, so the first step into the body to refine Kai is something she can't do, but she shouldn't worry as he will help solve that problem. He declared that he would teach Xiaokir the rules that cultivators must know by heart, and Xiaokir cheerfully agreed. On the other hand, Han Xianbi just finished cooking, and as she called Dong Yueli, she mentioned that she has fried 2 more dishes, both of which are Shenshi's favorites. Han Xianbi was stunned when she saw that Dong Yueli was heavily blushing and was out of it when she mentioned that Shenshi will definitely be happy. She looked irked as she wondered what was wrong with Dong Yueli, as she had been acting weird. Xuanyu arrived with Kang Yuling, and as she explained that she had just sent a message to Shenshi so he should be arriving soon with Xiaokir, Kang Yuling remarked that it was time to eat, and it smells good. Kang Yuling drooled as she mentioned that they had roasted cranes that day, while Xuanyu was astonished, and she asked if it was a charcoal grilled crane. Xuanyu quickly dashed to Han Xianbi and asked if it wasn't something that Shenshi had deliberately instructed to take good care of and why she made a dish out of it, which made Han Xianbi nervous. Suddenly, Shenshi and Xiaokir arrived at the door, and Xuanyu was surprised when she saw them. Both Shenshi and Xiaokir were smiling, and Shenshi remarked that he was feeling starved after training with Xiaokir all morning. Shenshi explained that although he doesn't need to eat since he has a golden core body, Han Xianbi's handicraft is really excellent. He was drooling as he added that, especially the roasted crane, that he couldn't seem to forget its taste from before. Han Xianbi and Xuanyu nervously looked at him. Shenshi was surprised when he saw the roasted crane that he couldn't help but curse, and he asked why his precious cranes were roasted, and it was 2 females as well. While Shenshi was trembling in anger and mumbled that he fed those medicinal cranes with precious snowdrops and was expecting them to mate so they could lay eggs and make him rich. Xiaokir asked Xuanyu if Shenshi could even differentiate the gender of roasted cranes, but Xuanyu shushed her and mentioned that Shenshi was about to get angry, so she shouldn't say anything. Shenshi was pissed that he turned to his disciple, and he yelled as he asked them who it was. He was in a fiery rage that his disciples quickly knelt and bowed in front of him. Shenshi let out a deep breath as he calmed himself. He instructed that everyone should get up and not be scared, so he will ask them once again who did it, while in his mind, he thought that the medicinal crane was originally an external object, far less important than those lovely disciples, but he lost control for a moment and got affected by the originally set violent character of that guy. Someone suddenly grabbed Shenshi's sleeve and confessed that it was her. Shenshi was stunned when he saw that it was Dong Yueli, and she admitted that she allowed Han Xianbi to make it, and was the one who caught the cranes, so she requested that Shenshi punish her. Dong Yueli suddenly fell on her knees. She was trembling in excitement as she requested that Shenshi make sure to punish her severely, which made Shenshi uncomfortable. Shenshi was taken aback by what Dong Yueli did, and he couldn't help but curse in his mind. While Dong Yueli was eagerly urging him to punish her quickly, Shenshi remarked that although the atmosphere is very strange, it would be odd if he didn't punish Dong Yueli, but the problem was how. Xiaokir suddenly asked Shenshi if Dong Yueli needed to be spanked after making a mistake. Shenshi immediately agreed that it was a good idea because spanking the elder sister in front of her junior sisters will make her lose all her face. While Dong Yueli was astonished to hear about the spanking, Shenshi commented that from now on, he will be a low-key man and do things in a down-to-earth manner, and he won't be too violent so his image won't be destroyed, which was perfect. Shenshi sat on a chair and instructed Dong Yueli to come to him immediately, and Dong Yueli, who was still trembling, agreed. He commanded that Dong Yueli should lie down, and she agreed, as he did what she was told. While Dong Yueli was trembling in anticipation, Shenshi was intently looking at her butt. Shenshi remarked that Dong Yueli's body was really different from Xiaokir's lowly self. He raised his hand as he stated that he must be composed. Shenshi insisted that he must stay composed and must not lose control because if not, his image as a good master will be destroyed. He spanked Dong Yueli and she let out a loud moan. With a straight face, Shenshi declared that as the eldest disciple, Dong Yueli failed to set an example, so she will be punished properly that day, and for the others watching, it should be taken as a warning. Shenshi continued to spank Dong Yueli, and with tears welling up at the corners of her eyes, she shuddered and let out loud moans. The other disciples were stunned and were flustered while Dong Yueli continued to fill the room with her moans and admitted that she was wrong, so she requested that Shenshi use more strength and cruelly punish her in front of her junior sisters. Shenshi looked tired, and his hand was smoking when he was done spanking Dong Yueli, while Dong Yueli was satisfied as she melted in her lap. He concluded that he could finally see it, that Dong Yueli is an M, and in his story, she was abused but didn't leave Shenshi, and at that time, he didn't consider the reason behind it, so he wondered if it was heaven's way of helping him complete the logic, but he complained about the way it was set up. While leaving Dong Yuli on the floor, Shenshi was tired as he floated away, and mentioned that he was not eating anymore so they could share the roast crane amongst themselves, and he remarked that the heavens really knew how to screw around. Xuanyu and Kang Yuling were worried about Dong Yuli, and Xuanyu quickly asked her if she was okay. Everyone got worried as Dong Yuli's voice was trembling, but she replied that it was okay and asked Xuanyu to come to her. Dong Yuli leaned in to whisper to Xuanyu and requested that she should go and get her a new set of undershorts, which made Xuanyu speechless. Xuanyu quickly ran away and promised that she would be right back, and while Kang Yuling asked Han Xianpi what was wrong with her, Han Xianpi replied that she didn't know. Meanwhile, Xiao Qir was observing Dong Yuli intently. She blushed and started to snicker. Shenshi let out a deep breath. He was taking a bath, and he mentioned that Dong Yuli those days in front of other junior sisters is a bit more restrained and could more or less take care of her image, but in private, she's getting too much. Shenshi was startled when someone called him and asked him if he called for them. It was Dong Yuli, and when Shenshi almost jumped out of his skin when he saw her, he stated that he had many times that he doesn't need help when he's taking a bath. But Dong Yuli did not listen to her, and she replied that it must have been tough for him to teach them every day, so she would help him wipe his back. Shenshi panicked when Dong Yuli climbed into his bath, and as he rejected her, he exclaimed that she shouldn't just come in. Dong Yuli stopped climbing in, and she bashfully called Shenshi. Shenshi seriously informed that it was enough and reminded her that he already mentioned that she doesn't need to help, so she should quickly get out. But instead of following Shenshi's orders, Dong Yuli did the opposite, and as she went into the bath, she insisted that what Shenshi wanted her to do, she just wouldn't do it. Dong Yuli asked Shenshi if she shouldn't be punished for being so disobedient, and she laughed coyly. Shenshi was astonished, and as he exclaimed that that world was too crazy, he wondered how he could have such a disciple like that and who could even withstand it. Looking at Dong Yuli's body, Shenshi wondered if he would have gotten more views if he wrote his novel like that before. Shenshi was speechless, and he was mesmerized by Dong Yuli's body as she got closer. But the two of them were startled when Xiao Qir called Shenshi and mentioned that she has a question she doesn't understand, so she was there for advice. Dong Yuli stood up in a panic and asked Shenshi what she would do, which made Shenshi laugh bitterly and mock her question. Shenshi asked Dong Yuli why she didn't think of the consequences and suggested that she should go and hide in the closet. Dong Yuli immediately agreed and that she would immediately hide. And as she went to obey Shenshi's words, she requested that he not reveal that she had been there. As Dong Yuli hid in the closet, Shenshi couldn't help but wonder what kind of progression it was. Shenshi sighed, and as he started removing the puddles of water on the floor, he remarked that he should get rid of the water on the floor and on Dong Yuli's body because if not, she would catch a cold. A few moments later, Xiao Qir cheerfully entered the room while calling Shenshi, and she informed that she was coming in. Xiao Qir was looking around while Shenshi was setting his bath aside, and he asked Xiao Qir what she was there for when it was already so late. Xiao Qir pointed out that Shenshi was bathing, and she mentioned that she didn't understand a few questions, so she came to him for advice, and Shenshi requested that she should let him hear it, but she can't actually refine Kai yet, so she doesn't have to work so hard to learn the theory. Xiao Qir acted awkwardly surprised when she heard what Shenshi remarked, but her eyes were looking in the direction of the closet. Shenshi was on edge as he wondered why Xiao Qir kept looking at the closet and if she could see that something was up. Meanwhile, Dong Yuli was huffing and trembling in the closet when Xiao Qir commented that the slow need to start early and her talent is the worst, so naturally, she has to work harder, and she initially wanted to ask Dong Yuli, but she can't seem to find her anywhere. Shenshi directly asked Xiao Qir what she didn't understand. But Xiao Qir replied that he should hold on because she will pour him a cup of tea first. On the other hand, Dong Yuli was still in the closet. Dong Yuli sat down in the closet as she commented that it was squeezy and so hot. She smelled one of Shenshi's clothes, and she mentioned that the closet was full of Shenshi's scent. Dong Yuli was sweating so much, and she commented that Xiao Qir was still outside so she might get discovered. But she commented that Shenshi's scent was enveloping her, and it was making her excited. The closet started making noise, and when Shenshi saw it, he was alarmed, and he whispered as he tried to ask Dong Yuli what exactly she was doing. But there was no response. Xiao Qir came back, and she cheerfully informed that the tea was ready. But she stumbled on a chair, and the tea was sent flying. Xiao Qir smirked evilly as she mentioned that once Shenshi's clothes were wet, she should be able to help him get new clothes in the closet. Meanwhile, Shenshi was astonished when he saw the liquid from the tea was about to fall onto him. But Shenshi managed to catch and suspend the tea in the air with his hand while catching Xiao Qir with his other hand. Shenshi suggested that Xiao Qir should be careful. He was startled when Xiao Qir suddenly hugged him and mentioned that she was really too clumsy, but fortunately, she didn't wet his clothes because she didn't know if there would have been suitable replacement clothes in the closet or not. Shenshi looked pale as he commented that it was fine, but Xiaokir should be careful in the future because it's not a problem if clothes get wet. But when she falls down, it will inevitably hurt, and in his mind, he remarked that what Xiaokir did was definitely on purpose. But he was surprised when Xiaokir suddenly placed her hand over his chest. With a puppy look, Xiaokir looked up to Shenshi and agreed and that she will obey Shenshi's orders because he is the best. Shenshi was uncomfortable, and he commented that Xiaokir was still young, so she probably can't understand things, but probably not. A few moments later, as the beautiful moon shone in the sky, Xiaokir commented that she would go back. Shenshi was exhausted, and he commented that Xiaokir, the little lowly, beat around the bush for an hour, that even if he's in the golden core stage, he was about to collapse. As he sat on the floor, he looked towards the closet and commented that Xiaokir was too difficult to deal with, so he didn't have time to pay attention to Dong Yueli, so he hoped she's fine after being shut inside for so long. Shenshi opened the closet, and he was speechless with what he saw. Dong Yueli was sweaty and out of breath while holding onto one of his clothes. Shenshi was flustered that he looked away when he asked Dong Yueli if it was hard to be locked up in the closet, and he remarked that next time she does it again, it won't be just the closet. Dong Yueli crawled out of the closet and asked Shenshi what other punishment was there because she was willing to accept it, which startled Shenshi and made him scream, and Dong Yueli commented that whether it's whipping, burning, or dropping wax, as long as it's given by Shenshi, she's willing. Shenshi just agreed and that Dong Yueli should quickly get a change of clothes and not leave a bad impression on her junior sisters, to which Dong Yueli agreed. A few moments later, while Dong Yueli was looking for a change of clothes in the closet behind him, he was drinking his tea and commented that the place was too dangerous, so if he stayed there, he wouldn't pass the trial next time. Shenshi called Dong Yueli and informed that he will be leaving the mountain for a while, so she should go and prepare some stuff for him, and they all will stay on the mountain and cultivate properly to prepare for the sect that will happen in half a year. Dong Yueli asked Shenshi why he suddenly wanted to leave the mountain. Shenshi replied that he was going to look for something, and he commented that the snowdrops before were almost eaten by those silly cranes, so he better hurry to get the cheats of the main character before there's another change. The second day, outside the Shangding Xianzong, the sun was shining brightly and the weather was good. Shenshi was walking by himself, and he remarked that after coming to that world, it was the first time he had left the sect, but the destination wasn't far anyway, so he would just walk there. Multiple carriages were traveling, and they were being guarded by groups of men. One of the men called the madam inside one of the carriages, mentioned that there is a stream ahead, and asked if they should stop to rest. The man was Commander Gao, and the madam replied that he should let everyone rest by the roadside because they have been traveling non-stop for 3 days, so everyone must be tired. A few moments later, some men were on guard while others were preparing to take a rest. Suddenly, a smell wafted through the area, and as one of the men exclaimed that it smelled good and asked what that aroma was, the other man commented that he was even drooling. Meanwhile, someone was cooking barbecue and stated that cumin lamb kebab is the best, so going down the ravine to find cumin seeds wasn't in vain, and they only had to do one last thing. It was Shenshi, and he poured his heart and soul into the barbecue he was cooking as he sprinkled spices in it. When the men saw Shenshi, they immediately announced that it was lamb kebab, while Commander Gao was a bit wary about him. An old man came out of one of the carriages, and he assured that they should rest assured that Shenshi is not a cultivator. Commander Gao let out a sigh of relief, but he was puzzled when someone in the other carriage called him and handed him a golden leaf. On the other hand, Shenshi was blowing on one of the kebabs to cool it off while observing the people, and he remarked that in that group of people, there's only one in the foundation building stage, but the movement of his spiritual energy is a mess and already exhausted, so it was not a threat to him. Commander Gao approached and greeted Shenshi politely, and he introduced himself as Gao Sheng, the guard commander of Muling Castle. Shenshi directly asked Gao Sheng what he could do for him. Gao Sheng complimented Shenshi's cooking skills, so he wanted to buy a few skewers from him, and he asked what he thought about buying 3 skewers for a gold leaf. Shenshi responded that Gao Sheng must be joking because it's too much to exchange 3 skewers of mutton for 1 gold leaf, and he can't eat so much by himself, so they should feel free to take as much as they wanted. Gao Sheng was happy, and as he thanked Shenshi for his generosity, he added that his brothers would be able to relieve their hunger. A few moments later, the sky was starting to get dark and someone had started a campfire. Shenshi was stretching, and he noted that it was great, so it was time to move on. Suddenly, 2 ladies approached Shenshi and called him little brother. Shenshi blushed as he commented that they were 2 beauties, and he wondered if they were sisters or mother and daughter. But Shenshi frowned, and he asked one of the ladies who she was calling little. The younger lady behind tried to stifle her laughter while the older lady was puzzled. The older lady continued to call Shenshi as little brother. She mentioned that Shenshi's skewers were extremely appetizing and that it must be fate for them to meet like that. And as she introduced herself as Luo Shasha from Muling Castle, and the other lady was her daughter Yuding. She asked Shenshi if he may ask for his name. Shenshi responded that cultivators do not reveal their names and that his Taoist name is Jinx. Luo Shasha was surprised that Shenshi is a cultivator, and she quickly apologized to him if she had been rude, while in her mind she thought that a cultivator's Taoist name is ranked according to seniority, and she has never heard of a generation with Jing, so he must have made it up on the spot, so the young man is too cautious. She asked Shenshi if he was rushing to go somewhere. Shenshi affirmed and that he would be leaving immediately, which surprised Luo Shasha. While Luo Shasha was troubled, Yuding was trying so hard to stifle her laughter behind her. Shenshi remembered something, and as he stated that he was going to Duanli Mountain, he asked Luo Shasha if she could give him a ride if it's on the way. Both Luo Shasha and Yuding were flustered, and Luo Shasha agreed that she would if Shenshi didn't mind it. A few moments later, everyone had finished setting up camp near the stream. While preparing for bed, Yuding asked Luo Shasha why she let Shenshi travel with them and if the elder didn't say that he wasn't a cultivator. Luo Shasha explained that although Shenshi is a bit odd, she couldn't see through him at all, so whether he is a cultivator or not, he must be an extraordinary person, and there is no harm in bringing him along. She added that moreover, Shenshi also said that he's going to Duanli Mountain, which is a demon mountain, and it was said that demonic beasts occupy that place where not a single person who went came out alive, so if one isn't skilled, they wouldn't even dare to go there. Yuding hugged Luo Shasha, and as she asked if she wouldn't have to join the Yuhua sect if Shenshi was really an expert, and they befriended him, she added that she didn't want to be separated from her, which made Luo Shasha call her a silly child, and she assured that she doesn't want to be separated from her either, but there is no such thing as having their own wishes fulfilled. Yuding commented that if Shenshi is really good, she will marry him, and their Muling castle won't be bullied anymore. Meanwhile, Shenshi sneezed. Gao Sheng got concerned when he heard that, and he suggested that there is no good place to rest outside, so Shenshi should go sleep in his tent to avoid catching a cold as he will be doing night duty. But Shenshi declined that there was no need to bother because he doesn't sleep, and he asked Gao Sheng why they were going to the Yuhua mountain. Gao Sheng explained that their Muling castle was once considered one of Jianghu's greatest sects, and immortals bow down to them. Even the imperial court of the Jade Kingdom would show them respect. But after their ancestor died, their sect instantly lost its greatest protection. He added that over the years, Luo Shasha has supported the whole Muling castle alone, and if it hadn't been for her wisdom, he was afraid that the Muling castle would have long been eaten up by hostile forces, and they were going to Yuhua Mountain because they heard that there is a great immortal sect there, and Luo Shasha wanted Yuding to join. Shenshi asked if it was the Yuhua sect. He remembered Luo, and he drooled as he remarked that it was that really big sect. Shenshi asked Gao Sheng about his master. Gao Sheng let out an exasperated sigh, and he explained that his master died young, and at that time, Luo Shasha had not arrived yet, so they hadn't even met yet. They were already separated from each other forever, and Yuding is a child that Luo Shasha adopted, a fact that is well known around Jianghu. Shenshi realized that they were a beautiful pair of mother and daughter who have to carry their own family business, and they were all untouched virgins, so even if they don't want to attract jackals, they will still come, and as he stated that he had stepped into muddy water, he instructed that Gao Sheng should quickly wake everyone up because they need to fight. Gao Sheng was surprised that he asked Shenshi what he just remarked. Shenshi informed that 300 paces away, many enemies are approaching, and among them are cultivators. Gao Sheng quickly called everyone and instructed that they should be on high alert and prepare to engage in combat. As the men confirmed that everyone was up, Shenshi declared that since it's fate, he will help them out a bit. Multiple men were charging in the same direction. They were wielding weapons, and as one of them declared that they would kill, another urged that they should go. Luo Shasha looked nervous, but she assured that everyone shouldn't panic because the enemy chose to ambush them, so it meant that they do not have the confidence to fight head-on with them. She turned to Shenshi and instructed that he should follow behind them, and she called Yuding and encouraged that she shouldn't be scared. Shenshi smiled as he remarked that at a time like that, Luo Shasha still wanted to protect someone who she met by chance. He turned to look at Yuding, and he was speechless when he saw that she was nervous. Shenshi muttered that he should just forget it because since they met by fate, he will protect them both. While the fight ensued, Shenshi observed that since there are cultivators among the people who came to attack, whether those mortals win or not isn't important because what they need to know is when the other party will strike. Suddenly, a fiery arrow was traveling at an incredible speed. It was traveling towards Shenshi and Yuding, and he warned that it was coming. Suddenly, the elder scoffed and commented that it was just a stray cultivator. He released his aura while he was sitting on top of the carriage. A flying sword went and cut the arrow in half. Luo Shasha turned to the elder, whose name was Bai, and thanked him for his help. Suddenly, multiple fiery arrows emerged from the woods, and they were traveling at an incredible speed. Elder Bai raised his hand to direct his aura. He created an orb of aura that shielded him from the arrows. Elder Bai extended his arm to direct something and commanded that it should go. He directed his flying sword to attack the men that were hiding in the woods. While Elder Bai was fighting, a cultivator was observing him from above, and he scoffed as he commented that he thought Elder Bai was someone since he was talking so big earlier, but he was only just a lowly cultivator in the foundation building realm. Elder Bai continued to fight by using his flying sword. Suddenly, he noticed the cultivator above him, and he asked who he was. The cultivator has his face covered, and he responded that it doesn't matter who he was, as Elder Bai was just a hired cultivator, so there was no need to fight for his life for an errand, and as long as he doesn't do anything next, he will spare his life. Another man emerged from the forest, and as he called Luo Shasha, he remarked that it had been a long time and that she really was getting more and more attractive. Luo Shasha recognized the man as Lei Kai, and when she exclaimed that it was him, she asked him if he had set up such a big scene to get the Mu Ling Castle's estate. Lei Kai confirmed that it was yes and no because, other than the estate, he also wants Luo Shasha, and as he laughed, he reminded her if she said that that day would come when she refused him so arrogantly before. Luo Shasha turned and called for Elder Bai, but she trailed off. Elder Bai shook his head, and he admitted that he was not Lei Kai's opponent. Shenshi moved forward as he determined that it looked like he couldn't stand aside anymore. But he was speechless when Luo Shasha stopped him and urged that he shouldn't move. Luo Shasha reminded that Shenshi was dragged into that because of them, so when he sees the opportunity later, she requests that he leave. She turned to Lei Kai to agree and proposed that whether it's Mu Ling Castle or her, she would concede but under one condition, and it was for Lei Kai to let Yuding and Shenshi leave. Luo Shasha and Yuding were both uneasy when Lei Kai left. Lei Kai remarked that it was said that the eldest lady of Mu Ling Castle has eyes like spring water and lips like peach blossoms, so she is like a relegated immortal on earth. He smiled sleazily as he noted that there was no way he could let such a beauty go after seeing that the rumors were true. Elder Bai scoffed, and as he retrieved his flying sword, he stated that one has to work for others to get money, and time was running out anyway, so they should let him help them one last time. He directed his flying sword towards Lei Kai, and Lei Kai was alarmed. The cultivator who was with Lei Kai threw some sort of rope-like aura towards Elder Bai and exclaimed that he was overconfident. Elder Bai gritted his teeth as he was quickly restrained. On the other hand, Lei Kai saw that the sword was near him, so he screamed and urged that the cultivator should help him. The cultivator pressed his palms together and commented that it was troublesome. Lei Kai was surprised when the ground in front of him suddenly rose, and it blocked Elder Bai's flying sword. He was speechless when he saw that the sword went through the ground that was shielding him and was only a few inches away from him. Lei Kai grabbed the blade of the sword. He was pissed that he crushed it, and he cursed as he swore that he almost got killed so he would teach them a lesson that day. Elder Bai shook his head, and he let out a sigh as he gave up. Meanwhile, Shenshi was surprised when Luo Shasha called him and secretly gave him a talisman. Shenshi grabbed Luo Shasha's hand and urged that she should put away the seal in her hand as he was there. Luo Shasha was flustered when Shenshi comforted her and remarked that he was actually not young at all. Yuding, whom Shenshi held in his other hand, was puzzled when she heard what he remarked. Lei Kai grinned as he called Shenshi a brat and asked where he came from while the cultivator looked at Shenshi with a worried look on his face, but he commented nothing. On the other hand, Shenshi was glaring at Lei Kai. Shenshi released an extremely powerful dark aura. Lei Kai was alarmed when his body suddenly began trembling and he knelt on the ground. The other cultivator was also trembling, and as he cursed in his mind and wondered what kind of cultivation it was that even his master couldn't compare with Shenshi's cultivation, he called Shenshi his senior and pleaded that he spare him. But Shenshi responded nothing to them, and as he continued to glare at them while releasing his aura, the cultivator muttered that it was a suffocating sense of oppression. Meanwhile, Yuding noted that she had seen so much danger and schemes since she was a kid, but she had never felt more at ease than she did at that moment, so Shenshi really is an expert. On the other hand, Luo Shasha leaned on Shenshi, and she confessed that she had been carrying so much burden, so she wondered if it should be okay to rely on Shenshi. Luo Shasha addressed Shenshi as her lord and thanked him for his help. Shenshi replied that even though he wasn't too young, calling him lord was too much. Luo Shasha addressed Shenshi as a young master and thanked him. Shenshi remarked that the way of addressing was a little interesting, but he chose to disregard it as they had to do the next thing. The cultivator quickly introduced himself as Fang Daquan and explained that his master was Fang Dingshan, an outer elder from Ding sect, and he pleaded with Shenshi to spare him because when he returned to his sect, he would definitely hand over his treasures, and Lei Kai and he had nothing to do with each other. Lei Kai questioned Fang Daquan, stating that Fang Daquan had been given his family's spirit-gathering green lotus seed and asked how he could abandon him. Fang Daquan retorted that Lei Kai was a bastard and asked when he had received his spirit-gathering green lotus seed. He quickly threw his sword at Lei Kai, and Lei Kai was alarmed. Lei Kai was not able to react and froze in place, but suddenly Shenshi broke the sword in half. Fang Daquan coughed up blood and kneeled on the ground due to pain. Shenshi inquired if Fang Daquan had claimed that he could move. Fang Daquin requested that Shenshi calm down while wondering what kind of sword Shenshi had that split his sword in two with just one blow. On the other hand, Shenshi responded that the jade bamboo sword was his signature sword, so he couldn't show it, but that the blue lake sword deserved to be called his hidden trump because although it was only profound grade, in that beginner map where there weren't many spirit grade treasures, it could be used for everything. Shenshi explained that if the group of people in the novel hadn't jumped out to block the sword for Xiao Kai, he would have easily killed him. And currently, it was unexpected that a boss like him was wandering around, so they should all be afraid. Fang Daquin protested that he hadn't taken any spirit-gathering green lotus seed from Lei Kai and that Lei Kai wanted to frame him. Shenshi suggested that they let him experience the fun of being the villain, so he declared that it was no problem and that whoever gave him the spirit-gathering green lotus seed first in 20 breaths would be spared. Fang Daquin smirked evilly when he heard what Shenshi stated, and Lei Kai was alarmed. He charged towards Lei Kai with his sharp aura, but he did not notice that arrows were already coming toward him. Fang Daquin groaned in pain, and he was stunned when the arrows Lei Kai fired hit him. He fell to the ground before he could finish what he was about to utter to Lei Kai. Lei Kai quickly offered the spirit-gathering green lotus seed to Shenshi and politely mentioned that he found it. But Shenshi noted that there were still 5 breaths remaining. Fang Daquin suddenly plunged his sword into Lei Kai from behind, and Lei Kai coughed up blood. He taunted that Lei Kai was naive and asked if he believed that the refining Kai stage and foundation building stage were the same. Fang Daquin offered the spirit-gathering green lotus seed to Shenshi, and Shenshi acknowledged that it was good, so as agreed, he wouldn't kill him. Fang Daquin thanked Shenshi for not killing him, but before he could finish his sentence, Bai Jishui slashed his throat. Blood dripped down Fang Daquin's neck while Bai Jishui recalled his sword. Luo Shasha apologized to Shenshi as she had overstepped her boundaries, but Shenshi dismissed it, stating that it didn't matter because he had only promised not to kill Fang Daquin. So dying in Luo Shasha's hands had nothing to do with him, and since he was helping her, he wasn't going to be stubborn about such little things. Bai Jishui handed the item that restrained him earlier to Shenshi, and he mentioned that it was the treasure of Luo Shasha. Shenshi was surprised when he saw that it was the earth-binding lock with the highest spirit grade. He explained that he had removed the prohibitions and divine thoughts from it so Bai Jishui could keep it for himself and use it carefully so as not to cause death. Bai Jishui saw that it was the highest spirit grade when the prohibitions were removed, and he commented that it was too valuable, so he couldn't take it. But Shenshi responded that it was enough talk, as he didn't like that kind of thing, and since he had helped them through that crisis, he had fulfilled his fate already and he still had things to do, so he would be leaving. He stated that it was the feeling that his aura was like that of a sage and a top expert in the world, so they shouldn't be infatuated with him, for he was just a legend. Suddenly, Yuding called out to Shenshi and asked him to hold on. Yuding inquired if Shenshi was still going to Duanli Mountain, and as she suggested that he get on the carriage and travel with them if he didn't mind. Luo Shasha added that they hadn't thanked Shenshi properly yet, so they should slowly go through the details on the carriage. Shenshi looked doubtful and was speechless, but after a moment, he quickly agreed. A few moments later, Luo Shasha and her party began to travel. Yuding and Luo Shasha were both flustered inside the carriage, and Yuding called out to Shenshi. The two of them were feeding Shenshi, and he commented that it was sweet. Shenshi mentioned that he heard that Luo Shasha was going to send Yuding to the Yuhua sect to become a disciple. Luo Shasha confirmed it, and Bai Jishui noted that Yuding had a good cultivation talent, so while she was still young, she could try to seize the opportunity. Yuding mentioned that she was going to be 14 years old soon, so she was already a big girl, and ordinary girls started getting married at her age. Shenshi noted that Yuding was not small anymore while looking at her chest. Shenshi pointed out that Bai Jishui was only a casual cultivator, so he only knew one thing and didn't know the other, and the Yuhua sect was a sect dominated by female cultivators, so sending Yuding there seemed safer. But Shenshi explained that what the Yuhua sect practiced was the dual cultivation method. Yuding asked Shenshi what the dual cultivation method was, and Shenshi replied that it was not suitable for children, so he would tell her next time, and she should let him see her aptitude first. Yuding agreed. A few moments later, Yuding mentioned that something warm was coming into her body, and it felt hot but also very comfortable. While Shenshi instructed Yuding not to move around because it would be over soon, Luo Shasha got flustered looking at them. A few moments later, Yuding was completely out of it when they finished. Shenshi looked intently at the disoriented Yuding on his lap. He stated that Yuding had a rare, empty spiritual root constitution. Shenshi thought about the empty spiritual root. He remarked that if they say having the 5 spiritual roots makes them mortal, the empty spiritual root is the constitution of an immortal, one who is naturally born with the potential to ascend, as the energy of both heaven and earth could be stored easily, and there is no so-called bottleneck. Shenshi explained that, however, the empty spiritual root has no attributes. So naturally, it cannot mobilize the spiritual power of an attribute. So even if Yuding cultivates, she could only use the spiritual power to strengthen her physique and health. He added that in the cultivation world, people with that kind of constitution will only have one ending: becoming a battery and an excellent dual cultivation body. So countless top immortal sects will covet the empty spiritual root and use Yuding to break through into a higher realm. And that is something that will drive people crazy. Yuding asked Shenxi how her aptitude was. Shenxi responded that Yuding has a good talent and asked if she would like to become his disciple. Yuding was surprised when she heard what Shenxi stated. She replied, "Of course." Shenxi acknowledged that since she was already his disciple, she should listen carefully to what he was about to say next. He instructed that first, he would teach Yuding to cultivate. But she absolutely must not reveal her identity as a cultivator. She also cannot reveal her cultivation to outsiders. Second, he would not constantly teach her, so she would need to learn on her own many times, but he would help her set her cultivation benchmarks. And third, no matter what problems she encountered, she could tell him at any time, as he would give her a messenger stone, and she could contact him if she activated it, and he would aid her as soon as possible. As Shenxi asked Yuding if she understood, Yuding addressed him as her master and answered yes. Shenxi commented that having a normal and cute disciple like Yuding felt really good. He joked that it was unlike the reset at home where one is an M, another is a schemer, and they have a giant baby and a boy, and he wondered how he was supposed to cultivate. Shenxi talked to Luo Shasha and mentioned that Yuding's constitution is special, so if she revealed it rashly, she might bring death to the family, so she should remember that Yuding must not show any of her cultivation. Luo Shasha remarked that it was dangerous. Shenxi assured Luo Shasha not to worry because he would take care of everything and he would help them with another insurance. Shenxi called Bai Jishui. Bai Jishui inquired what guidance Shenxi could give him. Shenxi revealed that Bai Jishui's cultivation technique was incomplete, so it consumed his life. And although foundation building cultivators could live for 200 years, he was afraid that Bai Jishui's time was running out at the moment, so they should make a deal. Bai Jishui acknowledged that nothing could be hidden from Shenxi's eyes and asked if there was anything he needed to do. Shenxi gave Bai Jishui a Yuanling pill and explained that in addition to the spiritual energy and vitality contained in it, Bai Jishui should be able to increase his life by 10 years if he took it for the first time. And he would help Bai Jishui complete his technique, so if he spent 10 years cultivating hard, it would be possible to break through to the late stage of foundation building. And that way, Bai Jishui could live another 100 years. Bai Jishui was stunned when he heard what Shenxi offered. He quickly exclaimed that what Shenxi gave him was equivalent to giving him a new life, so no matter what he asked, he would not refuse under any circumstance and undertake the matter fearlessly. Shenxi noted that it was good, so for 10 years, Bai Jishui should become an existence that protects the Muling Castle, and when the Muling Castle needed Bai Jishui, he must do everything he could to help, and Bai Jishui immediately agreed. Meanwhile, Luo Shasha commented that Yuding was lucky to have become a disciple of Shenxi because she wouldn't have to send her to Yuhua sect, nor would she be separated from her anymore, so she should listen to her master in the future. Yuding reminded Luo Shasha and noted that she told her a story before that immortals are open and do not follow worldly etiquette, so a master and a disciple could become a cultivation couple, and siblings could also become a cultivation couple. Luo Shasha asked Yuding what she was thinking, and Shenxi cleared his throat. Shenxi was awkwardly speechless with the situation. Yuding immediately asked Shenxi when he came back, while Luo Shasha observed that he was really extraordinary for being able to come and go without a trace. On the other hand, Shenxi was wondering why it felt like he was building a harem whenever he took in disciples. Shenxi announced that Bai Jishui agreed to protect Muling Castle, so with him, there wouldn't be many who could threaten their Muling Castle. Luo Shasha remarked that Bai Jishui is a cultivator in the foundation building realm, so asking him to come down the mountain took a lot of effort. She noted that currently, Bai Jishui so easily agreed to be their protector, and as she wondered just how strong Shenxi was exactly, Shenxi stated that there was no need to go to the Yuhua sect anymore, so they should go back, and he would make a trip to Muling Castle in person later. Yuding leaned in and stared intently at Shenxi as she called him her master. Shenxi noted that there was no need to stare because that was not his real face, but he would let her take a look before he goes. He began taking off his disguise, and both Luo Shasha and Yuding looked at him intently. As Shenxi revealed his real face, he remarked that Yuding was a good disciple and the technique had already been passed on to her, so she should remember to cultivate well as he would look for her soon. Both Luo Shasha and Yuding were flustered, and their mouths were agape as they looked at Shenxi. Shenxi quickly flew out of the carriage and traveled towards his destination. He grumbled that he had wasted too much time, so he needed to hurry. Shenxi muttered that he should be able to make it within 2 days. Days passed, and as Shenxi arrived at Duanli Mountain, he commented that it was an ominous mountain, as there was no human habitation within 100 miles and many kinds of poisonous snakes and beasts lived in the forest. Moreover, the mountain was home to the kindling poisonous toad that had strength equivalent to the nascent soul stage. Shenxi observed that all 5-element fruits from a 5-element tree could enhance the quality of a cultivator's spiritual root, and demonic beasts in the nascent soul stage could be reborn with a human form with the help of the fruit. He guessed that the Kingland poisonous toad must be guarding the fruit and waiting for it to become ripe. Shenshi noted that he had little interest in the fruit and was mainly there for the 5-element stone buried under the tree, as it could balance the 5 elements and store the 5-element spiritual power, which was the base that Xiaokir could cultivate. And although it was not difficult to kill a demonic beast in the nascent soul stage, it is better to do one thing less than one thing more, so he would just pick the stone up after it leaves. On the first day, the Kingland poisonous toad guarded the tree intently while Shenshi waited leisurely on the grass. On the second day, the Kingland poisonous toad still guarded the tree, and Shenshi waited. On the nth day, the Kingland poisonous toad still guarded the tree, and Shenshi lay face down on the ground. Shenshi muttered that the Kingland poisonous toad ate, slept, ate, and stayed in the same place just like him, so even if he waited more, it would probably not move a single step, so he wondered what he should do and if he should just forcefully kill it. He refuted himself and grumbled that forcefully killing was definitely not the right solution, as it was a matter of his dignity. Shenshi realized that his specialty was trapping and illusions, so he could just use illusion arts because the Kingland poisonous toad was lazy, so it must have similar tastes to him. Suddenly, a female poisonous toad croaked to get the male poisonous toad's attention. The female poisonous toad that Shenshi created smiled at the male poisonous toad when she got his attention. The male poisonous toad was surprised when he saw the female poisonous toad. The female poisonous toad charmed as she smiled at the male poisonous toad. As the male poisonous toad left his spot to chase after the female poisonous toad, Shenshi celebrated. Shenshi remarked that the poisonous toad is really a fellow believer, as he followed his instincts properly, so it looked like his plan of using poison and laxatives wouldn't need to be used anymore. He commented that he hoped the poisonous toad wouldn't finish so soon. Suddenly, Yu Wushuang called the demonic beast and instructed that it should watch her. The male poisonous toad croaked as it hurriedly returned, and Shenshi was puzzled. The poisonous toad became alarmed when he saw Shenshi, and Shenshi was horrified and speechless. The poisonous toad cursed and demanded that Shenshi should die, and Shenshi quickly pulled his blue lake sword out of the water. Shenshi asked the poisonous toad why he was cursing. He used his skill, Stepping Wave. The poisonous toad taunted that Shenshi was only a mere golden core stage, and he didn't know his place. But the poisonous toad couldn't finish his sentence as he got hit by Shenshi's attack and spurted out blood while being thrown in the air. The poisonous toad became confused as it crashed into a rock. He exclaimed that it was impossible, and he wondered if the human cultivators were already all that strong. The poisonous toad was speechless when he heard that Yu Wushuang continuously used her skill, Stepping Wave. On the other hand, Shenshi wondered who the hell was the douchebag that ruined his chance and if they were screaming and shouting within 10 miles because they were scared that their ambush would succeed. The poisonous toad groaned that it was such a strong pressure, and if the golden core stage cultivator earlier was already that strong, the attack from the nascent soul stage will flatten him along with the mountain. He added that it doesn't matter because if he was going to die anyway, he would die with dignity. The poisonous toad fired its aura and directed it towards the fiery lotus that was coming at him. Their attacks clashed, and a huge explosion occurred. Shenshi cursed in his mind, and he wondered if that ultimate move with such strong spiritual pressure disappeared just like that. Yu Wushuang suddenly appeared and noted that to be able to break her Samadhi Fire Lotus, the poisonous toad had skills, but she declared that it wouldn't stop her from taking away the 5-element fruit that day. Shenshi recognized Yu Wushuang, and he stated that she was the genius from Taiyan Immortal Sect and also the sect leader's daughter. Meanwhile, the poisonous toad sighed that human cultivators were still the same, so it looked like he was mistaken earlier. The poisonous toad threw his sharp auras towards Yu Wushuang. Yu Wushuang used her skill, Scorching Phoenix Cry. She quickly dodged the poisonous toad's attack. The poisonous toad asked if Yu Wushuang was already scared and questioned her for daring to steal his treasure. Yu Wushuang scoffed and responded that there was no reason why she would use the fire phoenix to deal with the poisonous toad. She added that she could do it by herself. On the other hand, Shenshi immediately wondered why Yu Wushuang wasted her energy summoning the phoenix and if that was for show. Back into the fight, the poisonous toad threw more sharp auras towards Yu Wushuang. Yu Wushuang swiftly moved and dodged the poisonous toad's auras and demanded that he should take her attack. Suddenly, Yu Wushuang noticed one of the poisonous toad's auras coming at her. She quickly pulled her clothes out of the way and exclaimed that it was close and her clothes almost got dirtied. Shenshi was speechless, and he muttered that he couldn't watch anymore because it was probably the most brain-damaging battle he had ever seen. Meanwhile, the poisonous toad scoffed and ridiculed that Yu Wushuang was a stupid human. Yu Wushuang questioned the poisonous toad for using poison and accused that he was despicable. As the poison took effect, she acknowledged that it was bad. The poisonous toad bragged that if Yu Wushuang was poisoned by his Kingland poison, even if she were a god transformation cultivator, her strength would be greatly reduced for a certain time, and he laughed. The poisonous toad extended his tongue to catch Yu Wushwang. Yu Wushwang was flustered when she got restrained by the poisonous toad, and the poisonous toad muttered that he was wondering what a nascent soul cultivator would taste like. Suddenly, Shenshi used his skill, Stepping Wave. The poisonous toad asked if it was that skill again, and he scoffed that he was not scared of Shenshi anymore as he was only careless earlier. But the poisonous toad was sent flying and crashed into a rock once again when he got hit by Shenshi's attack. The poisonous toad shouted that Shenshi was a bastard, and he questioned Shenshi for daring to ambush him and where his martial values were. He used his skill, Kinglan Poison Gas Blast, and ordered that Shenshi should take it. Shenshi used his skill, Stepping Wave, again. The poisonous toad cursed as Shenshi's attack cut through his, and he asked Shenshi if he only knew that move. Shenshi denied. He declared that it was his actual Stepping Wave. Shenshi used his skill, Stepping Wave, once again. Yu Wushwang watched as Shenshi swung his sword powerfully in front of her. Shenshi's Stepping Wave at that time was far stronger than the previous ones. The poisonous toad trembled in fear as it saw the power of Shenshi's attack. He asked how that was possible. Shenshi replied that he wouldn't kill the poisonous toad, so he shouldn't get in his way. The poisonous toad quickly thanked Shenshi for sparing him. Shenshi was exasperated, as he remarked that he could have easily gotten in if the silly girl Yu Wushwang didn't interfere, and he wouldn't have to settle it in such a simple and crude way. Yu Wushwang politely called Shenshi's attention and asked him if he could give her some of the 5-element fruit and he could name any price. When Shenshi heard what Yu Wushwang proposed, he questioned what would happen if he didn't want to sell it, and he commented that Yu Wushwang was the same as always, wanting to obtain anything she thought was good. Yu Wushwang was extremely flustered when she heard what Shenshi remarked. She offered 5 5th-grade elixirs in exchange for 1 fire element, 5-element fruit. When the poisonous toad heard Yu Wushwang's offer, he inquired if it was serious, and as he remarked that Yu Wushwang could have directly told him the price and he would have given her all 5 fruits, he questioned why Yu Wushwang had to fight. Shenshi explained that the poisonous toad was guarding the 5-element fruit because it wanted to transform, and the most effective transformation elixir made from it is only 5th grade. But currently, Yu Wushwang was offering 5 5th-grade elixirs for 1 5-element fruit. He added that it was as expected from Yu Wushwang. Shenshi wondered why Yu Wushwang, his ex-girlfriend, hadn't improved at all. Yu Wushwang began pulling something from her bag. She commented that if Shenshi felt that it wasn't enough, she showed him an item and asked about it, and the poisonous toad exclaimed that it was the Winter Mountain Spirit Stone. Yu Wushwang suddenly objected and told Shenshi to wait because she couldn't give that. She presented another item, and the poisonous toad identified it as Cloud-Hidden Jade. The poisonous toad quickly communicated with Shenshi telepathically and suggested that they should work together to get rid of Yu Wushwang and get her treasures, and if Shenshi wanted, he could also use poison and have his way with the pretty lady. Shenshi ordered the poisonous toad to shut his mouth if he still wanted to live, and the poisonous toad croaked as he complied. Shenshi yelled at Yu Wushwang and, as he told her it was enough and that she should stop taking stuff out, he asked her if anyone had told her what to be careful of when she goes outside. Yu Wushwang admitted that she had actually snuck out. Shenshi quickly wondered why he felt wronged. He extended his arms and directed them toward the 5-element tree. Shenshi used his aura to pick the 5-element fruits from the tree. He quickly grabbed them with his back as soon as he gathered them. Yu Wushwang let out a dejected sigh when she saw what Shenshi did. But Shenshi reassured her that she shouldn't sigh because he would give the fire element fruit to her, and Yu Wushwang was surprised. Yu Wushwang asked Shenshi to confirm if he would give the fire element fruit to her. Shenshi advised Yu Wushwang that when she goes out, she should remember not to reveal her wealth or she would be targeted by people with evil intentions, and if that happened, even if her backing was strong, she wouldn't be able to avoid injury or even death, so she should quickly take the fruit and go home early. Yu Wushwang was in awe when she heard what Shenshi advised. She began seeing Shenshi's real appearance behind the disguise while Shenshi urged her to quickly take the fruit. Yu Wushwang wondered why she thought of Shenshi again. She commented that the young man in front of her was really similar to Shenshi, so she wondered how he was doing because, at that time, Shenshi really liked to show off and was obviously an idiot for even standing in her way. She insisted that she couldn't accept Shenshi's things for nothing, so he should name a price, and she promised him whatever he wanted. Shenshi stated that the 5-element fruit wasn't something so valuable in the first place, so he would exchange it for 1 transformation elixir and an ingot of Daluo gold. When Yu Wushwang heard about Daluo gold, she asked Shenshi if not only was his cultivation level high but he was also skilled in refining, and she complimented that it was impressive. Shenshi modestly responded that he only knew a little. Yu Wushwang gave the transformation pill to Shenshi, and she mentioned that unfortunately, she didn't bring any refining material with her, but she had a way to give it to him later. She gave the mother sword of the channeling jade sword to Shenshi and explained that when she returned to the sect, she would send the material to him through the child sword of the channeling jade sword. Shenshi remarked that the price of the channeling jade sword already far exceeded the price of both the 5-element fruit and the transformation pill. Yu Shuang introduced herself and said that she was from the Taiyan Immortal sect, and she would naturally repay Shenqi generously since he saved her life. She added that in addition to transferring items, the Jade Sword could be used to communicate with him, so if Shenqi had any questions, he could contact her at any time. Shenqi introduced himself as Kaiyan Ren, a casual cultivator. Yu Shuang announced that she would be leaving first and that Shenqi should remember to contact her, and Shenqi remarked that she was a silly girl. Suddenly, Shenqi instructed the poisonous toad to leave if he didn't want the transformation pill, and the poisonous toad was surprised. The poisonous toad addressed Shenqi as his grandfather and asked if he was giving him the transformation pill, and Shenqi asked the poisonous toad what he thought he needed it for but declared that in return, the poisonous toad would have to help him do something. The poisonous toad inquired if Shenqi wanted him to become his pet with just that. Shenqi questioned if the poisonous toad didn't want to, and the poisonous toad immediately refused, claiming that there was no way he could not, and that he was willing to do anything, so he requested that Shenqi put the sword down first. Shenqi instructed the poisonous toad to eat the transformation pill, and since a demonic beast is at its weakest during transformation and the unique smell of the transformation pill would also attract a large number of demonic beasts, he would protect him, but the poisonous toad expressed concern that there were a lot of beasts in that mountain. Shenqi assured the poisonous toad that with him around, nothing could hurt him. One of the demonic beasts roared fiercely and lunged towards Shenqi. Suddenly, it got cut in half. Shenqi remarked that the demonic beast at the peak of the golden core stage really is bold, as he dared to charge at him. He mentioned that since a nascent soul stage like the poisonous toad is usually able to keep the demonic beasts there at bay, that peak golden core stage demonic beast should be the strongest among them. The poisonous toad explained that although those demonic beasts' cultivation is not comparable to Shenqi, their numbers are too much. Shenqi assured that the poisonous toad shouldn't worry because he was there so he would focus on grabbing the surrounding spiritual energy and absorb it. He added that he would help the poisonous toad gather some more spiritual energy over his side as well. Shenqi released his breath into the aura that was in the palm of his hand, and it quickly scattered. The aura quickly flowed in the area. The poisonous toad mused that all of the energy in the vicinity was gathering, and with such divine ability, he wondered if Shenqi was still a golden core cultivator, and if he was the type that has hundreds of golden pills in his stomach. Shenqi declared that he was done, and as he considered it, he didn't have any AoE skills, so he questioned how he should deal with that much demonic beasts. He stated that he would do something first. Shenqi unleashed multiple sword auras in the sky, and the demonic beasts were astonished. The demonic beasts became surrounded by Shenqi's aura. Shenqi employed his skill, overlapping mountains. He noted that since they were already there, they shouldn't go away later, and he felt that uttering a villain line sure felt great, even though it was to those demonic beasts. Shenqi utilized his skill, Stepping Wave. He began cutting the demonic beasts as he made his way through them. The demonic beasts' bodies were all quickly slashed and were spurting out blood as they fell to the ground. Shenqi inquired how the poisonous toad's technique was. The poisonous toad wondered what Shenqi meant when he asked how his technique was when he only had that one technique. Shenqi proposed that they should collect all the inner pills and materials from the demonic beasts, because they were all money, and the poisonous toad perceived that Shenqi was too scary, so from that point onward, he better not piss him off. Meanwhile, Shenqi commented that the misty snake skin feels so silky that if it were modern times, that material would be made into stockings, and he was afraid that it would be robbed like crazy. Shenqi realized that if the material could be made into stockings, weapons should also be possible too, and it just so happens that he was intending to give a few disciples some magical weapons for the competition. As his imagination ran wild, Shenqi considered that he should stop because it was his disciple he was talking about. Suddenly, the poisonous toad thanked Shenqi for his protection and mentioned that the most dangerous time had passed. Shenqi acknowledged that it was good and that the poisonous toad was also about to transform, so it was time to name him, and he inquired if the poisonous toad was right that he was male. The poisonous toad clarified that she's female. Shenqi cursed, and he questioned the poisonous toad why she was attracted to his illusionary white jade frog. The poisonous toad was surprised that Xiao Bai, her first love, was actually created by an illusion. Shenqi reassured that it was fine because whenever the time comes, he would find the poisonous toad a real one. And as the poisonous toad asked if it was real, she agreed and stated that Shenqi should give a name for her. Shenqi noted that the poisonous toad's current body is similar to blank ink like jade, so he would name her Xiao Bai, and Xiao Bai asked him where his manners were. Meanwhile, at the Muling Castle, Luo Shasha consulted her fellow clan elders if they thought their actions had placed her as the acting castle head in their eyes. One of the elders responded that it was all for the sake of Muling Castle. and the Jade Kingdom's royal family, and it could also be considered something they could rely on, not to mention that the sixth prince was also interested in Yuding, which was also good for her. Another elder concurred and stated that they had already accepted the bridal gifts from the royal family, so if they broke their promise at that time, he was afraid that they would anger the royal family, which would be detrimental to their Muling castle. Another elder mentioned that it was said that the Jade Kingdom has 3 cultivators, each of them a great cultivator, so they couldn't offend them. And another elder observed that he noticed that Yuding had also come back with them, so she must not indeed have the sect. And the sixth prince was waiting outside the gates, so as long as Luo Shasha agreed, the future of their Muling castle would be limitless. Luo Shasha declared that it was enough, and she asked the elders if they agreed to a marriage without her and Yuding's knowledge while stating that it was good for the Muling castle. She remarked that the 3 great halls of the Muling castle had been losing money year after year, but the elders' pockets had been getting bigger, and as she questioned them if they thought she didn't know that, she stated that she wouldn't agree to that marriage no matter what. Suddenly, Wang Tang, the 6th prince of the Jade Kingdom, commented that it was an inspiring statement. He expressed that he never thought that Luo Shasha's body was hot and her personality was also temperamental, and he liked it. Wang Tang inquired how they could be coercive in treating a beauty like her and mentioned that it was said that Luo Shasha was widowed before she was married, and her body was still pure, so having such good stuff and not finding a son-in-law was truly a waste. He stated that he was a person who would appreciate and also dislike beating around the bush, so he suggested that Luo Shasha and Yuding both call each other sisters since they were not blood related and get married to him because he could guarantee that from that point onward, Muling Castle would be able to develop its power and everything would be backed by the Jade Palace. Luo Shasha apologized to Wang Tang for disappointing him and stated that she would refuse. She summoned Bai Jishui and instructed that he should send them out, to which Bai Jishui agreed. Wang Tang's bodyguard informed that Bai Jishui was in the middle stage of the foundation building. Wang Tang questioned what was going on and if the bodyguard didn't say that Muling Castle didn't have a cultivator protecting them. The bodyguard clarified that it was Bai Jishui, and unlike what the rumors were saying that he was running out of time, his sword Kai also had improved a lot. Wang Tang courteously greeted Bai Jishui and stated that he was the 6th prince of the Jade Kingdom, and he was willing to triple the amount of money Muling Castle used to hire him, no matter the price. Bai Jishui apologized and stated that he was a protector of the Muling Castle, and he had his own responsibilities there, so he requested that they leave. The bodyguard mentioned that he was not Bai Jishui's opponent, and Wang Tang declared that they should go. On the other hand, Xiao Bai remarked that Wang Tang was a bastard who actually just walked away, and he was a coward. Shenxi explained that Xiao Bai didn't understand that it was the kind of teenage ninja mutant turtle that was the most difficult thing to deal with and that the disaster of the Muling Castle was about to come out one by one. Xiao Bai asked Shenxi if his disciple wasn't from Muling Castle, and why he didn't help her get rid of the problems. Shenxi responded that after getting rid of the prince, there was the royal family behind him, and behind the royal family was the immortal sect, and even if they destroyed the immortal sect, there was still a superior immortal sect, and he was very familiar with that routine. He added that to fight a series of battles, the reader would not have any pleasure reading it. Shenxi explained that Muling Castle currently has Bai Jishui while the Jade Kingdom has its 3 cultivators, so the scales were still quite balanced. However, of course, there would be some friction between them, but no major conflicts would break out, so it was for the best. He added that Luo Shasha is a cautious character, so she wouldn't get into any major conflicts. Xiao Bai inquired if the cultivator world was that dangerous. Shenxi responded that it was quite dangerous, advising that Xiao Bai should learn how to conceal and disguise herself well and be careful not to tempt fate or else she would become roasted chicken. However, Xiao Bai remarked that she is a toad, not a chicken. Shenxi mentioned that he would take Xiao Bai to his disciple. On the other hand, Yuding sat on her bed. She meditated, and an aura swirled around her. Yuding continued to focus and meditate. She hovered over her bed as the aura continued swirling around her. Yuding opened her eyes. She was surprised when she saw her master, Shenxi. Shenxi commented that Yuding worked hard to cultivate to the first stage in such a short time and that she was truly amazing. But Yuding excitedly lunged at Shenxi and Shenxi was surprised. Yuding quickly sat down on Shenxi's lap, leaving Shenxi flabbergasted. Shenxi noted that it had just been a few days since they last met and asked Yuding if she had to be that excited. Yuding stated that it had already been 10 days and she missed him so much because last time, he left as soon as he passed on the cultivation method and didn't even let her give the proper courtesy. Shenxi assured that as long as Yuding behaved, if she needed anything, she should just tell him, and he would surely meet her needs. Yuding questioned Shenxi if anything was fine. She imagined a scene where Shenxi complimented her as a good disciple and rewarded her well. Blood spurted out of Yuding's nose, causing Shenxi to curse and ask if she was alright. Yuding replied that she was fine and that she had eaten too well earlier, so she got too fired up. Shenji swiftly changed the topic, mentioning that he had something to show Yuding while, in his mind, he hoped the nosebleed wasn't what he thought it meant. He introduced Xiao Bai and explained that Yuding shouldn't be fooled by Xiao Bai's cuteness because she had the strength of a nascent soul stage. He was giving Xiao Bai to her as she would keep her safe for him when he was not around. Yuding asked Shenji if he was leaving again and if he didn't want her anymore. Shenji called Yuding a foolish child and asked her how he could cast her aside. Suddenly, Luo Shasha dropped a cup, and it shattered on the floor. Luo Shasha was stunned and speechless. She looked intently to verify what she was seeing. Luo Shasha saw that Yuding was crying, and she saw the blood on her skirt. Shenji quickly asked Luo Shasha if she could let him explain. But Luo Shasha immediately went out and slammed the door behind her without saying anything, making Shenji nervous. Outside, Luo Shasha declared that Shenji was a monster. She mentioned that Yuding was just 1 year away from coming of age and couldn't believe that Shenji was in such a hurry. Luo Shasha wondered if she already looked old. Shenji suddenly questioned Luo Shasha how that was possible and stated that she was young and pretty, so there was no way she could look old. Luo Shasha asserted that Shenji must be joking and apologized for intruding on him earlier. Shenji clarified that it was a misunderstanding because he and Yuding were in a teacher-disciple relationship, and that the blood was from Yuding's nosebleed. He didn't know why that girl would suddenly have a nosebleed. Luo Shasha replied that she had not said anything, so Shenji had no need to explain whatsoever. Shenji expressed that he was afraid that Luo Shasha would misunderstand. Luo Shasha questioned Shenji what she would misunderstand. She asked what it mattered if she misunderstood and why Shenji would care about her feelings. While Shenji stammered, he wondered if she was teasing him and realized that they were both adults, so he wondered what there was to be afraid of. Shenji abruptly grabbed Luo Shasha by the waist. He addressed Luo Shasha as madam, and as he expressed that he was afraid she would misunderstand his heart, Luo Shasha insisted that he should call her Shasha. Shenji inquired if Luo Shasha didn't think that calling her madam was more exciting, and Luo Shasha acknowledged that she realized that was how Shenji liked to play. But all those thoughts were just in Shenji's imagination because, in reality, he was still stammering and flustered. Shenji quickly ran away and mentioned that he left Yuding some things and that Luo Shasha could also use some of them. He said that he had already instructed Yuding on that and that he would get going. A few moments later, Shenji was already up in the sky, riding his flying sword. Shenji wondered why he panicked at the most crucial time, and as he thought about it, it was too embarrassing, so next time he would do some things differently. Suddenly, the channeling jade sword appeared and rang. Shenji asked if it was a messaging app when Yu Wushwang messaged him, addressing him as Kaiyan Ren. She informed him that she had just returned to Taiyan Immortal Sex sub-clan, so she was safe. She mentioned that she knew Shenji was probably busy at the moment, so she wouldn't bother him, but she asked if she could contact him more often next time and if he had any questions. He questioned what that setup was and if Yu Wushwang wanted to start online dating, wondering if he would start e-dating with his ex-girlfriend. On the other hand, Yu Wushwang laughed and said that, as expected, Shenji accepted. Yu Wushwang knew that she was talking to Shenji, and as she stated that he was a jerk, she asked if he thought that he could hide from her. She scoffed and mentioned that she had looked for Shenji that long so they should see where he would run off to that time. Yu Wushwang questioned why Shenji left without saying goodbye back then. Clouds hovered around Erbai Peak, and it was peaceful. Shenji's disciples chattered in the bamboo forest. They took a bath in the hot spring. Kang Yuling remarked that Xuanyu was really big, and she asked if she would let her touch them. But Xuanyu responded that there was no way and she should go to Han Xianbi because she was just as big. Han Xianbi inquired Kang Yuling what she was planning to do. Kang Yuling suggested that Han Xianbi should just give in to her, and Han Xianbi screamed. Dong Yuli clicked her tongue and mentioned that Kang Yuling had also grown a lot, and Kang Yuling screamed as she asked Dong Yuli what she was doing. Dong Yuli explained that she heard that Kang Yuling was also touched there by Shenji, and she asked her if her touch felt the same as Shenji's. Kang Yuling denied it, and she asked Dong Yuli to forgive her. A few moments later, Shenji arrived, and he questioned when Erbai Peak had a bamboo forest and a hot spring and what the heck was going on there. Xiao Kir informed that Shenji was back and that it was her who prepared that hot spring for him. Shenji asked Xiao Kir if that was the case and mentioned that when Dong Yuli and the others were finished, he would also take a soak to relax from the journey. But Xiao Kir declined. She explained that she prepared that for Shenji so that he could conveniently see her senior sister's seductive bodies while they took a bath. She added that she had done so much for Shenji and inquired if he didn't like her. Shenji was about to express that he liked Xiao Kir, but he trailed off. He quickly regained his composure. Shenji stated that Xiao Kir should grow up. He questioned her for daring to try those charm techniques on him and asked her where she learned such underhanded tricks. Xiao Kir wailed and admitted that she was wrong. She mentioned that she was never able to cultivate, and seeing that the sect trials were coming soon, she had no choice but to learn some self-defense techniques. Shenshi asserted that Xiaokir should not also use charm techniques on her master. He added that Xiaokir didn't have to worry about her cultivation because he came down the mountain to help her solve that problem, so she should come find him later in his room, and Xiaokir agreed. He declared that he would do the next thing. A few moments later, Shenshi summoned Bai Ran. Bai Ran courteously greeted Shenshi, and she mentioned that she had taken the liberty of visiting her, so she apologized for the disturbance. Shenshi reassured that Bai Ran should not worry and they should talk inside. The two of them entered Shenshi's courtyard. Bai Ran reflected that she had heard that Shenshi was chaotic, had a high cultivation, was arrogant and domineering, and was more tyrannical to his disciples. She considered that at the moment, although Shenshi was still cold, he did not make people feel uncomfortable but rather made people feel very comfortable. Bai Ran believed that there must be a lot of people that liked him, and as she sighed in her mind and wondered what she was thinking, Shenshi requested her forgiveness and mentioned that he did not have much to welcome her. Shenshi noted that Dong Yueli had previously dried some Edelweiss herb stalks, which if made into tea was quite drinkable, and he requested that Bai Ran sit first. Bai Ran expressed that she had come that day to thank Shenshi for that day at the Immortal Sapling Conference for recommending Wai Qin to her. Shenshi responded that it was a small matter, and he just said that Bai Ran was more suited to teach Wai Qin. Bai Ran explained that her position within the sect was not high and her disciples were few and of average talent. She mentioned that it was almost impossible to gain good talent, and Shenshi's cultivation was high and deep, and he was also of water and wood dual spirit root. So with his willingness to give Wai Qin to her, she knew that he was looking out for her, and she would take it to heart. She added that her Lingzhu peak was nothing compared to Erbai peak, so there was nothing worth taking. But fate also led her to obtain an iceberg bamboo jade that matched Shenshi's techniques, so it was her gift of gratitude to him, and she hoped he didn't mind. Shenshi inquired how that could be and mentioned that it was such a precious thing, so Bai Ran must have a greater need for it. Bai Ran requested that Shenshi accept it and stated that she would forever remember his kindness. Shenshi perceived that the seemingly gentle and well-spoken Bai Ran was in fact a woman who was soft on the outside and hard on the inside, so determined that even in death she would not waver. He agreed to accept and mentioned that if there was anything that Bai Ran could not solve, she could come find him. Bai Ran was moved by what Shenshi expressed. Shenshi inquired if there was something else she needed his assistance with and mentioned that she should say it as there was no need to be shy. Bai Ran stated that for the upcoming sect training, she wished to create a magic treasure for Wai Qin, and she had heard that Shenshi was proficient in refinement, so she had come to ask of him an immortal sword appropriate for Wai Qin. She added that she had also prepared different refinement materials for Shenshi to use. Shenshi recognized that Bai Ran had prepared that much, so she was really pouring her heart out for Wai Qin, and he agreed because with that, he could also prepare some magic treasures for his few disciples. Bai Ran expressed that Shenshi had her gratitude, so afterwards, if there was anything he needed, she would have no second thoughts. Shenshi mentioned that there was no need to be formal and requested for Bai Ran to drink. The two of them enjoyed the tea together. Bai Ran blushed while she drank her tea and gazed at Shenshi. Shenshi felt that peacefully having tea with the beautiful Bai Ran was quite the pleasure, and the feeling was not bad at all. Suddenly Shenshi was alarmed. He realized that it was not good because the realm of suppression between the spiritual links had loosened again, and he almost couldn't stay in the god stage. Meanwhile, Bai Ran was about to comment on the tea, but she trailed off. She was surprised when she saw what Shenshi was doing. Bai Ran quickly mimicked Shenshi. She perceived that Shenshi, her heavenly Tao elder brother, was really too forgiving as he was freely giving out implications and epiphanies, and while she wondered if the result of her dispersion could be absorbed by others around, Shenshi wondered if it meant that he could take the substitute trainer task already. Shenshi considered that the Tao rhythm and spiritual links came every month and 10 days. He thought that even anti-red was more frequent and wondered if that wouldn't help his disciples cultivate if he dispersed those himself. A few moments later, Bai Ran opened her eyes. Bai Ran inquired if she had a breakthrough there. Shenshi congratulated Bai Ran for being well prepared and having a moment of enlightenment, and he mentioned that she skipped past the middle stage and came into the late stage of the golden core stage, so afterwards, she must be addressed as Master Bai Ran. Bai Ran gave many thanks to Shenshi. Shenshi inquired what she was thanking him for, and as he expressed that it was her hard work and she deserved it, he realized that he couldn't admit that his realm suppression leaked Tao rhythm and spiritual links. Bai Ran was flustered as she called Shenshi's name. She asked Shenshi if she could come there more often next time and mentioned that his tea was very delicious. Shenshi responded that if Bai Ran wanted to come, he would welcome her anytime. He observed as Bai Ran walked away. Shenchi suddenly summoned Xiaokir and requested that she should come. Xiaokir remarked that Shenchi was such a pain and questioned why he had to be so charming. Shenchi inquired how her cultivation was. Xiaokir explained that she tried many methods, but when the spiritual energy entered her body, it dissipated after 5 spirit cycles and not a shred remained, so it was a shame that she wasted the Kai gathering elixir that Shenchi gave. Shenchi called Xiaokir a foolish child and questioned why he would cry over a Kai gathering elixir. He mentioned that he had found a way to help with Xiaokir's cultivation, so she should try it out. Shenchi tried out the method he had just done earlier with Bairan. Xiaokir was surprised when she opened her eyes. She quickly grabbed Shenchi's arm. Xiaokir stated that she was better and Shenchi was taken aback. Shenchi mentioned that he had also prepared a mutated Edelweiss herb for Xiaokir if her cultivation reached a bottleneck. But Xiaokir suddenly noted that there was a strand of hair that was not the same color as Shenchi's, and as she asked which woman it was from, Xiaokir scrambled with his words. Xiaokir assured Shenchi there was no need to worry because it was also normal for someone his age, but there were some wanton women, and Shenchi must not be fooled by them. So if he had chosen a woman, she must tell her first. Shenchi questioned Xiaokir about her remarks, and as he advised her to hurry and go cultivate because the clan experience was very dangerous, Xiaokir agreed to take the Edelweiss herb. Shenchi concluded that the real-life goddess was really just cheeky and two-faced, so undisciplined and out of control. He declared that Xiaokir's problem was solved and the world's path was finally restored, so when the Frostless Jade's Dalio Gold arrived, that was the time to close down and make magic treasures for those disciples. 3 months later, the elders gathered at the Shangming sect's main peak, Dengtian Peak. One of the elders mentioned that scouts from the Daiking sect were recently seen near the spiritual veins that their sect controlled. Another elder observed that the Daiking sect had seemingly become active recently and had already swallowed up the 2 smaller sects near them. He questioned if there was no doubt that they also wanted to come and mess with them. Ning Shenming stated that the cultivation of Daiking sect's master, Huang Wuxian, was close to his, and he hadn't heard of any breakthroughs recently. Therefore, they shouldn't be able to start a war with their sect there, and there was no benefit for them in that way, yet they must still be prepared. He called the Great Elder and requested that they must trouble him to still make a trip. He suggested that the Great Elder should go to Dongming Pavilion and Yuhua sect and explain the situation in hopes of gaining their support when the time came. The Great Elder responded that he was an old man who was willing to go to Dongming Pavilion but was reluctant to go to Yuhua sect because his life was not long. He hoped that Ning Shenming understood. Ning Shenming recalled that 10 years ago, a messenger was sent to the Yuhua sect to make important announcements, but somehow he was delayed there for a long time. When he got back, he had lost a lot of weight and his cultivation had regressed, so he accepted what the Great Elder said. Another elder interjected and mentioned that the cultivator who goes to the Yuhua sect must be of great strength, because only then could they show the sincerity of the Shangding sect. Bairan of the late Golden Core stage should be qualified to complete that task. Ning Shenming replied that Bairan had only recently made a breakthrough, so he was hesitant, only sending her by herself. The elder suggested that Ning Shenming ask Shenchi to accompany Bairan and expressed belief that an expert in the perfected Golden Core stage was enough to command the respect of the Yuhua sect. Ning Shenming realized that the elder was waiting to cause trouble. He noted that Shenchi had still closed off his peak, but he was interrupted when a bright light emerged from the mountains. Ning Shenming inquired what it was and mentioned that an immortal treasure had emerged. As the elder indicated that it was in Erbai Peak's direction, Ning Shenming remarked that it almost scared him to death, but it was not an immortal treasure. Although there was a strand of Dao rhythm, it should be a rather high-quality Xuan treasure. Ning Shenming was speechless. On the other hand, Shenchi felt that he had been careless and did not suppress well, almost crafting an immortal treasure earlier. It would be so much trouble if he had truly crafted an immortal treasure. A few moments later, Shenchi's disciples greeted him. Shenchi inquired how their cultivations were at that time. Dong Yuli reported that her junior sisters had all been very serious in their cultivation, especially Xiaokir and Han Xianpi, as those two improved quickly and were both already at level 5 of the Kai refining realm. When Shenchi heard that they were level 5 already, he commented that it was not bad and that Xiaokir could already be considered an intermediate cultivator. Suddenly, Dong Yuli summoned Xiaokir. Dong Yuli mentioned that Shenchi had just come out, so his spiritual energy was unstable. She advised that Xiaokir shouldn't stay close at that moment. But Xiaokir countered that Dong Yuli was joking because her 5 elements were fixed and her specialty was to dissolve the impact of spiritual energy, so it didn't matter. Dong Yuli and Xiaokir both smiled at each other, but there was a spark of tension between them, which made Shenchi uneasy. Shenchi remarked that Dong Yuli was also not bad for being at the 2nd level of the foundation building realm. Dong Yuli explained that it was the technique that Shenchi had taught that helped her break through. Shenchi asked her if she had already mastered the softness around the finger. Dong Yuli affirmed and added that she had mastered it and understood the meaning of that technique. So she was finally able to make changes based on the characteristics of her own spiritual power, and develop a stronger and more suitable technique for herself. Shenchi believed that the method he taught Dong Yuli was just to brush up a little goodwill, and there was no meaning to it. He felt that Dong Yuli shouldn't speak such nonsense, but he acknowledged that it was very well done to make her own technique. So Shenchi requested that Dong Yuli give him a demonstration first. Dong Yuli agreed to demonstrate, but she mentioned that she would trouble Xiao Qir to accompany her a bit since she was adept at dissolving the impact of spiritual energy. Xiao Qir agreed and asked that Dong Yuli kindly leave a little mercy. Dong Yuli responded that she naturally would because it was just a demonstration after all. Meanwhile, Shenchi reflected that it was clearly a cultivation novel and wondered why it sounded so much like a court drama. Xiao Qir requested that Dong Yuli go easy on her, and Dong Yuli replied, "Of course." Meanwhile, Shenchi seemed to deliberate on something. He suddenly exclaimed that it was right. Shenchi announced that he refined an immortal sword for Xiao Qir, so she should go and try if it suits her or not. Xiao Qir requested to confirm if it was an immortal sword and thanked Shenchi. But a few moments later, Xiao Qir remarked that the immortal weapon was kinda weird. Xiao Qir questioned if it wasn't a wood chipper. Shenchi noted that Xiao Qir was right and that she should believe in her master's craft. Xiao Qir reckoned that she could feel a strong Dao rhythm flowing into her body from the immortal sword, so it really was a high-grade weapon. She affirmed yes. Suddenly, Kang Yuling screamed, which startled everyone. Shenchi inquired of Kang Yuling what was wrong. Kang Yuling reported that Dong Yuli and Xiao Qir were fighting. Shenchi acknowledged that he knew and thanked Kang Yuling, while Xuanyu commented that they should move aside because it was dangerous there. Shenchi pondered that it was time to see the result of the apprenticeship. Dong Yuli stomped her foot on the ground and released her freezing aura. The freezing aura turned sharp, and it came at Xiao Qir. Xiao Qir swung her weapon and broke Dong Yuli's attack. Dong Yuli quickly summoned chains with his aura and quickly surrounded Xiao Qir. Xuanyu observed that it was the solidification of spiritual power, and it was an ability that could only be done at the foundation building realm, so she probed how Xiao Qir did it. Dong Yuli supposed if it was because of the wood chipper. Xiao Qir swung her sword, and it released a powerful slashing aura. Dong Yuli's chains shattered, and Xiao Qir immediately charged forward. Dong Yuli considered that Xiao Qir broke the ice prison that even someone in the foundation building is not confident in doing with the immortal weapon, but Xiao Qir was still inexperienced. She used her skill, Bind. Shenchi reflected that the spell has multiple variations and its power has reached the level of an upper grade spirit level spell, and if one goes further, it becomes a supreme grade spirit level spell. He contemplated that with a self-created supreme grade spirit level spell, that talent and effort were very terrifying. He wondered why in the original book setting, Dong Yuli didn't have such a strong understanding. And not only that, she doesn't cultivate actively either, so he wondered why she was motivated to fight and become a hard-working genius at the moment when lazing around is good. On the other hand, Dong Yuli gazed at Shenchi and ruminated about him. She believed that only by getting stronger and stronger could she get closer and closer to Shenchi, and when she becomes stronger than him, he will have no way to refuse her. Suddenly, Xiao Qir remarked that Dong Yuli was distracted. Xiao Qir swung her sword at Dong Yuli. Shenchi speculated that it was Xiao Qir's signature skill, Spirit Chopping Wheel, and that skill was obtained by the protagonist after the Golden Core stage, so he surmised how Xiao Qir comprehended it after the 5th stage of Kai refining. He surmised that with the 5 elements rotation of spiritual power, even if Dong Yuli has a mutated spiritual root and did not transcend the 5 elements, under the spirit chopping wheel, all spiritual power will be instantly disintegrated. Xiao Qir declared that Dong Yuli should take her attack. Dong Yuli acknowledged that Xiao Qir's strength was really out of her expectations, but she still lost as her technique was not over yet. Xiao Qir was surprised when she suddenly froze midair. Dong Yuli proudly snapped her fingers. Xiao Qir admitted that it was her loss. Shenchi dried Xiao Qir off and observed that she shouldn't catch a cold. Shenchi mentioned that Dong Yuli's ice control spell has reached the level of a supreme grade spirit level spell, so they should call it the ice crushing formation. He was about to address Xiao Qir's new technique, but Xiao Qir interrupted him and declared that the technique came from the 5 elements of reincarnation, and the 5 elements of spiritual energy have a very strong dissipation effect, so she was going to call it the Spirit Chopping Wheel. Shenchi stated that everyone should come to him as he has prepared a weapon for each of them and there are only 2 months left before the start of the sex training, so they should take advantage of that time to familiarize themselves with the treasures. He added that he knew that Xuanyu was afraid of pain, so he had prepared a treasure that focuses on defense, and Xuanyu thanked him. Kang Yuling suddenly called Shenxi. She sought to know from Shenxi if her stick was for bashing and striking. Shenxi responded no, and that it was called a magic wand where she would insert spiritual power into it and she could release spells. Kang Yuling mused if a magic wand was a stick for touching hair and if that still wasn't a striking weapon. Shenxi just asserted sure if Kang Yuling was happy with it. Suddenly, Dong Yuli called Shenxi, and she had a question for both her and Han Xianpi's treasures. Shenxi immediately disclosed that it was for wearing. Dong Yuli queried Shenxi if he wanted her to dress in that for him to see. Shenxi confirmed yes, and he cleared his throat and expressed that naturally. He wanted her to quickly put it on so that she could adapt to it as early as possible. Han Xianpi inquired of Shenxi what that black-colored thing was. Shenxi explained that he used the snake skin of the Misty Snake to make it, and with its offense and defense, it was all in one magic equipment, the silk high tights. Han Xianpi remarked that it was strong, but she wondered who she would wear it. Shenxi whispered and murmured that from the hole over and into the leg. Han Xianpi acknowledged that she understood. She quickly put the silk high tights on. Han Xianpi diligently put on the tights on both her legs. Shenxi mused that Han Xianpi was really leggy, so it was such a suitable stocking, and he was simply a genius. Meanwhile, Xuanyu looked worried when she saw Shenxi's reaction. Xuanyu questioned Dong Yuli if she really wanted to wear it like that. Dong Yuli replied, of course, because it was the magic equipment that Shenxi designed for her. She called Shenxi. Dong Yuli inquired of Shenxi if she looked good. Shenxi was mesmerized as he uttered yes. Suddenly, Xiao Qir noted that Shenxi's equipment was not for looks, and she queried if Dong Yuli needed her help to test the defensive ability of the magic equipment. Shenxi insisted that Xiao Qir should stop that immediately and all of them should go back and get familiar with the magic equipment as he went to the main peak. A few moments later, Shenxi flew towards the main peak on his flying sword. When Shenxi entered the hall, he stated that he was wondering what the patriarch wanted from him. Ning Shenming mentioned that recently, the Dai King sect had been active in the vicinity of the spiritual veins of the Shangding Immortal sect. He added that after discussing, they deemed it necessary to inform their allying sect about that so they could respond in time if something happened in the future. Shenxi probed what the matter was. Ning Shenming proposed that they thought they should let Shenxi be their representative to unite their friendly and neighboring sect of the Shangding Immortal sect to form a united front together. Shenxi pressed if he was right that the three elders should be more suitable than him. He realized that it had come to that storyline, and it seemed that the great tribulation of the Shangding Immortal sect closed, so it was also an opportunity for Shenxi to kill the protagonist in the original plot as the Great, and the second elder who went to the Yu Hua sect and Dongming Pavilion were killed. Ning Shenming explained that the Great Elder was going to the Dongming Pavilion in person while Bai Ran was going to the Yu Hua sect, but they were worried. Shenxi interrupted Ning Shenming and requested clarification whether Bai Ran was going to the Yu Hua sect. Ning Shenming confirmed that it was right that it was what they had decided earlier, and although Bai Ran was already in the late stage of the Golden Core, time was short. Therefore, they hoped that Shenxi, who had already completed his Golden Core, would accompany her. Shenxi speculated that the script had changed again and the butterfly effect became larger, so he didn't know if he could still control the later stages of the plot. Ning Shenming reminded that the Shangding Immortal sect is one for all, and Shenxi was also a member of the Shangding Immortal sect. Shenxi agreed that what Ning Shenming expressed was correct, so he would do it. Ning Shenming and the elders were surprised when they heard Shenxi's response. One of the elders even turned to look at Shenxi in confusion. On the other hand, one of the disciples wondered if Shenxi actually promised because of Bai Ran and if there was something between them, and another disciple asserted that of course there was. She reminded the other disciple if she forgot how Bai Ran broke through and noted that Bai Ran broke through after going to Shenxi's place, so they surely were double cultivating. One of the disciples confessed that she was jealous as she also wanted to double cultivate with Shenxi, and the other disciple taunted her if she thought that it was her turn and declared that it was her turn first. Meanwhile, Shenxi announced that since things were all set, he would go first. He called Bai Ran and told her that she should come to his room later. Bai Ran admitted that she was not prepared, and the other disciples were amazed. Shenxi assured that it was all okay as he was prepared, and he reflected that he was just grabbing magic equipment for Wai Qin, so he wondered what was there to prepare. A few moments later, Shenxi and Bai Ran walked together towards the Erbai Peak. Xiao Qir greeted Shenxi and informed that she was back. Shenxi remarked that Xiao Qir was a good girl and that she should go find her senior sister as he still had business to do. Xiao Qir queried if it was Bai Ran and greeted her. Bai Ran greeted Xiao Qir and she commented that she didn't think that she was a female. Xiao Qir wondered if Bai Ran came to Erbai Peak to play with Shenxi. Bai Ran replied no, and she wondered how she should put it that Shenxi wanted to invite her to spend time with him. Shenxi revealed that in a few days, he and Bai Ran would go to the Yu Hua sect, and there were some things to discuss, and Bai Ran added that they were going to double cultivate. Bai Ran was taken aback when she heard what Shenxi had conveyed, and she demanded if it was just that. Shenxi wondered what else and if Bai Ran just referred to double and whatnot. to which Ran quickly denied and that it was nothing. Xiaoqir reminded that she had told that Shenshi could look for a wife, but she challenged him if it wasn't too much to take someone home without saying anything. Shenshi warned that Xiaoqir should stop talking nonsense or he would spank her, and Xiaoqir quickly ran away laughing. Ran noted that the behavior of the Dai King sect is too weird, so she personally thinks that things are not that simple. But in her mind, she pondered about what Xiaoqir mentioned just now about Shenshi finding a wife. Ran was intimidated by what Shenshi showed her, and she inquired what it was. Shenshi explained that the sword was named Hanju, and he used the iceberg bamboo jade that Ran gave him to forge the sword, and although its properties are rather complex, it definitely suits Qin. He noted that the specialty of the bamboo jade sword was that the more spiritual energy one put into it, the stronger its sword aura. When Ran checked the spiritual energy, she believed that it was an intermediate quality, profound grade treasure. Shenshi remarked that Qin will surely be dangerous while wielding that sword. However, he added a spirit seal so that as long as the treasure is not used to its maximum, its quality will not be noticed by others. Ran protested that it was precious that she could not want it, and yet Shenshi speaks so lightly of it when even their patriarch's highest quality treasure is a mere intermediate quality, profound grade. Shenshi advised that Qin is close to her disciple Xiaoqir, and that treasure could also save her in dangerous moments, so Ran must take good care of Qin. Ran thanked Shenshi. Shenshi observed that earlier, Ran had stated that the Dai King sect's actions weren't as simple. On the other hand, Ran considered that Shenshi treats her so well so she has to repay him. But it seemed that he doesn't lack anything as his cultivation was high and treasures were also not lacking, and she didn't know how he seemed as if he was looking up to her. Meanwhile, Shenshi commented that if the Dai King sect really has something up its sleeves, they definitely wouldn't probe them so obviously so that they could catch them. Shenshi proposed that at that time, as the two of them go to Yuhua sect, they cannot go there directly, so one must go in light and one in darkness, and Ran could go in the open while he hides in the dark because that way, no matter what they face, they also have second-hand preparation. He prompted Ran what she thought, and she was caught off guard. Ran wondered if it was a second time and declared that she thinks once is enough. Shenshi pressed Ran what once and how was once enough. Ran assured that she understands and she will prepare well. Shenshi was speechless and puzzled at Ran's actions. Ran replied that she understood and will prepare well, and Shenshi interjected that she should wait, and he challenged if she really understood the situation. But he just responded fine, and he will explain the plan to Ran one more time. On the other hand, Xiaoqir supposed that Ran seemed to be pure and virtuous, but reading between the lines, she seemed to be an expert, so it looked like she had to pay more attention to that threat. Xiaoqir realized that at that time, Shenshi would go to Yuhua sect, and it made her feel uneasy. She recognized that her current realm is very low, and if she went, she would just be a hindrance, so Shenshi will surely not bring her. Xiaoqir pondered if Shenshi couldn't resist the temptation of beauties and became the dual cultivation furnace of others. She wondered if there wouldn't be no hope for her then. Suddenly, Shenshi exclaimed that Xiaoqir was getting bolder, and she was even daring to listen in secretly. Xiaoqir tried to explain to Shenshi, but she was interrupted. Shenshi instructed that when he's not there, Xiaoqir must cultivate well and familiarize herself with the treasure. Xiaoqir confirmed yes. Shenshi reflected that when he was writing the novel, he didn't focus so much on the great catastrophe of Shangding sect, so he could only speculate based on the current results. He recalled that according to the original ending, when Xiaoqir went out and came back to the sect had already fallen to pieces, and the patriarch was severely injured while a group of elders also died with fatal injuries, so it would seem that a large sect was about to die out. Shenshi speculated that with such a chaotic situation, he wanted to kill Xiaoqir, who had once again refined her cultivation. And everything started with being sent to the Yuhua sect and Dongming Pavilion as messengers, but currently there are a lot of details that are not the same. Suddenly, the channeling jade sword rang. Shenshi wondered if the channeling jade sword had a message. Yu Wuxuang messaged Shenshi and demanded if he died and why he didn't reply. Shenshi muttered that he was about to blow because at least he is a player with his grandparents and parents alive, and he wondered if Yu Wuxuang wasn't crossing the line. But he saw Yu Wuxuang's messages, and she noted that she sent that much, and he never replied. Shenshi laid on his bed and began to reply. He apologized to Yu Wuxuang and explained that he shut off to craft weapons for 3 months. Yu Wuxuang quickly bombarded Shenshi with messages, and she confessed that she misunderstood him so he shouldn't get angry. And she apologized and added that Shenshi doesn't have to actually reply every time, and just an okay is fine as long as Shenshi still contacts her. Shenshi mused that Yu Wuxuang was a cell phone addict, and he also questioned why she was such a people pleaser. On the other hand, Yu Wuxuang considered that the scumbag Shenshi was such a man so he wouldn't get angry, but she began to wonder if she was right that there was no use getting angry as she was just a little mean. Yu Wushuang pondered whether she was right that Shenxi wouldn't really get angry. Suddenly, Yu Wushuang's servant queried her why she didn't just directly confess to Shenxi, but she demanded of the servant what she knew and explained that the misunderstanding at the start was big, that she still didn't know how to face Shenxi. Meanwhile, Shenxi was cursing in his mind, and he realized that whenever he thinks of Yu Wushuang sucking up to his Cayenne Ren persona, it just makes him angry. Yu Wushuang inquired whether Shenxi was in a bad mood that day, which is why he didn't reply, and if there was a problem. Shenxi replied and informed that there were no problems, and he planned to go with other immortals to search a hidden realm so he wouldn't be able to chat for a while. Yu Wushuang questioned what the hidden realm was and if it was dangerous. Shenxi surmised that he already indicated that there were immortals accompanying that thing, and he was not angry at all, so Yu Wushuang should suck it up. He replied and assured that Yu Wushuang shouldn't worry as it was not dangerous. Yu Wushuang replied and urged that Shenxi should be careful, and if there were any problems, he should tell her immediately, while she called her servant, Little Luo. She commanded that Little Luo should arrange for her all the locations of the hidden realms near the Shangding sect, as she wanted to see which witch is seducing her man. Little Luo queried Yu Wushuang if Shenxi hadn't broken up with her. Yu Wushuang retorted that it was nonsense as they were just fighting and it was just temporary, and Little Luo agreed. On the other hand, in the early morning of the second day, Shenxi called Bai Ran. Shenxi complimented that Bai Ran's outfit that day truly lives up to the name of Bai Immortal. Bai Ran inquired if he was fascinated. Shenxi affirmed that it was natural and that they should go because it was better to be early than to be late. At the Qingzhou region, Great Cloudy Mountains, Shenxi and Bai Ran traveled together. Shenxi remarked that the Great Cloudy Mountains core is a dangerous place guarded by the transcendent Grade Taiyun sect and along the borders because they are too far to govern. Both large and small sects fight each other fiercely and get swallowed up by others. He noted that it was also common for sects like the Yuhua sect, the Dongming Pavilion, and the Shangding sect to form those fragile alliances when something that is not beneficial for everyone's development occurs. A community of interest is formed to fight the danger together. Bai Ran and Shenxi flew in the sky together, and they traveled at an incredible speed. Shenxi explained that Dai King sect is a recent rising power and has a special refining technique that could practically mass-produce spirit-grade treasures, and when equipped, in strength alone, very few could stand against it. Bai Ran inquired if mass-producing spirit treasures was that great and wouldn't having such a technique attract the attention of other greater powers. Shenxi affirmed that of course it would, and it was his insider's information, and as he questioned Bai Ran if she believed that everyone knew about it, Bai Ran wondered if that thing Shenxi wore on his face was also some special treasure. Bai Ran queried Shenxi how he knew about the information. Shenxi responded that Bai Ran shouldn't ask. Bai Ran quickly apologized. Shenxi mentioned that mass-producing spirit treasures also requires a lot of resources, and big sects won't stand it while small sects have no power, which was the root of the problem, and Dai King sect could only expand that quickly by using war as their fuel, and it was their current status. He added that the Dai King sect absolutely cannot offend too many opponents, so they have a large chance to encounter hindrance on their trip because the Dai King sect will not easily allow them to proceed to the Yuhua sect. Bai Ran considered that Shenxi hid so much that he's got everyone fooled. She reflected that being temperamental, unpredictable, and easily angered were all a disguise. Bai Ran realized that the real Shenxi was quiet and wise, so much so that it frightened people. She also felt that it made them completely safe. Shenxi advised that Bai Ran should leave everything to him, and her only responsibility was to make noise and go straight to Yuhua sect. Bai Ran immediately did what Shenxi instructed and sped up to travel alone. A few moments later, Bai Ran was already surrounded and was pursued by other cultivators, and there were 3 of them. Bai Ran surmised that, as expected, there was an ambush and there were 3 in the middle gold stage. She believed that her jade bamboo skill's strength was in extending spiritual power so they wouldn't catch up to her. Meanwhile, Shenxi perceived that Bai Ran still lacked experience. He realized that the 3 middle gold stages did not intend to go faster, which meant that they wanted to waste Bai Ran's spiritual energy, and the real hindrance was up ahead, so the right strategy was to turn around and defeat those pursuers. Suddenly, another cultivator joined in, and they kept chasing after Bai Ran. Bai Ran was surprised when she felt a late gold stage. She was alarmed when she saw the flying sword that came towards her. Bai Ran quickly hopped off her jade bamboo and used it to block the flying sword that came at her. She applied her aura to the tassel on her clothes. Bai Ran used it to create a net and catch her fall. Meanwhile, her jade bamboo still fought off the flying sword that attacked her. Suddenly, the jade bamboo sword was deflected by the flying sword. Bai Ran groaned in her mind, and she realized that it was a peak gold stage. She was alarmed when she saw that the flying sword came at her at an incredible speed. Bai Ran concluded that she was no match, but she hoped to fight to the death. She threw her weapon at the peak gold stage cultivator and declared that she should die. Suddenly, the middle gold stage cultivators exclaimed that Bai Ran had no chance. Bai Ran used the jade bamboo hidden technique, night movement. She used it to deflect the middle gold stage cultivator's attack. Bai Ran used her skill, fine leaves. But suddenly, she groaned in pain. She understood that it seemed that her bamboo hairpin was blocked by something, and the peak gold stage sword wielder also didn't take any wounds while she didn't have much spiritual energy left. The peak gold stage cultivator directed his flying sword at Bai Ran. Bai Ran recognized that she could only cast one more night movement and restore spirit energy. However, her realm would drop to the middle gold stage and her foundations would take damage, but there was no other way. Suddenly, Shenchi materialized out of thin air. He stood in front of Bai Ran, and he prepared to take on the peak gold stage cultivator's sword. Shenji quickly swung his sword, and he deflected the peak gold stage cultivator's sword. The sword twirled in the air as it got pushed away. The peak gold stage quickly retrieved his sword. He marveled that a sword could shatter the spiritual power of his sword. On the other hand, Shenchi discerned that the peak gold stage could wield dual swords. Shenchi informed that he might not be the match for that peak gold stage sword wielder, so Bai Ran should quickly go to the Yuhua clan to send reinforcements. Bai Ran flew towards the Yuhua clan gate. She landed safely on the ground. Bai Ran introduced herself as the master of Zhu Feng Peak of the Shangding sect, and as she requested that the Yuhua clan spare some immortals to save someone, she uttered that they encountered an ambush by the Dai King sect, and Shenji held off the cultivators of the Dai King sect to cover her. Luo Xianzi suddenly grabbed Bai Ran's arm. She stared intently at Bai Ran while Bai Ran looked at how she gripped her arm. Luo Xianzi declared that the others should first take Bai Ran to rest, and everyone agreed. Bai Ran was puzzled as she walked away and got ushered by the other cultivators. Another cultivator queried Luo Xianzi if they should go and help Shenchi, but Luo Xianzi stated that they needed to ask the sect master first. A few moments later, Luo Xianzi reported to the sect master, Gu Ning, and she announced that she understood. Gu Ning expressed that they could stand down. Luo Xianzi wondered what would happen, and she pondered that it seemed that the rumors were true that their sect master had already had dealings with the Dai King sect. In her mind, she hoped that Shenchi escaped the disaster. Luo Xianzi was alarmed when she saw Elder Qi, the peak gold stage sword wielder, pass by her. She immediately recognized him as one of Dai King's people. Gu Ning acknowledged Elder Qi's presence, and she apologized for welcoming him that far away. Elder Qi remarked that he had just killed Shenchi, and he inquired about the one that escaped. Gu Ning noted that they have the one that escaped locked up in the dungeon. Elder Qi mentioned that they should bring her out because he is very interested in Bai Ran, as her technique is very unique. Gu Ning considered that Elder Qi was a cultivation maniac because he couldn't even see that a beauty such as herself is standing in front of him, and yet he thinks about the technique of a gold stage cultivator. She proclaimed that Elder Qi's strength is immense and is a step away from the nascent stage, but that technique might not help him break through. The sect elder related that she could help Elder Qi, and he just needed to accompany her, and within 7 days, she guaranteed that he would be promoted to nascent stage. Elder Qi conveyed that there was no need because demonic heresy could damage the foundations, so they should bring Bai Ran out immediately, otherwise, they shouldn't blame the Dai King sect for any trouble. The sect elder was enraged by what Elder Qi articulated. She asserted that her disciples should bring Bai Ran there, and one of them agreed. A few moments later, the exhausted Bai Ran was ushered into the hall. Bai Ran immediately questioned Elder Qi about Shenchi. Elder Qi pronounced that he killed Shenchi and that Bai Ran has a good technique, so if she could tell him about it, he would spare her life. But Bai Ran commented that Elder Qi should dream on because she would rather die than tell him one word of the technique. Elder Qi observed that it was not up to Bai Ran. He responded that he took Bai Ran and that they would continue as planned, and he interrogated Gu Ning if she understood. Gu Ning indicated that her disciples should follow Elder Qi, and they answered yes. Meanwhile, Luo Xianzi was wondering where Elder Qi would take Bai Ran. She wondered if Shenchi was really dead. Luo Xianzi reflected that she at least had to find a chance to save Bai Ran. A few moments later, Elder Qi communicated that he urges Bai Ran to be good and give the technique to him because he is not one to be kind to women, but Bai Ran retorted that he should dream on. Elder Qi revealed that Bai Ran was still pretty tough, but soon the immortal realm would be Dai King sects. He voiced that first will be Shangding sect, next will be Yuhua sect, and Dongming Pavilion because those idiots were still so naive to believe that he will give her a place. Bai Ran averred that Elder Qi was a monster and that his Dai King sect will perish for all its unjust actions. Elder Qi laughed and affirmed that Bai Ran is as gentle as pure as the rumors say because she was elegant even in cursing someone that even he had become a bit interested in her. Meanwhile, a Yuhua sect disciple hiding in the bushes surmised that she never knew that the Dai King sect has those kinds of plans, and she must tell the sect master immediately. She quickly left her spot to report to Guning. Elder Qi disclosed that it seems that the person has gone to report. He transformed into Shenqi. Suddenly, Luo Xianzi appeared, and she advised that the pervert should let go of Bai Ran, while Shenqi informed that Bai Ran expended too much so he would help heal her wounds immediately. Shenqi blocked Luo Xianzi's sword attack with his fingers. He was surprised when he recognized Luo Xianzi. On the other hand, Luo Xianzi was flustered when she recognized Shenqi. Shenqi suspected that he didn't think that the Yuhua sect sent more than one spy, and since even he did not notice, he cannot let Luo Xianzi live. Suddenly, Bai Ran hugged Shenqi from behind. Bai Ran repeatedly insisted that Shenqi was not dead and that it was great. Luo Xianzi was also relieved that Shenqi didn't die. Shenqi apologized to Luo Xianzi and maintained that even though it seemed that she planned to save Bai Ran earlier, and did not collude with the Dai King sect, he still cannot let her leave. Luo Xianzi demanded Shenqi what was going on there. Shenqi claimed that he deliberately spoke for those that followed him to hear, and he believed that after Guning heard those, she would immediately kill all the Dai King sect cultivators lurking in the Yuhua sect, contact Shangding sect and once again join forces. He argued that with Guning's decisiveness, it will at most be done in 2 hours, so for that time, he must trouble Luo Xianzi to stay and accompany him there. Luo Xianzi stressed that Shenqi must be joking because she does not feel troubled at all. Bai Ran was flustered while she sat there silently. Luo Xianzi also had the same expression, and she was quiet too. Meanwhile, Shenqi looked uncomfortable. He considered that it felt so awkward and 2 hours was too long. He pondered that although those women on either side are both beautiful, they are not well acquainted, so Guning should hurry up. Suddenly, Bai Ran bumped her shoulders against Shenqi. Shenqi quickly declared that he assumed it was almost time, so they should go see Guning. On the other hand, a lot of cultivators lay on their own pool of blood after Guning eliminated them. Guning stated that there was that guy, Elder Qi, and she would clean him up herself. But Shenqi suddenly mentioned that Guning does not have to go find Elder Qi as he already killed him, and now it is estimated that the ashes have become fertilizer for flowers. Guning immediately inquired if he was Shenqi. Shenqi remarked that Guning was right, and she was able to guess his identity right away, so she was really smart. Guning reflected that Shenqi was a clever man, and ironically, she guessed that she fell for his scheme. She noted that Shenqi still dared to appear in front of her, and she queried him if he was not afraid that she would renege. Shenqi observed that those people under her were the elite of the Dai King sect, and he doesn't think that the Dai King sect would forgive her if she lost so many elites. Guning commented that, however, compared to facing the Shangding immortal ancestor, she believed it would be more dangerous to face the anger of the Dai King ancestor. Luo Xianzi was alarmed, and as she surmised that Guning had murderous intent, she wondered if the three of them could join forces to deal with her. But Shenqi just laughed. He showed his cultivation to Guning and questioned her if she was right. Guning was surprised when she felt Shenqi's power. She immediately recognized that it was divine transformation. Guning wondered what went on and why the incarnation of Tao Lord stayed in a place like the Shangding immortal sect, and she assumed that even if they look at the whole immortal realm, Shenqi is one of the best. Shenqi telepathically interrogated Guning if she already understood and expressed that he also hoped that she would keep that secret. Guning immediately addressed Shenqi as her fellow Taoist and uttered that she doesn't know what he has to tell her, but no matter what it is, she is a little girl that will do it, and she won't say anything. Both Luo Xianzi and Bai Ran wondered what the matter was with Guning and why she was suddenly terrified and willing to obey Shenqi. Shenqi concluded that Guning was really scared silly, but he wondered if that kind of behavior wasn't just telling others that there went something on. He announced that Guning was joking, and as he questioned how he could be qualified to command her, he revealed that the decision of the Yuhua sect was still in her hands. Guning cleared her throat and acknowledged that in fact, her sect has always been the best ally with the Shangding immortal sect, and she made a promise to the sect master before to find out the intention of the Dai King sect. Shenqi gave Guning a nod of approval. He asserted that he understood and Guning was really thoughtful. He conveyed that he was able to get a glimpse of her intentions, so he wanted to assist her in putting on a good show. Guning pronounced that Shenqi was flattering her because he is resourceful, bold, careful, handsome, and capable of living well. Meanwhile, Luo Xianzi and Bai Ran wondered when Guning had those plans, and Bai Ran wondered what the hell went on there. Shenqi indicated that since Guning has already made plans, the purpose of his visit at that time has been achieved. Guning said yes, but she retracted her statement and affirmed that Shenqi should take his time. A few moments later, Shenchi articulated that they will be leaving first and Luo Xianzi doesn't have to send them off. Luo Xianzi reported that after Shenchi met with the immortal Maio that day, she talked about it for quite a long time, and she could finally meet a Taoist master that day, and she probed him if it was true that the Taoist master would not stay for another day. Shenchi recounted that a leaf of duckweed returns to sea, and as he inquired where in life they don't meet, he professed that Luo Xianzi doesn't have to worry about it because if there is fate, they will see each other again. Luo Xianzi was left by the gates as Shenchi and Bai Ran left. She was melancholic as she surmised the words Shenchi proclaimed to her. On the other hand, Shenchi and Bai Ran flew towards the sky together. Bai Ran inquired Shenchi if he wrote that poem, and Shenchi responded no. She requested Shenchi when he got in touch with Gu Ning and conspired to perform such a play. Shenchi just sighed, and Bai Ran pressed him why he sighed. He answered that it was alright because he just doesn't think there are many simple and lovely fairies like Fairy Bai Ran. Bai Ran challenged Shenchi what he said, and she asserted that she has no sense of simplicity. She just thinks everything is too coincidental. Shenchi implored if what was left was just cuteness if there is no simplicity, and Bai Ran beseeched Shenchi what he talked about. He reckoned that he feels like he's doing it again, and it wasn't him who couldn't handle his disciples. It was them who were outrageous. At the Shangding Immortal Sect, one of the disciples stated that Shenchi and Bai Ran have returned. Shenchi inquired them what happened. The disciple declared that something big happened and that the Grand Elder's jade tablet broke and has been declared dead. Bai Ran pondered that if it weren't for Shenchi, she was afraid that she would not have come back alive either. She considered that there are two perfected Gold Sage experts who are second only to the sect master in the Shangding sect. The Great Elder was one and Shenchi is the other, and the Great Elder has died, so the peak strength of the sect has been reduced by one. Ning Shenming announced that it was good that Shenchi and Bai Ran returned safely, and he questioned them what dangers they encountered on the road. Bai Ran remarked that they were ambushed by cultivators from the Dai King sect, and fortunately, Shenchi was able to protect her, so she returned safely. Ning Shenming noted that it was also the Dai King sect, and as he cursed them, he mentioned that he could not go against them, and there was still the Dongming Pavilion and Yuhua sect too. But Shenchi reported that the Yuhua sect master will fully support their Shangding sect. Ning Shenming queried Shenchi if that was what Gu Ning articulated, and he pronounced that when Shenchi left, he received a report saying that the Yuhua sect had colluded with the Dai King sect and it was already too late to send someone after them. Shenchi observed that Gu Ning personally killed the elites of the Dai King sect and expressed that everything was left to them to arrange. Ning Shenming indicated that Shenchi definitely used some methods to solidify Yuhua sect as their ally, and the both of them deserved the credit, so he probed if there were any treasures or elixirs that they wanted, or he would decide for the two of them. Bai Ran conveyed that most of the effort was made by Shenchi, so Ning Shenming should let her reward be given to Shenchi. Shenchi averred that there is nothing that he wants, but Ning Shenming could let him access the Shangding sect's library because recently he has been in need of some new spells. When Ning Shenming heard Shenchi mention the Shangding sect's library, he demanded him if that small room of 100 books could even be called a library and maintained that inside it are all basic quality spirit grade spells, which are all given to foundation building disciples to build their foundations, so Shenchi could already go there as he pleases, so he requested if that was really a reward. Shenchi remembered something when he heard Ning Shenming speak about disciples, and he pressed if Ning Shenming's personal disciple, Yanyan, had returned yet. Ning Shenming asserted that Yanyan has returned, and luckily she found a relic, obtained some chances, and condensed her energy. Shenchi reflected that the plot had gone faster as the next sect master had already returned. He recalled that Ning Yanyan was Ning Shenming's personal disciple who reached the foundation building stage in 3 years, and in 6 years, she completed what cultivators would usually do in 100 years. Afterwards, in order to condense to the gold stage, she left to wander. Shenchi contemplated that Ning Yanyan will be the next sect master after Ning Shenming dies in the Great Calamity, and at that time, the main character would be given a great opportunity because there was a nascent stage white bone puppet to be found in a demon bone relic, and it would save him from danger many times. He mused that currently, Xiaokir was still a child in the Kai refining realm, so he had to hurry and find a way to help them grow and let her catch up to that opportunity. Shenchi affirmed that they formed an alliance with the Yuhua sect at that time, and the Dai King sect has colluded with the Dongming Pavilion, so there should be a large war in the near future, and he thinks that they should make use of the moment and start some military practice exercises and let the disciples understand the scruples of war. Ning Shenming insisted that it was 2 against 2, so the disciples' foundations in fighting are crucial, so he petitioned Shenchi what he thinks. Shenchi claimed that the Dead Vine Swamp is abundant in the Snakefish Demon Beast, and their strength is at most up to the foundation building stage, so he believes that as long as the disciples form a small group, they could manage, and the Golden Stage Demon Beast is a good match for the elders. Ning Shenming recounted that the clan trials will begin in 7 days, so he will send several Golden Stage elders to investigate the Dead Vine Swamp, and they have troubled Shenxi and Bai Ran that much at that time, so they should go back and rest first. The next day, at Erbai Peak, Shenxi called his disciples. Shenxi acknowledged that in 7 days, the clan trials will begin, and in that period of time, everyone must try to improve themselves. So every morning for the next few days, he will teach them, and he hopes that they could all take advantage of that opportunity. Dong Yueli, Xuanyu, and Han Xianbi professed yes. On the other hand, Xiao Qir confessed that she understood, while Kang Yuling looked clueless. Shenxi envisioned that although he doesn't know what to teach, everything in the novel is written as it goes, and it all sounds very high and lofty, but for him, it's just a way to pad things out. He cleared his throat and appealed what good he communicated. Shenxi's 5 disciples were surprised. They howled and clarified that their strange knowledge increased. Shenxi reckoned that he hadn't even started yet, and they all ended things and entered the sage state, so the padding was a bit too strong. And as Kang Yuling called Shenxi and revealed that it was great because she slowly understood everything, Shenxi related no and that she hadn't. He surmised that since they all jumped directly to absorbing spiritual power and increasing strength, he should help them gather a little bit of heaven and earth spiritual energy there. Shenxi gathered his spiritual energy, and it was huge that it was visible as it swirled on top of the mountain. He got puzzled about the result. Shenxi wondered if the spirit gathering formation was improved by the Tao rhythm he captured. He wondered what would happen if the Tao rhythm is used to modify those low-level spells and deduced that he should try that low-level fireball spell from the library, as he will stimulate the spiritual power of the fire attribute using gold stage level spiritual power. They should see if that weak fireball could still be used. He created the fireball in the palm of his hand. Shenxi presumed that it was a weak chicken but also quite normal because, after all, the fire attribute is practically the most opposed to him. He specified that he would add some Tao rhythm and see. Shenxi was amazed when the fireball grew larger. He concluded that he should add some more. Shenxi was alarmed when the fireball became so huge. He opined that it was done, but the strengthening was too much, and with such a powerful and ranging spiritual power of fire, if he released that fireball, his Erbai Peak would lose its head. Shenxi guessed that he did not have the fire attribute, which is why there was no way to go back and absorb the spiritual power of the fireball, so he had to find a place to throw it, or else he would only keep holding it. He narrated that the problem was releasing it because it was the territory of the Shan Ding sect, and as he wondered himself where to throw it, he cited that no matter where he threw it, it would result in a disaster. Shenxi responded that he would use Mountain's Descent to wrap over it. He hinted that it was no good, so he will also give Mountain's Descent some Tao profoundness. The fireball was enclosed, and it shrank in Shenxi's hand. Shenxi supposed that it seemed that the Tao rhythm thing was like oil and the spell is like fire, and the more oil is added, the stronger the fire will burn, so it seems that using Tao rhythm to augment spells is a no-go. But he imagined that it was something because if you were to give Stepping Wave some more Tao energy, even the Taoist god can't stop it because the strongest realm in that world is only at the Transformation God stage, so it seems that he could still be carefree in the Golden Stage. Shenxi stated that he would see how his disciples' cultivation did. Suddenly, Xuanyu was surprised. A powerful aura surged throughout her body, and she was stunned. Xuanyu inquired if she broke through the 7th stage of refinement stage, and she voiced that she finally did it as she had been at the 6th stage for 2 years. Shenxi remarked that Xuanyu has done well as she wears her learnings lightly, so he believes that her path in cultivation will only become smoother from that point onward. Xuanyu immediately thanked Shenxi. Shenxi declared that he told Xuanyu that he didn't want to see her back, so there was no need to kneel like that. He was flustered as he took another look at Xuanyu. He considered Xuanyu's figure and how her waist-to-hip ratio would look from the back. Meanwhile, Xiao Qir looked pissed when she saw Shenxi's reaction to Xuanyu. She called Shenxi and conveyed that she felt like she was on the edge of breaking through the 7th stage of refinement stage, and she articulated that she finally did it as she had been at the 6th stage for 2 years. Shenxi mentioned that it was not bad, and after improving her realm, cultivation will be the process of absorbing spiritual energy. He uttered that he has a treasure, and Xiao Qir should use it to cultivate and just channel out the fire spirit energy from inside the ball. Xiao Qir thanked Shenxi and noted that he is the best. On the other hand, Dong Yueli reflected that Shenxi was still prioritizing Xiao Qir. Shenxi contemplated that it seemed like he was a bit unfair, and he wondered what he should give the others. Suddenly, Kang Yuling observed that she wanted one too. Shenxi was taken aback when Kang Yuling jumped to his face. Kang Yuling wondered how she jumped so high. Shenxi announced that Kang Yuling still has to improve her control over spiritual energy. Dong Yuli pronounced that Shenxi bled. She expressed that if Shenxi wanted, she was also capable. Shenxi coughed up blood, and he pondered that all of them should be humans. He was startled when he heard Bai Ran express her surprise. Bai Ran commented that she heard that Shenxi would be teaching his disciples, so she mused to bring Wei Qin there to listen. She indicated that it might not be the best time, so he will go on ahead, and Shenxi immediately averred that it was a misunderstanding and requested that she let Wei Qin stay. On the other hand, by the announcement board, a cultivator affirmed that the clan trials were almost there and the prizes have already been announced. Another maintained that first place in the trials will receive a high-quality spirit-grade treasure, and the top 3 will each receive a low-quality spirit-grade treasure, while those in the top 5 will get a spirit-condensing elixir, and another imparted that the top 10 will each get 100 spirit stones. So the clan trials will be very generous that time because, as for the disciples that don't rank high, they could exchange the medicinal herbs and inner elixirs into an equivalent spirit stone, which is a great opportunity for all disciples. But another disciple questioned what the additional rule was, which says that if someone finds the Centennial Snake Fish King, they will be rewarded with a one-on-one lesson with Shenxi. Meanwhile, Ning Yanyan discreetly listened to the disciples. A few moments later, Ning Shenming queried Ning Yanyan to confirm if she wanted to go rank down, become a disciple, and enter the trials. Ning Yanyan confirmed and probed that she is also a disciple of the sect and naturally wanted to participate. But Ning Shenming proclaimed that Ning Yanyan was already in the Golden Core stage and was no longer a foundation-building disciple. Ning Yanyan asserted that it was very important to her, so Ning Shenming shouldn't ask too much about it. Ning Shenming sighed as he agreed, and he admitted that he would let Xing Zhengtang add Ning Yanyan's name. Ning Yanyan called Ning Shenming, and Ning Shenming probed her what it was. She hesitated and cogitated about it for a moment. Ning Yanyan revealed that it was nothing and she would already leave. She got out of the hall and sighed. Ning Yanyan deliberated that she still wasn't able to say it because the Shangding sect is Ning Shenming's life's work after all, so she will find another chance later, but she has to finish his task first. She surmised that the other disciples would be frustrated if she were to compete for first place, and it would be a waste of Ning Shenming's hard work, so she needed to find a way to let the disciples know that she was not after first place. 7 days later, the elder announced and acknowledged that that year's trial will last half a month. He enunciated that all disciples should follow their masters to receive their spirit plates as it has an emergency call function that the elder in charge is responsible for, and when the disciple breaks the spirit plate, they will be notified at once and to there as soon as they could. One of the disciples specified that they should look ahead, and as another communicated that she was beautiful, he requested who that immortal was. Another disciple proclaimed that it was Ning Yanyan, a natural beauty and also the patriarch's personal disciple. When the other disciples heard that she was the patriarch's personal disciple, one of them asserted that she was the legendary genius that reached the foundation building stage in 3 years, and another admitted that he never opined that she would return to the trials and quizzed if she hadn't already broken through to the Golden Core stage. Shenxi reckoned that Ning Yanyan was one of the main characters Xiao Qir crushes, as she was a genius senior sister who has great battle experience with a decisive and straightforward personality who could fight through all levels, and on her first appearance she was in the mid-Golden Core stage. But at the moment, it seems that she was only in the early Golden Core stage. He judged that one of the reasons for the main character's progress was that she invited Xiao Kai to the Demon Bones ruins, and after Xiao Kai saved her several times, she fell for him, and because her natural talent was strong, she always helped the MC. But Shenxi speculated that the problem at the moment was that Ning Yanyan appeared too early and Xiao Kai was already Xiao Qir, but he should pay it no mind because lilies could also love. The other disciples were surprised that Ning Yanyan would also participate in the trials, and they quizzed if she wasn't already at the Golden Core stage, why she would even participate, and reported that they no longer have a chance of getting first place. Suddenly, one of the disciples interrogated what Ning Yanyan did and what she looked at Erbai Peak for. Ning Yanyan formally greeted Shenxi. Shenxi informed that there was no need for formalities because both of them are Golden Cores, and he envisioned that he must do his best to leave a good impression on that female lead because she is a destined main character, so it was best to be on her good side. On the other hand, Xiao Qir testified that it was a satin red dress, unmatched appearance, shapely body, and very competitive, and as she pressed what else that Celestial Pride was planning, Dong Yuli clarified that Xiao Qir is right, but the matters of their own Erbai Peak are not for others to interfere with. Shenxi wondered what craziness Xiao Qir and Dong Yuli are up to and what their great resentment towards the Celestial Pride is, and he deemed that it wasn't right because Xiao Qir should have a good relationship with Ning Yanyan or else they won't go to the Demon Bones ruins. Shenxi and Ning Yanyan stood face to face. One of the disciples stated that the others should look because it was Ning Yanyan and Shenxi. Meanwhile, Shenxi considered that now that he looked closely, Ning Yanyan was actually a heavenly beauty. On the other hand, Ning Yanyan contemplated that Shen Shi, unsurprisingly, was just as they say. He has the face of a handsome, relegated immortal, and one could say that he is unlike any other. Xiao Qir suddenly cleared her throat, and as she declared that Shen Shi would take them to get their spirit plates, she queried Ning Yanyan why she was there and requested for her to be honest. Shen Shi remarked that Xiao Qir shouldn't be rude and that she should learn a lot from Ning Yanyan and bond with her. Xiao Qir reflected that she couldn't believe Shen Shi called her rude because of that celestial pride, and she scoffed. She wondered what celestial pride Ning Yanyan was and pondered that she couldn't keep her legs together after seeing Shen Shi, and she was afraid that Ning Yanyan was still hooked on Shen Shi's charm. Ning Yanyan just realized what just happened. She noted that she participated in the trials for that lesson with Shen Shi, so until then, she will ask Shen Shi once more for the lesson while she mused that it was too heartbreaking earlier. The crowd went wild and were surprised. One of the disciples screamed and mentioned that it was too much and Shen Shi was just a person. Another announced that their heart is breaking and inquired if Ning Yanyan was still pure. And another articulated that they should stop talking because they can't judge someone by their looks and Ning Yanyan and Shen Shi are beautiful people. Ning Yanyan wondered why it turned out like that and deliberated that she just wanted everyone to fight for first place and complete her master's assignment. Meanwhile, Shen Shi reckoned that although he was very talented and quite handsome, he and Ning Yanyan were still not familiar with each other, and she is the MC's love interest, not his, and the villain that steals the girl of the MC usually dies the fastest, so he wondered why Ning Yanyan put him in danger when he had worked that hard. Ning Yanyan voiced that they should wait and that maybe she wasn't clear what she meant. She conveyed that she just wanted to listen to Shen Shi's teaching, and she doesn't care about anything else, getting first place, the trial, and she doesn't need any of that. One of the disciples expressed their surprise, and he uttered that Ning Yanyan was much more direct. Suddenly, Xiao Qir proclaimed that it was enough and Ning Yanyan shouldn't be so confident because she hasn't gained the chance to listen to Shen Shi's teaching and she shouldn't be so full of herself. Ning Yanyan was amused by Xiao Qir and she questioned her if she meant to take her place. Xiao Qir scoffed and asserted that she was sure she could find it even faster than Ning Yanyan, and she won't be like her, who's making a ruckus and clamoring for attention. Shen Shi surmised that it wasn't right, and he wondered why Xiao Qir talked to her supporter like that. Ning Yanyan interrogated Xiao Qir if she made a ruckus, and as Xiao Qir probed Ning Yanyan if she wasn't, she pressed Ning Yanyan if a celestial pride as herself doesn't understand that truth. Ning Yanyan affirmed that they should bet on it, on who finds the centennial snakefish first. Xiao Qir commented that since Ning Yanyan made the bet, she should let her set the stakes. She observed that if Ning Yanyan loses, she will call her master, and demanded her if she would take the bet. Shen Shi was anxious and troubled about the current situation. The other disciples also had the same reaction. Ning Yanyan agreed and reported that she accepted. She politely addressed Shen Shi and indicated that she would take her leave, but Shen Shi expressed that she should wait. Xiao Qir called Shen Shi and revealed that his disciple really couldn't look past that and made a bet with someone, so she requested that Shen Shi don't get angry, and Shen Shi pronounced that Ning Yanyan is actually a good person. Xiao Qir relayed that Shen Shi was a big dummy because she had been bullied and he took Ning Yanyan's side so she would be ignoring him. Shen Shi communicated that he really hasn't, and he just didn't want Xiao Qir to misunderstand Ning Yanyan. Dong Yuli averred that Ning Yanyan only looks a bit pretty and that she doesn't understand why Shen Shi spoke for her. Han Xianpi, Xuanyu, and Kang Yuling were all speechless. Shen Shi called Xuanyu and specified that she should get her spirit plates as well and that she should take Kang Yuling and Han Xianpi with her. The northern region of Qingzhou has a cold climate, and the deep mountains are full of swamps. The withered vine swamp was just one of the larger ones, and because of the demonic beast snake fish, the surrounding area is rarely visited. The refinement stage cultivators could add spiritual energy to their feet so that they won't sink into the swamp. For conditions on land, it could also be adapted. But the place was full of dark swamps, which from the surface looked like mud, but underneath it was full of water, so even cultivators couldn't avoid it. Suddenly, the snakefish started bulging out of the mud. Often, under those dark swamps, are the nests of the snakefish, which are fierce, and although they aren't strong, anyone who acts carelessly will get eaten. Xiao Qir called Dong Yuli and admitted that they must win at that time because they absolutely cannot let outsiders interfere with their matters at Erbai Peak. And Dong Yuli responded that it was natural, but the withered vine swamp is still dangerous, so they must take care of each other and stick together. Xiao Qir warned Dong Yuli about the snakefishes ahead. Dong Yuli quickly took a step forward and froze the water. The snakefishes were startled when their bodies got trapped in the ice. Xiao Qir moved gracefully and quickly sliced the snakefishes into pieces. She gracefully landed on the ground after cutting them all up. Xiao Qir added that there was no inner dan, and the rate of inner dan of those refinement stage demon fish was too low, so it looked like they would have to go deeper. Xuanyu replied that the foundation building stage snakefish was too dangerous, and Han Xianbi claimed that they need to be more cautious and remember that they are strong when the 5 of them are together. Meanwhile, Kang Yuling acknowledged that she was hungry, and Xiao Qier muttered that they have only just started and inquired how Kang Yuling could already be hungry. Dong Yuli whispered that they have rushed all that way, so they were way ahead of most teams, so she will freeze the water so everyone could rest a while. And Xiao Qier doesn't need to worry because the trials last half a month, so they have to fight a long battle. On the other hand, a man in the sky spoke that Changding Sect's people just entered the swamp. He explained that they should go kill them while they were not aware. Kang Yuling stated that she was hungry. She declared that the smell was good. Kang Yuling saw a glowing plant ahead. She uttered that there was spirit grass there. Xiao Qier remarked that Kang Yuling can't eat the spirit grass there because they are counted as points. As soon as Xiao Qier snatched the spirit grass from Kang Yuling's hand, Kang Yuling smelled another one. Xiao Qier inquired Kang Yuling where she went, while Xuanyu pronounced that Kang Yuling shouldn't run off. Kang Yuling affirmed that there was another spirit grass. Xiao Qier acknowledged that it was very lucky. Suddenly, Kang Yuling smelled another one. Kang Yuling conveyed that she still smelled the aroma ahead, and Xiao Qier questioned if there was still more. On the other hand, Shenshi was busy planting those spirit grasses. He mentioned that he was really such a genius to be able to think of that method. Shenshi commented that as long as they follow the spirit grass there, they will be able to find the centennial snake fish he prepared for them. He noted alright and that he should see where they were at the moment. Meanwhile, Kang Yuling was excited as she raised the spirit grasses she held, while the others looked worried. Xiao Qier articulated that it wasn't right because those spirit grasses were way too easy to find. Dong Yuli reported that it actually was a little, and they also just went in one direction, and it feels like a trap, so they should take another path. Shenshi hid behind the bushes, speechless. He queried why they have to be so cautious if they can't just let him lead them, and how they would be able to find the nascent cave without the centennial snake fish. Suddenly, Shenshi noticed the scent in the air. He considered that there was a scent of battle. On the other hand, Ning Yanyan moved quickly on the ground. Ning Yanyan was ambushed by enemies who summoned a huge dragon. She was alarmed when she saw what they summoned. Ning Yanyan quickly stepped to the side and dodged the dragon. She groaned in pain as she got pushed back when she noticed another attack coming at her. Ning Yanyan quickly moved and blocked the attack with her sword. She swung her sword powerfully and pushed the opponent back. The opponent flinched, but he didn't seem worried. The summoned dragon appeared behind Ning Yanyan. Ning Yanyan saw the ferocious dragon that came at her. She pondered that the way back was blocked. Ning Yanyan reflected that things had come to that. She swung her sword to deflect one of the swords thrown at her. Ning Yanyan used her sword to block the other sword flying at her, and she got pushed back by its force. She was able to dodge the dragon's attack because the force of the sword pushed her back. Ning Yanyan managed to regain her balance as the dragon crashed on the ground. The opponents clicked their tongues when they saw what Ning Yanyan did. Meanwhile, Shenshi calmly watched the fight. He surmised that the power of a beginner gold stage was actually able to handle a siege from 3 intermediate gold stage cultivators. Shenji deduced that Ning Yanyan first knocked off one opponent's flying sword to create an escape route. He perceived that using the momentum of the impact of another flying sword, Ning Yanyan dodged the third person's strongest attack. Shenshi realized that Ning Yanyan was worthy to be called a genius. He assumed that the foundation building disciples were under attack and the nearby elders had also been surrounded. Shenshi closed his eyes and he saw all the things happening in the area. He believed that there was even a gold stage cultivator going over to where Dong Yuli was. Shenshi analyzed the situation. He reckoned that it seemed that there was a traitor among the elders. On the other hand, Ning Yanyan judged that she couldn't shake them off and she had to hurry and find the game breaker. Ning Yanyan was alarmed when Shenshi's arm suddenly came out of the water and grabbed her. The enemies pursuing Ning Yanyan were surprised when they saw her get pulled into the water. Ning Yanyan suspected that she didn't think there was an ambush in the water. Unaware that it was Shenshi, Ning Yanyan quickly swung her sword to attack him. Ning Yanyan wondered that power was because she had used her full strength in that sword and yet it was brushed off so easily. She wondered if it was already the end. Shenshi grabbed Ning Yanyan by the waist and pulled her closer. Ning Yanyan was flustered by what Shenshi did. Shenshi expressed that Ning Yanyan shouldn't move because that evasion technique only covers that small distance of his body. Shenshi stated that they should get out of there first. They quickly moved in the water while inside the tiny orb Shenshi had created. Shenshi inquired Ning Yanyan if she didn't have a special way to contact Ning Shenaming. Ning Yanyan declared that she can't converse with Ning Shenaming, but she could send simple messages. Shenshi announced that it was fine and that Ning Yanyan should tell Ning Shenaming that she was safe, to which Ning Yanyan agreed. Ning Yanyan used the device and it glowed in her hand. She stared at Shenshi's face. On the other hand, Shenshi looked ahead seriously. Noticing Ning Yanyan's stare, Shenshi questioned her what it was. Ning Yanyan remarked that there was something she didn't understand, and Shenshi uttered that she should say it. She queried Shenshi why she should tell Ning Shenaming that she was safe. Shenshi voiced that if he didn't guess wrong, the goal of that attack on Ning Yanyan was to lure out the sect master. Ning Yanyan probed Shenshi why he feels that way. Shenshi noted that although he just arrived, if his guess was correct, Ning Yanyan should have already sent a distress signal, but there were no other gold stage elders that came to help her. Ning Yanyan observed that it was right. Shenshi mentioned that it meant that the surrounding gold stage elders were held back, and it was too much effort to surround and kill Ning Yanyan, a disciple who has not yet grown up. Ning Yanyan requested Shenshi if what he meant was that by killing her, the enemies would lure Ning Shenming into an ambush, and Shenshi asserted that it was a possibility. Ning Yanyan gave Shenshi many thanks for saving her and interrogated him where they were going. Shenshi acknowledged that the other disciples there have also been attacked. Meanwhile, Dong Yuli's hair dramatically fluttered in the air. She and the other disciples were on guard when they noticed an enemy in the sky. Dong Yuli commented that someone came, so everyone should be on guard. The enemy scoffed and pronounced that it was a group of refinement stage dolls. He gathered his powerful aura at the palm of his hand. The enemy threw huge rocks at Dong Yuli and the others and affirmed that they should die. Xuanyu quickly stepped forward. She indicated that the others should step back because she will block it. Xuanyu raised the shield Shenshi gave him to block the attack. The enemy responded that Xuanyu shouldn't be so full of herself and that a refinement stage still dared to block his attack. But the rock shattered into smaller pieces when it hit Xuanyu's shield. The hidden layers of Xuanyu's shield that were made with aura were revealed. Xuanyu easily blocked the other rocks with her shield as well. A huge explosion occurred. Xuanyu conveyed that it seemed that a refinement stage was able to block a gold stage's attack. Shenshi expressed that the physique of a wielder of 4 spirit roots is bad for cultivating heavenly martial skills, but through various spirit roots, one could dissipate spiritual power through the 5 elements of the cycles. So as long as it is a spiritual attack, Xuanyu could use her 5-element cycle to weaken the originally powerful spiritual power layer by layer, so she has found a fighting style that suits her physique. The enemy scoffed and related that he didn't know Xuanyu had such great treasures, so she should be good and hand them over and serve him as he promised not to kill her. Xiao Qir scoffed and articulated that the enemy should wait till her master comes because he will have no chance to run. But if he was smart, maybe he could save his life. The enemy maintained that Xiao Qir was kidding, and as he demanded her who she thought her master was, he specified that he just wanted to see the many flowers they, the girls, will turn out to be. Shenshi suddenly scoffed. The enemy was alarmed when he felt Shenshi's presence. At that instant, he got bound by chains. The enemy considered that it was not good and that it was a powerful coercion, so he had been suppressed, and he wondered how it was. He believed that it was bad because he couldn't move his body. Dong Yuli, Xiao Qir, and Xuanyu immediately assumed that it was an opportunity. Dong Yuli quickly raised her hand to use her technique. Han Xianbi quickly ran forward while Dong Yuli turned the water to ice. She stepped on the ice Dong Yuli had created so she could run to where the enemy was with ease. Han Xianbi jumped off the ground and aggressively turned her body in the air. She kicked the enemy and he crashed on the ice. The enemy contended that Han Xianbi was a stinky brat, and he concluded that she had great strength, and those brats can't be underestimated. So he surmised that he should sacrifice those spirit clones' clothes to survive that wave of attacks first, and once the heavenly martial arts fade, he must kill everyone. But suddenly, Xiao Qir used her skill, cutting spirit wheel. The enemy wondered what that trick was and why he felt like he was still in danger of getting killed even if he dodged that. He was not able to move and dodge Xiao Qir's attack because he hesitated and blood spurted out of his chest. The enemy screamed, and he averred that he will not let any of them go that day, and he will tie them up and slowly play with them until they are all crippled. But the enemy suddenly groaned in pain as a sword pierced his chest from behind. Xiao Qir claimed that he told the enemy that he will have no chance to run when her master comes. The sword got pulled out of the opponent's body. Shenshi grabbed the sword when it returned to his hand. He used it to break the orb that protected her and Ning Yanyan. Ning Yanyan considered that she knew that Shenshi was a famous swordsman, but she never believed that he could even cultivate the Emperor's sword flow. And the immortal sword he has is obviously much stronger than green bamboo, and so she wondered just how many secrets Shenshi still kept. Xiao Qir started running towards Shenshi. She called Shenshi while the other disciples ran with her. Shenshi inquired them if they were all alright. Dong Yuli uttered yes and that they were fine. Xiao Qir queried why Ning Yanyan had shown up together with Shenshi and remarked that it seemed that she was in a bad state. Ning Yanyan cleared her throat and brushed off the debris that had fallen on her. She stated that it was not because Shenshi was rude and only wanted to please himself, as he just appeared and didn't say a word, and he didn't even ask for her opinion. Dong Yuli was surprised and pissed while Xuanyu was flustered. On the other hand, Han Xianbi was surprised as well, while Kang Yuling wondered if Shenshi smacked Ning Yanyan's ass. Xiao Qir menacingly questioned Shenshi about it, and Shenshi repeatedly declared that she should wait. Shenshi mentioned that it was urgent, so she brought Ning Yanyan from under, and there was no other way than to break through the ice. Dong Yuli let out a sigh of relief as she supposed that it was like that. But Ning Yanyan commented that when Shenshi was under, he was not in a rush, and he added that it felt good and so on, which made Shenshi curse in his mind. Shenshi wondered if Ning Yanyan learned that language from watching movies. Meanwhile, Xiaokir has turned into a devil in a fiery rage. Shenshi pronounced that what Ning Yanyan meant was that when he saw them fight against the gold stage cultivator, it felt like they had improved so much and it felt very good. Kang Yuling announced that Shenshi was right, and as she interrogated Shenshi if she had also improved, she affirmed that she knew she did. But her senior sister never believed it. Ning Yanyan, Xiaokir, and Xuanzhu all perceived that Kang Yuling didn't do anything earlier. But Shenshi agreed and noted that Kang Yuling improved and that he saw it all. Ning Yanyan mused that Shenshi is very good at coaxing kids. Xiaokir inquired Shenshi why there was an ambush suddenly and if that could have been premeditated. Shenshi articulated that things aren't that simple, but there was no need to worry because he was there after all. He reflected that he didn't know to what extent the main storyline had changed and how he was going to take that group of people back to his arranged route. Ning Yanyan posed Shenshi if that must be the centennial snakefish and how it turned out to be dead like that. Shenshi contemplated that it seemed that they went around in a circle and returned there, but he should never mind it because it was good too, and he admitted that it seemed so not bad. Ning Yanyan laughed and asserted that she was the first to notice it, so she won. But Xiaokir quickly started running towards the centennial snakefish. She expressed that their bet was for whoever catches the centennial snakefish first, so it seemed like it was her who won. Ning Yanyan screamed and proclaimed that Xiaokir was shameless. Xiaokir responded that Ning Yanyan lost their bet. Meanwhile, Shenshi realized that they fought like elementary students. Suddenly, the centennial snakefish woke up. It began squirming in Xiaokir's hand, and she was surprised. The centennial snakefish broke the ice and swam into the water, pulling Xiaokir with it. Shenshi's other disciples all got worried for Xiaokir, but Shenshi observed that they shouldn't panic because Xiaokir could protect herself. Shenshi directed his sword into the hole the centennial snakefish created. Ning Yanyan indicated that the centennial snakefish's realm is not low and it is strongest in the water, and she requested Shenshi if he was sure that Xiaokir would be alright. Shenshi reckoned that it was no problem and everything was under his control, while in his mind, he celebrated and pondered that through that mistake, they could get back to the main storyline. He envisioned that the centennial snakefish could take Xiaokir to the nascent cave. However, opening the cave still needs a bit of time. A few moments later, everyone still waited around the hole. Ning Yanyan surmised that Shenshi brought her in and out of water so freely, and his water escape art could clearly save Xiaokir with ease, so she wondered if he had other plans. Shenshi suddenly revealed that it was coming. The water started bubbling aggressively. A colorful light suddenly emerged from the hole. Ning Yanyan conveyed that it was the 5-colored spirit light and probed if it was the immortal cave. The centennial snakefish created a crack into the cave. It barged into the cave while Xiaokir still grabbed on its tail. Xiaokir used her skill, cutting spirit wheel. She used it to hit the centennial snakefish in the head. But the centennial snakefish was uninjured, and it threw him onto the ground as retaliation. Xiaokir pondered of Shenshi and wondered how she could die when he hasn't arrived yet. She convinced herself and considered that Shenshi would surely come to save her. Xiaokir quickly jumped off the ground and dodged the centennial snakefish's sharp teeth. The centennial snakefish hissed at Xiaokir, and Xiaokir was speechless. Xiaokir reflected that she still had some leftover mutated Edelweiss herb from Shenshi, and there was no way she could save them up at that moment. She quickly ate the Edelweiss herb Shenshi previously gave her. A powerful aura quickly surged out of Xiaokir's body. Xiaokir charged forward to attack the centennial snakefish. She hit it in the eye. The centennial snakefish hissed in pain while Xiaokir's weapon got stuck on it while she got knocked into the ground. Xiaokir cursed in her mind. She contemplated that the difference in power was just too big. The centennial snakefish hissed at Xiaokir. Xiaokir recalled Shenshi as the centennial snakefish charged at her. Suddenly, Shenshi's sword created multiple slashing attacks. It slashed the centennial snakefish, and it immediately collapsed on the ground. Xiaokir remarked that she knew that Shenshi was there the whole time. On the other hand, Shenshi and the others stepped into the cave. Ning Yanyan stated that the shifting array must be a relic from an ancient immortal, and if it was an ancient gold stage cultivator, they were too lucky. Xuanyu inquired if she was right that it wouldn't be as good if it was just a gold stage cultivator. Ning Yanyan declared that if it was just a normal gold cultivator, that would be normal, but ancient cultivators are rare, and even if it was just that, they would still have a mountain of cultivation materials. She also mentioned that the research of ancient cultivators on arrays and the secret arts is not too abnormal, so the danger of the ancient immortal cave is relatively small, so it was simply the best for treasure hunting, and Xuanyu noted that it was like that. Meanwhile, Shenshi mused that the cave was from an ancient nascent stage cultivator, and that would be the level of the leader of one party, and after a fierce battle, Xiaokir would be gravely injured and fall unconscious. Shenshi believed that Xiaokir's spiritual affinity would attract and absorb the earth spirits that the ancient immortal collected, just in time for her to break through. He surmised that at that time, Xiaokir could go straight to foundation building stage, and the supper spells that she mastered long ago could now be imbued with power, and she could finally carry him. Kang Yuling announced that something appeared and queried what it was. Shenshi proclaimed that it was an earth spirit, and it was reported that ancient immortals extracted those innate spirit entities from the earth's spiritual energy. He asserted that in their natural state, earth spirits will approach cultivators with an affinity to their spirit. Kang Yuling indicated that that was it, and Shenshi has the highest affinity there. Kang Yuling observed that it seems that those spirits like Shenshi already. Shenshi was surprised when he heard what Kang Yuling uttered. He was flustered and questioned if those spirits shouldn't be looking for Xiaokir. Kang Yuling expressed that it seems that those spirits like Shenshi already. Shenshi wondered if it was the advantage that the heavenly Tao stuffed him with and envisioned that he would be damned. He was alarmed when he felt Xiaokir's presence. Shenshi realized that it was not good, as he felt Xiaokir just ahead and just got injured. He saw Xiaokir lying on the ground ahead. Shenshi quickly approached Xiaokir. He concluded that if the plot wouldn't move on, he would do it himself. Shenshi pushed one of the spirits inside Xiaokir and pronounced that it should go. He supposed that it seems that the spirit's energy has started to merge with the Edelweiss. Dong Yuli probed how Xiaokir's injuries were. Shenshi affirmed that there were no problems and he would look after her, as it was Xiaokir's chance and the ancient immortal cave still has many opportunities, so they could all go do things within his line of sight. He judged that within the main storyline that he wrote, Xiaokir obtained the Earth Spirit. The cave expelled her out, which is to say that the cave has something there that he hasn't written, which is unknown, and unknown meant danger. Suddenly, Xuanyu called Shenshi and revealed that there was something behind him. Shenshi wondered why he didn't feel any sense of danger if there was something behind him. He was surprised when he saw a huge spirit in front of him. The spirit wrapped her arms around Shenshi and was about to say what she wanted, but she was interrupted. Shenshi quickly pulled away, and he demanded what the spirit did. The spirit pulled Shenshi close again and tried to say what she wanted, and Shenshi declared wait, inquired her what she wanted, and uttered that she shouldn't just speak nonsense. Dong Yuli laughed, and as she questioned what the weird creature was that dares to ambush Shenshi, she remarked that they should let her handle the spirit. But Shenshi repeatedly stated that Dong Yuli should wait because the spirit is a good booster, and that a pure spiritual body is the best choice for spirit weapons. Dong Yuli seemed to disagree with what Shenshi announced. Shenshi responded that if Dong Yuli would say nothing at that moment, when they get back, he will punish her by spanking her butt. Dong Yuli was surprised when she heard what Shenshi articulated. Her body immediately trembled, and she was flustered while calling out to Shenshi. On the other hand, Ning Yanyan wondered what Shenshi meant because she reflected about it twice and yet she couldn't understand. Meanwhile, Shenshi wondered if he wouldn't be able to summon it anytime and do something useful with it if the spirit was to become his spirit sword. He pondered that the mountain was that high that climbing it would be so easy, and the water was deep. Shenshi considered that the spirit's power seemed to come from the earth's spirit, and it must be a coincidence to come across things with Tao rhythm and form spiritual intelligence as a result. He contemplated that with that being the case, he would give the spirit some more depth. The spirit immediately embraced the sword that Shenshi handed to her. Shenshi used spirit binding. The spirit was surprised when she felt that she got bound by the sword. Her water-like appearance changed into flesh. Han Xianpi, Xuanyu, and Kang Yuling were all taken aback by what they saw. Kang Yuling suddenly mentioned that it was just as big as Xuanyu, which made Xuanyu scream, and she voiced that Kang Yuling shouldn't say that. Meanwhile, Shenshi mused that once Bihu has that weapon spirit, her level will also rise alongside it, and the haul from that trip to the nascent cave was great, so as expected, following the MC really has its benefits. He probed his disciples what they waited for and commented that they should go look for treasure. Sometime later, a path in the forest was quiet. Suddenly, a portal appeared. Shenshi and his disciples emerged from the portal. He surmised that once Xiaokir's recovery was almost over, the cave expelled them, and that was just how he wrote it. Shenshi reckoned that it seemed that Xiaokir was about to wake up. Xiaokir noted that she knew Shenshi would save her, but she expressed that she was still afraid, and Shenshi observed that she knew, but he also knew that it was her chance to handle things on her own. Xiaokir pronounced that she was afraid that she might be traumatized, so she queried if she could sleep in Shenshi's room afterwards. Shenshi presumed that it was as if he would believe Xiaokir, and he wondered if she wanted to sleep in his room or put him to sleep instead. Ning Yanyan chimed in, and as she apologized, she recounted that at that time, she had lost and also put Xiaokir in danger. She indicated that later, if Xiaokir needs help with anything, she could come find her anytime. Shenshi inferred that it was great because Ning Yanyan and Xiaokir being on good terms is simply the greatest respect for the plot, and he was very optimistic about them too, so he demanded Xiaokir if there was nothing she had to say to Ning Yanyan. Xiaokir thanked Ning Yanyan, and she remembered and pressed what came of their bet. Ning Yanyan immediately got flustered and disoriented. Xiaokir recited that, of course, if Ning Yanyan was not willing, she couldn't do anything about it, and while coughing, she imparted that after all, Ning Yanyan was much stronger, that she could not be like that. Ning Yanyan was in a panic, and she was startled when she looked at Shenqi. She signaled that she still has something to take care of and she won't bother anymore. She struggled to say Shenqi's name. Ning Yanyan specified the word master. She recapped that she would take her leave first, and Shenqi admitted that it was too hard for him. Meanwhile, Xiaokir had an evil grin on her face as she scoffed. Shenqi revealed that he believed everyone gained something from that trial, but it was also a test for their cultivation levels, so he will stay on the mountain peak while they continue to cultivate well. Half a year later, it snowed at Muling Fort. Yuding stood in the middle of the snow while Xiao Bai and Bai Jishui watched over her. She started releasing her aura. Bai Jishui concluded that Yuding successfully built foundations surprisingly within just half a year, and he wondered what kind of monster was Yuding's master. On the other hand, Xiao Bai signified that she still doesn't know what Shenqi's intentions are with raising a disciple with an empty spirit root, and that she doesn't believe it was for dual cultivation, but just to make her suffer and become someone else's spiritual pet at a young age. Xiao Bai congratulated Yuding, and she conveyed that entering the foundation building stage could be considered a big step into the path of cultivation. Yuding requested Xiao Bai if the golden stage was that great and if it didn't mean that she was getting close to Shenqi's level, because Xiao Bai maintained that Shenqi is at the golden stage. Xiao Bai contended that normally, even if it were a dozen or so, she could kill them all with just a slap, but Shenqi is unusual, so she can't say. She also alleged that Yuding has an empty spirit root, so even if she rises to the golden stage, there is no way for her to study spells like a regular cultivator. And it was not just Shenqi, but even against any golden stage cultivator, Yuding was no match. Yuding petitioned if there was no other way. Xiao Bai pointed out that Yuding should go dual cultivate with Shenqi to break her empty spirit root, and she could cultivate. Yuding implored Xiao Bai what she was saying and how Shenqi would accept her request, but Xiao Bai clarified that Yuding is that pretty and examined what man could resist her. Xiao Bai interrogated herself if she was right that she was not bad with that advice, and she enumerated that the next time she bumps into Shenqi, she has to ask him for some more benefits. Yuding believed that she actually planned to cultivate, and it would have been nice if she could dual cultivate with Shenqi. She was flustered as she considered dual cultivating with Shenqi. Yuding imagined how the dual cultivation would be. She screamed and rolled around her bed after imagining those things. Yuding reflected that it was not that she wanted to dual cultivate and it was all for cultivation, so Shenqi will understand. A few moments later, Yuding started moaning while calling for Shenqi, and she declared that he shouldn't do it there. Meanwhile, Shenqi sneezed loudly. He wondered who stated that cultivators never get sick and if it was no different to sneezing. Shenqi mused that at that time, the disciples had broken through to the foundation building stage, and the spirit sword had also grown much. He pondered that even Xuanyu, who has the worst martial talent, was able to comprehend and create an immortal cultivation that best suited her, and it was also almost time for the sect catastrophe. Ning Shenming announced that in the most recent news they received, a large group of cultivators from the Dai King sect headed straight towards them and the enemy had arrived. He remarked that, however, everyone should not worry too much, as he has already sent a distress signal to the Yuhua sect, and he believes that they will not take long to assist them. One of the elders inquired if the Yuhua sect would really come, and another elder asserted that he doesn't think so because the Yuhua sect has no need to offend the Dai King sect for them. And also, Dongming Pavilion already betrayed the Dai King sect, so he was afraid that their Shangding sect was truly done with. Ning Yanyan suddenly exclaimed that they should shut up. She warned that to whoever disrupted, they shouldn't blame the ruthless blade in her hand. One of the elders voiced that the personal disciple was imposing, and as he queried if they, the elders, do not have the right to speak anymore or if Ning Yanyan tried to take the responsibility of the patriarch. The other elder added that even the patriarch wouldn't do that, and they all did that for the sake of the Shangding sect because the Yuhua sect was a dishonest clan from the start, and with how things play out from there, no one could guarantee. Ning Yanyan was enraged by what the elders conveyed, but Bai Ran stopped her. Bai Ran responded that it was not what Ning Shenming meant because she just hoped that everyone would not speak carelessly and affect other people's emotions. Elder Zai commented that Bai Ran was responsible for the alliance with the Yuhua sect, and he questioned her if she could bear the responsibility if the Yuhua sect did not keep their commitment and come to send assistance. Suddenly, Shenqi called Elder Zai. Shenqi proclaimed that if Elder Zai said another word, he would kill him where he stood. Elder Zai and the other elders were surprised by Shenqi's statement. Ning Shenming was speechless as she stood in front of Shenqi. Shenqi probed Ning Shenming if she was not convinced. Ning Shenming answered no and that she just couldn't understand. Shenxi explained that against those kinds of people, it is useless to speak nonsense, and it is best to give them a whack first because even if she couldn't hurt them, she could just let them know how fierce she is. Ning Shenming pressed Shenxi if he would give her a lecture if they got through that matter. Shenxi agreed alright and that Ning Shenming should call him master then. Ning Shenming was flustered as she hesitated and called Shenxi master. Bai Ran suddenly chimed in, and she wondered to Shenxi if he thinks that the masters of the Yuhua sect will arrive. Shenxi revealed that they were already there. Du Ning noted that it has been a long time since she saw Ning Shenming and that they arrived late, so she hoped he was not angry. Ning Shenming apologized to Gu Ning for welcoming her from that far away. As the two sect masters talked, Luo Xianzi looked over and smiled at Shenxi. Shenxi smiled back at Luo Xianzi. A few moments later, Ning Yanyan concluded that although, thanks to Shenxi, the Yuhua sect really came to help them, the Dai King sect was powerful, so she wondered if she should ask her master for help. Using the channeling jade sword, Ning Yanyan called Yu Wushuang and informed that she had something to report. She relayed that the Dai King sect wanted to annex the Shangding sect, and at that moment, they were in danger, so she hoped that Yu Wushuang could help them. Yu Wushuang was surprised that someone dares to attack Shangding sect. She demanded why Ning Yanyan didn't tell her that sooner, how Shenxi was, and if he was hurt, and as she mentioned that she told Ning Yanyan to focus on Shenxi and pressed why Ning Yanyan didn't report to her. Ning Yanyan responded and revealed that the opponent hasn't started their attack and Shenxi wasn't hurt. He just looked a bit tired. Yu Wushuang interrogated what the situation was and if Shenxi brought any women back. Ning Yanyan pronounced that she heard that he became quite close to Bai Ran. And Yu Wushuang queried Ning Yanyan why she didn't tell her sooner and indicated that she was on her way so Ning Yanyan should wait for her. Ning Yanyan reasoned that she was afraid that only Shenxi could hold Yu Wushuang's attention, and with Yu Wushuang's power and identity, they should be able to resolve that clan crisis. Suddenly, Shenxi posed why Ning Yanyan hid that far away and if she hid from him. Ning Yanyan uttered nothing and that she was just a bit worried about the sect crisis. Shenxi demanded Ning Yanyan if it was real and if there was nothing else she was hiding from him. He articulated that if Ning Yanyan was free, she should go see them at Erbai Peak because Xiaokir also misses her as her senior while thinking that Ning Yanyan and Xiaokir still have to handle themselves, and hopefully Ning Yanyan could be closer to Xiaokir. Ning Yanyan wondered why Xiaokir would miss her, and she supposed that, with how she sees it, Xiaokir wants her dead. She guessed that Xiaokir was clearly full of intentions, but she wondered why Shenxi would lie to her. Ning Yanyan wondered if it could be that Shenxi wanted her to go and was just making up excuses. She realized that now that she contemplated it, her encounters with Shenxi were not many, but Ning Yanyan felt that Shenxi always protected her. She wondered if Shenxi was interested in her. Ning Yanyan sighed in her mind as she determined that she better wake up immediately. She judged that even if Shenxi was interested in her, he is Yu Wushuang's beloved, and she questioned who she was to compete for the man that a daughter of heaven is in love with. On the other hand, Shenxi sneezed again. Dong Yuli questioned Shenxi where the flag goes. Shenxi remarked that it would be the northeastern corner, just a bit more to the east, and she should put it down then. Dong Yuli pondered that Shenxi never studied that formation before, so it was a complete mess, and if a formation so nonsensical could activate, that would be spooky. Shenxi stated okay and that what was next was to set the eye of the formation. To which Dong Yuli inquired Shenxi if he had any treasure that could act as the formation eye. Dong Yuli declared that it was like those that could facilitate the flow of energy of the formation and increase its efficacy, or something defensive or has stealth features, etc. Shenxi announced that he got what Dong Yuli meant, so they should bury his jade lake there because, after all, that formation will mainly be used for offense, and Dong Yuli queried Shenxi if that wasn't too sloppy. But Shenxi just continued and activated the formation while he considered that although he didn't know the art of formation, it just threw in some Dao items and it was not that difficult. He buried his jade lake with the spirit he got from the nascent cave into the formation. Shenxi probed if that counted as success, and Dong Yuli uttered that it looked like it succeeded and no one knew that it would even work. He pronounced alright and that they should stay in his yard, and as long as he didn't return, no one was allowed to leave. Everyone got worried for Shenxi. Shenxi affirmed that the great formation of the mountain gate has been opened, so it seems that the Dai King sect has arrived, and during sect fights, it was common for cultivators to die, and they were all too young, so they should just take care of themselves. Xiaokir lunged forward and hugged Shenxi. Xuan Yu added that Shenxi must return safely. Kang Yuling commented that she will be obedient, while Dong Yuli mentioned that Shenxi still owes her a spanking on her buttocks. Shenxi observed that he had disciples as good as them waiting for him. He voiced that he would definitely come back. Shenxi jumped off the ground and left. He flew in the sky by riding his flying sword. Meanwhile, Sect Master Huang Wuxian articulated that after that day's work is done, he will definitely fulfill what he has promised, so he will be relying on Sect Master Wang Renmu during the battle later. Wang Renmu thanked Huang Wuxian. He mused that the yellow-clothed man really came, and he wondered from where Dai King Sect found such a strong person as an assistant. Wang reflected that he saw with his own eyes that day that the mysterious yellow-clothed man just sucked a golden stage cultivator into a human jerky, which was terrifying. Suddenly, Ning Shenming called Huang Wuxian, and as he noted that their two sects have always minded their own business, he interrogated him why Huang Wuxian must insist on not getting along with his Shangding celestial sect. Huang Wuxian laughed and replied that Ning Shenming looked the same as always and that what his Dai King sect wanted was very simple, so they should just hand over their spiritual veins and everything could be settled amicably. But Ning Shenming retorted that it was impossible. Huang Wuxian argued that Ning Shenming should see that he has told him how they could settle things peacefully, but he doesn't agree, so in that case, he could only find ways to make him agree or make him disappear. Ning Shenming revealed that Ning Shenming was at the late nascent soul stage and that he actually broke through. He got worried and called Gu Ning. Gu Ning asserted that Ning Shenming shouldn't worry too much because she will help him stop Wang Renmu, but she requested that he forgive her inability to help him with the others, and Ning Shenming thanked Gu Ning. On the other hand, Wang Renmu avowed that he will deal with Gu Ning and that he believes that with Huang Wuxian's strength, Ning Shenming won't be able to last a few exchanges with him. Gu Ning suddenly shared that she has long wanted to experience the green snake art of the Dongming Pavilion, and she hopes that Wang Renmu will show her some pointers. Wang Renmu opined that Gu Ning is a rare nascent soul cultivator, so he has also long wanted to exchange blows with her. A huge explosion appeared in the sky as Wang Renmu and Gu Ning fought each other. Wang Renmu scoffed because he was protected by his green snake art and was unharmed. He sneakily sent his green snake art behind Gu Ning, and she seemed unaware of the attack. But without looking at the green snake art, Gu Ning destroyed it effortlessly with her fist. Gu Ning charged towards Wang Renmu. Wang Renmu directed his green snake art towards Gu Ning. Huang Wuxian indicated that the battle was fiery hot over there. He expounded that he and Ning Shenming should begin as well. Suddenly, Shenxi arrived, and he pressed if the fight had begun. Shenxi quizzed if he was not late. Huang Wuxian demanded if he was Shenxi. Shenxi relayed that he should be while he cursed in his mind and wondered how Huang Wuxian knew him when he didn't offend anyone. And he also wondered if he hadn't sent Qi Sanian to the afterlife and even buried his ashes. Huang Wuxian disclosed that Qi Sanian was killed by Shenxi. Shenxi vocalized that he didn't know, he didn't, and Huang Wuxian should not spout nonsense. Huang Wuxian wondered if Shenxi was really not going to admit it. He surmised that Qi Sanian went to intercept Shenxi and disappeared, and it was said that even a corpse was not found, so he wondered if it could be that Shenxi really did not kill him. Huang Wuxian scoffed, and he contended that no matter what, Shenxi cannot shrug off his implication with Qi Sanian's death. Shenxi professed that Huang Wuxian should back up what he pronounced with evidence, and he demanded if he didn't have any logic. Huang Wuxian laughed when he heard Shenxi question his logic. He proclaimed that having a big fist is the supreme logic. Shenxi was amused by Huang Wuxian's response. Shenxi inquired Huang Wuxian if having a big fist is the supreme logic. Huang Wuxian scoffed and remarked that his disciples should go deal with Shenxi. The disciples responded yes. Shenxi reflected that he couldn't be too distracted by that battle because Shangding Celestial Sect's defeat was a key circumstance for Ning Yanyan's rise. But Shenxi considered that Ning Shenming is actually a good person, so if he is in danger, he will take action to save his life, and he believes that Ning Shenming will still successfully retire in the future. He pondered that it was just that he didn't know how to set up a big enough formation, and it would require quite a bit of time to suppress those three silly goons. Bairan suddenly declared that those three were golden stage cultivators, so she will do her best to help Shenxi distract one. Ning Yanyan stated that if Shenxi could swiftly deal with one of those enemies, she could also help him distract the other. Shenxi noted that they should wait a moment because the opponents are of vastly higher realms than the both of them. He added that they shouldn't send themselves to a meaningless death. Shenxi sighed as he swung his sword and blocked the enemy's attack. The enemy immediately coughed up blood. He mused that although he knew there was a power gap, he wondered if the gap wasn't a bit too wide and if the both of them weren't in the golden pill realm. Meanwhile, Bairan swung her sword to deflect the enemy's attack. The enemy chuckled and commented that it was an opening. Bairan was already out of breath. She was surprised when she saw the attack that was coming at her. Bairan assumed that there was a gap in their cultivation and she can't parry as fast as the opponent. However, she can't back down at that moment, and she must restrain the enemy even if she has to use her secret art. She was surprised when Shenxi pulled her away from the attack. Shenxi affirmed that he could handle that, and as he was about to suggest what Bairan should do, he was cut off. He heard Ning Yanyan groan in pain behind him, and he looked dejected. Ning Yanyan contemplated that she had to find a way to close the distance to the other party so that she could utilize her advantages, but the opponent's offensive was too strong. Shenxi suddenly appeared and parried the attack with his sword, which surprised Ning Yanyan. Ning Yanyan voiced that Shenxi shouldn't force himself and that he should focus on defeating his opponent, while Bairan uttered that they could still hang on. Shenxi wondered what Hang-On Bairan talked about when the two of them were being beaten like dogs, and he believed that they should go ahead and he would just be a FK. He summoned green orbs that protected the three of them. The enemy's attacks bounced off those green orbs. At that instance, the enemies all coughed up blood. Bairan and Ning Yanyan looked at each other and nodded. Ning Yanyan proclaimed that they should take that chance, and Bairan announced that she will attack the right side. One of the enemies observed that something was wrong, so they mustn't hold back. The other queried Bairan and Ning Yanyan if they thought that golden pill cultivators were easy to defeat, and the other mentioned that they should combine their attacks. The three enemies combined their attacks and directed them at Bairan and Ning Yanyan, who charged at them, but their attacks just bounced off the green orb that Shenxi summoned. The three enemies coughed up blood again. One of the enemies judged that the mysterious green barrier was not only tough, it even reflected attacks back to the attacker. The other wondered how they would fight back and suspected that those two maidens could just wield the barrier and pummel them to death. And the other wondered if it could be that Shenxi has just been pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Meanwhile, Shenxi was puzzled when he saw that the enemies looked at him. Shenxi began acting out of breath as he cursed in his mind and recognized that he forgot to pretend, and he wondered if it was still not too late to vomit blood. One of the enemies pointed out that it seems that Shenxi couldn't hold on for much longer, so they just needed to work hard for a little longer to break that barrier. The other asserted that there was no way Shenxi could hang on because they have three people, and the other professed that they must deal with Shenxi that day no matter what, even if they have to pull out all the stops. Shenxi surmised that, thank goodness that those three were idiots, and he wished them luck in his mind. On the other hand, Ning Shenming released his powerful, fiery aura. He used his treasure, Lion Yan Cauldron. Huang Wuxian specified that it was the intermediate profound treasure, Lion Yan Cauldron, and he questioned Ning Shenming if he was showing his cards so soon. Ning Shenming just smiled at Huang Wuxian. He released his fiery dragon and directed it at Huang Wuxian. Huang Wuxian opined that even after so many years, Ning Shenming hasn't progressed at all. He released his rope-like aura and destroyed Ning Shenming's dragon with it. Huang Wuxian summoned a huge rock and blocked the dragon's attack with it. Ning Shenming presumed that Huang Wuxian was stronger than him, and even after borrowing the defensive power of the Lion Yan Cauldron, he could only defend against him at most, so there was no possibility of him attacking Huang Wuxian. He wondered if it could be that his Shangding celestial sect was really going to be exterminated there that day. Meanwhile, the butterfly-looking auras flew around nearby Peak. Shenxi's disciples all watched the fight while they stayed inside the array he created. Xiao Qir deemed that nothing must happen to Shenxi. Suddenly, the yellow-clothed man pronounced that it turned out that that was indeed the place, and he found them. He inquired who knew so many pretty little mice hid there, and he conveyed that he wondered how they would taste. The spirit of the Jade Lake sword emerged from the formation. She woke up. The spirit quickly wielded the sword and raised it at the yellow-clothed man. The yellow-clothed man declared that it was a golden core realm sword spirit, and it was interesting to think that there would be such a high-grade magical treasure over there and that the sword spirit also looked very tasty. Dong Yuli queried the yellow-clothed man who he was. The yellow-clothed man addressed Dong Yuli as a little doll and remarked that there was no need to work up that little noggin of hers because that formation may be the work of a genius, but she should know that all the people who are there, including Ning Shenming and Huang Wuxian, are all just ants in front of him. Suddenly, the spirit dug her feet on the ground for driving force. She charged forward and lunged her sword at the yellow-clothed man. The yellow-clothed man deemed that it was no less than the explosive power of a nascent soul cultivator, so it was a bit interesting. He released a small orb of dark aura at his fingertip and used it to block the sword. The dark aura spread in all directions after it made contact with the sword. The yellow-clothed man stated that the tiny little golden core sword spirit could be proud of making him use 5% of his strength. The spirit paid him no mind and continued to swing her sword for another attack. The yellow-clothed man was alarmed when he felt the spirit's energy as he blocked the sword with his arm. He was pushed back by the powerful energy of the spirit. The yellow-clothed man landed and skidded on the ground. He commented that he didn't expect that the first slash of the spirit wasn't her full power, and he cursed. The yellow-clothed man mentioned that they could all go and die. The spirit charged at the yellow-clothed man. The spirit swung her sword once again, but the yellow-clothed man managed to grab the spirit's sword at that time. The yellow-clothed man released more of his dark aura and devoured the spirit with it. The spirit struggled as she got enveloped by the dark aura. Xiao Qir wondered what kind of strange technique it was, as it could even directly absorb the spiritual energy of the spirit sword. On the other hand, Huang Wuxian swung his weapon at Ning Shenming. Ning Shenming was pushed back by Huang Wuxian's attack. He groaned in pain as he skidded in the air. Huang Wuxian laughed and pronounced that Ning Shenming was a turtle and he should let him smash his shell for him. He swung his weapon again and broke Ning Shenming's Lion Yan Cauldron. Ning Shenming crashed on the ground and a huge explosion occurred. He groaned in pain as he sat on the ground. Ning Yanyan noticed what happened to Ning Shenming, and she got worried for him. She quickly flew towards Ning Shenming. Ning Shenming inquired Ning Yanyan what she came over there for and voiced that she should run quickly. Huang Wuxian announced that it was a touching relationship between master and disciple, so they should let him send them both on their way to nirvana. He swung his weapon, and as he hit the green orb that was protecting Ning Yanyan, he coughed up blood. Huang Wuxian was horrified and confused with what just happened. He was puzzled, and he quickly looked over Shenxi. Shenxi was surprised when he noticed Huang Wuxian looking at him. He immediately groaned in pain and noted that he couldn't hold on. But Huang Wuxian just questioned him who he was bluffing. Huang Wuxian reckoned that Shenxi's realm is definitely at the golden core, so that mysterious technique that could block his attacks and hurt him back is not an impossibility, but such a heaven-defying technique must have great limitations. He used his skill, Earthbound Locks, and he supposed that he should capture Shenxi first and think later. Meanwhile, Shenxi considered that Huang Wuxian used a magical treasure against him, a golden core realm cultivator, and he wondered how he should pretend. But before Huang Wuxian's magical treasure reached Shenxi, Shenxi was alarmed when he noticed the huge explosion of dark aura at Erbai Peak. Huang Wuxian laughed and voiced that he would advise Ning Shenming to surrender because now that the expert has made a move, he was afraid that not even a single soul from his Shangding celestial sect will survive, and it was already too late. The other disciples who fought each other all stopped in their tracks when they noticed the surge of a powerful dark aura from Erbai Peak. Ning Shenming affirmed that it had a sense of oppression, and he didn't expect Huang Wuxian to have hidden such a backhand. Huang Wuxian believed that there were no more threats there, so the only thing left was to capture Shenxi and make him hand over that super technique of his. But Huang Wuxian was alarmed when he saw Shenxi. Shenxi caught Huang Wuxian's earthbound locks and glared intensely at him. He observed that if Huang Wuxian wanted to fight, they should fight straight on, and he would play along, but he dared to sneakily attack Erbai Peak and touch his disciples. Shenxi indicated that since the plot has gone wrong, Huang Wuxian should let him help correct it. He suddenly started gathering a huge amount of spiritual energy from his surroundings. One of the disciples probed what was happening. Another conveyed that the spiritual power of heaven and earth has started swirling around. And another interrogated what realm the person must be in to be able to affect spiritual power on that magnitude. A huge amount of energy has swirled and gathered around Shenxi. The powerful spiritual energy continued to gather and swirl around Shenxi. One of the disciples inquired if it was a nascent soul breakthrough. Ning Shenming declared that it was not it and that Shenxi ignited his own cultivation. He stated that he has never placed his trust in Shenxi, but Shenxi has still chosen to stake his life for the sake of the sect. Ning Yanyan immediately got worried for Shenxi when she heard what Ning Shenming announced. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy continued to swirl around Shenxi. Shenxi cursed in his mind as he suspected that Erbai Peak was raided and his mind was shaken, which gave the heavenly Tao a chance to enter, and it gave him a mad surge of spiritual power and Tao profundity, trying to force him to break through. Huang Wuxian suddenly remarked that it doesn't matter if Shenxi has broken through because it was just the nascent soul early stage. Shenxi considered that it was nice timing, as he hasn't risen to the nascent soul realm just yet, so he would take that chance to ignite all of that spiritual energy. On the other hand, the yellow-clothed man laughed menacingly while he choked Shenxi's sword spirit. Han Xianpi suddenly appeared behind the yellow-clothed man and was about to kick him, but she was surprised when the dark aura of the yellow-clothed man quickly spread to her leg. The yellow-clothed man mentioned that the spiritual energy of the sword spirit may be delicious, but it was lacking compared to the soft skin and tender flesh of a little doll like Han Xianpi. Han Xianpi groaned in pain as she retreated and landed back on the ground. She pondered that before she dies, she has to buy some time for her senior and junior sisters. The yellow-clothed man queried Han Xianpi if she was not running away and came towards him instead and expressed that in that case, he would accept that offering. Suddenly, Shenxi's dark hair elegantly fluttered in the air. He had just arrived and landed between Han Xianpi and the yellow-clothed man. Shenxi glared at the yellow-clothed man. Han Xianpi questioned Shenxi why he had come there. Shenxi revealed that the matters outside are more or less settled, so he came back to take a look. Meanwhile, Ning Shenming noted that no one would have thought that it would happen to Huang Wuxian of the nascent soul late stage. He conveyed that it was just from the swing of a sword by Shenxi. Back at Erbai Peak, the yellow-clothed man confidently faced Shenxi. The yellow-clothed man observed that it was really such a disappointment because he didn't expect that the sword spirit would be that strong. But the master was that weak. He pronounced that it was not complicated and that Shenxi should hand over his spirit tools and sword spirit, and he could spare his life. The yellow-clothed man uttered that Shenxi should give him a couple of those little girls as well because, after all, he hasn't eaten in a while. Shenxi recounted that the yellow-clothed man was too noisy. The yellow-clothed man was taken by surprise by what Shenxi asserted. He laughed and proclaimed that since Shenxi wanted to die so desperately, he would fulfill his wish. The yellow-clothed man used his skill, Black Lotus Karmic Fire. He commented that Shenxi should be extinguished, tremble in fear, and burn to ashes. Shenxi acknowledged that the yellow-clothed man was annoying. He used his skill, Wave Threading Slash. Shenxi's powerful slash illuminated the area and dispersed the yellow-clothed man's dark aura. The powerful slash passed through the middle of the yellow-clothed man's body, and it was strong that it even sliced the mountain behind him. The yellow-clothed man's body got cut in half and blood squirted from it. Shenxi turned to look at his disciples. Kang Yuling, Xuanyu, and Han Xianpi looked at Shenxi, and they were puzzled. Shenxi voiced that the yellow-clothed man was already dead, so they should just hurry and get it over with. The three of them looked at each other with a confused look on their faces. They clarified that Shenxi was amazing. Shenxi cursed in his mind as he assumed that Kang Yuling was an idiot, but even the others were being dumb too, and he wondered if he hadn't told them over and over to cremate the corpse, remove all traces, and disperse the ashes. He surmised that he had displayed too much of his power and wondered how he was going to lie his way out of it. Shenxi reasoned that he should just forget it and just pretend for a bit, and thankfully all of those characters he wrote all seemed to be somewhat stupid, brainless light novels. He suddenly dug his sword into the ground. Shenxi acted like he was out of breath and was in pain. His disciples immediately called out to him and were worried. Xuanyu probed Shenxi what happened to him, and Shenxi responded that it was nothing and that he had just ignited his cultivation, so a few years of nurturing might lead to a recovery. Xiaoqi reported that Shenxi shouldn't scare her and that it was all because she is too stupid and needed his protection so she would not laze and play around in the future. Shenxi told that if Xiaoqi really regrets her actions, she must not slack off during cultivation from that point onward. Kang Yuling pressed Shenxi what other last words he still has. Shenxi hit Kang Yuling's head. He explained that they should remember to cremate the yellow-robed person, to which Xiaoqi acknowledged okay. Ning Shenming, Bai Ran, and Ning Yanyan arrived at Erbai Peak. Ning Yanyan was surprised by what he saw. He saw that Shenxi's disciples cremated a body. Thinking that it was Shenxi, Ning Yanyan inquired if he was cremated already and declared that he didn't have a chance to see him one last time. Ning Yanyan queried how that could be. Dong Yuli stated that it was Shenxi's intention, so Ning Shenming need not be concerned over it. Ning Shenming sighed as he gave his condolences, and he remarked that if they all don't mind, they could join his faction, as he will teach them with all he has. Dong Yuli and Han Xianpi gave Ning Shenming a weird look, which puzzled him. Ning Shenming cleared his throat and questioned if they were not willing or if Shenxi left any last words. Suddenly, Kang Yuling asserted that Ning Shenming should watch her pole. Xiaoqi demanded Kang Yuling what she was doing and why she suddenly attacked Ning Shenming. Kang Yuling recounted that when she uttered those words earlier, she was hit, and she wondered why Ning Shenming shouldn't also be hit. Ning Shenming expressed that he should have been the one that died there as the sect leader, but Shenxi took the responsibility on his behalf, so it was normal for them all to be angry and beat him. He called Ning Yanyan and announced that he was no longer fit to be the sect leader, so from that point onward, he would retire to the mountains and not bother with the sect's affairs ever again, and the seat of the sect leader shall be passed on to her. Ning Yanyan called Ning Shenming and proclaimed that she isn't worthy, but Ning Shenming countered that she is worthy, and there will definitely be nobody who will object to that. So from that point onwards, she was the new sect leader of Shangding Celestial Sect, and everyone there would be her witness. Ning Shenming admitted that Shenxi being harmed was all his fault, and Dong Yuli tried to say what actually happened to Shenxi, but she was cut off. Yu Wushuang suddenly arrived, and she probed where Shenxi was. Xiaoqi pressed Yu Wushuang who she would be. Yu Wushuang challenged Xiaoqi what qualifications she had to ask her name and mentioned that she was looking for Shenxi. Xiaoqi revealed that Shenxi is her master, and she interrogated Yu Wushuang who she was. Yu Wushuang noted that Xiaoqi was actually Shenxi's little disciple. She averred that she did not bully Xiaoqi because she was actually her future madam, but she took back what she uttered and clarified that she is the young master of Tan Celestial Sect, so she would request for Xiaoqi to take care of her since it was the first time they met. Ning Shenming was surprised when he heard about the Tan Celestial Sect. Xiaoqi believed that Shenxi had sustained heavy injuries, so it would take a few years to recover his cultivation, and it was originally her chance to get close to him, and she wondered why another woman of extraordinary status and appearance appeared so suddenly and how could Shenxi be so promiscuous. Yu Wushuang started looking around. She considered that, luckily, Shenxi was not there because she was too hasty earlier, and she must not let that scumbag see her reckless behavior. Yu Wushuang quizzed Ning Shenming where Shenxi was. Ning Shenming was about to respond, but Dong Yuli quickly interjected and indicated that Shenxi has sustained severe injuries, so he is recovering at home and did not receive guests, so she requested for Yu Wushuang to forgive Shenxi. When he heard what Dong Yuli conveyed, Ning Shenming posed who was the one being created, and Dong Yuli responded that it was an enemy that Shenxi defeated. Both Ning Yanyan and Bai Ran implored if Shenxi didn't die. On the other hand, Yu Wushuang inquired if Shenxi was seriously injured and if she could go see him. Han Xianpi apologized to Yu Wushuang and explained that Shenqi is in a coma and is not able to receive guests. Yu Wushuang observed that just a look will do and she won't disturb Shenqi. She added that she could even give Shenqi some medicinal pills, but she is not fully prepared, so she only has Gyuan pills of the 6th grade, which should be enough to heal the majority of injuries. Ning Shenming was surprised when he heard about the Gyuan pills. Xiao Qir beseeched Ning Shenming if those could heal Shenqi's injuries. Ning Shenming pronounced that one single Gyuan pill could revive the dead and recover flesh and bones, and all those below the demigod realm could recover injuries rapidly, so it could be said that one Gyuan pill is worth more than even a profound treasure. Xiao Qir insisted that Yu Wushuang should give it to her, to which Yu Wushuang replied yes, but she has only that one bottle, and there are 10 pills in the bottle as she did not prepare many of them. Xiao Qir shared that Shenqi conveyed that he might have to recover for at least 2 to 3 years, so 10 pills are not going to be enough, and Yu Wushuang has to prepare more of them. Yu Wushuang agreed that she will next time. Xiao Qir commented that since Yu Wushuang was so generous, she would let her meet Shenqi, but only for a look, and Yu Wushuang thanked her repeatedly. On the other hand, Dong Yuli figured that Yu Wushuang doesn't make the cut because, with just her standards, she wouldn't survive her by Peak's daily battles, let alone win the fight for the right to mate. Meanwhile, Yu Wushuang supposed that she shouldn't worry because it was just a peek at Shenqi because, after all, he is in a coma, so she won't get caught sneaking a look at him. Yu Wushuang reached out to open the door. She was speechless when she saw the healthy Shenqi leisurely eating an apple by the table. Yu Wushuang wondered why Shenqi was awake. She catechized Shenqi if he was awake and acknowledged that she guessed he was not dead. Shenqi cross-examined Yu Wushuang what does him dying or not have to do with her while in his mind. She wondered how Yu Wushuang dared to come see him when she was having so much fun with Cayenne Ren on the internet. On the other hand, Yu Wushuang wondered what she was doing and why she acted so cold when she wanted to reconcile with Shenqi, and she realized that she had to take good care of Shenqi, as he will definitely be shocked, and she should believe in herself and tell him that she misses him and that she came there just for the sake of saving him. Yu Wushuang concluded that it was alright as the psychological construction was complete, so she should do it. She scoffed, and as she grilled Shenqi if he assumed that she came there purposefully for him, she articulated that she should dream on because it was just convenient for her, and she left because just looking at him makes her annoyed. Yu Wushuang stated that she left because just looking at Shenqi made her annoyed. Shenqi wondered how it was he who got scolded and why Yu Wushuang even came there. Yu Wushuang nervously walked away. She wondered how she was, where she was, and what she just remarked. Ning Yanyan inquired of Yu Wushuang if she got anxious and mentioned the wrong words again. Yu Wushuang was in tears as she looked back at Ning Yanyan. She immediately wailed and declared that she didn't want to live anymore. Ning Shenming and Shenqi's disciples were taken aback by what Yu Wushuang did. One of the men who came with Yu Wushuang's side. One of them immediately used their skill. The ground was carved out, and it created a dome that enclosed both Yu Wushuang and Ning Yanyan. Ning Yanyan commented that it was alright and that Yu Wushuang should stop crying because it was only a single defeat, and after all, she has experienced plenty of defeats already. Yu Wushuang proclaimed that Ning Yanyan changed. Ning Yanyan announced that Yu Wushuang would have plenty of chances in the future, and they just needed to look for them. But Yu Wushuang voiced that the words she uttered were mean, and she queried if there was any way to recover from the situation. Ning Yanyan was silent for a moment as she pondered about it. She recalled how Shenqi wrapped his arms around her and protected her. Ning Yanyan noted that there definitely is, and they could even arrange a scene where the beauty saves the hero, which would definitely change Yu Wushuang's impression on Shenqi. Yu Wushuang questioned Ning Yanyan if it was real. Ning Yanyan responded that it was, of course, so. Yu Wushuang asserted that Ning Yanyan hadn't even gotten the video of Shenqi giving a sermon, which she probed her to record. Ning Yanyan revealed that she had already tried very hard and was just about to get it. Yu Wushuang scoffed and recounted that it was what Ning Yanyan had uttered last time as well and that she had changed. But Ning Yanyan observed that it was true because she was very close with Shenqi at the moment, so she requested for Yu Wushuang to let her off at that time. Yu Wushuang acknowledged alright and that she will trust Ning Yanyan one more time, so if there are any updates of any sort, from that point onward, she has to immediately inform her, to which Ning Yanyan responded of course and that Yu Wushuang should be rest assured. Yu Wushuang pronounced that she will leave the matter of caring for Shenqi to Ning Yanyan, and she should help her look after him and not let any other woman walk too close to him. She left along with the men who came with her. Ning Shenming pressed Ning Yanyan what relationship she had with the young master of the Tan Celestial sect. Ning Yanyan conveyed that Yu Wushuang was a benefactor who saved her life, and she had already pledged her allegiance to her, so she requested that Ning Shenming forgive her and find another candidate for the sect leader position. Ning Shenming was surprised when he heard what Ning Yanyan articulated, but he expressed that Ning Yanyan should just forget it because he will still hand over the sect leader position to her, and he only hopes that she will take good care of the Shangding Celestial sect. Ning Yanyan replied that the disciple would obey. Meanwhile, Ning Shenming thought that it was awesome, and as he wondered if that doesn't mean that they have managed to affiliate themselves with the Tan Celestial Sect, he reflected that Ning Yanyan was a good disciple and she had done spectacularly. In the battle at the Shangding Celestial Sect, Huang Wuxian, the patriarch of the Dai King sect, was defeated miserably, and his cultivation was sealed, so his disciples either surrendered or fled in all directions, so the huge Dai King sect collapsed in an instant. Ning Yanyan officially took over the sect leader position of the Shangding Celestial Sect, and although her cultivation is still low, she has the backing of Ning Shenming, and she is very strong-handed in her words and actions. If anyone started to mess around, they were directly met with Ning Yanyan's sword, so even those who wanted to take advantage of their seniority would tremble when they saw her, and those who opposed her taking over as sect leader have also, therefore, quieted down. The reputation of the unyielding fairy, Ning Yanyan, thereafter spread like wildfire, and she was inexplicably praised by the disciples of the Shangding Celestial Sect. But only Ning Yanyan herself knew that it was all thanks to the teachings from Shenxi. It could be stated that the Shangding Celestial Sect shot to fame in a single battle, and the news that it became a subsidiary sect of the Tan Celestial Sect was also somehow spread by someone. And there was an endless stream of hermit clans who came to visit for a while, and the sect currently thrives, but Erbai Peak has since faded out of everyone's minds. At Erbai Peak, Shenxi lay leisurely on his bed while Xuanyu and Dong Yueli accompanied him. Shenxi mused that ever since he sealed his cultivation, his disciples seemed to have matured overnight because Xiao Qir has been cultivating relentlessly all day and night and has successfully embarked on the path that a protagonist should walk, and she was finally no longer a troublemaker. He reckoned that Xuanyu and Dong Yueli had also taken good care of him, so it was really a heavenly lifestyle. Suddenly, Xuanyu indicated that Shenxi might not rest comfortably without a pillow and questioned if he would feel better if it was like that. Xuanyu inquired of Shenxi how he feels because she somehow can't seem to see his face. Shenxi explained that it was normal to be unable to see from that angle, and he couldn't see her face as well, but it was great and was very comfortable. On the other hand, Dong Yueli smiled while she read her book. Shenxi inquired of Dong Yueli what book she read and affirmed that she was engrossed lately and he had seen her borrowing a lot of books about formations. Dong Yueli spoke that to answer Shenxi, she is reading That Night I Assaulted My Master Who Lost His Cultivation, and it was a new book written by Fairy Kingling. Shenxi admitted that he didn't think that their sect would have someone who would write such books. Dong Yueli clarified that it was not from their sect, as it was by a fairy from the Bei Sword sect, and her books are very popular throughout the whole area of Qingju. Shenxi questioned if that was the case and exclaimed that he never knew that Dong Yueli would like that type of genre. Dong Yueli divulged that it was because the main character in the books is very similar to Shenxi. Shenxi murmured just oh as a response. Half a year later, a lot of cultivators have gathered at Shangding Celestial Sect. One of the cultivators declared that it must be the Shangding Celestial Sect, adding that it was even more magnificent than the rumors, and Shenxi remarked that it was natural because the Shangding Celestial Sect was no longer like it was before, and as a subsidiary sect of the Tan Celestial Sect, it had considerable potential for growth. The cultivator mentioned that Shenxi seemed to be in the know of such matters and that he wondered if Shenxi was willing to share a couple of scraps of information. Shenxi stated that he agreed and felt the cultivator seemed like a fated person, so with just one spirit stone, he would fill him in with the details. The cultivator noted that one spirit stone was a tad expensive, and as Shenxi uttered that the cultivator should simply forget it if he did not want to listen. He questioned the cultivator about whether he truly believed the Shangding Celestial Sect would accept someone with a cultivation like his. The cultivator agreed to one spirit stone, but Shenxi voiced that the price had increased to 3 spirit stones. A few moments later, Shenxi gathered a crowd and conveyed that the Shangding Immortal Sect had developed rapidly in the past 6 months and opened up 3 more spiritual mountains. He added that before recruiting disciples, it was the 12 peaks, but now it was the 14 peaks, and one of the peak masters had lost their cultivation base and was akin to a mortal, so that peak did not accept disciples. He commented that regarding why that cultivation-less person could still be a master of one of the peaks, there was actually a touching story behind it, and if his fellow Taoists wished to continue listening, he requested they be generous with their spirit stones. Meanwhile, one of the elders queried Ning Yanyan whether they were going to let Shenxi continue fooling around. Ning Yanyan inquired of the elder if he did not think that what Shenxi said was pretty good. The elder remarked that what Shenxi conveyed was indeed engrossing, but he probed whether it would ruin the reputation of their sect because Shenxi had already fleeced more than a dozen batches of casual cultivators there. Ning Yanyan announced that it was precisely because of the embellishments Shenxi added to the story that the standard of cultivators joining the sect was getting higher and higher, and those cultivators were completely devoted to their sect, so as the personnel elder, he should instead be grateful to Shenxi. The elder sighed and mentioned that he never expected that even after Shenxi lost his cultivation, he could still come up with such a method to help the sect. Ning Yanyan declared that the elder should shut up and that he should remember that from that point onward, she would not allow anyone to mention the matter of Shenxi's cultivation within the sect. The elder immediately voiced his agreement and stated that he was a subordinate who would remember it by heart. Ning Yanyan scoffed, and she remembered to ask what happened to the batch of technique scrolls moved over from the Taiyan Celestial sect. The elder stated that he had arranged for them to be kept in the library tower, and according to Ning Yanyan's wishes, the tower was separated into 3 floors, and only those who fulfilled a certain level of contribution and cultivation would be allowed to access the upper floors. Ning Yanyan remarked that those were not really her wishes but rather requested by Shenxi. On the other hand, Shenxi noted that he talked until his throat was parched, but he managed to earn quite a bit again. Shenxi announced that after the library tower opened, the sect disciples would have a chance to find a suitable technique for themselves, and it would also incentivize them to work harder. But more importantly, those disciples of his should have found the Shanling mantra he previously arranged for inside. He stated that the next step ought to be a stroll around the realm. But before that, he would prepare some treasures for them again, and he wondered what he should make. Suddenly, Ning Yanyan demanded to know from Shenxi how the harvest was that day. Shenxi addressed Ning Yanyan as the sect leader and mentioned that it had been a long time since they saw each other. Ning Yanyan questioned what he meant by that when they had last met just 3 days prior, and she declared that she told him 3 days ago to stop fleecing those casual cultivators. Yet there he was again. Shenxi asked if it was not all because of his family's poor financial background and affirmed that having to feed so many mouths made it natural to earn a bit more money. When Ning Yanyan heard that Shenxi was poor, she queried whether his allowance was not as much as a vice sect leader, and why he would lack spirit stones. Shenxi stated that no one could earn too much money after all. Ning Yanyan announced that Shenxi should forget it, and she did not blame him so he could do whatever he wanted, and she would agree to it anyway. Shenxi declared that it was good timing because he indeed had a request. Ning Yanyan voiced that Shenxi should present it. Shenxi noted that he actually had one more disciple whom he had not met for a long time, and he really wished to go see her, so he wanted Ning Yanyan to cover for him while he went to see that disciple of his. Ning Yanyan wondered if Shenxi saw someone outside in secret. Shenxi commented that the words Ning Yanyan uttered could be very easily misunderstood. He remarked that his disciple had a special physique, and so he did not dare to bring her into the world of cultivation. However, as he had no cultivation at the moment, his disciples would definitely worry if he descended the mountain alone, so he hoped that Yanyan could cover for him and simply claim that she had found a doctor who could repair his meridians. Ning Yanyan stated that Shenxi usually called her sect leader Ning, but he addressed her as Yanyan just then, and she inquired how he could treat her so casually, wanting her to help him lie to his disciples so he could meet his other disciple. Shenxi was taken aback, and he called her Yanyan again. Ning Yanyan mentioned that she just joked, and she questioned Shenxi whether he really would have no problem leaving alone now that he had no cultivation. Shenxi declared that he would be fine with his Bihu sword spirit accompanying him. Ning Yanyan agreed and remarked that she would help Shenxi. Shenxi stated that it was great and that he would wait for Ning Yanyan's good news while he went to see how his disciple was doing first. He left, and Ning Yanyan just watched him from behind, speechless. Ning Yanyan queried herself about what she considered and added that it was not something a person of her status should be fantasizing about. A lot of cultivators walked towards the library tower. One of them was Kang Yuling, and as she called Dong Yueli, she stated that there were many people there. Dong Yueli inquired Kang Yuling if she found a good technique, and as Kang Yuling declared that the old uncle in the library secretly stashed away a good technique for her. Xiao Kier queried Kang Yuling if the old uncle also stashed a technique for her. Meanwhile, the old uncle at the library considered that Shenxi was really troublesome. He pondered that if Shenxi wanted to give the techniques to his disciples, he could just give them directly, and he wondered why he had to hide them in the library and make his disciples come find them and make him pretend to be an expert and secretly give them the techniques. On the other hand, one of the disciples remarked that Dong Yueli truly deserves to be the second-ranked fairy on the fairy ranking list because she has perfect curves, a beautiful face, an elegant temperament, as well as a little bit of arrogance, so he wishes he could be stepped on by her, to which another disciple mentioned that he was a pervert, and he was the reason why public morality declines each day. But if it was Dong Yueli, he thinks it was reasonable. Xiao Kier uttered that it was too noisy there, so they should go once Xuanyu and the others came out. Suddenly, Zhao Dianci introduced himself to Dong Yueli, and as he asserted that he was the eldest son of the Zhao family from Qinshu Mountain, he questioned Dong Yueli if he may have the fortune of being friends with her. Dong Yueli apologized to Zhao Dianci and announced that she was not interested. Zhao Dianci observed that he had already heard of Dong Yueli's reputation from the fairy ranking list, and she was indeed extraordinary after having seen her in person that day, and he had admired her for a long time, so he had prepared those third-grade blood fortifying pills for her. Dong Yueli noted that there was no need. Zhao Dianci believed that sure enough, Dong Yueli was still arrogant and proud. However, rumor has it that Dong Yuli has an extremely tyrannical master, and she and her juniors have suffered greatly as a result. So if he were to come from that angle and resolve the troubles of Dong Yuli, he was sure she wouldn't treat him like that anymore. He figured that there had yet to be a woman whom he wanted but couldn't obtain. Suddenly, Xiao Qir probed Zhao Dianci why he still stood there and did not leave. Zhao Dianci ignored Xiao Qir, and as he called Dong Yuli, he commented that he had heard stories of her master ever since entering the sect. Both Xiao Qir and Dong Yuli quickly gave Zhao Dianci a deathly glare. Zhao Dianci revealed that Dong Yuli might not have had a choice then, but since he was there now, he could suggest to the elders to have her and her sisters be assigned to a new master, and for the sake of giving his family's patriarch some face, he was sure the elders would agree. He exclaimed that after all, for such a talented fairy like Dong Yuli, it was natural for her to not be associated with such a cripple. All the disciples around Zhao Dianci immediately stepped away and kept a distance from him, which surprised him. One of the disciples pronounced that Zhao Dianci was finished because the words he spoke were already taboo in the Shangding celestial sect, and another disciple voiced that Zhao Dianci's information was probably obtained from someone with a grudge against him. Meanwhile, when Dong Yuli heard what Zhao Dianci imparted, she requested for him to go and die. Zhao Dianci was intimidated when Dong Yuli stomped her foot on the ground. He demanded Dong Yuli what she did. Dong Yuli questioned Zhao Dianci for daring to say that her master is a cripple and indicated that she shall have him taste what being a cripple is like. She threw her ice crystals at Zhao Dianci and hit his legs. Zhao Dianci screamed in pain and shouted that someone should save him. One of the disciples articulated that only the gods could save Zhao Dianci because even if he wanted to save him, they don't have the ability to do so, and another disciple conveyed that amongst the younger generation, Dong Yuli was not only ranked second on the fairy ranking list, which judges beauty, but also ranked third on the Heavenly Prouds list, which judges strength. Another disciple expressed that the first place on the Heavenly Prouds list is unyielding Ning Yanyan, and the second is Xiao Qir, while the third is Dong Yuli. Another relayed that the gap between the top 3 ruthless individuals on the rankings and people like them is really big, and it was obvious as soon as they make a move because such a complicated formation was freely utilized without any need for a technique seal. And another maintained that he was afraid that there was only Han Zioner, who is a martial idiot who dares to constantly challenge them. Dong Yuli affirmed that they should see who will come to save Zhao Dianci that day. Shenshi suddenly arrived and proclaimed that it was enough. Dong Yuli immediately bowed down and called Shenshi her master. Shenshi avowed that Zhao Dianci should take those blood-fortifying pills as compensation on behalf of his disciple, and that he would slowly recover after eating them. Zhao Dianci protested that Shenshi was the one spreading rumors at the sect gates, and it was him who told him that Dong Yuli had a tyrannical master, so he actually set him up. Shenshi immediately enunciated that Zhao Dianci was his little friend, and he better watch what he said. Otherwise, his father might break his legs himself. He averred that Zhao Dianci's father was just an insignificant nascent soul realm cultivator, and he wouldn't be able to withstand the consequences. Zhao Dianci quickly walked away with the help of his attendants. Shenshi suddenly called Dong Yuli, and Dong Yuli was terrified. He professed that as a senior sister, Dong Yuli was an example for others to emulate, and as he pressed her if others should emulate her freely harming her sect mates while within the sect, he insisted that she sure was cocky. Dong Yuli was flustered when she saw Shenshi raise his hand. She surmised that Shenshi went to hit her, but Shenshi sighed and disclosed that Dong Yuli should forget it because what Zhao Dianci admitted wasn't wrong because, after all, he is indeed a cripple in terms of his cultivation. Dong Yuli was stunned when she heard what Shenshi admitted. She shared that Shenshi shouldn't stay his hand and that he must hit her. Shenshi stated that he was a cultivation cripple at the moment, so Dong Yuli should stop inviting trouble because if they really incur the wrath of someone whose wrath should not be incurred, he won't have the ability to provide them all. He considered that it was a perfect plan because, with that stage being prepared, those sensitive disciples of his should get the hint that he desperately tried to recover his cultivation. And when the time comes that Ning Yanyan tells them that she has found a doctor who could restore his cultivation, his path to descending the mountain will be clear of obstacles. On the other hand, Kang Yuling looked back and forth between Shenshi and Dong Yuli. Kang Yuling inquired why she vaguely felt that Shenshi was scheming something. Xiao Qir remarked that Kang Yuling shouldn't say that because what Shenshi needed at the moment is consolation. Meanwhile, Shenshi pondered that Kang Yuling was a stupid wench and wondered why she tried to give his game away at that moment. He declared that he would take his leave first, and after they were done borrowing from the technique library, they should head back quickly too. Shenshi announced that he wouldn't be eating later that night as he had no appetite. Xiao Qir commented that they were too useless as they weren't of help to Shenshi, and yet they even increased his troubles. And Dong Yuli noted that Shenshi has lost his cultivation and she has gone and caused a dispute, so she was afraid that Shenshi will be hard-pressed addressing the elders. On the other hand, Kang Yuling reflected that it was suspicious that Shenshi has become so melancholic as of late, and every time he has acted weird previously, He always had a scheme, but she believed that she should just forget it and just think about what to eat for dinner because she was sure that Han Xianpi would cook something delicious to celebrate. On the other hand, Shenxi went back to his residence. Shenxi supposed that he went to meet Yuting soon, and those two treasures that he has secretly made over the past half year are perfect as gifts, so he hopes that she will be happy with them. Suddenly, Bai Ran stepped into Shenxi's residence. Bai Ran queried Shenxi if she could know what he was doing and if he intended to travel far. Shenxi repeatedly uttered no and that he just looked for something while he repeatedly cursed in his mind, and he realized that his scheme must not be leaked at the moment. But luckily, it was Bai Ran who came. He questioned Bai Ran what brought her there. Bai Ran mentioned that it was Shenxi who invited her over for drinks that night, so she came and inquired if he had forgotten. She assumed that Shenxi was nice and sweet when asking her to help him gather materials, but currently he has forgotten. She mused that he was a scumbag, and it was no wonder that Ning Yanyan said that he was a scumbag previously when she was drunk. Shenxi voiced that he did remember and there was no way he could have forgotten, and Bai Ran acknowledged that it was good that Shenxi did remember because she had brought over some wine, and Ning Yanyan proclaimed that she would be coming later, so he better be prepared. Shenxi was surprised when he heard that Ning Yanyan was coming over to drink, and he surmised that Ning Yanyan is addicted to alcohol but extremely weak to it and very talkative once she's drunk, so she better not let his plan slip out. Bai Ran interrogated Shenxi why and if there was anything wrong. Shenxi conveyed that it was just that he feels that it might be a tad inappropriate for the sect leader to come over to his place to drink so often. Bai Ran expressed that Shenxi should tell that to Ning Yanyan's face. Shenxi pronounced that he should just forget it since he already promised Ning Yanyan. Bai Ran probed Shenxi what was up with him, if there was anything on his mind, or if he was feeling unwell somewhere. Shenxi responded no and that nothing was up. He was fine, but Bai Ran demanded Shenxi if his waist was feeling uncomfortable. Shenxi affirmed that he was really okay and everything was fine. Bai Ran suddenly exclaimed that Shenxi shouldn't move and that he should let her check his body. Shenxi remembered a guy when he heard that Bai Ran would check his body. Bai Ran observed that even if there was nothing wrong, he is without his cultivation at the moment, so he must take good care of himself. She added that Shenxi could just tell her if anything is up with him anytime because, after all, Dong Yueli and the rest are still young, so they might not take care of many things well. Shenxi answered sure. Bai Ran indicated that since Shenxi was no longer a golden core, he must also remember to change his clothes. Shenxi articulated that Bai Ran should wait a minute and demanded what he would cover himself with that night. Bai Ran promised that she will prepare a new one for Shenxi and she will bring it to him in a bit. Shenxi was speechless as he watched Bai Ran leave the room. He cursed in his mind as he concluded that he actually felt touched earlier as Bai Ran really treats him like her little brother when she really should not have. On the other hand, Bai Ran deliberated about Shenxi's fragrance. She reckoned that she really does intend to sincerely take care of Shenxi. Bai Ran muttered that she wondered if Shenxi would come to like her because of that. Shenxi lay leisurely on a huge rock. Suddenly, Ning Yanyan arrived. Shenxi noticed Ning Yanyan. He was surprised when he looked at Ning Yanyan. Ning Yanyan inquired Shenxi if she woke him up. But instead of answering her question, Shenxi questioned Ning Yanyan why she was there so early. Ning Yanyan stated that it was too tiring to be the sect leader, and there was always something else that needed to be done. She declared that Shenxi's bed was quite comfortable and that she didn't know that he was one to enjoy niceties. Shenxi uttered that Ning Yanyan should watch her image, and Ning Yanyan queried what was there to be careful about when it was not like there was anyone else there. Shenxi voiced that it was not really the problem there. Ning Yanyan announced that she came over in secret in order to laze and relax, so Shenxi should stop being so strict with her. Shenxi remarked that Ning Yanyan should watch her intake that night and that she shouldn't forget what she had promised him. Ning Yanyan commented that Shenxi was being too much and that he knew that she had worked so hard to make time to find him all for the sake of drinking. Shenxi probed Ning Yanyan how she could say that it was for the sake of drinking with that tolerance of hers, and as he noted that even an ant on Erbai Peak could drink more than her, he pressed her if she didn't know what she mentioned during the previous time she got drunk. Ning Yanyan pronounced that she was drunk but not a fool, and what she articulated were all words sincerely from her heart, and she demanded him if he was trying to ignore them and just pretend that she was just speaking gibberish. Shenxi conveyed that Ning Yanyan doesn't have the appearance of a sect leader at all. He expressed that Ning Yanyan should go ahead and take a nap first, and he would call her later when it was time to eat dinner. Ning Yanyan just stared longingly at Shenxi as he walked away and didn't say anything. She sighed, and she requested herself why it wasn't her who met Shenxi first. A few moments later, Han Xianpi revealed that the chicken soup was ready, so they should make room for her quickly. Shenxi asserted that they should all drink less that day and eat as much as they wanted. Bai Ran responded that Shenxi should have more of the chicken, and Shenxi observed sure. Ning Yanyan scoffed as she narrowed her eyes at Shenxi. Xiao Qir suddenly approached Shenxi and indicated that he had to have more lamb meat. Shenxi challenged why it seemed like someone had already taken a bite out of it. But Xiao Qir ignored his question, and as she interrogated him why he wasn't eating it, she reported that it was really delicious. Shenxi just agreed and recounted that Xiao Qir was such a good girl. Xiao Qir smirked evilly while Dong Yuli clenched her chopsticks in rage. Xiao Qir signaled that it was indirect kissing. Dong Yuli called Shenxi and spelled out that she was offering him a toast. Shenxi appealed Dong Yuli if the cup hadn't been used by her, but he was not able to finish his sentence. Dong Yuli recited that Shenxi should just drink it and take it as an apology for what happened the other day. Han Xianbi affirmed that she was the most adept at preparing that glazed pork cutlet, and requested that Shenxi try it, while Xuan Yu iterated that Shenxi should have a taste of the lettuce because it was very good. Meanwhile, Kang Yuling was deep in reflection as she chewed her food. Shenxi noticed Kang Yuling, so he sought to know her if there was anything wrong. Kang Yuling seemed to have an idea, and she called Shenxi. She enumerated that Shenxi was the only man there, so he should quickly take a bite of that kidney to boost his performance. Shenxi wanted to know Kang Yuling where she even learned all those obscene ideas from. On the other hand, Ning Yanyan just silently chugged on her drink while the others all fawned over Shenxi. Suddenly, Ning Yanyan called Shenxi while slamming her cup on the table. Shenxi professed that perhaps Ning Yanyan had imbibed too quickly. Ning Yanyan proclaimed that she had something that she wanted to tell him. Shenxi considered that the crucial moment has come, and whether he gets to go out depends on that final step, so Ning Yanyan must not drop the ball at that moment. He stated that Ning Yanyan should be careful. Ning Yanyan was flustered by what Shenxi did. Shenxi remarked that Ning Yanyan should speak if she has something to say. Ning Yanyan was startled, and she seemed to have come back to her conscious self. She announced that she has found someone who is capable of healing Shenxi. Bai Ran and Shenxi's disciples were surprised when they heard what Ning Yanyan conveyed. Bai Ran inquired Ning Yanyan if that was true. Ning Yanyan affirmed that it was true. She queried Shenxi when she could bring him over to see them. Shenxi informed that he had time to go the next day. Ning Yanyan declared that she would bring Shenxi the next day then. Meanwhile, Xiao Qir squinted her eyes, and she looked at Ning Yanyan full of doubt. She questioned Ning Yanyan what kind of person the doctor was. Shenxi and Ning Yanyan looked over at Xiao Qir, and they were worried. Ning Yanyan was about to say something about the doctor, but she turned to Shenxi and posed him what kind of person the doctor was. Shenxi probed Ning Yanyan how he would know that when she was the one who found the doctor. Ning Yanyan acknowledged that it was right that it was her who found the doctor, but before she could continue speaking, she fainted. Shenxi believed that Ning Yanyan's reverse questioning almost killed him and that if she can't drink, she should drink less. Xiao Qir interrogated Shenxi if what Ning Yanyan voiced was true and if there really was someone who could cure him. Shenxi responded that he was not clear about that himself since Ning Yanyan was drunk, so he guessed they should ask her again the next day. He added that he will bring Ning Yanyan to the guest room, so they should go ahead and eat first. Everyone silently sat on the table. Xiao Qir wondered why she was still suspicious of things. Shenxi finally found an opportunity to recover, and she mused that it was as if she didn't want Shenxi to recover at all. Bai Ran reflected that although she had already approached everyone she knew and found a way to recover Shenxi's cultivation, she thinks that the doctor that Ning Yanyan found was probably a better solution. She recalled how Luo Xianzi pressed her if she asked if she had any way of helping Shenxi recover his cultivation. Bai Ran conceded that it was right and that she had checked in with many people and flipped through many scrolls, but she couldn't find any solution because, after all, cultivating goes against the heavens, so not dying is already very fortunate, not to mention recovering. Luo Xianzi asserted that if Bai Ran was asking her for a way, there is indeed one. Bai Ran replied that if Luo Xianzi had a method, she should tell her quickly because if it was something she could do, she had to give it a shot. Luo Xianzi noted that if it was just for recovering cultivation, the method is simple. She commented that Bai Ran should just dual cultivate with Shenxi because by making herself a human cauldron, she could help Shenxi increase his spiritual power and cultivation. And no matter what cultivation stage he was currently at, recovering back to the Golden Core realm isn't an issue. When Bai Ran heard about dual cultivation, she explained that she was only at the Golden Core early stage. Luo Xianzi observed that Shenxi's cultivation is very high and it might not be enough if it was just Bai Ran, so if she doesn't mind, she could do it together with her because, after all, the more, the better. Bai Ran was stunned when she imagined her and Luo Xianzi dual cultivating. She proposed that Luo Xianzi should let her consider it a while longer. Luo Xianzi pronounced that to think Bai Ran would come over to ask her, it looked like Shenxi was really blessed with luck with women. Back at the present, Xiao Qir realized that now that she thinks about it, she still feels very angry because she has made so many plans but Ning Yanyan messed up the whole situation. Xiao Qir pondered that she had learned so much about dual cultivating from Luo Xianzi all for nothing, and that no one would have anticipated that Ning Yanyan would find a doctor when she had even desperately cultivated to raise her realm. She concluded that it was alright and that she must not be discouraged as she will get another chance, and she must definitely see things all the way through. Shenxi mentioned that he will be going to see the doctor that Ning Yanyan mentioned, and no matter whether they will be able to heal him or not, he will try his best to return as soon as he can. Xiao Qir remarked that Shenxi should return quickly. Shenxi stated that they need not be so worried because with the Bihu sword spirit with him, he will still be able to travel by sword without cultivation, so his safety is somewhat guaranteed. He voiced that he would be leaving, and Xiao Qir announced that he should travel safely. Shenxi mused that after having cohabitation with such good disciples, he did feel reluctant to go even if it was for a short time. He pondered that he just needed to work harder for a while longer and raise them all up to the Golden Core realm. And at that time, he would find a fairy to date and wed and retire comfortably. Shenxi called Yuding, acknowledged that he was coming, and he laughed. A few moments later, at the forest near Muling Castle, a bandit pronounced that the guards should hand over their lives. Gao Sheng elaborated that the guards should withdraw and not worry about the cargo anymore. He affirmed that they should disperse and run away. One of the guards relayed that Gao Sheng should go first as they will be his rear guard. Gao Sheng proclaimed that they should stop being fools and everyone should escape immediately because they all still have a chance to flee as the opponent has cultivators. One of the bandits laughed and indicated that Gao Sheng had a futile struggle. He noted that Gao Sheng should go and die. Suddenly, the Bihu sword pierced the bandit from behind. The Bihu sword passed through the bandit's chest, and he coughed up blood. Shenxi called Gao Sheng, and as he commented that it was a coincidence, he inquired if Gao Sheng was being ambushed again. Gao Sheng was glad when he saw Shenxi. The remaining bandits ran away and disclosed that they should group up and not lose their breath, and Shenxi queried Gao Sheng if he needed to leave any alive. Gao Sheng articulated that Shenxi need not leave any alive. Shenxi observed all right. The Bihu sword quickly moved and pierced one bandit after the other in their chests. Shenxi professed that they should gather all the corpses and cremate them all. He questioned Gao Sheng what happened there and why someone would try to hijack the Muling Castle's convoy. Gao Sheng answered Shenxi formally and narrated that they were members of Liu Wangshi's family, who have recently declared war against the Muling Castle and have been blocking their caravans and business in every direction. Shenxi added that he had never heard of the Liu Wangshi family. Gao Sheng emphasized that they are a power that has risen suddenly in Jianghu. He explained that they are powerful and are led by cultivators, and it was just that their methods are crude, and they have basically obtained all of their industries by force. Shenxi imparted that it was interesting and that he was coincidentally heading towards Muling Castle, so he will inquire about the current affairs there. On the other hand, Yuding was at Muling Castle's courtyard. Yuding practiced, and she threw her fist in the air. She released a powerful aura from her fist. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai uttered that the wench Yuding was hardworking that she didn't feel like eating melons anymore. Shenxi suddenly declared that it has been such a long time, yet Xiao Bai hasn't progressed at all. Xiao Bai wondered who the heck hit her and rejoined that she would smash his head. But her demeanor changed when she saw that it was Shenxi. She asserted that it had been a while and his complexion looked better than before, so he should let her massage his legs for him. Shenxi probed if Xiao Bai was for real and if he didn't just hear her say that she would smash his head or something, to which Xiao Bai laughed and avowed that she was just joking and that she was saying that she would use her head to massage his legs. Xiao Bai noticed something and she demanded Shenxi where his cultivation was. Shenxi conveyed that there was a minor accident. Xiao Bai retorted that Shenxi still dared to hit her head, so she shall smash his head into pieces. Shenxi interrogated Xiao Bai if she wanted to fight him, and Xiao Bai informed that what goes around comes around. And to think Shenxi will also have such a day, he should let her vent her anger against him that day. Xiao Bai threw a punch at Shenxi, but Shenxi effortlessly blocked it with the palm of his hand. Shenxi expressed that he didn't finish what he said earlier. He specified that his cultivation indeed had a minor accident as he didn't suppress his cultivation and accidentally entered the nascent soul realm. Shenxi grinned evilly at Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai just scoffed and declared men. But she announced that she would kneel, and as she pleaded for Shenxi to have mercy on her that one time, she stated that she wouldn't dare to do it again. But Shenxi mentioned that he seemed to recall that someone uttered grilled frogs. Xiao Bai quickly called her owner, Yuding, and urged that she should come and save her child. Yuding immediately ran towards Shenxi. Shenxi was horrified when Yuding lunged at him. Yuding lunged at Shenxi so strongly that the two of them skidded on the ground before crashing at the end. Shenxi called Yuding awkwardly as she sat on top of him. Yuding cried and remarked that she believed that Shenxi didn't want her anymore because he hadn't come to see her for so long. Shenxi queried why that would be and observed that it was just that he had had quite a few incidents during that period of time, which is why he couldn't find the opportunity. Yuding noted that she doesn't blame Shenxi and that she was just scared. Shenshi noticed that Yuding was at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm and commented that it was quite the improvement because although she still isn't able to utilize techniques, her physical strength is already comparable to that of a golden core. Yuding inquired Shenshi if she has improved and if he could feel it, to which Shenshi affirmed that she could and that Yuding has grown by a lot and has become very strong. Xiaobai suddenly questioned Yuding and Shenshi if they were even talking about the same topic. Suddenly, Luo Shasha called Yuding. She advised that Yuding should be heading to the learning hall immediately because she cannot miss that day's lesson on the ancient language. But she trailed off. Luo Shasha was taken aback when she saw the scene in front of her. Yuding quickly called Luo Shasha and reported that Shenshi was there. Luo Shasha pronounced that Shenshi has come. Shenshi indicated that Luo Shasha looked the same as before. Luo Shasha pointed out that she had never expected that the first thing Shenshi would say after meeting again would be that she looked the same. Shenshi inquired Luo Shasha what he should have spoken. Luo Shasha explained that, like they always say in the stories, she and Shenshi have not met for so long, so she has missed him very much. Shenshi expressed that that was just him being abrupt and that he hoped Luo Shasha could understand. Luo Shasha sighed and claimed that Shenshi still doesn't regard her as someone of his own because he still calls her madam. But again, she is only an ordinary person after all. Shenshi was taken aback, and he struggled to find the words to say. Luo Shasha voiced that she doesn't fit the name of madam. Shenshi rejoined that it would be Mrs. Then. He quickly confessed that it was his mistake and that he didn't intend to say that. Luo Shasha insisted that just calling her Shanshan will do, and since Shenshi has come, she will prepare a welcome banquet for him. Addressing her as Shanshan, Shenshi acknowledged that he would be imposing on her, which made Xiaobai call Yuding, and she lamented that her ranking was still far behind. A few moments later, Luo Shasha relayed that the wine was of luxurious quality meant for tribute to the emperor, and although it may not compare to the celestial wine that Shenshi normally imbibes, it does have a unique flavor, and Shenshi thanked Luo Shasha. Shenshi revealed that on the way there, he met Gao Sheng, who was ambushed and injured, and he probed if what Gao Sheng conveyed about Muling Castle being in trouble recently was right. Luo Shasha disclosed that Shenshi has seen something embarrassing, and that Muling Castle has indeed encountered some difficulties recently, but she could take care of them. But Yuding clarified that Muling Castle has met with bigger troubles, and Luo Shasha has been upset over it for many days. But Shenshi has also ordered her and Xiaobai not to take action at will, so Muling Castle is currently in a predicament. Shenshi demanded Luo Shasha if she had found out anything about the Liu Wangxi esteemed family. Luo Shasha exclaimed nothing much, not even the location of the headquarters of the Liu Wangxi esteemed family, and she elaborated that all their spies that managed to find a lead were immediately killed by them. Shenshi added that the Liu Wangxi esteemed family was really something, and the number of cultivators under them must be quite a few. Luo Shasha related that whenever the Liu Wangxi esteemed family made a move, they would be accompanied by cultivators, and although those cultivators may not be strong, Bai Jishui cannot protect all of the goods and caravans by himself, and it seemed like the Yuding royal family was also collaborating with them as well. Shenshi proclaimed that it was interesting and that he will settle those troubles for Luo Shasha. Shenshi expressed that since he is already aware of the issue, he will help to resolve it. Luo Shasha stated that they are very grateful. Meanwhile, Yuding mentioned nothing as she watched how Shenshi and Luo Shasha looked at each other. Suddenly, she inquired of Shenshi what it was that he declared he was busy with and if he could bring her along. Shenshi remarked that Yuding should be good because it is too dangerous to bring her along for the matter at that time, and he will bring her out to play once he becomes stronger. Yuding commented that she was bored to death from being cooped up at home all those times, and she pleaded for Shenshi to just bring her out to see the world. She queried Shenshi if he could and pleaded that he promise her that he would. Shenshi cleared his throat as he observed fine, and that it was no big deal to bring Yuding along, but she must not run around recklessly. Yuding uttered that Shenshi is the best. Shenshi noted that Yuding was naughty, but again, it was a good time to take her out to experience the world of cultivators. On the other hand, Luo Shasha considered that Yuding was a good daughter, and that it was not like her to be so aggressive in getting closer to men. A few moments later, Luo Shasha and Yuding moaned in their bedroom. Luo Shasha announced that Yuding should slow down. Yuding voiced that Luo Shasha should endure just a bit longer as it will be over soon. Luo Shasha was flustered, and she pulled her head back in pleasure. Yuding and Luo Shasha were both out of breath when they finished. Yuding conveyed that Luo Shasha managed to endure an hour longer that day compared to the last time. Luo Shasha reported that spiritual power is really a treasure, but it was a pity that she didn't have the blessing of having it, so she will still become old in the end. Yuding indicated that the spiritual power just needed to circulate in her body, and it could be absorbed by Luo Shasha, so as long as she is alive, she won't let Luo Shasha age even for a day. Luo Shasha was moved by what Yuding articulated. Yuding affirmed that Luo Shasha really makes other people envious. Suddenly, Yuding jerked out of snuggling at Luo Shasha's chest. She communicated that Luo Shasha should wait, and she should not step out because someone has intruded into Muling Castle. 3 intruders jumped through the roofs of the Muling Castle. Old 3, one of the intruders, pronounced that the target was in the backyard, and he questioned the others if they all had seen Luo Shasha's portrait. Old 6, the other intruder, asserted that Luo Shasha is a pretty well-known beauty and suggested that they capture her and have a taste after taking care of Bai Jishui. Old 3 added that it was not a bad idea, but they should prioritize the task at hand. Otherwise, it won't be pretty if their senior brother finds fault with them. Old 6 relayed that Old 3 shouldn't be so stubborn because that kind of woman couldn't be found even in the previous celestial sect. He probed Old 3 why he would waste that opportunity and avowed that furthermore, it was rumored that Luo Shasha is still a greenhorn. He exclaimed that they have already established that the cultivator in Muling Castle is only at the Foundation establishment middle stage. So as long as he was killed, everyone else there is just like sheep to the slaughter. Old 3 was about to reprimand Old 6, but he trailed off. Old 6 shared that they are invincible in that secular world, and as he demanded what there was to be afraid of, he informed that they might as well take Luo Shasha's daughter along as well. Old 3 suddenly warned that Old 6 should watch out because it was Bai Jishui's sword. Old 6 pressed what was there to shout about when it was a spiritual treasure that can't even be regarded as a half-rate spiritual treasure. But he was surprised when Bai Jishui's sword swerved and avoided his attack. Bai Jishui pondered that Old 6 was too slow, and that those intruders were a far cry from Shenqi. Old 6 spoke that it was a strong flying sword technique, and he interrogated the other intruder, Old 4, how it was possible. Old 4 quickly summoned a golden bell to protect themselves from Bai Jishui's sword. Old 6 tried to catch his breath as he got so nervous when he saw how close Bai Jishui's sword was to hitting him. Old 4 pointed out that he didn't expect a casual cultivator to have such strength, so he will hold him back while the 2 intruders go and catch the others. But Bai Jishui suddenly appeared and wondered of them if they wanted to leave. Old 3 declared that Bai Jishui is tougher than they imagined, and as he inquired if the casual cultivators all became that strong, Old 6 announced that Old 4 suppressed Bai Jishui's signature magic weapon, so Bai Jishui should be open and defenseless. Bai Jishui uttered that they should scram. Old 3 pronounced that there was no way the 2 of them in the middle stage of foundation building would lose, so they should attack together. Bai Jishui scoffed, and he threw his attack at the 2 intruders. Old 3 remarked that it was the earth-binding lock and that Old 6 should watch out. Bai Jishui immediately believed that the intruders could recognize the earth-binding lock. Old 3 and Old 6 managed to dodge Bai Jishui's attack, and they threw their counterattacks at him. Bai Jishui commented that as long as he was around, they could dream about entering the backyard. Old 6 and Old 3's attacks shattered Bai Jishui's shield. Bai Jishui landed on the ground. He was pale and groaned in pain while blood trickled out of his mouth. Yuding suddenly called Bai Jishui while he was attacked. She stated that Bai Jishui shouldn't let the intruders escape. Old 6 cursed in his mind as he considered that Yuding must be Luo Shasha's daughter, so they must get their hands on the rumored peerless beauty and kill Bai Jishui quickly. Yuding quickly charged forward to protect Bai Jishui from Old 6 and Old 3's attack. She threw both her fists and released her aura to shatter those attacks. Old 6 and Old 3 both coughed up blood. They were alarmed, and they quickly looked at each other. The 2 of them simultaneously voiced that they should run. But Bai Jishui reacted quickly and caught Old 3, and Old 3 yelled that no. Old 6 got worried about Old 3 when he saw what happened. He was alarmed when he noticed that Xiao Bai, who was in her beast form, was about to devour him from behind. Old 6 screamed while Xiao Bai stuffed him in her mouth. On the other hand, Old 3 trembled in fear and peed himself when he realized that Xiao Bai was a nascent soul realm demonic beast. Xiao Bai noted that no one could escape from her hunt. Suddenly, Shenqi made Xiao Bai spit Old 6, and he observed that all she pondered about all day was eating, no matter what sort of rubbish it was. Xiao Bai asserted that it was fine if Shenqi didn't let her eat, but he shouldn't hit her. Luo Shasha called Shenqi, and she mentioned that she hopes that all of them were unscathed. Shenqi queried Luo Shasha if those were the cultivators from the Liu Wangshi esteemed family. Luo Shasha explained that she does not know because the Liu Wangshi esteemed family is what they call themselves, but as to what their actual organization is called, she hasn't got a clue. She indicated that those people are very likely from the organization they call the Liu Wangshi esteemed family because their actions fit their modus operandi, and Shenqi questioned her about the modus operandi. Luo Shasha affirmed that indeed, after the rise of the Liu Wangshi family, those who opposed them would be inexplicably assassinated. She added that using such means also acts as a deterrent, and the Liu Wangshi family relied on such to obtain a large number of resources and channels in Yuding country. Shenxi conveyed that it was likely the case, but the matter still needs to be discussed at length, because after all, the Liu Wangshi family is in the dark while they are in the open. He articulated that he would bring Xiao Bai and Yuding away for a while the next day because there are some things that need to be dealt with, so they should lock up those intruders first, and he shall seal their cultivation. Shenxi watched the castle guards drag the intruders away. Yuding wondered Shenxi if they were going out the next day and was even bringing Xiao Bai along. Shenxi denied that no. Yuding probed Shenxi if he didn't say so earlier. Shenxi responded that he related it for those 3 intruders to hear, and Luo Shasha clarified that Shenxi's intention was to lure the big fish to bite. Yuding realized that it was like that, but she pressed Luo Shasha how she came to know about it, to which Shenxi contended that Yuding was right and interrogated Luo Shasha how she did it. Luo Shasha claimed that she naturally understands the way her lord thinks. Shenxi remarked that by sealing the intruders' cultivation, he put them under some difficulty but left them with a workaround. But the workaround wasn't easy either, and that in itself naturally eases any suspicions they may have. Luo Shasha mentioned that Shenxi is indeed careful. Shenxi remembered, and as he inquired Luo Shasha how far the reach of the Muling castle extended at the moment, he contemplated that the purpose for descending down the mountain at that time was to head to a world that resides within a lake, so it was just the right time to collect some information about it. Luo Shasha requested Shenxi to come into her room for that because she will show him a map. Shenxi stated that Yuding should go and have a rest because he needed to discuss some matters with Luo Shasha, and Yuding sulked, but she agreed. He followed Luo Shasha into her room. Luo Shasha pulled the map from the shelves and declared that it was the country map of Yuding. Shenxi queried Luo Shasha if it was heavy and added that she should let him help her with that. Luo Shasha apologized to Shenxi, and Shenxi replied that it was fine and that she should just be careful. She noted that the growth of Muling Castle's influence has been quite rapid that year, and although their forces in Yuding country have been suppressed, they do still hold some sway outside of it. Shenxi considered that based on the map, there are only 10 or so lakes north of Yuding country, so it has to be one of them. Meanwhile, Luo Shasha mused that judging from Shenxi's reaction earlier on, it was not as if he was entirely disinterested in her, so perhaps she could turn up the heat a bit more. Luo Shasha pressed her chest against Shenxi while she questioned him what places he wished for her to look into. She believed that even if she could not gain Shenxi's heart, if she could leave him with a deep impression and longing for her, it would all be worth it. Shenxi's eyes were immediately pulled towards Luo Shasha's chest. Luo Shasha inquired Shenxi if he felt uncomfortable. Shenxi responded that it was not uncomfortable, and he cleared his throat as he observed that he had shown Luo Shasha something embarrassing. Luo Shasha commented that her life belongs to Shenxi after he has saved her, and he has even done so much for Yuling and has been a huge aid for Muling Castle. She acknowledged that she knew that Shenxi is way above her station and doesn't lack for anything, and she doesn't have much to repay him with either, so as long as Shenxi wants to, she is willing to do it. She continued that her body is definitely pure and she won't ask Shenxi to promise her anything. Shenxi voiced that he was afraid that it won't go over well, and he prompted Luo Shasha if people won't start asking questions if they continue. Luo Shasha uttered that although she doesn't know what Shenxi is referring to, he is wise and intelligent, so he surely could do something about it. Shenxi suddenly announced that the following scene was skipped and readers who wanted to know more should take it up with the main writer. The next morning, Shenxi came out of Luo Shasha's room. He revealed that they tussled around all night in the end, although they didn't go all the way. Suddenly, Yuding greeted Shenxi and articulated good morning. Shenxi reckoned that after settling the big one, the small one had come. He cleared his throat and spoke that Yuling was already a big girl, so she had to watch how she behaved. Yuding pronounced that she is definitely behaving and watching her image, and it was just that she is in front of Shenxi, so she naturally doesn't need to act as if she is some hoity-toity lady. She suddenly exclaimed that it was strange and probed why Luo Shasha had not come out even though it was late. Shenxi cleared his throat and expressed that perhaps Luo Shasha was exhausted. He shared that he had brought Yuding a magical treasure that time, so perhaps she could make use of it. Yuding interrogated Shenxi if it was real, and as she thanked Shenxi, she affirmed that he was the best. Shenxi was startled when he saw Luo Shasha coming out of her room. He and Luo Shasha were both flustered as they looked at each other, which puzzled Yuding. Yuding greeted Luo Shasha good morning, and Luo Shasha pressed Yuding what made her so happy that day. Yuding averred that Shenshi brought her a present and that he specified that it was specially prepared for her. Luo Shasha claimed that Shenshi was thoughtful. Shenshi suddenly remembered how Luo Shasha quizzed him if what she did felt good. He was troubled, and he reflected that he couldn't wash away the image in his mind, so he was bad. Yuding demanded Luo Shasha what happened to her hand, and Luo Shasha retorted that she might have exercised her wrist too much last night as it seemed to be sprained. Yuding wondered why there would be wrist exercises at night. Yuding inquired Shenshi what the treasure was. Shenshi stated that it was a semi-automatic magic treasure that does not require any refining to use, and Yuding just needed to follow the instructions so she could activate its power. He remarked that its name was the three-dimensional mobility gear. Yuding questioned Shenshi if that meant that it could be used as soon as it was equipped if it didn't need refining, and Shenshi declared that it was right. But for the sake of securing it, he added a secret password. Yuding queried Shenshi what was a password, which made Shenshi sigh, and he mentioned that Yuding should stop asking and just put the treasure on quickly and give it a try. Shenshi noted that the treasure requires some mastering to wield it well, and there is a spiritual power wire that is connected to the handle of the sword. And on the handle of the sword lies a button that controls the output of power. Yuding unsheathes the sword to give it a try. She fiercely swung it in front of her. Shenshi was entertained, and he observed that he got the vibes. He uttered that Yuding should remember to press the button gently and feel the output of power. Shenshi pronounced that he had put hundreds of spirit stones into the spiritual power battery, so Yuding didn't need to exert any spiritual power, and as he noticed Yuding's reaction, he pressed her what it was. Yuding commented nothing and that she just felt that Shenshi was somehow more attractive that day, as though he had matured by a lot. Shenshi felt awkward as he tried to say something about it while Luo Shasha giggled behind him. A few moments later, Yuding twirled effortlessly in the air and enjoyed the experience. One of the residents of Muling Castle announced that Yuding was heroic. Shenshi pondered that Yuding's physical talent was indeed great because he didn't have the ability to utilize the treasure. He considered that he looked like a fool back when he did some tests with the magic treasure, and luckily, no one saw him. Yuding landed back on the ground, and she called Shenshi. She voiced that Shenshi is the best, and as Shenshi endearingly asserted that she should stop it, he demanded her how the magic treasure was and if it was comfortable to use. Yuding affirmed that it was fun and that all she needed to do was to control it well, so she didn't even need to use her own spiritual energy. She interrogated Shenshi if he had other presents. Shenshi proclaimed that there were, however, since Yuding had become a cultivator, they won't be of much help to her, so he planned on giving them to Luo Shasha. Yuding thanked Shenshi, and she was about to kiss him on the cheek, but Shenshi suddenly turned to face her. She immediately exclaimed that she only wanted to kiss Shenshi's cheek and didn't think that he would turn his head around. Yuding was flustered, and she immediately ran away. Shenshi looked terrified as he looked over Luo Shasha and cleared his throat, but Luo Shasha just gave him a bright smile. On the other hand, Yuding wondered herself if she wouldn't get pregnant from kissing Shenshi on the mouth. Xiaobai suddenly laughed, and as she related that she was laughing to death, she probed Yuding how she would get pregnant from kissing. Yuding challenged Xiaobai how she could jump out of nowhere like that and that she shouldn't scare her. But Xiaobai shushed Yuding and articulated that Shenshi is not free at the moment and she saw that the intruders have figured out a way to escape, so she suggested that they go and catch some action. Yuding inquired Xiaobai if they did not have to inform Shenshi about it. Xiaobai expressed that informing Shenshi was nonsense, and that he was busy at the moment anyway. Meanwhile, the three intruders rushed to escape from Muling Castle. Yuding informed that Xiaobai was not allowed to go out, and Shenshi intended to let those intruders escape. Xiaobai admitted that she knows, but she mused if they shouldn't give chase if they just wanted to find their base anyway. Yuding professed fine, but Xiaobai better not spook the intruders prematurely. Xiaobai assured that it goes without saying. On the other hand, the three intruders were already out of Muling Castle. Old 3 opined that they were finally out, but he suddenly blurted that Old 6 should watch out from behind him. Old 6 quizzed why it was him again and screamed. Luo Shasha inquired Shenshi if he reminisced about how it felt. Shenshi coughed and declared no, of course not. Luo Shasha stated that there was actually an even more intense regiment, and she questioned Shenshi if he wanted to give it a try. Shenshi remarked that they should talk about that later at night because he gave her something for self-defense, and it has more restrictions on its usage, but it should be useful at critical moments. Luo Shasha commented sure, but Shenshi can't run away later that night. Shenshi mentioned that he had not pondered a name, but logically, it should be called Spirit Powdered Gun, but perhaps that name isn't the best sounding. He noted that there are armor-piercing needle inscriptions inside the gun, and normal spirit power that is fed into it will be converted to metal spirit power, which will be used to fire a startlingly fast golden spirit needle. Luo Shasha observed that Shenxi's magical treasures are all of unique design, as she has never seen anything like that before. Shenxi reported that it may not be strong, but it could still pierce through the spiritual cloak of middle foundation stage and below, so it should be sufficient for self-defense. Luo Shasha queried how he would use the gun to be able to damage a middle foundation stage. Shenxi explained that it was very simple. He added that Luo Shasha should line up the 3 dots and pull the trigger as there was no recoil. Luo Shasha probed Shenxi what lining up the 3 dots meant. Shenxi uttered that Luo Shasha should look closely because there are 2 dots on the gun body, so she should line up her target between them. Luo Shasha fired the gun, and it pierced through the target that Shenxi created. She vocalized that it was fast, that it was even faster than an arrow shot out of a 100-stone bow, and Shenxi pronounced that it was a given, so she should give it a try herself. Luo Shasha practiced firing, but she couldn't hit the targets. Shenxi articulated that Luo Shasha's hands are too unstable, so she must train her body from that point onwards because she is too weak. Luo Shasha questioned Shenxi for daring to make fun of her when her wrists still shook, and she quizzed whose fault it was that they couldn't squeeze anything out last night. Shenxi was speechless when he heard what Luo Shasha voiced. Luo Shasha conveyed that she guesses it also counts as a form of training. She suggested that she and Shenxi do it since Yuling won't be back within 2 hours. Shenxi was flustered, and he was lost for words. Suddenly, he was alarmed. Shenxi indicated that Xiao Bai was an idiot, and as he called Luo Shasha, he responded that those 3 guys have left, so he will go take a look. On the other hand, Xiao Bai pointed out that there was nothing Shenxi could do at that time and that she was sure there was something good on old Six's body, so she had to digest it. Suddenly, Shenxi claimed that he told Xiao Bai not to eat anything, and he requested her if she did not listen or what. Xiao Bai sought to know Shenxi why he always ruined her business, and he even hit her butt at that time. Old Six was shrouded in a dark aura as he lay lifelessly on the ground. Xiao Bai demanded what the dark aura was. Shenxi began purifying the dark aura. Xiao Bai acknowledged that it was demon blood. Shenxi gave it to Xiao Bai and affirmed that she was such a glutton. Xiao Bai laughed and disclosed that she knew Shenxi wouldn't treat her badly. Shenxi sighed and professed that the plot has advanced again. But fortunately, Xiao Qir and the rest are close to reaching Golden Core at the moment, so Xiao Bai should take Yuling and head back first while he pursues the other 2 intruders. Meanwhile, Old 3 and Old 4 ran in the forest. Old 3 pressed Old 4 if they were no longer chased. Old 4 revealed that it seems that there was no one, and he appealed Old 3 what they should do. Old 3 concluded that they should return to their family and find their elder senior brother because Muling Castle only has 2 nascent soul fighters after all. So as long as their eldest senior brother says a word to their Master High, he believes their Master High will be very interested. Old 4 petitioned if Old 3 thinks it will be so simply resolved and if the other Master High didn't get defeated previously at Changding Sect. Old 3 opined that their Master High won't make a mistake, and in the entire Kinju northern region, there is only one Shenxi, and what was more is that Shenxi is still a cripple, so there is no way anyone else could be that fortunate. Old 3 queried Old 4 what it was and if there was something on his mind. Old 4 stated that maybe they could just desert and flee instead. Old 3 inquired Old 4 if he knew what he talked about. Old 4 remarked that they should desert and give Old 7 a signal. He commented that they could all desert together because, after all, their senior brother is no longer the senior brother from before, and the Dai King sect was no more, and he doesn't want to risk his life alongside Old 3. Old 7, and the rest of the brothers because it was not like the Liu Wangshi family will miss a few of them. Old 3 was speechless and contemplated it. He sighed and noted that it was not like he was unaware of those things. Old 3 declared that they were past the point of no return. Seeing what Old 3 did, Old 4 mentioned that although he has never touched a woman, he is not inclined that way. Old 3 queried Old 4 what he pondered when he just showed him his chest, and Old 4 observed that Old 3 shouldn't be like that. But when Old 4 looked, he added that there was a shallow black imprint. Old 4 questioned what it was. Old 3 explained that it was bestowed by Master High because amongst them brothers, only Old 4 actually had innate talent, and the rest of them relied on that black imprint in order to greatly advance their cultivation. He elaborated that if they were to become traitors, those black imprints would claim his life, and he doesn't want to die just yet. Old 4 acknowledged that he understood, so they should quickly make their way. Meanwhile, Shenxi believed that those cultivators from the Liu Wangshi family were actually those who were stationed behind to defend the Dai King sect from that time when the mysterious yellow-robed man attacked Changding sect. Shenxi suspected that the 2 intruders abruptly changed directions, and he wondered if it could be that they had detected him and led him in circles. A few moments later, Shenxi saw a tall wooden building. Shenshi queried what it was. He responded that it was the honeycomb living spirit array. Shenshi pointed out that it was no wonder he couldn't recall it because that is the world boss who only appeared when Xiaokir was promoted to the Holy Master of the Fusion stage, the visitor from another world lurking in the world of cultivation. He presumed that he concluded that it was a bug when the mysterious yellow-robed man appeared, but it was just that he had opened up the map too wide back then, and it made things easier as long as it was something that fell within the confines of the original settings. It was not an issue. Suddenly, Old 4 inquired Old 3 what the matter was. Old 3 quickly addressed Shenshi as his lord and revealed that it was the Liu Wangshi family's home base, and as long as he destroyed that place, the Liu Wangshi family would no longer exist. Shenshi imagined that there was no way that Old 3 would be able to sense him, but Old 3 asserted that he knew Shenshi was there and if he was willing to act. He was willing to use that life of his to lure out their senior brother for him. Shenshi announced that he should just forget it since he has been found. Old 3 continued to address Shenshi as his lord while Old 4 indicated that there seemed to be no one around, so he didn't need to panic, and they just needed to follow the usual route. But Old 3 was stunned and was speechless when Shenshi revealed himself. Old 3 affirmed that Shenshi had shown himself and that he knew he was there. Shenshi expressed that he never expected that he would also be tricked by someone one day, and Old 3 must have gotten lucky. He realized that the living spirit array is an extremely vicious formation that distorts the rules of the heavenly Tao, and it continuously absorbs spiritual power and vitality from the cultivators within it and sends them to the upper levels of the formation, thereby enhancing the strength of the cultivators on the upper levels, which is a bit troublesome, what with also having to go up against the 7 generals of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, cyan, and purple. Old 3 inquired Shenshi if he pondered something. Shenshi shared that he considered what kind of consequence there would be if he were to just sweep it all away. Old 3 questioned Shenshi what the consequences were. Shenshi opined that, of course, it would affect the plot, and come to think of it, the alien boss is not really deeply involved with his subordinates, which means that their meeting one another is purely coincidental, and he can muddle his way in. Old 3 volunteered that he could help with that, but Shenshi replied that there was no need as he could do it himself. Old 3 voiced that Shenshi shouldn't take him with him, and he queried him if he wasn't going to sneak in and in what school was flying in like that counted as muddling in. One of the cultivators of the Liu Wangshi family declared that the trespasser should die, but when he felt that it was a nascent soul cultivator, he urged that they should quickly call their senior brother. Their senior brother showed up and pronounced that the trespasser should die. The senior brother declared that Shenshi dared to trespass when he was just a nascent soul realm. He stated that Old 3 had done well. Old 3 remarked that he was really regretful and it wasn't his intention to trick him, and as he inquired Shenshi if he wouldn't believe him, Shenshi announced that as if he would and suggested that Old 3 go write a book about it. The senior brother scoffed and asserted that since Shenshi entered the array, he should obediently stay and become a nutrient. He activated the living spirit array. Old 3 commented that the living spirit array is very powerful as it contains the rules of the heavenly Tao, which could extract the spiritual power of everyone in the formation. Shenshi voiced that there was nothing to do with Old 3 anymore, so he could already go, and Old 3 screamed as he expressed that Shenshi should give him a warning if he was going to toss him away. Shenshi seriously glared at the senior brother in front of him. On the other hand, the senior brother scoffed and confidently stared back at Shenshi, but suddenly the senior brother was surprised. The senior brother questioned why the array seemed not to be working. He insisted that it was impossible because his hand gesture was correct, so the array should absorb Shenshi for him. Suddenly, Shenshi threw a fireball at the senior brother effortlessly. A huge explosion occurred, and it sent the senior brother flying. Shenshi pronounced that they should go and call the patriarch of their family out. Kai Langan arrived, and he observed that Shenshi was just a mere nascent soul realm. Shenshi noted that Kai Langan's debut lines as a villain were well rehearsed. Kai Langan summoned multiple dark flames. He uttered that Shenshi should die. Suddenly, Shenshi called Kai Langan and queried where his word was and what he was trying to do with that ugly-looking flame. Kai Langan was stunned, and he demanded who Shenshi was and why he knew his name. Shenshi probed Kai Langan if he couldn't even recognize him. Kai Langan mentioned that there was only one person who knew his name, so Shenshi must be the World Lord. Shenshi added that Kai Langan wasn't completely dumb after all while thinking that Kai Langan's name was painstakingly chosen by him, who generated it using a name generator, and wondered if Kai Langan presumed that he wouldn't know it. Kai Langan maintained that they were just preparing to revive Shenshi, and they did not expect that he would be able to reincarnate by himself. But Shenshi affirmed that Kai Langan should stand further away from him because he is too ugly, and he pressed him why he was using that ugly flame when he remembered that he used to use a sword. Kai Langan explained that it was all in order to resurrect the World Lord, and they practiced a secret technique collectively that allowed them to obtain a large amount of spiritual energy through black flames, and they would use that energy for Shenshi's resurrection. Shenshi indicated that Kai Langan should stop cultivating that technique, and he should dismantle that living spirit array as well because their current strength is insufficient to justify being so high profile. Kai Langan responded that he understood, and it was all for the sake of Shenxi's resurrection after all. So now that he has reincarnated himself, there is naturally no more use for those, and he requested Shenxi if he may know when he reincarnated. Shenxi interrogated Kai Langan if he was daring to suspect him. Kai Langan replied that he is Shenxi's subordinate who didn't dare to. Shenxi scoffed and conveyed that he naturally has his own ways. However, his reincarnation at that time was from a strand of remnant soul, so he couldn't remember many things, and all he remembers are their names, and he is currently an outer elder of the Shangding celestial sect, and his name is Shenxi. When Kai Langan heard Shenxi's name, he quizzed about the third apostle, Huang Yeshan. Shenxi immediately revealed that Kai Langan was right, that Huang Yeshan was killed by him because he had a traitorous intent, and the Black Flame caused its practitioners to be neither human nor ghosts, so he couldn't recognize him and therefore killed him, and if not for the living spirit array, he wouldn't have recognized Kai Langan either. Kai Langan considered that Shenxi couldn't recognize Huang Yeshan, so he killed him, and he must thank his lucky stars that Shenxi recognized the living spirit array earlier. He reported that the World Lord's miraculous skills are unrivaled, so he will immediately inform the others to abolish the Black Flame technique while thinking that it turned out that Shenxi is the World Lord. So it was no wonder that he could easily kill Huang Yeshan, who was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, whilst he was only a golden core cultivator himself. Furthermore, not only did Shenxi not get injured, he even advanced his cultivation. Shenxi articulated that it was very good, and his current identity serves as an excellent cover, so Kai Langan should try not to disturb him, and he should also pay attention to hiding themselves, as they will definitely make a comeback at that time. Kai Langan exclaimed that Shenxi is wise and their dark blue world is bound to make a comeback. He professed that they have a spirit bead that they have collected according to Shenxi's instruction in recent years, and it was originally intended to be used to resurrect him. But since he has reincarnated, the object is the best tonic for the World Lord to restore his strength. Shenxi went ahead and used the spirit bead. Kai Langan congratulated Shenxi for breaking through to the nascent soul mid-stage, and he mused that it defies common sense to be able to break through from the nascent soul early to mid-stage without any bottleneck, and only a supremely powerful reincarnate like the World Lord could do something like that. Shenxi imparted that the trinket was not bad, and as he wondered how many of those they have, he testified that Kai Langan should bring them over. Kai Langan stated that the bunch of them brothers have collected about 20 of those spirit beads over those few years, and they were all there. Shenxi declared that it was very good and inquired Kai Langan if he still had anything else. Kai Langan remarked yes. He mentioned that while looking for spirit objects for the sake of armoring their cultivators over those years, they have investigated many ancient celestial caves and discovered many treasures and medicines. Shenxi noted that Kai Langan should just hand over all of them because there was no point in him keeping those anyway. Kai Langan commented sure and that it was all in the bag. Shenxi pondered that it wasn't a wasted trip and he could finally bid goodbye to his poverty-stricken days. He considered that looking at those mud houses, Kai Langan should have nothing left, and those people are ascetic and have no hobbies, with characters set as brainless fans of the boss of the other world. Shenxi reflected that with that being said, there were many golden core cultivators there, and though they may still be ripening, they are still an honest-to-goodness fighting force. He pronounced that Kai Langan should stop using that living spirit array as well because they have made a mess of managing their forces, and even with so many cultivators, it was truly an ugly sight. Kai Langan observed that Shenxi is wise and mighty, and he really doesn't know how to develop those forces. He voiced that he could only rely on the black imprint to forcefully control them, so he deserves to die for sullying Shenxi's eyes. But Ziyu has gone to Yuding to study in that country, and he believes it will not be long before she could help Shenxi manage the force. Shenxi asserted that Kai Langan at least has a bit of sense, but he has already found a more suitable manager for them, and Kai Langan reported that Shenxi has an eye for discerning talents, so he will completely follow Shenxi's arrangements. Shenxi stressed that it was good and that Kai Langan should go and inform the rest about his current identity, and additionally, if they are to meet him outside, they absolutely do not recognize him as they are currently still amassing their strength, and they must not show their hand so impulsively. Kai Langan added yes, and that since Shenxi has reincarnated, he will return the black imprint that was originally his. Shenxi contemplated that the black imprint was used by the boss from another world to control his subordinates, so he would wrap it in a Dao wreath and store it in his consciousness, and since he had become the boss of an opposing faction, he could safely and healthily send experience to Xiao Qir and the others. He affirmed alright and that Kai Langan should clean up that space, and after he was done, he should bring everyone to Muling Castle to find him. He clarified that Kai Langan should remember not to cause any trouble, and Kai Langan indicated that he understood. A few moments later, Shenshi telepathically talked to Old 3, and as he related that he helped him escape and even rescued his brothers, he queried Old 3 if it wasn't time for him to give him his thanks. Old 3 announced that Shenshi jests because he turned out to be the boss behind the scenes, and he greatly admires his skill in private transmission, so as long as it is something he is capable of doing, he will do it. Shenshi uttered that Old 3 should bring his brothers to the Shangding Celestial Sect and try to join it because in the future, he will have many things for them to do. He conveyed that Old 3 shouldn't panic because he is a very useful pawn to put on a show, so he will treat him well. Evening came, and Luo Shasha waited for Shenshi. Luo Shasha sighed, and as she recited that Shenshi clearly has a deep and unfathomable cultivation, she questioned why he has taken so long chasing those two Foundation stage criminals and if it could be that he fell into unfortunate circumstances. She articulated that the sixth prince is definitely related to the Liu Wangxi family, and he definitely doesn't have any good intentions for inviting her to dinner at precisely such a time. So she posed herself if the prince had found a backer and managed to capture even Shenshi. Luo Shasha detailed that if Shenshi is really in their hands, she must get him to safety even if she needs to offer herself in exchange to the sixth prince. Suddenly, Shenshi interrogated Luo Shasha why she had a long face and if it could be that she was worried because he came back late. Luo Shasha explained that she surmised that Shenshi had had an accident or something. Shenshi contended that Luo Shasha was a fool and probed what kinds of problems a mere Yuding country could even cause for him. He demanded what the letter was. Luo Shasha responded that the sixth prince of Yuding country has always been eyeing Muling Castle. Shenshi was amused, and as he specified that although Muling Castle has grown to control a considerable force under Luo Shasha's leadership, he pressed why it would interest the royalty of another country. Luo Shasha revealed that what the sixth prince actually wanted was her and Yuding. Shenshi scoffed and burned the letter, but Luo Shasha elaborated that Shenshi mustn't because the previous time the sixth prince came to make trouble, he was forced to retreat by Bai Jishui, and him sending an invitation at that moment meant that the sixth prince must have found a powerful backer. Shenshi shared that he had just sought to know earlier what problems a mere Yuding country could cause for him and that he had already come to know regarding the matter with the sixth prince when he investigated the Liu Wangxi family and resolved it. Meanwhile, the sixth prince's guard inquired Ziyu what he did and why he suddenly attacked him. The sixth prince screamed when Ziyu cut his guard in half without giving any answer. Ziyu informed that he originally mused that he wouldn't mind giving the mortals some benefits if they could pass him the technique for being a king so that he could learn management skills, but they shouldn't have any unclean thoughts about the World Lord's missus. The sixth prince wondered Ziyu what the World Lord's missus was and if he could have mistaken something. Ziyu expressed that nobody in Yuding country could make a move against Muling Castle. The sixth prince screamed in pain as his blood splattered all over the place. On the other hand, Luo Shasha embraced Shenshi, but Shenshi proclaimed that she should wait a moment because he had something important to tell her. But Luo Shasha quizzed Shenshi if they weren't talking about something important earlier, just like how they talked about important things previously. Shenshi lay on the bed, and he looked out of it. Luo Shasha inquired Shenshi if he was in or if he was in a daze. Shenshi stated that it was not that. He declared that he is in sage time and he feels that his heart is as clear as a mirror and his mind is refreshed. He queried Luo Shasha if her hands were still tired. Luo Shasha remarked that if Shenshi is afraid of her being tired, he shouldn't hold it in for so long next time. Shenshi immediately changed the topic and questioned if there had been any result from the investigation. Luo Shasha mentioned that she has sent some people to take a look, as there are only 3 lakes with islands at their center, but among them, however, there is no round lake, and the only round lake has no island at its center. Shenshi probed to confirm if there are no islands at its center, and he considered that there should only be specifically one round lake, so it has to be that one. Suddenly, Ziyu interrogated Shenshi telepathically if he looked for the ancient celestial cave that lies at the round lake. Shenshi pressed if it was Ziyu and how he knew of the ancient celestial cave if he was within the royal palace of Yuding country. Ziyu announced that the royal family of Yuding country had taken control of the lake and sent Chengwu and Lan Guang to seek out rare treasures, and the two of them discovered Tan's celestial sect people there who tried to find something, and after following them, they discovered a hidden ancient celestial cave. He conveyed that Shenshi should be rest assured because Chengwu and Lan Guang have spread the news so people from Shangding Celestial Sect, Yuyue Sect, Tongxian Valley, and other northern sects have all stationed in his vicinity, and once the ancient celestial cave opens, they just need to mess up the stage, and they will be able to fish in troubled waters and slaughter in every direction. Shenshi yelled, and as he observed that it was impertinent of Ziyu because all of that was unnecessary, Luo Shasha demanded Shenshi what happened. Shenshi voiced that the task he originally came down the mountain for has changed, so he has to take Yuding and leave immediately. He affirmed that Xiao Bai will stay behind there in Muling Castle and Luo Shasha should take the black imprint with her because in a few days, some people will contact her, and she just needs to help them settle down. Shenshi noted that he will tell Luo Shasha everything else once he is back, and if those people were disobedient, she should just focus her intent on the black imprint, and she will naturally know what to do. Luo Shasha requested that Shenshi wait. She pronounced that the sky has already gone dark, so she was sure that it would be fine if Shenshi stayed for the night and left in the morning. Shenshi commented that what Luo Shasha pronounced made sense, so he shall stay one more night then. A few days later, at the northern Round Lake, a lot of cultivators gathered. Shenshi cursed and explained that what originally was a solo meal has already become a once-in-100 years part of northern cultivators. He saw Ning Yanyan and Bai Ran and requested if they had come too. Bai Ran added that she didn't think that there would be so many cultivators there and urged Ning Yanyan if they shouldn't have brought more people with them. Ning Yanyan related that she came to know about the secret realm there from the reports from Taiyan's celestial sect and wanted to find some celestial pills to help Shenshi recover, and she didn't know who it was that also received the news and even intentionally spread it. But it looked like things weren't going to be simple that time. Bai Ran recounted that whatever the case, the cave manor will still get broken to anyhow, and Xiao Qir and the others were still worried about Shenshi's injury and are putting in effort to cultivate, and are determined to raise their realms. So she promised them that she would find a medicine that could cure Shenshi's injury. Meanwhile, Duan Lang opined that he just had a look around and didn't think that he would discover two beauties. Gu Ning recognized Ning Yanyan and Bai Ran and responded it was them. Duan Lang asserted that Gu Ning was a little and implored her if she knew those two fairies. Gu Ning appealed Duan Lang if it was because she was not good looking enough or because her skills had deteriorated that he was dissatisfied with her and still wanted to look at other women. Duan Lang insisted Gu Ning if she was afraid that he would forget about her after gobbling those two fairies up. Gu Ning entreated Duan Lang what he talked about and insisted that those two fairies are from the Shangding Celestial Sect, which is a vassal sect of the Taiyan Celestial Sect, so it would be wise not to provoke them. Duan Lang clarified that it was just a mere vassal sect of the Taiyan Celestial Sect and it was their fortune that the young master of the Tongxian Valley had chosen them. Gu Ning pointed out that he would suggest that the elder of Tongxian Valley convince their family's young master. Otherwise, they will offend someone who shouldn't be offended and even implicate Tongxian Valley with him. But the elder just scoffed and testified that Gu Ning herself knows how powerful the Tongxian Valley is, so she should just worry about herself. Gu Ning reflected that she tried to save the stupid dumbass Duan Lang by telling him not to provoke them because Shenshi is a crafty old cunt, and it was probably a ruse that he lost his cultivation in order to trick and swallow up unsuspecting fools. On the other hand, Yuding besought Shenshi if those people over there were his friends and imparted that it looked like someone wearing green clothes walked towards them with a face full of bad intentions, so she challenged if they should go and help them. Shenshi hesitated as he tried to explain things to Yuding. Meanwhile, a disciple called Yu Wuxuang and indicated that the people from the Shangding Celestial Sect had arrived. Yu Wuxuang petitioned if Ning Yanyan was there and signaled that the disciple should bring her to see them quickly. On the other hand, people of the Liu Wangxi family challenged if Shenshi proclaimed that they should secretly guard the Shangding Celestial Sect's people before he arrives, and the other person concluded that he thinks so. Shenshi summarized that there was no need to go and help them because Duan Lang will probably pee his pants in fright very shortly. Duan Lang mentioned that he, the young master of the Tongxian Valley sect, was greeting the two fairies and inquired if he may have the chance to walk alongside the two of them. One of the cultivators heard him and stated that it was the Tongxian Valley sect, the top force of the northern region, while another remarked that he didn't expect them to come and that the old man behind Duan Lang has an unfathomable realm, so he is probably a fully fledged nascent soul realm. Duan Lang laughed in his mind as he considered that with his background, those two fairies should easily be in the grasp of his palm, and at that time, he would have them within his embrace. But Ning Yanyan responded with a no, and that if Duan Lang had nothing to say, she requested that he stop talking to them. Duan Lang chuckled and stated that fairies are indeed different from the masses, nothing like the common riffraff. Bai Ran declared that she and Ning Yanyan should go over to the other side. Duan Lang remarked that those two fairies were really being too disrespectful to him and inquired if they really thought that he was someone they could disregard. Bai Ran and Ning Yanyan were walking away from Duan Lang side by side. Ning Yanyan suddenly got pissed when she heard what Duan Lang said. Duan Lang explained that if Ning Yanyan would come to his side at that moment, he would consider treating them well, but if he were to force his hand, they might not be able to withstand it. But the elder stated that there was no need to waste words on them. Suddenly, someone from the Liu Wangxi family remarked that the elder was a fellow Taoist who looked like he wanted to start a fight. However, the secret realm was about to open, so he hoped not to see anyone start any trouble there. The elder was alarmed when he felt the man's aura, and he quickly pulled his hand away. Duan Lang inquired what it was, and the elder responded that the man was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, so he was not his match. Duan Lang introduced himself to the man. The man stated that he didn't care what sect Duan Lang was from, so he should just shut his mouth and scram far away, and he inquired if he got it. Duan Lang was enraged by what the man stated, but the elder remarked that it was obviously not worth it. He politely declared that he would take his leave. Duan Lang assured that he will remember the man, so he better wait for the day his Tongxian Valley sect takes its revenge. Suddenly, Duan Lang bumped against another cultivator. The other cultivator questioned Duan Lang if he even looked where he walked, while the elder whispered to Duan Lang and mentioned that the guy was also a late-stage nascent soul. The other cultivator demanded that Duan Lang should watch where he steps because he stomped on his foot that has a hidden injury, and now that Duan Lang stepped on it and crippled him, he better pay him 1.8 million spirit stones, or else he won't let the matter rest. Duan Lang politely requested the other cultivator if he could lower the price because he only had 100,000 spirit stones on him, while wondering what the hell was wrong with his luck and where all those late-stage nascent souls were coming from. Suddenly, an elder of the Tan Celestial Sect inquired if it was Duan Lang who made trouble for the Shangding Celestial Sect earlier, and if he didn't know that the people from Shangding Celestial Sect are all his people. Duan Lang was trembling and was in tears as he tried to explain what he did. Meanwhile, Yuding commented that Shenshi was awesome, and when she inquired how he knew that Duan Lang was going to be so unlucky, Shenshi responded that it was all from experience of having walked through the world of cultivation, because villains who rely on their status to covet beauties will very easily get slapped in their faces, but they should leave quickly because the secret realm is about to open. Yuding remarked that Shenshi was awesome because he even knew that the secret realm was about to open before it actually opened. Shenshi asserted that there was no way not to know. He explained that there are too many people there, and if they continue waiting, no one knows what kind of mess will occur, so it is better if he just opens the secret realm in advance. Shenshi used his sword spirit. The eyes of the sword spirit glimmered when she opened them. She pulled her sword from her chest. The sword spirit swung it on the ground underwater to open the secret realm. Suddenly, a golden, powerful aura surged out of the water towards the sky. A small island started emerging at the center of the lake. One of the cultivators observed it and stated that the gate to the secret realm had opened. One of the cultivators declared that they should go. Another cursed and inquired why he couldn't travel on his sword all of a sudden, to which another cultivator responded and explained that there is an array suppressing the area, so it looked like they had no choice but to swim. And another cultivator was surprised and stated that he didn't know how to swim. On the other hand, Yuding questioned Shenshi how they were getting on the island if they couldn't fly across and if they had to go rent a boat. Shenshi retorted that Yuding was a silly disciple, and he asked her how there would be boats there for her to rent. He explained that Yuding should come to him because he will carry her across. Yuding agreed. Some of the cultivators were swimming on the water while the others were running on the surface of the water. Suddenly, the cultivators got stopped by a powerful barrier, and Duan Lang scoffed at them. Duan Lang stated that the suppression is getting stronger and stronger, so the rest of the Golden Core cultivators are already finding it difficult to advance. He mentioned that it looked like he would be the first Golden Core cultivator to step foot on the island. Duan Lang was surprised when he noticed that Shenshi and Yuding passed over him, so he asserted that he should chase them. The elder explained that he was already trying his best and it was already a great result that they were able to keep up with the nascent soul cultivator group. Duan Lang inquired the elder what he meant that he was trying his best. He claimed that even a little Golden Core brat was able to overtake them, and as he questioned the elder if he called that his best, he mentioned that he had already embarrassed himself today and the elder was pulling him down further. He declared that his Tongxian Valley sect raised the elder in vain, and all of the problems they encountered that day were because of his incompetence, and as he questioned the elder for daring to tell him that he did his best, he suggested that the elder should just go and die. Shenshi called Duan Lang's attention and remarked that he was spoiled and has such a potty mouth that he doesn't know how he survived until that moment. Duan Lang was enraged, and he insisted that Shenshi must be tired of living to dare to say such words to him. Shenshi explained that everyone there, with the exception of the geniuses from the Tan Celestial Sect, got to that stage with their own power while Duan Lang was just a parasite who was depending on someone else's strength, and he queried Duan Lang where he was getting the courage to act so arrogantly in front of him. Duan Lang asserted that Shenshi should just wait because he will make him pay, and he will make him witness how he plays with the little girl that he was carrying on his back. Shenshi declared that they will see how things will turn out and that he and Yuding should go. A few moments later, they stepped on the island, and Yuding commented that it was magnificent. Yuding inquired Shenshi if that was the secret realm. Shenshi explained that it was a miniature world, where the 5 elements circulate on their own and where time flows more slowly, so one day inside there is 7 days outside. And the spiritual power there is more abundant than the outside world. And those 8 towers are the 8 trigram towers that provide the various elements of that small world. Yuding remarked that Shenshi really knows a lot, and Shenshi observed that they should go as he will show her around. A few moments later, a powerful spiritual bull showed up. One of the cultivators stated that there was no way to fly using swords there, so everyone should tighten their bootstraps as they needed to repel the charge of that spiritual bull. And another cultivator claimed that it was just a mere foundation stage spiritual bull in the face of them, the golden core cultivators. But the spiritual bull tackled them, and all three of them were sent flying. Suddenly, Yuding went in and charged towards the spiritual bull using her magic treasure. Yuding looked like she was enjoying it as she flew in the sky. The cultivator queried why Yuding was able to fly. He speculated that maybe the suppression array has dissipated, so he called for his flying sword. The cultivator screamed and exclaimed that it was completely useless. Shenchi clarified that the suppression array was still active and Yuding was just borrowing the power of a magic treasure to fly, so the cultivator should stop thinking about it. And the cultivator thanked Shenchi. The cultivator was about to suggest to Shenchi that they combine forces, but Shenchi had already used his skill, stepping waves. Shenchi swung his sword and attacked the spiritual bulls. Meanwhile, Yuding cheered on Shenchi from above. Shenchi observed that it looked like he was still the faster one. Yuding claimed that Shenchi is the mightiest, and Shenchi explained that there is no real difficulty on the first level, so as long as their basic skills are solid, they could simply slay their way up. But the next level is where the real difficulty lies. Yuding inquired Shenchi if she wouldn't be dragging him down if there is something that even he feels is difficult. Shenchi replied that Yuding was a silly girl and that what he meant was that it was more difficult for other people. He never mentioned that it was difficult for him. He explained that the guards on the second floor of the Kun Tower are the 18 ground fiends, and each fiend possesses strength close to a fully fledged golden core, and they will attack simultaneously, so without a certain level of agility and strength, even nascent soul cultivators won't be able to withstand their siege. Suddenly, Tiangu stated that no one would have thought that the first to come up would be a golden core kid and a Foundation realm little girl. The other elder recommended that Shenchi should heed his advice not to go any further because he cannot break through what is in front of them, so he should just wait there for a while, and after the two of them have cleaned up all the spiritual troops, he could go up to the second level with them. Shenchi inquired if the two seniors had a solution. Tiangu questioned Shenchi if he was right that he hadn't entered many secret realms. He explained that secret realms aren't like chess, where one only cares about winning and losing, and there are opportunities everywhere in the secret realms that it is easy to miss many things if one wanders aimlessly. While the other elder remarked that Shenchi has quite the good fortune, as his foundation is solid, and he has entered the island quickly, and he inquired Shenchi where his master was from. Shenchi stated that he did not have a master. He was just fortunate enough to encounter some opportunities. When they heard that Shenchi had no master, Tiangu added that it was also fortunate because he is the sect leader of the Yikyong sect, Lord Tiangu, and since Shenchi has no master and no sect, he might as well come to his sect and achieve things, and he will even give him the title of inner sect elder, and he could bring his little apprentice with him, which made Shenchi inquire why so suddenly. Shenchi stated that there was a problem. Tiangu inquired if Shenchi thinks his Yikyong sect is not up to scratch. Shenchi explained that it was not the case. He noted that it was just that he had offended the Tongxian Valley's young master, so he was afraid that he would bring trouble to their sect if he were to join, so it was better not to. The two elders quickly looked at each other. Tiangu remarked that it was a great pity because Shenchi has great talent, so he must be cautious with his words and deeds in the future because, after all, the world of cultivation is not a place of leisure and freedom, so it is very likely that Duan Lang will retaliate once Shenchi leaves that secret realm and the forces of Tongxian Valley will be mobilized to suppress him. Shenchi thanked Tiangu for his warning. However, he mentioned that the secret realm is a dangerous place, so he doesn't think that Duan Lang will survive to leave that place. Tiangu observed that the secret realm may be dangerous, but the heirs of a family will definitely have many safeguards on them, so it is quite unlikely. Shenchi thanked Tiangu for his warning. The other elder suggested that Shenchi should just wait for a moment because once they defeat the spiritual generals together, he will even share some of the loot with him. Shenchi questioned the elder what the loot was, and he believed that he didn't design there to be any loot there. Tiangu explained that was why he claimed that Shenchi was inexperienced, and he inquired what he considered was special about that second level. He stated that Shenchi should see that the weapons in the hands of the spiritual generals all contain a trace of spiritual fluctuation, so they are probably halfway to being spiritual treasures and are therefore worth quite a bit. Tiangu mentioned that on the black market, each of them is worth at least 100 spirit stones, and Shenchi remarked that even if they are semi-spiritual treasures, they were big that he was afraid that there won't be any cultivator who would want to buy them. But Tiangu stated that once the two of them charge into the center of the fight, Shenchi just needs to hinder the first spirit general on the left and leave the rest to them. Shenshi called the two elders and explained that he thinks that the trial of that level is to avoid the attacks of the generals and advance directly to the next level, so he was afraid that they were fighting with them directly. He realized that those two were indeed warriors of the nascent soul realm after all. Suddenly, the two elders declared that they would attack, which made Shenshi question if they were charging in so recklessly when they didn't look like they were physically strong enough. In one swing, the two elders were sent flying by the generals. Yuding remarked that the seniors should go, which made Shenshi inquire if she was telling them to go and die, and he stated that he finally saw that those two were just fooling around. Shenshi declared that he should just forget it because those two elders were good-hearted after all, and he used his skill, stepping waves. He slashed the generals multiple times just before they could attack the two elders. The other elder questioned what happened to the spirit generals. Shenshi explained that they were probably paper tigers, and they are very old, so perhaps they just broke as soon as someone touched them. Tiangu inquired about the half-spiritual treasures, and Shenshi speculated that he could just pick them up. At the same time, at the 5th level of the Dry Tower, one of the members of the Liu Wangshi family reported that they have caught Yu Wushuang, so the other guy should inform Shenshi to come over while they are hot. And the other guy mentioned that Yu Wushuang has 3 high-grade Sun treasures on her and almost wrecked their operation. But thanks to her, they have something good to give to Shenshi. Meanwhile, Yuding questioned Tiangu where he wanted to put the sword, and Tiangu responded that she was pretty strong. On the other hand, one of the members of the Liu Wangshi family called Shenshi and reported that they have caught the young master of the Taiyan Celestial Sect, and she is currently unconscious, so Shenshi could come and consume her immediately. Shenshi inquired if the subordinates he accepted kidnapped his ex-girlfriend for the sake of gaining merit. Yuding suddenly questioned Shenshi what happened. Shenshi stated that something happened and he needs to deal with it, so they should go. Yuding declared that wherever Shenshi goes, she goes. Shenshi explained that the situation is kind of urgent and he needs to go all out, so Yuding should hold on and not let go, and Yuding responded okay. Shenshi used his Zun level technique, Shining Chant, Dao Enhanced version. He hopped away at an incredible speed, which created a powerful gust of wind that sent Tiangu tumbling away. Yuding was amazed while she and Shenshi jumped in the air. Shenshi landed back on the ground and quickly hopped again. The two of them traveled at an incredible speed, and Yuding was enjoying it. Meanwhile, a lot of treasures were stored and floating around in a dark place. Suddenly, someone's hand emerged from underneath the treasures and reported that there was Dao accumulation. She explained that she needed more Dao to accumulate to restore herself, so she requested that Shenshi use more Dao chants. Shenshi continued to travel together at an incredible speed while carrying Yuding. Suddenly, the killing array of the island activated. Shenshi pondered how the careless weapon spirit activated the spirit array, and he contemplated that he should just forget it, and he would go hit her later. On the other hand, one of the members of the Liu Wangshi family inquired what in the world was happening, and the other remarked that Shenshi never mentioned that he had any relationship with the Taiyan Celestial Sect before. Suddenly, Yu Wushuang started to wake up. She cursed as she questioned herself if she could have been harmed. Yu Wushuang stated that she was fine. One of the guys inquired if they should knock Yu Wushuang out again, to which the other concurred and expressed that he thinks they should. Yu Wushuang explained that they shouldn't come over because she is the young master of the Taiyan Celestial Sect, so if they dare touch her, her father won't let them off easily. But one of the guys questioned Yu Wushuang what her dad could even do and stated that if not for his weakened state, beating her father would just be as easy as beating his son. Yu Wushuang wondered if she was going to die there, and she clarified that she had not cleared up the misunderstanding and married yet, and she hadn't even done shameful things with Shenshi either. Suddenly, Shenshi inquired of the two guys what they were doing. He declared that they should get ready to be punished. Meanwhile, Ziyu was watching them from the palace, and he stated that the two guys were done for. The two guys immediately pleaded for Shenshi to have mercy on them. Shenshi remarked that exchanging blows is inevitable, so they should let him see how they have improved because, after all, he is a nascent soul, and the two of them are also nascent souls, so they should fight with all their might. Otherwise, they shouldn't blame him if they die. Ziyu abruptly mentioned that he got it and that the two guys just needed to play along with Shenshi to portray him as the hero saving the beauty. One of the guys commented that Ziyu got his ass because he used to get punished for blindly guessing Shenshi's intentions, and currently, he was just blindly guessing again. As he inquired Ziyu if he wasn't just leading them into deeper fish, Ziyu replied that whether he is or not is up to the guy. Ziyu reflected that they could finally witness Shenshi in action for the first time since his reincarnation, so no one knows what the result will be between Shenshi, who is at the nascent soul middle stage, and Green and Blue, who are at the nascent soul late stage. Suddenly, Luo Shasha questioned about the hero saving the beauty and who was being saved. The two guys cursed in their minds as they thought that they forgot that Shenshi's wife was still in the chat. On the other hand, Yu Wushuang explained that the guys shouldn't come over, and as she questioned them if they could hear her, she stated that she could give them whatever they wanted. Suddenly, Shenshi appeared as Kaiyan Ren and remarked that Yu Wushuang shouldn't be afraid. He declared that he was there to save Yu Wushuang. Yu Wushwang reflected that it was Shenqi and that she knew that he would always come and save her when she was in her darkest moments. She advised that Shenqi should be careful because the two guys were really strong. But one of the guys commented that Yu Wushwang shouldn't cry because they didn't do anything untoward to her, and crying will cause others to misunderstand the situation. Shenqi stated that if the guys still don't make a move, they shouldn't blame him when they die later. The two guys looked at each other with worry on their faces. The two of them quickly threw their swords to attack Shenqi. Shenqi swung his swords and deflected the two guys' attacks. He utilized his skill, stepping waves, and attacked one of the guys. Suddenly, the other guy moved quickly and attacked Shenqi from behind. The guy employed his skill, Tiger Roars, in the forest. Yu Wushwang groaned in pain, and she explained that it was a powerful spiritual attack. But Shenqi was unharmed, and he summoned his sword spirit. He utilized the spirit to push one of the guys away. Shenqi noted that the guys really fought back wholeheartedly. One of the guys inquired Shenqi if that wasn't what he ordered them to do. Shenqi clarified that it was fine because he was just afraid that the two of them weren't being serious earlier, so he held back. But at that time, he was not going to hold back. The two guys pleaded for Shenqi to spare them. Shenqi stated that the guys should come and give him everything they have. One of the guys used his skill, Tiger Spirit Avatar. The other guy used his skill, Thousand Shadow Swords. Shenqi mentioned that it was more like it and that he believes 2 stepping wave slashes should be sufficient to defeat the two of them without grievous injuries. Suddenly, Yu Wushwang responded no. Yu Wushwang considered that Shenqi was previously a golden core, and although she doesn't know why he seemed to have recovered or if he had recovered, he won't be an opponent for those two nascent soul cultivators, so she cannot let him face such danger for her sake. Meanwhile, Shenqi muttered in his mind as he wondered why the idiot chose that timing to block the attacks for him, and he believed that with Yu Wushwang's current cultivation, just the aftershocks alone are enough to hurt her. He felt that he had no choice but to use his actual strength to blow those attacks back. Shenqi launched 2 stepping wave slashes, and they were accompanied by huge waves. The two guys were both lost for words when they saw Shenqi's attacks. They realized that Shenqi really played such a big hand, so at that time, they were definitely screwed. On the other hand, Shenqi cursed in his mind as he reflected that he accidentally added in too much Dao intent. He secretly used another skill behind Yu Wushwang's back. The two guys were wrapped with green orbs, and it protected them from the waves. But the force of the waves was strong that it sent them flying out of the tower. Yu Wushwang gazed at Shenqi lovingly. She inquired Shenqi how he was powerful, and as she mentioned that the move earlier was probably even stronger than the deification stage, Shenqi grumbled in his mind. Shenqi quickly fell on the ground and admitted that he was finished. And Yu Wushwang was worried that she almost called him Shenqi, but she quickly stopped herself and referred to him as Kaiyan Ren. Yu Wushwang queried Shenqi if he was alright and why his Kai aura was weak. Shenqi assured that Yu Wushwang shouldn't panic because he just couldn't catch his breath when she buried him in her chest. Yu Wushwang apologized to Shenqi and explained that it was all because she was useless. Shenqi consoled that Yu Wushwang shouldn't be foolish because he is fine as long as she is safe. Yu Wushwang suggested that maybe Shenqi used a secret technique, and she recalled that she had a Yuan replenishing pill, but she asked where she kept it. She mentioned that she found it, and Shenqi responded that there was no need because it was too nourishing. Yu Wushwang argued that nourishment is good, as men need nourishing after all, but Shenqi countered that he doesn't need it. Yu Wushwang contended that Shenqi needed it. Shenqi questioned Yu Wushwang how she knew that and stated that she had never tried it before. Yu Wushwang clarified she tried it before, but instead of saying that, she proposed that she and Shenqi try it together. Shenqi was surprised by what Yu Wushwang proposed. Yu Wushwang asked Shenqi what was up and if he was afraid that she wouldn't take responsibility. Shenqi thought that Yu Wushwang was a cheap girl and wondered how she could say such suggestive words to Kaiyan Ren. He explained that about that, he had actually been hiding his true appearance while wondering if it could be that Yu Wushwang already knows that he is Shenqi. Yu Wushwang denied and claimed that it was impossible as Shenqi wouldn't, and he didn't. Shenqi asserted that he really obscured his true appearance, but Yu Wushwang just said no, that he didn't, and she couldn't hear him. Yu Wushwang was wondering what she should do and say if Shenqi really shows his true self and if she should apologize first because it was all her fault after all. Shenqi inquired Yu Wushwang why she was in self-denial and that he would show her immediately while he grumbled in his mind as he felt that he couldn't pretend any longer as he wanted Yu Wushwang to know that it was him who saved her, and not some Taoist Kaiyan Ren. Yu Wushwang declared that Shenqi can't. She reiterated that she told Shenqi that he can't, so he can't. Suddenly, the atmosphere became steamy and Shenqi was trying to mention something happening below. Yu Wushwang queried Shenqi what he had on him because the hard thing was hitting her. Shenqi asked Yu Wushwang if she really did not know or was just pretending not to know. Yu Wushwang admitted that she actually could. Suddenly, Shenqi noticed Yuding. Yuding was up in the sky, and she inquired Yu Wushwang what she was doing. Shenqi advised that Yuding should wait and that she shouldn't be impulsive. Yuding declared that Yu Wushwang should hand over her heart for sullying her master. Shenxi was alarmed, but Yu Wushwang managed to block Yuding's attack with her protection swords. He mentioned that Yuding should calm down because he is fine. Yuding just scoffed and looked away with a sour look on her face. Yu Wushwang queried Shenxi who Yuding was, and as Shenxi stated that Yuding is his disciple, he politely inquired Yu Wushwang if she could stand up because it was not good to be in such a position in front of kids. Yu Wushwang questioned Shenxi how he came to have another disciple. Shenxi probed Yu Wushwang what she meant when she remarked another. Yu Wushwang voiced that what she meant was for someone as freedom-loving as Shenxi to have accepted a disciple, and she cursed and commented that she almost let it slip, as his current identity was not that of Shenxi. Yuding requested Shenxi who Yu Wushwang was, and as he was about to introduce Yu Wushwang, he was cut off. Yu Wushwang quickly uttered that Shenxi is her boyfriend. Shenxi observed that it was a friend who is a boy, and as Yuding explained that he understood, she addressed Yu Wushwang as auntie and demanded her how she came to know her master. Yu Wushwang was horrified when she was addressed as auntie, and as she noted that Yuding should call her big sis, she pressed since when she had become an auntie. Yuding announced that Yu Wushwang is her master's friend, so she is of the same seniority as him, and Shenxi is akin to a father, and Yu Wushwang is someone who is close with him, so it should be no problem calling her auntie. She asserted that Yu Wushwang hadn't told her how she met her master, and as she interrogated Yu Wushwang how old she was that year, she pronounced that she had just come of age. Yuding implored Yu Wushwang if she knew what Shenxi likes to eat. Yu Wushwang immediately expressed that she knew, and it was roasted frozen chicken wings. She proudly catechized them about her answer and if she was right, unaware of the situation Shenxi was currently in. Shenxi muttered that Yu Wushwang really should stop pretending with that careless personality of hers, and he besought her if he was right that she had long known that it was him and that all of those actions of hers were all in the hope that he would forgive her one day. Yu Wushwang affirmed that it was nonsense and that she never pondered that way, and she didn't want Shenxi's forgiveness as she only wanted to get revenge on him, a half-hearted scumbag. Shenxi avowed that it was textbook-like arrogance. He indicated that they should forget it and just prepare for the plot change that is imminent, and Yu Wushwang solicited what a plot change was. The yin-yang symbol appeared at the center of all the towers. Shenxi considered that according to the story, the yin-yang fish teleportation array is the last boss level that appears only after the protagonist has broken through the 8 towers, and for it to have appeared so early, he was afraid that there must be someone pulling the strings. He opined that he should just forget it because it was free EXP anyway, so there was no point in not obtaining it, and as he called Yuding and relayed that they should go, Yu Wushwang called him and proclaimed that he should wait for her. Shenxi and Yuding quickly went to the teleportation array, leaving Yu Wushwang behind. The two of them were immediately transported into a mysterious place filled with writings. Yuding was asking Shenxi where that place was when Duanlang conveyed that others say that opposed parties are fated to meet, but he really didn't expect that they would meet there. Duanlang bellowed that he could consider letting Shenxi leave with his life if he kneels and calls him daddy. Shenxi interpellated Yuding if she really hated Duanlang, and Yuding replied that she hated him. He professed that Duanlang shall disappear right there at that moment. Duanlang stressed that Shenxi was arrogant, and as he challenged Shenxi who he thought he was, he added that Shenxi was just a mere golden core, so the elder should go take him down and seal his spiritual veins, to which the elder acknowledged that he understood. The elder concluded that Shenxi was a brat and that he should be obedient and surrender without putting up a fight. Otherwise, he will experience pain. Shenxi maintained that the abettor is just as guilty as the criminal, and no one knows just how much blood is on the elder's hands. He assured that he will kill the elder first and that he should make sure to guide his young master in the afterlife in a bit. The elder was surprised when she got injured by Shenxi's attack that quickly. Shenxi averred that it was a personal grudge between him and Duanlang and doesn't concern anyone else there. Duanlang insisted that the others should wait and that they should attack as well and not let Shenxi come to him because they knew who he was, and if something were to happen to him, none of them would be unscathed as well. One of the cultivators addressed Shenxi as a young hero and suggested that the inheritance test is just about to start, and it was definitely not going to be easy, so they need everyone that they could get, and he beseeched him what he reflected about it. Another cultivator agreed and imparted that they should stop depleting their forces because that inheritance test is also being held for other groups, so they have to hurry. Another cultivator rejoined indeed, after all, the Tongxian Valley sect's young master is not a small fry, so Shenxi has to reconsider. Otherwise, he would be in hot soup when the Tongxian Valley sect comes for revenge. And another cultivator testified that Shenxi should stop being so petty because the other party is the Tongxian Valley sect's young master. And all he did was say some inappropriate things, so in reality, he didn't do anything. And Shenxi didn't lose anything either. Yuding got scared, and she called Shenxi. Shenxi signified that there was no need for Yuding to be afraid. He conferred that what the other guys related made sense. Shenxi articulated that as long as no one leaves, there won't be anyone to take revenge on him, so he has changed his mind, and all of them shall die. The cultivators entreated Shenxi if he knew what he had just said. Shenxi emphasized that all of them seemed to have gotten something wrong from the get-go and that he was never a righteous character in the first place. Duanlang questioned the other cultivators what they were all dawdling for and if they didn't understand what he uttered, and he stated that Shenxi wanted to kill all of them, so they should gang up on him immediately. One of the cultivators declared that they don't need to be scared because Shenxi is only one person, and even if he is a full-fledged nascent soul, they have quite a few nascent souls on their side as well. They all simultaneously charged at Shenxi and shouted that they would kill. Shenxi instructed that Yuding should close her eyes, but Yuding responded no and that she will accept everything that Shenxi does. Shenxi commented that Yuding was a good disciple. He used his skill, Blue Tide Rebirth. Shenxi released a huge slash of water-like aura and directed it at the cultivators. The cultivators screamed in pain as they got consumed by the water. In an instant, everyone disappeared. Yuding queried Shenxi where they had gone. Shenxi proclaimed that ashes to ashes and dust to dust, they have left that server forever. Yuding read the tablet and pronounced that 1 hurdle, 2 kuns, 3 shocks, 4 ups and downs, 5 middles, and 6 stems, 7 duplications, 8 gens, and 9 departures, and she inquired Shenxi what it meant. Shenxi explained that those were actually numbers that are represented by characters of the Haoshan Bagua, and those numbers are the passcode they want to enter into the compass, and it will do as long as the numbers are aligned with the pointer-shaped green needle on the compass. Yuding remarked that Shenxi is amazing because he figured out the intricacies of that puzzle with just a single glance. She added that she has to work hard so as to not hold Shenxi back and that there are more words beneath, kill the wraith, and obtain the password. Yuding mentioned that there are 8 doors in that room, and the words written above each, respectively, are 1 hurdle, 2 kuns, 3 shocks, 4 ups and downs, 5 middle and 6 stems, 7 duplications, 8 gens, and 9 departures, and as she wondered if the various doors will maybe open to hint at the password numbers that correspond to the characters once they activate the mechanism. She observed that there are 9 compasses there, so they have to enter the password 9 times. Shenxi confirmed that Yuling was exactly right, and her deduction and observation skills are not bad, and as he began typing 733,129. Yuding pointed out that they haven't activated the mechanism yet. Yuding cautioned that if they enter the passwords incorrectly, they might be trapped and die there. But Shenxi asserted that it was all done and they could just move on. But Yuding pressed why that was the case when they hadn't even begun solving the puzzle. Shenxi replied that it was fine because he is very good at solving those sorts of puzzles. The two of them were transported into a ruined building in front of an old man sitting on the ground. The old man was sitting there quietly with a Waiki board in front of him. Yuding called Shenxi and noted that the old mister looks very strong. Shenxi clarified that the old man is not alive but a puppet possessed by a spirit, and it is a full-fledged nascent soul and can be considered the strongest entity in that Bagua realm. The old man announced that if Shenxi could solve the puzzle, he would allow him to pass. He was about to explain to Shenxi what to do, but Shenxi immediately solved the puzzle and voiced that he and Yuding should go. The old man affirmed that Shenxi had passed, and as Yuding conveyed that the old man hadn't even finished speaking yet, Shenxi posed what was there to listen to when it was just chess. On the other hand, in another space, a spirit demanded why it was happening. She pondered if it shouldn't be a challenge to break through those puzzles and articulated that from just succeeding in one try by randomly entering a 9-digit password and cracking the Millennium and Game chess puzzle with another random move, she requested for someone to make it make sense to her. The spirit indicated that if that was the case, she shall use more direct methods. On the other hand, Shenxi and Yuding arrived at the 4th stage, and Shenxi was appalled. The chest requested for Shenxi to insert Tao rhythms into that chest to advance to the next stage, and as Shenxi probed how come the encounters have changed, he hinted that nobody else is able to utilize Tao rhythms after all, so he wondered if he could have become the target of big data discriminatory pricing. Shenxi advised that he should just forget it because it was just a little Tao rhythm anyway, and as Yuding interrogated Shenxi what big data discriminatory pricing is, Shenxi answered that it is an extremely evil method used by capitalists. A few moments later, they arrived at the 6th stage, and Shenxi complained that it had been the same encounter for 3 stages, so it was daylight robbery. Shenxi challenged if they wanted Tao rhythms really badly. He acceded fine, and that there goes a super dense lotus flower limited edition Tao rhythm essence, so they should come and take it. The spirit acknowledged that it was much Tao rhythms, and she quizzed if it was for her for free. She revealed that she has no physical form, so she has to find a body to manifest in reality, and that she was looking. Meanwhile, Shenxi catechized what that world was coming to, and he maintained that no one wanted to come take that Tao rhythm he was giving away for free, so he will be taking it back immediately. Yuding implored Shenxi what kind of act he was putting up. Shenxi didn't answer and retorted that he was really taking the Tao rhythm back. The spirit insisted that Shenxi should wait. She urged that she wanted it and Shenxi should give it to her. But Shenxi snapped that if the spirit wanted it, she could go herself. The spirit screamed in pain and was in tears. She was on the verge of tears and was pitiful as she looked up. The spirit was looking at the super dense lotus flower Dao rhythm essence. She screamed, but Shenchi remarked that she should stop yelping and inquired her if he was correct that she must be the spirit of the Bagua plate. The spirit responded yes, she is, and she queried Shenchi if he could give the lotus flower to her already because she had answered his question. Shenchi questioned the spirit if he was correct that the secret dungeon was her doing and that she made him pay, and the spirit declared that it was an equivalent exchange because Shenchi would hand over a Dao rhythm and she would allow him to advance a stage. Shenchi probed the spirit if she really wanted the lotus flower, and the spirit affirmed yes and that she is willing to do anything in exchange. Shenchi was amused, and he pressed to confirm with the spirit if it was anything. The spirit replied, of course, and it was also including a physical exchange. But Shenchi wondered the spirit who the heck wanted her body when she had such a small chest and thin and small hips and butt. And the spirit noted that it was unexpected because perverts like him like tender and small legal lowly even more. The spirit mentioned that Shenchi had hit her head, which qualifies as an exchange, so she proposed if she could have the lotus flower already. Yuding voiced that the spirit was cute, and she prompted her what her name was. Shenchi commented that the spirit should say her name, and the spirit revealed that it was Baelinger. He posited Baelinger if he was correct that she is the Bagua plate spirit and how come she doesn't look as if she is very clever, and Yuding stated that with all his hitting, even someone smart would have turned dumb by that time. Shenchi announced that Baelinger was the number 102 man-made spirit and inquired if she had any recollection at all, but Baelinger articulated that she didn't know what Shenchi was talking about. He informed that he will give Baelinger a petal. Baelinger immediately consumed the lotus petal Shenchi gave her. Shenchi pondered that Baelinger, the Bagua plate spirit, is the ultimate creation of the ancient people's experiments and is a master of refining and very resourceful. And after being subdued by the protagonist Xiaokir, she became the strongest pillar of support behind Xiaokir. He considered that as for the white-haired, animal-eared lowly in front of him, aside from the white hair and animal ears, everything else about Baelinger doesn't match the description because, let alone resourceful, he could kill her with a simple hand chop. Shenchi gave a suggestion to Baelinger. He pronounced that he has a lot of Dao rhythms, so if Baelinger recognizes him as her master, she will never have to worry about hunger again. Baelinger queried if it was real and immediately uttered sure. Shenchi mused that he should just forget it and that they should just see it as buying a bag of chips because no matter how he spun it, it was still the Bagua's secret realm and the divine treasure Bagua plate, so it was far from a loss. He reflected that he had gained full control over that tiny world since Baelinger had recognized him as her master. Shenchi surmised that with just his reflection, he could view every single corner of that tiny world. He imagined that he could even freely change the viewing angle and zooming without affecting the clarity, so it was even more exciting than those kinds of games. Shenchi supposed that he came, and Yuding wondered him how come he was bleeding from the nose. He indicated that it was fine because the picture quality was too good, so he was very moved, and Baelinger reiterated that she recognized him, so he should hurry up and give it to her, and she wanted a lot. Shenchi conveyed that since he had become the master of the trials, it could be regarded as having cleared the secret realm, and that place would disappear soon, so he had to clean up the previous matters as soon as possible, and Baelinger protested that Shenchi was going back on his words after becoming her master, so he was a scumbag. Shenchi just ignored her and explained that everything in the secret realms already belongs to him, which would be a loss it would be if someone took it away, so he will retrieve them all. But he can't let them have a wasted trip either, so he will change the prizes to those expired pills that behave around because no one will die from consuming them anyway. Meanwhile, the other cultivators questioned what was happening and if they had all been forcefully ejected while in the midst of the trial. One of the cultivators inquired the other what stage he got to because he didn't even cross the second stage, and as the other cultivator proudly reported that he managed to get to the third stage. Another cultivator remarked that they did so much better because he couldn't even get past the first stage, and he questioned them if they received any prizes. One of the cultivators disclosed that he got 2 Yuan spirit pills, but the other cultivator observed that from the gleam, it seemed that they had expired. Ning Yanyan pronounced that the trial grounds have vanished, so that means that someone must have beaten it and taken the inheritance. When Yu Wushuang questioned her if they saw Shenchi, Bai Ran inquired if Shenchi didn't go to a doctor for treatment, while Ning Yanyan queried if Shenchi didn't lose his cultivation and that there was no way he would be there. But Yu Wushuang attested that Shenchi did. She added that he was completely fine and had even broken through to the nascent soul realm. The 3 ladies fell silent for a moment. Ning Yanyan declared that they have all been lied to. Bai Ran queried how that could be and if Shenchi didn't lose his cultivation. Yu Wushuang expressed that Shenchi even brought along a little girl, calling her his disciple, and the 2 were touchy and huggy with each other. The 3 of them proclaimed that Shenchi was a scumbag. Ning Yanyan insisted that there is still some time before the secret realm closes, and although they didn't manage to get the inheritance, they still have to try their best to get all the other resources in the secret realm. Byran concluded that with the three of them working together, they will definitely be able to easily climb a tower. And Yu Wushwang acknowledged that there must be a lot of treasures in the secret realm because after all, the difficulty of that realm is very high, so the treasure there must also be of at least a high-level mysterious grade. A few moments later, one of the cultivators opined that those three female cultivators from earlier were strong, that they have climbed up to the 8th floor in one go as if strolling into uninhabited land. Meanwhile, the three ladies finally came across a shining chest. Ning Yanyan exclaimed that it must be the treasure box of the tower, and it looked really impressive. Yu Wushwang stated that she was hoping for a Xuan grade treasure in that case, and Bai Ran spoke that she was already feeling better, so they should open it together. But the three of them were speechless when they opened the chest, and it only thanked them for their patronage and requested for a refill. Bai Ran, Ning Yanyan, and Yu Wushwang all walked out of the tower disappointed. Yu Wushwang inquired one of the cultivators what she was doing there and why everyone was kneeling on the ground and plucking the grass. The cultivator stated that the prizes and treasures in the Bagua Tower were all gone, so to avoid going back empty-handed, everyone was out there collecting spiritual herbs to mitigate their losses. She remarked that after all, in order to gather as much Dao rhythm as possible, everyone discarded their entire net worth into the bottom of the lake. Yu Wushwang questioned how it was possible that the Bagua Tower had no more prizes or treasures left. Ning Yanyan quizzed them if they didn't find the handwriting very familiar, which puzzled Yu Wushwang. Bai Ran uttered that the phrase "thanks for your patronage" does sound like something that he would say, and Yu Wushwang probed who he was. Ning Yanyan responded that replacing all of the treasures with such writings, doing something so immoral and wrong that most people wouldn't even consider doing. But if it was him, he is definitely capable of such. Bai Ran commented that although he could be really gentle, caring, and responsible, it is true that there is only him who will do that kind of deed. Yu Wushwang noted that they should hold it and stop playing charades between themselves, and she interrogated them who exactly they were talking about. Ning Yanyan and Bai Ran both voiced that, of course, they are talking about Shenxi. Yu Wushwang requested to know why it seems that the two of them know Shenxi better than her, his girlfriend. She declared that something was not right with the two of them. When Ning Yanyan heard what Yu Wushwang announced, she sought an answer about what was wrong. And as she mentioned that Yu Wushwang must be overthinking things, she suggested that they make a move first because the secret realm will be disappearing soon, so at that time Shenxi will definitely make an appearance then. On the other hand, outside the secret realm, a cultivator explained that Taoist Zhang came as well, and Taoist Zhang laughed and recounted that the secret realm is extremely dangerous and hard to cultivate, and he doesn't have the courage to enter, so he was just following his routine, waiting for the people to come out of the secret realm and trade whatever treasures that they bring out that are useful. Taoist Zhang conveyed that those who share their thinking aren't few anyway, and so that place has inevitably become something like a black market. The other cultivator observed that Taoist Zhang should look and that it was the great teleportation array of the secret realm, so someone must have beaten the secret realm, and so the realm is now closing, and those who survived are about to return. Taoist Zhang exclaimed that no one knows how many will come back alive at that time, but he cursed and reported that it was raining men. The other cultivator affirmed that maybe because too many people went in, the difficulty of the secret realm was correspondingly lowered, and Taoist Zhang specified that it seemed to be the case and the treasures they obtained must not be little, so they should hurry over and trade lest others reach them first. Taoist Zhang immediately greeted the cultivators as his friends and demanded to know if there were any excess treasures that they had obtained from the secret realm, and the other cultivator expressed that they could trade in both spirit stones and goods and would offer them a fair price, so they should step right up. But the two of them were speechless when they saw that all the cultivators were offering spiritual herbs. Meanwhile, Shenxi pronounced there were too many people there, so they should go to the other side, and Yuding maintained okay. Yuding believed that Shenxi was holding her so close, so maybe if she is lucky, she will get to conceive his child. Yu Wushwang, Ning Yanyan, and Bai Ran called Shenxi. Ning Yanyan insisted that they finally found him. Shenxi raised a query about Ning Yanyan what she was saying and claimed that he didn't understand. But Yu Wushwang recognized that Shenxi was a scumbag and was lying as soon as he opened his mouth, and she wanted to know if he couldn't even replace the illusion on his face with another every time he replied that he didn't know them. Shenxi immediately disclosed sure. Yu Wushwang pressed Shenxi what the point was in changing his face right in front of them and if he was mocking them. Bai Ran appealed for clarification Shenxi if he had really recovered. Shenxi removed his illusion and sighed. Bai Ran, Yu Wushwang, and Ning Yanyan were all flustered, and they cursed in their minds as they pondered that it was the sound of their hearts being moved. Shenxi called Bai Ran and vocalized that he had his reasons for hiding his cultivation because back then, he was too distant from everyone, and all of them respected and trusted him but rarely got closer to him. So he didn't want to pressure her, and he truly thought that they could actually get along better that way, so he concealed his identity, and he was really sorry. Bai Ran immediately revealed that she had wronged Shenqi, but Ning Yanyan imparted that he doesn't have to lie to someone to get closer to them. Shenqi recited that his objective for coming out that time was to help Ning Yanyan obtain a better magic treasure because she is the sect leader after all, but she doesn't have a correspondingly impressive proof of office, and he really couldn't let things stand. He advised that he knew that Ning Yanyan really wanted a mysterious Xuan treasure of her own, but she couldn't do so with the power of the sect, and she also didn't have the time to go get one for herself, so he thought that he could help her with that, but at the same time he couldn't tell her that he was doing it for her sake because she definitely would not have agreed if he did, so he could only do what he did. Shenqi signaled that what was more, Ning Yanyan was the unyielding fairy who is prouder than anyone else, so he lied to her, and he was sorry. Ning Yanyan illuminated that Shenqi doesn't have to be so thoughtful of her, actually. Yu Wuxiang was taken aback when she saw that Ning Yanyan and Bai Ran were flustered that smoke was coming out of their heads. Shenqi shushed Yu Wuxiang and clarified that she should know best why he had descended to the land of Jianghu. He professed that if Yu Wuxiang weren't there was no reason why he would have come and that she had really worked hard recently, trekking into so many secret realms. Yu Wuxiang acknowledged that she didn't do it in order to look for a medicine to cure Shenqi and that she was only looking to improve her cultivation by entering the secret realms. She relayed that it was not what Shenqi thought, so he shouldn't act like he knows how she feels, but Shenqi articulated that she knew about everything. Shenqi laughed in his mind as he considered that there truly isn't a predicament that couldn't be resolved and he is the best in the business when it comes to such. But he reflected that he should hang on and wondered if he didn't just dig himself into a deeper hole with what he just did earlier. Yuding remarked that Muling Castle was just right ahead, and Shenqi stated that they were finally back, and it was a great feeling. Yuding considered that something was not right, and she wondered why there were many auras of cultivators inside Muling Castle. 2 cultivators from the Deep Blue Realm greeted Shenqi when they approached the gates. Yuding was surprised when she saw that they had 2 golden core cultivators as gate guards. Another cultivator politely addressed a resident of Muling Castle and mentioned that they have returned with the firewood, and the lady advised that he should place them in the southern corner because the firewood needs to be dried to be usable. Yuding could not believe that golden core cultivators were helping with firewood. She relayed what was happening there and if he knew it. Shenqi indicated that it was all arranged by him so Yuding didn't have to panic. Kai Leng greeted Shenqi as their Lord World Master, but Shenqi commented that it was enough formalities. He recounted that all of the people had been successfully moved into Muling Castle, and they were all at their beck and call, and Shenqi acknowledged that it was good and they should go take care of their own matters while he would go look for Luo Shasha. Shenqi presumed that the people from Deep Blue Realm had all arrived, but they were all either guarding the gate or chopping firewood, and although they were doing it happily, Luo Shasha didn't have experience dealing with such situations after all. He summoned Bailinger, and while still asleep, she voiced that she wanted to eat Dao rhythms. Shenqi expressed that Yuding should take Bailinger and go have some fun because he will go find her mother to settle official matters, and Yuding replied okay. A few moments later, Shenqi knocked on Luo Shasha's door and called her. Luo Shasha quickly ran towards the door. She noted that Shenqi has returned. Shenqi inquired if she was sleeping and if he was bothering her. Luo Shasha revealed that she was a bit tired, so she took a nap, and she was still feeling groggy. Shenqi uttered that if that was the case, he shall leave first. But Luo Shasha called Shenqi while grabbing his hand. She conveyed that since Shenqi came to find her, there must be some important matters that he wanted to discuss, so he should come in and take a seat. As Shenqi sat down inside, Luo Shasha teased if he wanted her to sit on his left or right thigh. Shenqi cleared his throat and insisted that they needed to discuss official matters. Luo Shasha clarified that she understands, but what they are doing at the moment are official matters too, and what was more, on that day, Shenqi will get to experience something different, or something even further. Shenqi queried if that was really the right time. Luo Shasha insinuated that Shenqi may disagree with his words, but his body is honest, and her legs are already feeling his red-hot heat. Yuding barged in, and as she called Shenqi, she disclosed that Xiao Bai had been imprisoned by Xiao. When she saw the position Shenqi and Luo Shasha were in, she demanded what they were doing. Luo Shasha cleared her throat and recapped that Shenqi got some sand in his eye and she was just helping to blow it away. Yuding probed if that was true. Shenqi confirmed that it was right, it was just blowing, nothing else, and he questioned what she meant when she just claimed that Xiao Bai was imprisoned by Xiao Bai and if Bailinger imprisoned Xiao Bai. Yuding admitted that Shenqi was correct, and other than that, she has just broken through, and she has reached the 3rd stage of the 8 stages. Shenqi urged that Yuding should forget about Bailinger and Xiao Bai and let them have their fun. He proposed that Yuding should go and cultivate well because once she breaks through the 4th stage, he will arrange for an actual opponent for her. Yuding answered alright and that she will go and cultivate immediately. Luo Shasha cautioned that Yuding shouldn't run so fast and she should stay safe, and Yuding concurred that she knows. She pressed if they should continue. Shenshi declared that it was no longer early and he really had matters that needed to be discussed, so they should leave the different experience Luo Shasha mentioned to next time. Luo Shasha hinted if he would let her give him some blowing like he asserted earlier. A few moments later, the sun started to set. Shenshi prompted what she thinks of the people from Deep Blue Realm. Luo Shasha explained that although they hold great respect for both of them, their own evil tendencies are very strong. Shenshi pointed out that those people are of a high cultivation level, so if they can't fit in with Mu Ling Castle, he specified what they should do. Luo Shasha surmised that Mu Ling Castle can't provide enough for the growth of so many cultivators because they don't have the cultivation resources nor the task suited for them to carry out. But she theorized that with those powerful cultivators, they could create an independent force outside of Mu Ling Castle, open a black market for cultivators, or even facilitate the trading of cultivators and slowly gain control of the Qingju and northern region's black market. Shenshi concluded that when the time is right, they could set up a chamber of commerce to monopolize the trade of all sorts of heavenly treasures and even hold regular auctions, so that was really a good idea. Shenshi believed that it was amazing, and as expected of the head of the Mu Ling Castle, under Luo Shasha's management, the Qingbei Celestial Sect and the Qingbei Chamber of Commerce will definitely be able to gain a firm foothold in the northern region of Qingju immediately. He considered that although the startup capital made him bleed a whole lot, considering the potential future income and the paving of the way for Zio Kir to head out to cultivate, it was all worth it. Shenshi's gaze turned serious. He presumed that Luo Shasha was exhausted, that she was asleep, so it looked like he had to figure out a way for her to cultivate. Otherwise, her body would not be able to bear it. Shenshi reckoned that Luo Shasha was thin, but it turned out that she isn't that light. He mused that perhaps her weight was all concentrated in her bosoms. Shenshi surmised that it had been tough on Luo Shasha, so he would definitely figure out a way for her to cultivate. He called the Deep Blue Realm and remarked that all of them should report to the side room of the South Courtyard. A few moments later, the Deep Blue Realm greeted Shenshi. Shenshi acknowledged their greeting. Kai Langan concluded that as expected of their world master, Shenshi looks as if he has become one with the heavens just by sitting there. Shenshi stated that it was excellent that they had all gathered together and that there were many tasks for them to carry out right away, which would all tie into a grand plan of his. He replied that they need not question what he is about to instruct them to do, and they should just do it. Everyone responded that they were Shenshi's subordinates and would assist him to complete his grand plan even if they needed to die 1,000 times. Shenshi declared that it was good, so Kai Langan should take his henshin and head towards the circular lake in northern Xinjiang and establish a sect, and the name of the sect shall be Qingbei Celestial Sect, where Kai Langan shall be the temporary sect leader. He indicated that as for how the sect is to develop, he has already planned it, and they should go and consult with Luo Shasha, as she will tell them what exactly to do. Kai Langan agreed yes. Shenshi noted that the sect is actually just a cover and he is in control of the Bagua secret realm under the circular lake. He explained that what he wanted was for them to enter the Bagua secret realm and nurture talents, as he needed an unrivaled squad of loyal expert cultivators, and he uttered if they understood. One of the members judged that it turned out that Shenshi has already gained control of the Bagua secret realm. He guessed that the time within the secret realm flows slowly, and it is abundant in spiritual energy, and the Bagua towers within are also full of training artifacts, so it was a given that they will be able to cultivate a group of experts who will be loyal to the Qingbei Celestial Sect. Another member commented that as expected of Shenshi, the establishment of a sect will legalize their identities, and the development of the sect equates to the development of the forces of their Deep Blue Realm. So by pretending to be natives to fight against the natives, the people of that world will only think of their rise as the rise of the sect and not realize that it was part of their invasion plan. He pointed out that they used to hide their identities, but with the establishment of the sect, they could openly reveal themselves, and they could pretend that what was false was true and what was true was false when it benefited them, and all they needed to do was to do their best in cultivating strong manpower, and nothing else. Everyone immediately proclaimed that Shenshi is wise, and Shenshi mentioned that they may leave. Shenshi assumed that it was about time to go, and Yuding should have woken up and started cultivating by that time, so he should go and say farewell. Meanwhile, Yuding cultivated diligently at the courtyard. Shenshi called Beilinger, and Beilinger voiced that she wanted Tao rhythms. Shenshi observed that Beilinger hasn't changed at all, and it feels like a complete waste giving her Tao rhythms. Beilinger insisted that it was not a waste because as long as Shenshi gives her Tao rhythms, she will obey whatever he says, and no matter what kind of perverted act Shenshi does, she won't refuse either. Yuding called Shenshi, and she inquired if he saw that she had condensed her spiritual cloak, and as she conveyed that she could finally condense a spiritual cloak like a regular cultivator. Shenshi replied that he saw it, so so in the future she could start occasionally showing her strength to others, but she must be careful not to let others find out about her physique. Yuding remembered the charm she had and stressed that it was for Shenshi. Shenshi inquired to confirm if it was for him. Yuding confirmed yes. She suggested that Shenshi should let her put it on for him. Shenshi revealed that it was time for him to leave, and he will be away for a while, but he will return to see Yuding next time. Yuding acknowledged alright and that she will cultivate earnestly so that the next time they meet, she will definitely shock Shenshi speechless. A few moments later, Shenshi flew towards the sky on his spiritual sword. Shenshi recognized that there were too many flaws in the young man's illusion previously, and he had already been seen by Yu Wushwang and the others before, so he might as well change the illusion to that of a passerby uncle then. Shenshi noticed the cultivators below him. He wondered if there was someone fighting below. Shenshi imagined that it was a show, and as he wondered if two golden cores couldn't even chase down a foundation cultivator, he realized that it looked like the foundation cultivator had some skills. Meanwhile, the golden core cultivator's attack was about to hit the foundation cultivator, who was Xiao Qir in disguise. Xiao Qir stopped and quickly faced the attacks. She swung her sword and chopped the attacks of the golden core cultivators. Xiao Qir quickly took a step back after what she did. Shenshi wondered where the ancestor came from and if it could be that causing trouble is the nature of the protagonist. Xiao Qir swung her sword to cut the golden core cultivator's attack once again. One of the golden core cultivators remarked that Xiao Qir's techniques were weird, so they shouldn't get too close. The two of them noted that they should wear Xiao Qir down. Xiao Qir just stood there and watched as the attacks of the two golden core cultivators charged towards her. She used her skill, the middle grade Zun technique, Spirit Dodge Art. Xiao Qir moved so quickly that she only left an image of her where the attacks passed through. She quickly charged towards one of the golden core cultivators. Xiao Qir swung her sword, but the golden core cultivator managed to jump away and dodge her attack. The other golden core cultivator declared that he knew that Xiao Qir was prepared to fight to the death, so she should eat his attack. But to the golden core cultivator's surprise, his body got cut in half when Shenshi's swords fell from the sky and hit him. Shenshi commented that he couldn't bear to watch any longer as two golden cores bullied a lone foundation stage cultivator, and he was definitely not going to watch on the sidelines that day. The other golden core cultivator cursed, and he was about to run. But to his surprise, Xiao Qir quickly moved behind him. Xiao Qir swung her sword and beheaded the golden core cultivator. Unaware of Shenshi's identity, Xiao Qir went ahead and thanked her fellow Taoist for his aid. Shenshi responded that there was no need because bravery on the path of righteousness and shamelessness in picking up lost money are all essential qualities of a good cultivator. He added that they should first give those two cultivators a cremation. Xiao Qir wondered why the choice of words was familiar and if it was Shenshi. Pretending not to know and addressing Xiao Qir as little bro, Shenshi stated how she managed to provoke those golden core cultivators. Xiao Qir voiced that they were the ones who provoked her first. She mentioned that they sneaked up on her while she was collecting spiritual herbs and ordered to hand over all her treasures, but she refused, so they chased her all the way up to that point. Shenshi uttered that since Xiao Qir was fine, he would first take his leave. But Xiao Qir groaned in pain, and Shenshi inquired if she was alright and if she was hurt. Xiao Qir revealed that she received some internal injuries, and as she voiced if she could implore him to escort her, she affirmed that she had no malicious intentions and her injuries were real. She proposed that Shenshi may investigate her body to validate her claims. Shenshi conveyed that there was no need and that he trusted Xiao Qir. He asserted that since that was the case, they should make their move quickly because it was getting late, and they may have to camp in the woods that night, so they have to find a safe place. Xiao Qir believed that it was Shenshi indeed because he was shy that he didn't even dare to touch her chest. A few moments later, evening came, and Shenshi and Xiao Qir set up camp in the forest. Shenshi explained that the most important thing when roasting meat is the infusion of flavor, so ingredients like scallion, ginger, pepper, aniseed, and cumin powder are all indispensable in that regard. But while out in the world, it is not common to carry those along, so they will make do with wild ginger and onions, and they could do without pepper and aniseed. He pointed out that the mysterious little green grains are cumin, which are not common in the wilderness, but they are a very important seasoning, so if Xiao Qir ever has the opportunity, she should collect more of them and dry them for prolonged storage. While Xiao Qir was thinking that no one would have known that Shenshi would have such a mature, attractive side to him. Shenshi queried if she remembered what he had just told her and recommended that she should give it a taste. Xiao Qir observed that it looked really delicious. Shenshi requested that Xiao Qir should care for the fire as he needed to keep his seasonings for a bit. Xiao Qir snickered evilly. She wondered what effect the medicine used to promote the reproduction of celestial cranes has on humans. Xiao Qir pondered that she should just use all of it because the greater the effect, the better. Shenshi questioned how the roasting was going, and as Xiao Qir answered and replied that she thinks it was about to be done soon, she probed if he wanted to give it a taste. Shenshi acknowledged yes and that it was almost done, so just a sprinkle of salt and it was ready to eat, which made Xiao Qir inquire if it still needed salt. Shenshi clarified that there wasn't much salt added in the beginning, as adding too much too early will cause the meat to dry up. He reflected that Xiao Qir's vigilance is too low, so he needs to teach her a life lesson, and just a little of that celestial sleeping power will make Xiao Qir unconscious and have no recollection. Shenshi advised that Xiao Qir should eat it while it was hot, while thinking that he already ate the antidote earlier anyway, so he won't be affected by it. Meanwhile, Xiao Qir considered that it was fine if she had some too, because once the medicine kicks in later for both of them, she will be able to make Shenshi happier. Xiao Qir and Shenshi smiled at each other as they were about to eat the drugged roast meat. Shenshi proclaimed that he was digging in. Xiao Qir echoed the same. Xiao Qir experiencing a lot of pleasure. She called Shenshi while she threw her head backwards. But it was all in Xiao Qir, as she was currently lying on the grass while panting. While Xiao Qir was talking in her sleep, Shenshi surmised that it looked like the medicine had taken effect, but something didn't feel right, and he wondered why there was a wave of heat coming from his danshan. Shenshi assumed that it can't be the side effect of the celestial sleeping powder. He wondered if that wasn't an aphrodisiac, and why was Xiao Qir giving a stranger that stuff. Xiao Qir called Shenshi and grabbed his robe. She remarked that she was feeling so hot. While Xiao Qir noted that she was hot, Shenshi pondered that there was no other reason why Xiao Qir would give a stranger an aphrodisiac, so the brat has already figured out who he was. Xiao Qir stated that Shenshi should do something quickly, but Shenshi demanded what kind of twisted ideas were Xiao Qir harboring, and she even expected him to detoxify her. A few hours later, morning came. Xiao Qir groaned as he woke up. She quickly sat down, and she was surprised at her current condition. Xiao Qir commented how come her chest bindings were not undone and her crotch doesn't hurt at all. She was trying to figure out what happened when Shenshi addressed if she was awake. Xiao Qir addressed Shenshi as her benefactor and voiced if they did something last night. Shenshi explained that there was something off about the meat they had last night and they both fell asleep and passed out, but luckily, the villain who drugged them should have been thrown off their trail beforehand, so they weren't in any danger. Xiao Qir mentioned that they passed out, and she wondered which bastard drugged them and believed that they spoiled her plans. Shenshi uttered that they should continue on their way, and Xiao Qir responded okay. Shenshi reflected that Xiao Qir didn't know that he had seen through her disguise, so he should find an opportunity to teach her a lesson later, while Xiao Qir wondered if Shenshi still wanted to continue pretending and concluded that she didn't mind continuing to play along. A few moments later, Shenshi advised that Xiao Qir should look ahead. He declared that a little ghost wolf cub was actually out there in the wild, and he suggested that they catch it secretly. Xiao Qir inquired what the use of that ghost wolf cub was. Shenshi asserted that it was very useful, of course. He added that it is high potential, is tall, mighty, and even grows fast, and in that regard, it is the best choice for a mount, so the price of a cub in the black market is around 10,000 spirit stones all year round. He vocalized that they have to approach it slowly and not get discovered, and Xiao Qir replied alright. Shenshi realized that ghost wolves live in packs, so there was no way a cub would ever be alone in the wild, and there are definitely adult wolves around, and when golden core adult wolves go crazy, they are nigh unstoppable, so Xiao Qir will definitely learn a lesson that time to be careful when going out and not be overly greedy. Meanwhile, Xiao Qir was thinking that although the ghost wolf is pretty rare, she was someone who has studied every single book there is in the library tower, so she knew about them, and as she wondered if Shenshi was planning to trick her, she considered that he was cute, so they should play along with him. On the other hand, the ghost wolf cub was puzzled when it saw the bushes in front of it shake. Shenshi proclaimed that he caught it and that he just needed to remove the head. He called Xiao Qir and shouted that he should come and hold it for him quickly, but Xiao Qir was gone. While the adult ghost wolves showed up, Shenshi observed that it was the afterimage of the spirit dodge art and conveyed where Xiao Qir was. Shenshi clarified that they should just settle that with words because he was just playing a game with their cub, and he didn't really intend to pluck off its head and eat it. He cautioned that the whole family of the ghost wolves was there, but they should let him warn them not to come any closer and that it was his last warning to them. While Shenshi reminded that it was the last warning, Xiao Qir was laughing, and she indicated that with 3 golden core demon beasts, even Shenshi won't be able to handle it. In an instant, the ghost wolves whimpered, and Shenshi affirmed that since all of them were not cooperating, he would take their son because his house door lacks a guard. Shenshi emphasized that it was enough and Xiao Qir should come down. Xiao Qir murmured that Shenshi has fully recovered, and his cultivation realm has even increased. Shenshi questioned if she was done messing around yet and why she still pranked him even if she already found out who he was. But Xiaoqir claimed that it was clearly Shenshi who was trying to prank her, but he pranked himself instead. Shenshi acknowledged fine and that they should go back. Xiaoqir pointed out that it was rare for them to come out at all, so she suggested that he bring her to places they could play. Shenshi inquired if she still dares to act like a spoiled child in front of him. Xiaoqir warned that if Shenshi were to bring her back to the mountain at that moment, she might accidentally have a slip of tongue. She continued that it would be something along the lines of pretending to be someone else and giving his disciple an aphrodisiac or a 2-in-1 effect drug. And moreover, Shenshi even brought his disciple into a demon beast's den. But he cruelly abandoned his apprentice for the sake of stealing the monster's cub. Shenshi retorted that it was bullshit and demanded how she could smear his innocence out of thin air like that. Xiaoqir highlighted that the person and beast, both pieces of evidence, were there. Shenshi queried where she wanted to go and play. Xiaoqir was laughing as she called Shenshi while Shenshi remarked that she was sticking too close to him and added where she wanted to go and play. Xiaoqir stated that she wanted to go ahead. Shenshi inquired if there was anything special in that direction. Xiaoqir declared that for a secret private date with Shenshi, it must be held within the woods, of course. Shenshi wondered if the stakes were already so high from the get-go and if they didn't agree on just traveling and sightseeing. Xiaoqir insisted that Shenshi should come on and go there, but Shenshi retorted that he really can't. A man scoffed and observed that he believed it was someone special, but it turned out that it was just a golden core cultivator. He mentioned that it was the territory of the Shangding Celestial Sect and he is Elder Jindan of the sect, so they should leave immediately if they wanted to keep their lives. Shenshi queried if he was really the Elder Jindan. The man commented that Shenshi shouldn't blame his Shangding Celestial Sect for being so arrogant. But with Taeyeon's Celestial Sect as their backer, their egos are inflated as hell. Shenshi asserted that pretending really seemed to be all the rage those days, and he demanded what they were trying to do. Xiaoqir explained that the man was a full-fledged golden core with the rare gold spiritual root that integrates both offense and defense, and Shenshi has only just recovered, so they should retreat and find a way to throw them off. Shenshi assured that Xiaoqir should relax because he is still powerful, and he is a little bit stronger than those men. Xiaoqir complained that Shenshi should stop treating her like a kid and rubbing on her head, and if he wanted to rub, there are some better places he could do so. Shenshi advised that Xiaoqir should stop making a fuss and watch him well because it was the correct method of using the spirit dodge art. The man was startled when he saw that Shenshi moved quickly and only left a shadow of his figure behind. Defeating the two men in a flash, Shenshi indicated that it was alright and that he had something to ask the man pretending to be Jindan. On the other hand, Xiaoqir felt that it was not just quick. It was also extremely precise with smooth and flowing moves, and she realized that her execution hasn't fully matched the speed of the spirit dodge art, so there are gaps and flaws between the pauses instead. Meanwhile, the man exclaimed that it was impossible. Shenshi demanded which sect he was really from and observed that he actually dared to impersonate the Shangding Celestial Sect. The man just repeated that it was impossible. Shenshi urged that the man should stop saying that it was impossible and whatnot, acting as if he had tricked him. He questioned if he was a robot and if he believed that he would beat his ass up. But the man responded if he wasn't already doing that. The man scoffed and cautioned that even if Shenshi could instantly defeat his peers, there was no way he could challenge someone in a higher realm, and Wai Daejun would be right there in a moment, so he advised Shenshi to leave himself a path of retreat. Shenshi wondered who Wai Daejun was and if he was famous because he had never heard of him. Wai Daejun declared that Shenshi had the audacity to dare injure his fellow sect member when he was just a mere golden core. Shenshi immediately used his skill, Stepping Wave Slash, and while Xiaoqir praised that Shenshi was awesome, Wai Daejun objected that it was impossible. A few moments later, Wai Daejun and the other men revealed that they are cultivators from the Tongxian Valley sect, and their reason for coming there at that time was mainly to place one item. Shenshi urged that they should continue talking and not make him whip them to force a sentence out of them every time, unless they were purposefully doing so to get whipped, which would be too perverted. The man pretending to be Jindan explained that since there are disciples of the Shangding Celestial Sect there, their objective was to place a map to a secret realm there, and after placing the map, they are to attract Shangding Celestial Sect disciples to take it away. He continued that it was their mission and there was really nothing more to it, so he requested that Shenshi believe him. Xiaoqir observed that they were to let Shangding Celestial Sect's disciples find and take away that map, and she demanded what the reason for doing so was. Shenshi admitted that he was not too clear about why either, so he guessed he should go look for that map then. He called Baelinger. Baelinger asked if he summoned her with the intention to do lewd things and warned that he should remember to pay first before enjoying the service. Shenshi instructed that Baelinger should throw the men into the Bagua Tower, beat them up for a few days, let Kai Lang and deal with them, and Baelinger responded that as long as Shenshi fed her to the brim, she was willing to do anything. A few moments later, the men claimed that it was a teleportation array and that it was impossible. Shenshi mused that back then, when he was writing those extra characters, he should have given them more lines to say because they look so dumb now that he has seen them. He remembered Xiao Qir and remarked that Beilinger is the spirit of the Bagua Ray, so the two of them should be acquainted as they will be great sisters in the future. Xiao Qir probed Shenshi when she heard him say that they would be good sisters. She demanded how that could happen between a man and a mechanical spirit and concluded that it was not like babies would result from it. Shenshi clarified that he just wanted Xiao Qir and Beilinger to become friends, and he asked why she was hostile all of a sudden. Beilinger declared that something felt off there, so she will take her leave first, and that next time, if Shenshi wanted her to give birth to babies for him, he should just remember to give her Tao rhythms, and that will do, and Shenshi protested that Beilinger shouldn't dare run after dropping such a shocking statement. Xiao Qir noted that Shenshi already had quite a few women around him, so he must stop messing around because women from outside are not necessarily good people, and she was just giving him a gentle reminder, which made Shenshi ask her if that was the case. She supposed if she was right that he probably didn't have any other women involved with him outside. Shenshi answered no and that they should go because they will quickly return to the sect after picking up the map. Xiao Qir warned that Shenshi better not do something that will make her upset. Xiao Qir stated that he believed that it would take a bit of effort to find the map, but they actually found it very quickly, so she won't get to play a few more days with Shenshi. Shenshi declared that after all, the Tongxian Valley sect's objective was for the map to be found by the Shangding Celestial sect anyway. He remarked that, however, the place where the map was kept was too extravagant, to the point where it looked a bit fake. Xiao Qir inquired if the map was fake. Shenshi noted that the map was real and the place it points to is a good place for Xiao Qir to cultivate it once she breaks through to the Golden Core realm. However, since the map was purposefully planted by Tongxian Valley sect, there must be a scheme behind it, so Xiao Qir will need to be prepared to deal with it. He mentioned that they should not think about it anymore anyway because they will be reaching Shangding Celestial sect soon, and the trip at that time really took too long, and he must have made everyone worry. Xiao Qir observed that Shenshi shouldn't be surprised when he gets back. A few moments later, Shenshi and Xiao Qir arrived at Erbai Peak. Shenshi queried what it was. Xiao Qir asserted that in order to convey Ning Yanyan's gratitude for Shenshi protecting Shangding Celestial Sect, she made him a statue. But Shenshi wondered what that pose was, and Xiao Qir mentioned that she found that pose from a manga volume that was in a bookcase in Shenshi's room. And Dong Yuli considered that the pose was very handsome, so she suggested to Ning Yanyan to make the statue in that pose, and Shenshi commented that they shouldn't be flipping through his belongings. A few moments later, they arrived at a new, shining building. Shenshi probed if it wasn't Erbai Peak and why there was such a high-class clubhouse there. Xiao Qir conveyed that after Shenshi left, Ning Yanyan brought a team from Taeyeon's Celestial Sect and gave Erbai Peak a renovation, and she remarked that Shenshi hadn't received any material rewards after all that time, so it was meant to surprise him. Ning Yanyan, Bairan, Yu Shuang, and Shenshi's disciples welcomed him back. Shenshi asserted that Ning Yanyan has finally done it, and he really wanted nothing as it really became a private club just for him. Bairan affirmed that Shenshi must be exhausted from his travels, so he should come in quickly. Yu Shuang scoffed and remarked that Shenshi came back quite early as she was just about to leave. Kang Yuling latched onto Shenshi and Shenshi sought to know what she was hiding under her clothes because it was poking him. Kang Yuling affirmed that it was her magical treasure, and Dong Yuli told her to nurture the treasure, so she has been keeping it on her daily. Dong Yuli inquired if she had just been keeping it on her body all that time when she told her to nurture it with her spiritual power, which made Shenshi laugh, and he opined that the way Kang Yuling's brain works is still as unique as before. Dong Yuli asserted that it was all due to her inadequate guidance, so she requested that Shenshi punish her, and Shenshi replied that the way Dong Yuli's brain works is also equally warped. Dong Yuli requested that Shenshi step on her on his way in and expressed that she wishes that Shenshi's cultivation will rise even higher, and his path will be flat and uneventful. Shenshi maintained that it was enough from Dong Yuli, and they could talk about that later, and he requested for Xiao Qir to drag Dong Yuli inside. Dong Yuli wondered what time they would talk later that night, but Shenshi responded that everyone should go in. After they entered the clubhouse, Shenshi deemed that it was awesome, and the ambience of the place had improved to a whole other level. Ning Yanyan asserted that she must congratulate Shenshi again for regaining his cultivation, and like she mentioned before, the position of Vice Sect Leader Secretary has been reserved for him until he gets back his cultivation, so they should have him immediately step up to his new position the next day. Shenxi replied that it was fine with him, but he sought to know if his salary would be increased with the new position. Yu Wushuang chimed in and suggested that Shenxi come over and be her personal bodyguard. Shenxi was taken aback by Yu Wushuang's offer. Yu Wushuang quickly inquired what he was looking at her for. She stated that she just recognized his strength, so she wanted to invite him to be a bodyguard, and she didn't mean that he would be her personal bodyguard. But she took back her statement and remarked that it was not what she meant either, as she just wanted Shenxi personally and not as a bodyguard. But she started panicking and declared that it was not it either. Ning Yanyan interrupted Yu Wushuang and inquired how 1,500 spiritual stones monthly as the vice sect leader sounded. But Yu Wushuang declared that the bodyguard has a salary of 2,500 spiritual stones every month. Ning Yanyan conveyed that Yu Wushuang has Taoist Yu protecting her in secret, so she shouldn't need Shenxi, and in that case, she would offer Shenxi 3,000 spiritual stones monthly. Yu Wushuang stated that Ning Yanyan was crazy and challenged her for daring to snatch someone from her. But Ning Yanyan asserted that it was not right. She queried if she didn't request her to take care of Shenxi and declared that all she was doing was offering a reasonable position for the sake of the task she gave her, which made Yu Wushuang inquire if it was because of her and if that wasn't also snatching from her. Yu Wushuang responded no and inquired how 4,000 spiritual stones sound. Shenxi was overwhelmed as Ning Yanyan and Yu Wushuang's bidding reached 6,000 spiritual stones. He pondered if it was much, and Ning Yanyan maintained that it was above what she could offer because, after all, she still has to think for the sake of the sect. Yu Wushuang stated that Shenxi was a big baddie, and as she offered 10,000 spiritual stones, she remarked that she had offered him everything she had and inquired if he was still not going to agree. Shenxi replied that although he would love to, he still had so many disciples there that he needed to care for and nurture, so he could not agree to her request. Yu Wushuang responded fine, and that talent is not hard to find, so she will use the 10,000 spirit stones to hire a cultivator 10,000 times nicer looking than Shenxi to be her personal bodyguard. Shenxi vowed that he would see who would dare. Yu Wushuang stated that it was not like they were in a relationship anyway, and she inquired what right Shenxi had to restrict her freedom. Shenxi responded that Yu Wushuang should go ahead, but he will kill those who dare to be her personal bodyguard as they come. Yu Wushuang inquired who cared, and Shenxi apologized to her and explained that he really needed to stay at Erbai Peak because, after all, she also wouldn't want a freeloader to follow her around. Meanwhile, Ning Yanyan clicked her tongue and affirmed that Shenxi was quite skilled. Yu Wushuang declared that since Shenxi insists, she won't force the matter anymore, and she won't find someone else to be her bodyguard either. She queried if he was already satisfied that he had unreasonably possessed her. On the other hand, Bai Ran reflected that she was kinda envious and she wondered when it would be her turn to be possessed by Shenxi's domineering language. Ning Yanyan stated alright and that it was settled for a monthly salary of 3,000 spirit stones, so she will announce Shenxi's promotion the next day. But other than that, she inquired if his cultivation realm needed to be kept a secret. Shenxi remarked that there was no need because only that way could the masses be convinced, and no one would raise any opposition to a fully fledged nascent soul being the vice sect leader. Ning Yanyan mentioned that she will be going first then. Shenxi observed that he guesses playboys like him have no effect on proud geniuses like Ning Yanyan. But unbeknownst to Shenxi, Ning Yanyan cursed him in his slick words, and she realized that she almost lost her composure because of him. Bai Ran asserted that she will also retire first, and she formally probed if she will have the chance to take care of him like she usually does in the future. Shenxi clarified that Bai Ran need not be so formal because he has long regarded her as a friend, and friends are naturally of equal standing. Bai Ran expressed that she is very thankful for Shenxi's affection. A few moments later, Shenxi noted that since the guests have all left, he has something to say to all his disciples. Shenxi conveyed that he had obtained quite a lot from his outing at that time, and therefore he had brought some for the girls, and as he commented that they are all currently in the middle stage of foundation establishment or in the late stage, Xuanyu interrupted him and interrogated if the strength was fine for him, to which Shenxi responded that it was fine and that Xuanyu should let him continue. He avowed that he has decided on an objective for the girls. He proclaimed that everyone is to attain the Golden Core realm within half a year, and not only that, he wants them all to be familiar with using the techniques and treasures that he will impart to them, at least to minor mastery. When Han Xianbi heard what Shenxi disclosed, she recognized that she was only at the third stage of foundation establishment, and it would be a miracle to attain the Golden Core realm in half a year. Meanwhile, Xuanyu concluded that after Shenxi left, everyone's cultivation speed has significantly slowed, especially hers, and she has already been surpassed by quite a few people. On the other hand, Han Xianbi believed that a Golden Core ingested is equivalent to taking 2 celestial pills, and once someone forms their Golden Core, only will they begin to comprehend the heavenly Tao and transcend mortality. Meanwhile, Dong Yuli assumed that never minding that she was only at the 5th stage of foundation Foundation establishment at the moment. Xiao Qir, who is already at the 9th stage of Foundation establishment, was just a step away from Golden Core, but half a year is really a very short time, and not to mention a big increase in their average cultivation levels. Even a small increase will be surprising. Noticing their worried faces, Shenxi pressed if they weren't proud and energetic before and why they were speechless at the moment. Kang Yuling remarked that it was no problem and Shenxi could count on her, but Shenxi retorted that the most unreliable one there was her. Shenxi explained that his disciples shouldn't be so nervous because, as their master, he naturally wouldn't give them an impossible task. He noted that he had found suitable techniques and treasures for all of them, and alongside that, he will also be giving Dao lectures daily, so half a year is sufficient for them to attain Golden Core. Everyone immediately responded that they understood. Shenxi believed that those foolish disciples of his were finally going to make their debut, and that meant that he had almost achieved his survival. He considered that Xiao Qir achieved the final stage of Foundation and became the talk of the northern region for being the top rank of the ranking list. Although just having made her debut, she has gained a strong reputation in the northern region, and afterwards in the Golden Core realm, like a remnant of a bone demon. Xiao Qir slayed thousands with just her lonesome, even saving the talents from various other sects, and she became famous, and right after that, chaos ensued in the northern snowy region under the attack by the Blood Devils. But Xiao Qir, with her pride as the heavens, blocked the gap in the defense line by herself, stabilizing the defense line of the northern region and curbing the calamity wreaked by the demons, further greatly enhancing her reputation. Shenxi imagined the future. He stated that he is Shenxi from the Shangding Celestial Sect and inquired if they knew what that meant. One of the men reported that Shenxi was the master of the renowned genius of the northern region, Xiao Qir, and he has long admired him, while another cultivator asserted that Shenxi should let his sect ride on his coattails, and Shenxi observed that Xiao Qir is good in everything she does, but she is too filial to him, so no matter where she goes, she will always think of bringing something back for her master as a form of piety. While Shenxi believed that it was what he would call living, and it would be soon, Kang Yuling remarked that Shenxi showed such a weird facial expression, and as she inquired if he was thinking of something strange, Xiao Qir stated that Shenxi is really of another kind because it was already obvious that she was willing to do anything he asks. Shenxi was surprised when the spiritual connection Jade Sword appeared without warning. Ning Yanyan messaged Shenxi and informed that there was an urgent matter, so he should come to the Tianfeng Hall right away. Shenxi queried since when did Ning Yanyan know that he has a spiritual connection Jade Sword and even paired it. But he queried what kind of urgent matter there could be and replied that he should recall the original plot. Shenxi deemed that it must be it. The ancient demon immortal must have been reborn, and it was akin to getting rich just by doing nothing. He declared that he had to go to the Tianfeng Hall for some matters, so his disciples should organize the magical treasures by themselves, and the disciples noted that they understood. A few moments later, Shenxi arrived at Tianfeng Hall. He acknowledged that he had arrived and admitted his wrongdoing. Ning Yanyan addressed Shenxi as Taoist Shenxi, but he took it back, and as she addressed him as Lord Shenxi, she notified that he had already arrived, so they should begin. One of the elders believed that the moniker Lord cannot be used lightly, so that meant that Shenxi has not just recovered from his cultivation. He has broken through to the nascent soul realm, and another elder considered that it was terrifying, and it was no wonder Ning Yanyan promoted Shenxi to vice sect leader all of a sudden. Ning Yanyan reported that the spiritual veins of the Yuhua sect had been invaded by demons a few days ago, which they suspect is a sign of the awakening of the ancient demon immortal. And as of the moment, all of the major sects have all dispatched their cultivators to help, and their Shangding Celestial Sect, which is a staunch ally of the Yuhua sect, is naturally no exception. One of the elders maintained that if the ancient demon immortal has awakened, they must do everything in their power in the name of righteousness. Shenxi judged that the ancient demon immortal who has just awakened is unable to find a suitable host, so he is unable to exercise his cultivation and is therefore weak. But that being said, he has a lot of treasures on him, so it is really shameless of the elder to act so righteous and heroic to rush to pick up the easy look. Ning Shenming chimed in and affirmed yes, that the Yuhua sect is a staunch ally of theirs, so he cannot just sit around and pretend nothing is happening, so he will go too. The elders were surprised when they saw their old sect leader, and Ning Yanyan inquired if he wasn't in seclusion in the rear mountain. Ning Shenming figured that there was no way they could hide such a good thing like the ancient demon immortal from him, and now that he has learned of that matter, with him taking the lead as a nascent soul realm, all of the rewards will be his to choose first. He contemplated that he should see who else in the Shangding Celestial Sect has the qualifications to oppose him, and he was surprised when he noticed Shenxi. Meanwhile, Shenxi reckoned that Ning Shenming was a nascent soul realm and a sly old fox. Ning Shenming wondered if Shenxi didn't lose his cultivation during the previous great battle and how it is that he has not just recovered but has even advanced into the nascent soul realm. He greeted Shenxi as his fellow Taoist and remarked that he knew all along that he was amazingly talented, but now he has really turned into a dragon who ascended during a storm. So the Shangding Celestial Sect will even more so rely on his efforts from that point onward, while he considered that Shenxi burned his cultivation for the sake of the sect in the previous great battle. And although Shenxi has a violent personality, he is a person who values relationships and righteousness, so it will be best to securely bind him to the Shangding Celestial Sect. Shenxi inquired what he was saying and stated that it was all thanks to Ning Shenming's guidance and benevolence. But he believed that Ning Shenming was still at it with his psychological manipulation and tricks of speech as if he was some ignorant fool. But it was okay because his disciples are all in the Shangding Celestial Sect after all, and Ning Yanyan is still the sect leader, so it is natural that he will continue to protect the sect for the meantime. Ning Yanyan noted that their Shangding Celestial Sect currently has 2 nascent soul cultivators as its bedrock, but she has to remind everyone again that they must not dally in the cultivation of the next generation of disciples, and in fact, the nurturing of the next generation of disciples must be even faster. As the sect experiences rapid growth, they must accumulate a large, powerful force as their backbone. One of the elders declared that Ning Shenming was correct and they were already giving everything they had to teach, but he queried what they could do about those playful little bastards who can't amount to much. Ning Yanyan was amused, and as she mentioned that Shenxi's disciples have already entered the Foundation Realm and Xiaokir has even reached the late-stage Foundation Realm, he probed to tell her why he reckoned that was the case. She observed that perhaps a lot of them should consult Shenxi on how to teach their disciples. Shenxi deemed that Ning Yanyan had grown, as she wanted to use him to suppress those lazy old bastards who still dared to speak against her. But the elder interrogated Ning Yanyan about what she said and if the piece of trash with 5 spiritual roots is already at the late-stage Foundation Realm. And Shenxi reflected that with that being the case, it has been a long time since he has played the villain anyway, and it just so happens that the idiot has stepped on his tail. Meanwhile, the elder pressed if it was something she saw for herself and if the piece of trash could be bluffing, and another elder added that he should shut his mouth because what he just said was offensive. Shenxi asserted that he could see that the elder wished to die. The other elder quickly became silent and got nervous when he felt Shenxi's oppressing aura. The other elders who didn't say anything earlier also felt Shenxi's aura and were terrified. Shenxi reported that on account of the fact that they are from the same sect, he will not kill the elder, but he hopes that no one else there will continue spouting such words because no matter if it's Xiaokir or any of his disciples, that pitiful relationship of theirs has been cut off, and there will not be a next time. The elder affirmed yes and that he was deeply grateful for Shenxi sparing his life. Shenxi commented that it was good that the elder understood. He apologized to Ning Yanyan and explained that he couldn't bear it. Ning Yanyan expressed that their Shangding Celestial Sect has been invited to the Northern Region congregation that will happen in 2 years, so she must remind everyone at that time to train their disciples carefully, also that their disciples could give a brilliant performance at the congregation and obtain more cultivation resources. When one of the elders heard of the Northern Region congregation, he opined that it was an event meant for all the youth of the Qingju Northern Region to attend. Another elder assumed that their Shangding Celestial Sect had not been invited to that event for a very long time, so it must be all thanks to the efforts of Ning Yanyan and Shenxi, who enabled the sect to grow so quickly. And another elder concluded that, of course, it must also be attributed to the help given to them by Yu Wuxuang. Ning Yanyan conveyed that it was all she had to say and requested that the elders head back and make their preparations because in 4 hours, they will rendezvous at Dengshan Peak and head to Yu Hua sect together. A few moments later, Shenxi examined if she had any special instructions for him since she had him stay back. Ning Yanyan indicated that it seems that she is less and less able to see through Shenxi. Shenxi proclaimed that by making the unrelenting fairy feel frustrated, he guessed it was something he should be proud of. Ning Yanyan insisted that Shenxi still owes her a Dao lecture from last time and challenged if it still counts. Shenxi replied of course, but since Ning Yanyan is already in the Golden Core realm, he doesn't really have anything to lecture her about anymore. Ning Yanyan added that it was not important, and what was important was that Shenxi still owed her a 1-to-1 Dao lecture. Shenxi responded fine, that he will do his best, and he could give a Dao lecture at any time. Ning Yanyan voiced okay and that they should find a good day to do that because she will make sure to wash and doll up. Shenxi queried why a Dao lecture needed to wait for a good day. Ning Yanyan maintained that there was no reason, but she was cut off as Shenxi bumped into her. She was flustered when Shenxi caught her in his arms. Ning Yanyan queried if he did it on purpose, and Shenxi retorted that it was her who stopped all of a sudden. But Ning Yanyan avowed that if Shenxi did it on purpose, he didn't have to because he just needed to ask her, and she would happily fulfill his request. Shenxi countered that if Ning Yanyan was happy to fulfill his requests, he queried what the requests were that she couldn't fulfill. Ning Yanyan opined that if it was something that Shenxi wanted, she would suggest that he ask and find out. But Shenxi just queried what request he could have. Ning Yanyan clicked her tongue and uttered that it was boring. Shenji confirmed that he thinks the ponytail actually suits her more, but Ning Yanyan contended that she thinks loosening it up is more pretty. Shenji queried if that wasn't something that she did for others to see. Ning Yanyan responded, of course not. She confirmed that she has never cared for what others think of her looks. She used a ribbon to tie her hair differently. Ning Yanyan averred that in that way, the ponytail that Shenji likes and the shoulder-length hairstyle that she likes are both shown. Shenji acknowledged that it was really pretty. Shenji reached out his hand and started concentrating. He called Baelinger and indicated that she should bring the sword to him. A crack in space appeared and flames seeped out of it. Shenji declared that the sword was called Drunken Flowers After Shadow, and it is a high-grade Chuan treasure. He inquired if he didn't say that he was going to give her a divine sword last time and added that as a sect leader, it will not be worthy of her station if she only has 2 spiritual divine sword treasures and that sword just so happens to be suitable for her. When Ning Yanyan heard that it was a high-grade Chuan treasure, she asserted that she can't accept such an expensive gift. She remarked that after all, she and Shenji were only just friends. But Shenji noted that there was no need to be shy and Ning Yanyan should accept it after all of the times she have helped him. Otherwise, she should just think of it as a loan and she could just repay it slowly over time, and he just hoped that she will get along well with Xiao Qir in the future. Ning Yanyan believed that what Shenji meant was that he wanted her relationship with Xiao Qir to get better, but she wondered what the reason was. She was wondering if Shenji was trying to mend the relationship between his future wife and his disciple, if that can't be right, and if that counts as a confession, and Shenji queried what the matter was and why she was looking at him like that. Ning Yanyan wondered what she should do because Yu Wushuang had only just warmed up her relationship with Shenji, and if she accepts that, it was akin to disappointing Yu Wushuang. But Ning Yanyan accepted the sword from Shenji. She mentioned that she will accept it as a loan and slowly repay Shenji while she apologized to Yu Wushuang. On the other hand, Yu Wushuang sneezed out of nowhere. She wondered if the bastard Shenji thought about her again. Yu Wushuang imitated Shenji, and she stated that she will see who dares and that Yu Wushuang belongs to her, so she will kill every single one who dares to approach. She observed that Shenji was domineering, and she liked him so much that she really wanted to marry him right at that moment. Meanwhile, at Erbai Peak, Shenji conveyed that he was back and that the ancient demon immortal has appeared in the spiritual veins of the Yuhua sect, and he plans to bring all of his disciples out to see the world, so they should go and get ready. Xiao Qir acknowledged alright, while Xuanyu inquired if they weren't going to slow him down because they can't even ride on a flying sword. Shenji expressed that he has his ways, so they should assemble after 2 hours. Everyone confirmed that they understood. Shenji reported that he will take the opportunity to turn those 2 plank-sized swords into flying magical treasures. A few moments later, Kang Yuling called her senior and junior sisters and advised that they should look because Shenji is flying up in the air. Shenji had finished creating his flying magical treasure and tried it out. He called Xuanyu and Kang Yuling and opined that they should get on because he will take them out for a spin. Dong Yuli queried what kind of toy that was. Shenji commented that it was a flying magical treasure, and the 3 of them, Dong Yuli, Xiao Qir, and Han Xianpi, could experiment with the controls of the flying sword by themselves, and just remember that the 3 of them should transmit the spiritual power together, but the person sitting at the front is in charge of controlling it. He affirmed that they still have an hour's time for them to get used to it, and after that, they will be off, and as he inquired and Xuanyu if they were seated, they replied yes. Shenji stated that they should go, and while Kang Yuling laughed and observed that it was too quick, Xuanyu noted that Shenji should slow down because it was going too fast. Meanwhile, the other cultivators have already rendezvoused in the sky. Yu Wushuang queried how Shenji was not there yet and if he didn't say that he would also come. Ning Yanyan observed that Shenji wanted to bring his disciples along. But even though they are going quickly, they are still only at the Foundation realm, so it was probably that Shenji is using a flying treasure to transport them, so he will definitely be slower. She added that they could take their leave first. Yu Wushuang inquired why Shenji didn't say anything about that to her and added that she would have definitely helped if he asked. Ning Shenming chimed in and stated that it was still fine in the vicinity of the Shangding Celestial Sect, but as they get closer to the Yuhua sect, they will encounter more and more of those coming from other sects, and Shenji may already be in the nascent soul realm. But it is hard to say if he won't encounter any danger whilst bringing his lower cultivation disciples along at a much slower pace. As he was about to suggest something, Shenji and his disciples passed by them at an incredible speed. Ning Yanyan noted that it looked like it was Shenji and his disciples, and as Yu Wushuang queried if those things they were sitting on were flying magical treasures, she observed that their speed has already reached that of nascent soul cultivators. On the other hand, Shenji mentioned that Dong Yuli was not bad, and she was quite talented in the control of the flying sword, so he suggested that they have a competition. Dong Yuli asserted sure, but there must be a wager for the competition to be fun. Shenji affirmed that it was true, and he inquired what kind of prize they wanted. Dong Yuli declared that if they win, they will have Shenji all to themselves for a day, and if they lose, Shenji will have them all to himself for a day. Shenxi inquired what the difference was and if they won't benefit no matter who wins and who loses, so he suggested and stated that if he wins, they will go into seclusion for half a year and not be allowed to leave home freely, but if they win, he will suffer the same consequences and even agree to one request from each of them. Xiaoqir remarked that it was not fair because Shenxi is a nascent soul realm, but they are just foundation realms, and Shenxi stated that he shall restrict his transmission of spiritual power to that of a foundation realm cultivator. Dong Yuli inquired to confirm if Shenxi could not back out of that later, while Xiaoqir noted that Kang Yuling and Xuanyu should remember to drag Shenxi down. Xiaoqir declared that it was up to Dong Yuli and that she and Han Xianbi will give their all to support her, but Dong Yuli stated that Shenxi's hits were more comfortable than hers, so she should stop hitting her. Dong Yuli's group flew past Shenxi's group and took the lead. Xiaoqir remarked that they have taken the lead, so Dong Yuli should let them give him another push. Dong Yuli insisted that she doesn't need it. She really doesn't. Xiaoqir wondered if Dong Yulin was being for real and added that she presumed it was all the same to her. On the other hand, Kang Yuling suggested that Shenxi should let her feed him grapes, and as Shenxi reminded them that he instructed them to prepare materials for that cultivation outing, he challenged why their bag was just stuffed with snacks. Kang Yuling ignored the query and probed if he was really not bothered about the race. Shenxi pondered what was there to be worried about when he wouldn't lose out anyway. Xuanyu explained that the reason Shenxi spoke as he did was because if he wins, they are not allowed to leave the sect as they wish, and if they win, Shenxi would suffer the same consequences and even agree to one request from each of them, so if they do win, all of them will just have to be stuck in the sect with Shenxi. Kang Yuling complained that Shenxi was really too much and assumed she wouldn't need to be stuck, so she is not feeding Shenxi grapes anymore. Shenxi suggested that Kang Yuling could use her request to just not be stuck in the sect anyway. Kang Yuling acknowledged that it was true and what Shenxi indicated was right because they would get a request each if they won, and she could just request to not be restrained, and then offered if he wanted oranges. Shenxi advised that with Kang Yuling's intellect, he presumed she should eat more walnuts, and as Kang Yuling revealed that she brought walnuts too, she wondered if he wanted to eat them. On the other hand, a disciple of the Yuhua sect challenged who was approaching and explained that it was the entrance gate to the Yuhua sect, so no one was allowed to barge in. Xiaoqir informed that they are disciples from the Erbai peak of the Shangding celestial sect who came to assist their esteemed sect, and they have arrived earlier than the others, but they will arrive soon as well. One of the Yuhua sect disciples exclaimed that Dong Yuli and Xiaoqir were two little rascals. She advised that they had to think of a good excuse if they wanted to lie because there is no way the two of them with their foundation realm cultivations are capable of arriving faster than their golden core elders, and the other disciple added that she may not have lived many years, but she is not gullible, so they shouldn't make a fuss and should quickly leave. Xiaoqir wondered if she really looked that harmless, and Dong Yuli explained that it was because Xiaoqir went overboard acting so prim and proper, unlike her usual self, so Xiaoqir should just let her handle things. Dong Yuli introduced herself and explained that she is the oldest disciple of Erbai Peak of the Shangding Celestial Sect, and she has come to visit the Yuhua sect, so she would like to trouble them to relay and convey her arrival. One of the Yuhua sect disciples acknowledged that they really are disciples from the Shangding Celestial Sect, and they were disrespectful to them earlier, and the other disciple assured that she will relay the information to the sect right away, and there will be people coming to receive them shortly, so she requests that they wait there for a short moment. Xiaoqir suddenly approached the Yuhua sect disciples, and as she admired that their skin is so flawless, she probed how they take such good care of it. One of the Yuhua sect disciples wondered if her master wasn't known to be really handsome, and the other disciple mentioned that after their masters came back from the Shangding Celestial Sect, they have been out of their minds and have been daydreaming for months ever since. Xiaoqir speculated that it looked like Shenxi would be stepping into a wolf's lair when he arrived when the other disciple alerted that there seemed to be an important personage arriving and their bodyguards flew just by standing on their swords, so they must be nascent soul realm. One of the Yuhua sect disciples greeted Yang Bufu and requested that he hold on a moment, as she just needed to make a simple record of where he had come from, and she would take him up their mountain immediately. Yang Bufu introduced himself as the third prince of the Ziyang dynasty of the central region and explained that he has come to assist the Yuhua sect in exterminating the demons. The two Yuhua sect disciples were flustered as they gazed at Yang Bufu intently. On the other hand, Han Xianpi was enraged by Yang Bufu's appearance, and she was about to charge forward, but Dong Yuli and Xiaoqir stopped her. Xiaoqir inquired if her Qingzhou dynasty was chased out of the central region by those people and if she recognized them, and Han Xianpi explained that back then, her royal family was usurped by those bunch of people and they massacred her entire family, but she was still very young at that time, so she had not met that third prince before. Dong Yuli explained that the power of the Ziyang dynasty is more than that of the middle-grade Tongxian Valley sect, and they even have two venerable of the demigod realm as their bedrock. She stated that Han Xianpi is the only surviving member of the Qingzhou dynasty's royal family, and no one dared to accept her as an apprentice at the beginning. And it was only Shenxi who accepted her as his apprentice and taught her how to cultivate, so she doesn't know if that will cause them to have a grudge with Shenxi. Han Xianpi maintained that the grudge she bears against the Xiong dynasty for having massacred her family will never be resolved, but it was not the time for her to expose her identity. Otherwise, she will only bring trouble for Shenxi. Suddenly, Yang Bufu noticed Dong Yueli, Xiao Qir, and Han Xianpi. He remarked that he didn't think that there would be 3 fairies there of such high quality. One of Yang Bufu's uncles observed that the lady at the back, Han Xianpi, has a very good smell, so if Yang Bufu were to dual cultivate with her, it would definitely be beneficial to his bloodline. Yang Bufu decided that it was even better as he wanted all 3 of them. Dong Yueli noted that Yang Bufu was walking towards them, and as she wondered if Yang Bufu recognized Han Xianpi, Xiao Qir dismissed that possibility and indicated she could just tell by that disgusting, arrogant smile on Yang Bufu's face. She was very familiar with that sequence as it was written in a textbook that Shenxi gave her, that he is definitely looking to strike up a conversation, and if they ignored him, he would proclaim which family he came from and try some forceful means. Just like what Xiao Qir predicted, Yang Bufu addressed them as 3 fairies and inquired if they were also there to assist the Yuhua sect in eradicating the demons. Xiao Qir confirmed that Yang Bufu was right. She mentioned that they were there on their master's orders to observe and increase their experience. Intrigued, Yang Bufu requested that Xiao Qir share the name of her esteemed master and added that perhaps he even knew them. Xiao Qir mentioned that their master has told them not to share his name so easily. Yang Bufu remarked that it was indeed a common restriction, so he probed if he might know which sect the fairies came from. Xiao Qir explained that they are disciples from the Tongxian Valley sect, while she recalled that the Tongxian Valley sect disciples disguised themselves under the Shangding Celestial sect last time, so she will pay them back at that time. Yang Bufu praised that it was no wonder that the 3 fairies were outstandingly talented, as they must be the geniuses of the Tongxian Valley sect, while he cursed and reflected that the Tongxian Valley sect is a similarly powerful force as that sect has a demigod venerable as their bedrock, so he must not offend them, which was a pity. Xiao Qir confirmed if he must be the 3rd prince of the Xiong dynasty. Yang Bufu confirmed that he is, and he wondered if she knew him. Xiao Qir asserted that her master stated before that if the Xiong dynasty didn't have their old ancestor protecting them, they would have been long gone. Yang Bufu demanded what she meant. Xiao Qir continued that her master also stated that the Xiong dynasty is currently just a mess of separate factions seeking to usurp the throne, so it was not worth mentioning, and in particular, the princes are all worthless wimps who are fake geniuses who rely on cultivation supplements. Yang Bufu doubted what she stated. Dong Yueli chimed in, and as she urged Yang Bufu not to mind the words of Xiao Qir, she clarified that it was all just ramblings of a little kid and she didn't know anything. Yang Bufu wondered if it was real and remarked that currently, he really wanted to know who their master was. Xiao Qir replied that she really can't divulge the name of her esteemed master, but since Yang Bufu likes to laugh, she considered him a good person and she could tell him that her master's surname is Duan. Yang Bufu scoffed and stated that he would take his leave first. Dong Yueli and Xiao Qir watched as Yang Bufu walked away with his uncles. Xiao Qir commented Yang Bufu was really as she described, and he was an idiot because he didn't have an ounce of perception at all. Dong Yueli observed that Xiao Qir has really shown her face too much, and she thinks they better not ascend the mountain at the moment and just wait for Shenxi to arrive and clear things up. One of the Yuhua sect disciples suggested that Xiao Qir should not ascend the mountain at the moment because the people from the Xiong dynasty are not worth antagonizing. Xiao Qir was thanking the disciple for helping hide the truth when Luo Xianzi suddenly recognized her. Luo Xianzi inquired why they were there. Xiao Qir responded that their Shangding Celestial sect has come to aid the Yuhua sect, and a few of them have arrived earlier than their party. She assumed that the big-boobed woman, Luo Xianzi, has always held a flame for Shenxi because back then, when she begged Luo Xianzi to teach her how to dual cultivate, she actually proposed that both of them should dual cultivate with Shenxi together to recover his cultivation, which was literal horse crap. Luo Xianzi wondered why she didn't tell her that they were coming, and as she insisted that they should come and they should ascend the mountain together, Xiao Qir replied that she can't because they need to wait there for Shenxi. Luo Xianzi queried if Shenxi was coming as well and if he had recovered his cultivation. Xiao Qir revealed that not only has Shenxi recovered his cultivation, he has even advanced into the nascent soul realm, so Luo Xianzi should change how she addresses him. With the provocation of the Shiem, Xiao Qir admitted that all of her efforts weren't in vain, and she would like to thank Luo Xianzi for teaching her the secret technique. But with the disdain of a veteran, Luo Xianzi retorted that Xiao Qir must be joking. She probed if she forgot that she is a cultivator of the Yuhua sect and affirmed that she could tell from just a glance whether or not Xiao Qir's body was still chaste. Dong Yuli suddenly chimed in and probed what they were talking about and what the secret technique was. The three ladies were all glaring at each other, and it created a powerful spar between them. On the other hand, Han Xianpi felt their strong fighting spirit, and she assumed that it was it. Han Xianpi declared that she had broken through. She explained that the set of exercises that Shen Shi gave her really gives a huge improvement in power every time one breaks through, and Xiaoqir remarked that Han Xianpi was undoubtedly a battle maniac. Shen Shi suddenly arrived and wondered why they were not ascending the mountain but were waiting there. Xiaoqir quickly called Shen Shi and confessed that she had incurred trouble for him. Shen Shi pondered if it was real and remarked that if that was the case, he questioned why he felt that Xiaoqir wasn't regretful in the slightest. He acknowledged Luo Xianzi's presence, and as he observed that she looked exactly the same, he asked if she had any idea of what just happened, and Luo Xianzi began to explain what the situation was like. A few moments later, Shen Shi confirmed that it was the Xiong dynasty. Xiaoqir worried if she antagonized someone whom they can't afford to antagonize. Shen Shi reassured that Xiaoqir actually did well, so she need not worry so much and that even if the sky were to fall, he would prop it up. He added that, however, since the show has already started, they need to see it through for the second half, so he will change their appearances for a bit. Shen Shi used his talisman to disguise Dong Yuli, Han Xianpi, and Xiaoqir's appearances. Dong Yuli complained that Shen Shi is so mean and teased if he likes her dressing up more sexily. Meanwhile, Han Xianpi noted that she turned white, and it feels very strange. On the other hand, Xiaoqir praised that Shen Shi really has foresight and speculated if he actually knew that she would have so much potential when she grows up. Luo Xianzi remarked that it seems that Shen Shi has a wide range of interests and hobbies, and Shen Shi replied that he was just affected by the atmosphere of their Yuhua sect. On the other hand, Gu Ning let out an exasperated sigh. One of Gu Ning's disciples comforted that at that time, they had sects from all around the region sending their elites to help their Yuhua sect, and there were already more than 10 nascent soul cultivators gathered there, so she doesn't need to worry so much anymore. Gu Ning explained that she went to explore the spirit mine and that kind of spiritual pressure was definitely not from some ancient demonic immortal that was on its last legs, so she was afraid that just nascent soul cultivators won't be enough. Suddenly, another disciple called Gu Ning and reported that the third prince of the Xiong dynasty had arrived, and he brought along 2 nascent soul cultivators. Gu Ning wondered if the Xiong dynasty did not have an old ancestor either. She concluded that she should just forget it because they can't afford to neglect them, so the disciples should let Elder Wen and Elder Lai go to receive the Xiong dynasty. And at the moment, they need not report to her the arrival of nascent soul cultivators. One of the disciples wondered what happened to Gu Ning and if she did not regard an entity like the Xiong dynasty as worth mentioning, to which another disciple speculated that Gu Ning's cultivation isn't low herself, so perhaps she thinks that ordinary nascent soul lords won't be any help in resolving their current troubles. The disciple guessed that she was afraid that only someone like a demigod realm ancestor would be worthy of Gu Ning's regard when Luo Xianzi suddenly called Gu Ning. And as she urged that Gu Ning should look who has arrived, Shen Shi greeted that it has been a long time since they saw each other. Gu Ning immediately addressed Shen Shi as the great savior and acknowledged that he had finally arrived. The disciples were extremely confused when they saw how Gu Ning reacted. Shen Shi remarked that he and Gu Ning have not met for quite a long time, but she has somehow become so welcoming and hospitable. Gu Ning ignored Shen Shi's remark, and while addressing him as her lord, she inquired if he was already in the nascent soul realm. Shen Shi confirmed that Gu Ning was right, but he wondered if she hadn't already detected that. Gu Ning congratulated Shen Shi as her Dao friend for greatly advancing his cultivation. Shen Shi replied that Gu Ning was too courteous, but as he was about to say something about his hand, he was cut off. Gu Ning mentioned that the arrival of Shen Shi has greatly splendored the humble Yuhua sect, and Shen Shi pondered if Gu Ning must be joking. Shen Shi complained that Gu Ning was breaking his hand, but Gu Ning ignored him again and added that he is young and promising, so her Yuhua sect will be in his care from that point onward, to which Shen Shi responded that Gu Ning was flattering him. But Gu Ning continued and declared that he is supremely honorable and righteous. Shen Shi telepathically queried if she was finished. Gu Ning replied telepathically and assured that she would shut up right away. Shen Shi explained that the main party of his Shangding Celestial sect has not yet arrived, but he came ahead with the intention of speaking to Gu Ning and understanding more about the situation surrounding the spiritual veins. Suddenly, Gu Ning wondered who those people were behind him. Shen Shi clarified that they are his disciples, so Gu Ning need not be worried. Gu Ning agreed and stated that the ancient demon immortal who is hiding in the spiritual veins is very strange. She explained that just the demonic barriers encircling the area alone cause cultivators of the Golden Core realm to feel weak all over their bodies and lose their spiritual power after entering. Gu Ning mentioned that the spiritual pressure coming from within the spiritual vein was even more terrifying because she only approached it slightly to scout it, but the spiritual pressure she encountered dissuaded her from going any further. She added that she has only ever experienced that sort of spiritual pressure from 2 other individuals. Shen Shi inquired who those individuals were and noted that the information might help. Gu-ning identified that the one is Zubu Ting from the Tongxian Valley sect, also known as Taoist Zubu, but she struggled to disclose who the other one is. She attempted to indicate who the other one would be, but Shenxi reassured her that it was alright as he knew who she was talking about, and he inquired if she was suspecting that the ancient demon immortal had already entered the demigod realm. Gu-ning affirmed yes, but the sects that have come to assist all only believe that it will only require nascent soul realm cultivators to deal with the ancient demon immortal. Shenxi assured that Gu-ning need not be overly worried because when ancient immortals are born, they only carry over the cultivation realm of their soul from the previous life. Therefore, the spiritual pressure they exude does not represent their actual realms because a long time ago, there was a peerless demon fairy in the eastern region of Qingzhou, and its spiritual pressure was strong enough to terrify even demigod realm cultivators. But when the master of the Bay Sword sect made a move, he found out that the fairy was merely a nascent soul realm demon immortal. Gu-ning praised that Shenxi is so knowledgeable and reassuring, which is why he was like a dragon amongst men, but Shenxi replied that it was enough. Shenxi advised that therefore, it is pointless to make any assumptions at the moment, and the most important thing is to seize the moment and head over to the spiritual vein immediately to curb the continued growth of the demon immortal. Gu-ning agreed that what Shenxi expressed was right. Xuanyi wondered if they should go back and not go to avoid causing trouble for him. Shenxi reassured that it was not an issue because he never planned for them to enter the spiritual veins right away. He concluded that it didn't matter if the others entered the veins or not, but Xiaokir must not miss out on that opportunity, and the black barrier pot that the ancient demon immortal possessed must be handed to Xiaokir so that she has a means to save her life when in a desperate situation. Suddenly, Yang Bufu arrived, and as he introduced himself as the third prince of the Xiang dynasty, he announced that he had come to pay a visit to Gu-ning. Gu-ning greeted Yang Bufu and admitted that due to urgent matters at hand, she had been discourteous and requested magnanimity from the third prince. Yang Bufu considered that the Yuhua sect is really amazing because the charm technique has already been nurtured deep into their bones and Gu-ning has incredible skills, so he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to bear it with his body. Suddenly, he speculated who Shenxi was and realized that in that small northern region, there is actually someone who is more handsome than him and even has an extraordinary temperament. Yang Bufu inquired who Shenxi was. Shenxi introduced himself, and as he explained that he is from the Shangding Celestial Sect, he greeted Yang Bufu as the third prince. Yang Bufu admitted that he had never heard of the Shangding Celestial Sect and inquired if those were his disciples behind him. Shenxi replied that the Shangding Celestial Sect is just a small and insignificant sect, so it was natural that Yang Bufu had never heard of it. And those disciples of his are plain and ordinary, so he was afraid that they weren't worthy of Yang Bufu's attention. Yang Bufu responded that Shenxi is too humble, and if Shenxi had the opportunity to go to the central region, he would definitely host him well. Shenxi acknowledged sure and that he shall take his leave. But as Han Xianbi walked past one of the uncles, he seemed to have recognized her. The uncle commanded that Han Xianbi should hold it because he recognized the aura of her bloodline. Everyone was startled when, in an instant, Shenxi released his flying sword and hit Yang Bufu's uncle so he would release his grip from Han Xianbi. The uncle immediately exclaimed that Shenxi was quick, so Yang Bufu should stand back. Shenxi demanded why he touched his disciple and if it could be that his Xiang dynasty is really as stated in the rumors where no evil deed was undone and they were running amok causing chaos. The uncles warned that Shenxi was seeking death. Meanwhile, Gu-ning politely pleaded that they shouldn't be angry because her small sect can't survive the aftermath. Yang Bufu reassured that Gu-ning shouldn't worry because those two uncles of his know to stay within reasonable limits, but Gu-ning silently wondered who was worried about those two and feared Shenxi would kill all of them in a bout of displeasure. The uncles threw their swords at Shenxi, but Shenxi effortlessly blocked their swords and deflected them. The two uncles remarked that Shenxi was strong. One of the uncles was still confident as he wiped his blood from the corners of his mouth. He used his skill, Xiang Flames. A blazing purple flame appeared, and it came at Shenxi. Gu-ning considered that only the Xiang royal family with their unique Xiang bloodline was able to utilize their royal secret art, Xiang Flames. And the power of that technique is so terrifying that it is rumored that it could burn mountains and oceans, and it is also not affected or influenced by the 5 elements. Shenxi explained that the flame technique actually has some heavenly Tao incorporated into it, and it relies on the power of the bloodline to do so, which was how such a technique was made possible, so he guesses there are still capable people in that cultivation world after all. He clarified that that is also precisely why the flame is completely ineffective against him. The two uncles wondered how that was possible. Yang Bufu laughed and joked that those two uncles of his are really naughty. Shenxi and the two uncles were all puzzled when they heard what Yang Bufu remarked. Yang Bufu stated that they are far into the northern region, so it was normal for his two uncles to be cautious, and although he doesn't think they needed to go as far as holding their punches against Shenxi, since they have already made such a decision, he naturally understands their intentions, but the two uncles attempted to insist that it was not the case. Yang Bufu ignored them and assured them that it was alright, so they should stop fighting, and they were in the wrong first, so they must not bully others through force. He apologized to Shenchi on behalf of his two uncles, requested that Shenchi not be stoic if he was hurt, and promised that he would make reparations with a 4th grade healing medicine. To which Shenchi realized that he knew that the idiot Yang Bufu was stupid, but he never would have imagined that he would be dumb to that level. Shenchi replied that there was no need, and he just hoped that Yang Bufu would tell his uncles to watch their behavior in the future. Yang Bufu agreed that it was natural, but he wondered what was the meaning behind him claiming that his Xiang dynasty leaves no evil deed undone and incites chaos. Shenchi responded that there was no further meaning, and it was just something that he had heard, but as for where he had heard it from, it was better for Yang Bufu not to know, and he bid farewell. Yang Bufu speculated if it could be that what the charming girl stated was true and if the Tongxian Valley was really starting those rumors. He reflected that now that he recalls it, only the Tongxian Valley has the guts to do something like that, but he realized he was deceived by the little girl before. Yang Bufu insisted that there was no way such an innocent and cute girl could tell a lie. On the other hand, Xiao Qir, the innocent and cute girl that won't tell a lie, wondered if he imagined that the foolish prince would believe them, and Shenchi replied that it was irrelevant because the real show was yet to come. Meanwhile, Dong Yuli was considering that Xiao Qir and Shenchi have such an intimate relationship, but it was logical because she doesn't like having interactions with outsiders, so she can't compete with Xiao Qir in that regard. She concluded that since she doesn't like interacting with outsiders, she must do her best to find more opportunities to be intimate with Shenchi. Dong Yuli inquired if they could really ask for anything for their request, and Shenchi confirmed, of course. She contemplated that Shenchi confirmed it himself, and as she wondered what she was waiting for, she decided that she should ask for Shenchi's body right away and turn the raw rice into cooked rice. But Shenchi finished his sentence and clarified, of course not. Dong Yuli challenged if he didn't promise that he wouldn't renege on his words last time. Shenchi was amused, and he questioned if she was instructing him how to do things. Dong Yuli declared that she wanted to try it, she wanted to instruct Shenchi what to do, and she wanted to discipline Shenchi. Shenchi advised that Dong Yuli should say it softly because they are still out in public. Suddenly, Luo Xianzi greeted Shenchi. She informed him that they have already prepared a guest room for Shenchi with a female guest room on its side for his disciples to stay in. Shenchi instructed that the girls should hurry and go cultivate in their room and stop wasting their time, as he was going to take a break. Xiao Qir sighed and acknowledged that it looked like she would have to cultivate hard that night in order to break through earlier, if only by a bit. Dong Yuli affirmed that it was right that Xiao Qir could only stay in her room that night, and she wondered if Xiao Qir wouldn't leave her room at all because, after all, she is the apple of their master's eye. Xiao Qir confirmed, of course, but she added that Dong Yuli's cultivation has fallen behind, so she also has to desperately cultivate with the time she has. Dong Yuli conceded fine and agreed that they should do it together, and Xiao Qir challenged who was afraid of whom. Han Xianpi asserted that she also needs to do her best, while Kang Yuling wondered what time they will have dinner, and Xuanu suggested that they should go find a senior sister of the Yu Hua sect to inquire where the kitchen is later. On the other hand, Yang Bufu mentioned that his 13th uncle claimed that the disciple of Shenchi had a unique bloodline, and he wondered what was so unique about it. The 13th uncle admitted that he didn't have enough time to investigate fully as Shenchi forced his hand away, but judging from the aura of the girl, it should be a type of unique bloodline. Furthermore, it should be a bloodline that is similar to the Xiang bloodline of their Xiang royal family. The other uncle suggested that if Han Xianpi was to ingest a furnace pill and Yang Bufu had dual cultivation with her afterwards, Yang Bufu's bloodline should undergo a further evolution by fully absorbing the bloodline essence from Han Xianpi. Yang Bufu agreed that it sounds like a great idea, and he really doesn't like Shenchi anyway, so when they head off to find the ancient demon immortal, they should find a chance to kill Shenchi and bring back all of his female disciples. The 13th uncle wondered what would happen for the Tongxian Valley sect. Yang Bufu proposed that if such an opportunity arises, they should send them on their way to the afterlife as well because, after all, their old ancestor is coming, so it was the best circumstance for them to do a clean sweep of all the forces in the northern region. Yang Bufu remarked that once the old ancestor appeared, they wouldn't only sweep all the treasures, but also eliminate the obstacles in their Xiang dynasty's way. And if he succeeded in that endeavor and gained the favor of the ancestors, he would naturally not forget his 13th and 15th uncle's support. Suddenly, the 15th uncle mentioned that he should wait a minute because there was someone outside. Yang Bufu demanded who was so ballsy as to dare to eavesdrop on them. The 15th uncle explained that it was only a golden core realm, so there was no way they could penetrate the soundproof barrier they set up. But they should go outside and see who the other party was and where they were from. The cultivators of the Tongxian Valley escaped through the forest. One of them was carrying their token on their belt. The 15th uncle pointed out that it was the Tongxian Valley sect's token, so they must be their people. And the 13th uncle suggested that they should hide their auras and follow them because he was curious about what they were doing. A few moments later, Lord Y inquired if they were back. One of them admitted that he was incompetent because they went to investigate the residence of the Ziyang dynasty, but they didn't get close. They were only observing from the outside, and the occupants seemed to be discussing something. But because of the soundproof barrier, they couldn't get any useful information. Lord Y scoffed that it didn't matter because the people from the Ziyang dynasty were just airheads, so even if they combined their strengths, they couldn't come up with any useful conclusion with their almond-sized brains, and those ancestors of theirs were also just a bunch of widows whose sons died. They were hopeless, and the few heirs they had might as well all have cerebral palsy. The 15th uncle protested that it was bullcrap and questioned when their Ziyang dynasty ever offended the cursed Tongxian Valley sect for them to humiliate them. Lord Y sneered that the old ancestors themselves didn't really have any skills either, and they had one foot in their graves as they reached the end of their lifespans but were stuck at cultivation bottlenecks, so they were really going to kick the bucket soon. Really rotten from top to bottom, and during the crusade against the ancient demon immortal, they must find an opportunity to send them to the afterlife. They couldn't let such garbage sects survive in that world. The 15th uncle insisted that they should go and inform Yang Bufu about it and let him pass on the intel to their old ancestor because the Tongxian Valley sect had gone overboard. The uncles left. A few moments later, Shenshi commented that it was quite fruitful, as they believed instantly, and he assumed that he needed to deceive them one more time for them to believe it, but it appeared that it was not really a stretch to call them idiots. Lord Y wondered if his performance at that time was not bad and recalled that he recited every line that he instructed him to say, and the others also questioned if their performances weren't bad as well. Shenshi confirmed that it was passable and he could see their potential, so if they practiced more, he would consider reusing them in the future. Lord Y expressed his thanks and requested if he could tell Kai Lang to stop beating them in the 8 trigrams tower. Shenshi agreed and instructed them to return to the secret realm first. The cultivators were absorbed by the secret realm. Shenshi contacted Kai Lang and inquired how the matter of the Qingbei Celestial Sect was progressing. Kai Lang replied that they already took care of the Qingbei Celestial Sect's sect gate, and started letting a portion of the disciples enter the 8 trigrams tower to cultivate. They were all striving to consolidate their cultivation as soon as possible to become the future pillars of the sect. Shenshi acknowledged that he did well and instructed him to pay particular attention to those with talents in pill alchemy and treasure smithing, and he responded with understanding. Kai Lang recalled and reminded that he previously mentioned wanting an outfit similar to theirs to hide his identity at crucial moments, so Luo Shasha made it for him. Shenshi directed that he should just put it into the 8 trigrams tower as he would be able to retrieve it instantly, and he questioned why he was smiling so weirdly. Kai Lang denied it and expressed his confidence that he would definitely be able to pull off that special cloak. Shenshi inquired why he felt like he had a hidden meaning in his words. He retrieved a colorful cloak. He felt speechless. A few moments later, he went to his bedchamber to rest. He decided that he should stop worrying about the cloak. He wouldn't be using it for the time being anyway, so he could just make some changes to it when the time came to use it, as it was a piece of Luo Shasha's feelings towards him after all. Suddenly, the door to his room was carefully opened. He noticed it and felt puzzled. Xiao Qir was sneaking in and was looking around the room. She whispered that it looked like Shenshi really fell asleep. Shenshi considered if she wasn't supposed to be bunked with Dong Yueli and wondered how she managed to come out for a night attack. Before he could finish reflecting, Dong Yueli barged in through the window. Xiao Qir shushed her and remarked that Shenshi definitely discovered them, so they should just pretend that they didn't know that and just jump in and hug him. But she questioned if they would be punished for being so direct. Shenshi suspected that they were rascals who came there with the intention of doing a tag team night attack. Xiao Qir declared that she didn't want to be punished, so they could just say that they came there to collect some materials, and she believed he would understand. Dong Yueli lamented that it was a pity, and maybe she should be a bit more impertinent then. Xiao Qir simply agreed and reminded to undo his clothes so that it would be easier for her to make an imprint of his package. Dong Yueli admitted that she could barely hold herself back, and Xiao Qir urged that she should attack as she was completely prepared over there. Dong Yueli giggled when she recognized his smell. She confessed that she couldn't anymore because that fragrance from him was making her feel lightheaded, and Xiao Qir cautioned that she shouldn't play herself and she should take care of him first. Dong Yueli remarked that it was Shenshi's scent. Xiao Qir urged that she should hold tight as she would be done right away. Dong Yueli admitted that she was at her limit and she felt giddy, but Xiao Qir questioned how Shenshi wasn't responding unless he intended for that to happen. She panicked when she dropped the scroll. Shenshi seized it. He appeared displeased and intended to reprimand them, but blood suddenly burst from his nose. He noticed Dong Yueli's imprint on the scroll. He declared that they had the audacity and demanded they hand everything over because he was confiscating it all. Xiao Qir cursed, believing that as long as she took a picture of him, she could use it to blackmail him and push him into a corner. She called Dong Yuli and inquired why she was still hugging the bed so contently when she wasn't even on it. She became startled when she reached out her hand to her. She explained that she should wait a minute because she recognized the wrong person, and it was her. Dong Yuli confirmed if it was Xiao Qir, and she stated that she wasn't on the bed, so they were done for. Dong Yuli begged for him to punish them. She instructed that the two of them should tidy up their attire and meet him outside for their punishment. Xiao Qir wondered if he was for real. Dong Yuli claimed that they didn't lose out either way. Outside, she demanded that they should spill it and inquired whose idea it was at that time. Dong Yuli confessed that it was her idea and she forced Xiao Qir to be there, so she implored him to punish her harshly. But she turned his attention to Xiao Qir. Xiao Qir confessed that it was her idea, as she acquired the photographic scrolls from a sister from the Yuhua sect and tricked Dong Yuli into that operation. He questioned why she did such a thing. She explained that she simply wanted to be more intimate with him. On the other hand, Dong Yuli expressed that she wanted him to punish her and she waited so long for that. He responded that even if that was the case, she should not have used that method, and he wondered if he was too lax with her education all that time. Xiao Qir denied that it was the case, while Dong Yuli insisted that it was exactly the case and pleaded that he be more strict with them. The two of them glared at each other for their opposing answers. Shi reasoned that he clearly didn't teach them to do such things, and he pondered why those preciously raised disciples of his were straying from the path. He concluded that what both of them just expressed were their respective wishes, and he considered if he should take them as the requests he promised to each of them. The two of them immediately refused. He agreed, and regarding the consequences for their actions that night, he would mete out a small punishment, so Xiao Qir should come to him. Xiao Qir pleaded that he be gentle, as she wouldn't make it otherwise. He questioned why she still did it if she already knew the consequences and explained that he never punished her since she joined the sect, and it seemed he was wrong not to do so. She possessed 5 spiritual roots, and she comprehended the spirit severing wheel, a magic breaking technique, by herself. However, even after all that time, she failed to realize where her shortcomings were, and although the spirit severing wheel was strong, it was not very effective against magic weapons. Those 5 spanks were not because of her crooked ideas but because of her laziness and lack of initiative in pursuing progress. Xiao Qir reflected that although it hurt, there was a part of it that felt good, so it was no wonder Dong Yuli liked to rile him up so much. Dong Yuli drooled as she watched Xiao Qir scream in pain. She begged that he let her be punished in Xiao Qir's place, but she was shocked when water tentacles surrounded her. He clarified that it was her punishment, and he would continuously bind her in various ways until she managed to break free. She encouraged that he should be rougher. Water covered her mouth, and she could no longer speak. Xiao Qir muttered that she was a pervert. Dong Yuli was restrained, and her body trembled. Her mouth was stuffed and her body immobilized, so she couldn't endure that feeling of humiliation and bondage anymore. She assumed that she only scolded and hit them last time. He didn't do such things like that at all, but she loved that side of him. Meanwhile, she remained silent as he looked at Dong Yuli's reaction. Suddenly, Xiao Qir inquired why he wasn't hitting her anymore. He remarked that she shouldn't tell him that she also liked that. She denied it and insisted that he should hit her because she knew she was wrong. He sighed as he considered that he already did all he could, and as for how much the two could learn, it all depended on their comprehension. He spanked her one more time. She screamed in pain. He instructed that she could already get off, and she guessed that he didn't hit hard that last time, but she wondered why it hurt so much more. He warned that she should break the sword before sunrise, otherwise she would be spanked again tomorrow night. She agreed, but he reminded that she was not allowed to use her magical treasure. She questioned how she was supposed to break it. He responded that she should think about it herself. He reasoned that he should be able to establish his image as a master with that, and when they comprehended his actions and the situation he put them in, they would understand his good intentions. Dong Yuli's entire strength was built upon her self-created spiritual formations, so the ways in which she was bound were actually to demonstrate various formations such as the tortoise shell formation, Su Qin's sword parrying formation, and Guanyan's backhand formation, all coupled with the spiritual power bead in her mouth. As long as she could concentrate on comprehending, not only would her cultivation level greatly improve, but her techniques and formations would also be elevated to another level. The 6 spanks he gave Xiao Qir each contained the spiritual power of an elemental attribute, and the final palm combined the spiritual power of the 5 elements that transformed them into a state of spiritual power, which instantly increased the output of spiritual power by 5 times, which allowed for spiritual strength beyond one's cultivation realm. He reflected that he had left them with so many hints and questioned if they should be able to understand. He worried if he was right. He glanced as he doubted if he was right. 2 hours later, he still observed. He grew enraged and exclaimed that they were scoundrels. The 2 were startled. Dong Yuli quickly broke free from her restraints. Xiao Qir cut the sword in half in one swing of her hand. They begged that Shen Qi not be angry and confessed that they were wrong. He accused that they must have intentionally done nothing for 2 hours, and he waited till his waist was sore. Dong Yuli explained that he couldn't blame her, as it was all because he made it so pleasurable. He demanded if she could phrase it in a way that wouldn't cause others to misunderstand, and he turned his attention to Xiao Qir. Xiao Qir urged that he vent his anger on her to his heart's content, as she would naturally persist until the end. He concluded that since the 2 of them had comprehended his lesson, they should go back and rest in order to put his lessons into practice quickly. They acknowledged that he had worked hard that day as well, so they encouraged that he rest early and take care of his body. But he suspected why it seemed like there was something veiled behind their words. Meanwhile, Xuanyu and Kang Yuling saw them. Kang Yuling wondered if she was seeing Xiao Qir and Dong Yuli accompanying Shen Qi, who looked a bit frail. Xuanyu reminded that she was still a little kid, so she shouldn't raise so many questions. She assumed that he must have given them special training, and Kang Yuling expressed that she wanted it too. Xuanyu warned that she shouldn't blurt out such words so carelessly, and she should finish up her candy quickly because they should be going back to cultivate immediately. Kang Yuling agreed, but she remembered and mentioned that she heard her say that she wanted to learn something from Luo Xianzi. She inquired what it was that she wanted to learn from her. Xuanyu dismissed that she didn't learn anything, so she shouldn't go around saying such things. She recalled that Shen Qi was still as attractive to women as ever, so no one knew when he would finally belong to her alone, and she still missed the feeling of him laying his head on her lap. On the other hand, Shen Qi called bailing her. She responded if he called and if he finally wanted her to give birth to babies for him. He replied that he might need her help tomorrow for something, and she bargained that she wanted 10 lotus petals of Taoist rhythms. He offered 1 petal and she consented. Gu Ning sighed as she considered that it was a headache because after all the cultivators from all the various sects arrived, the Yuhua sect's daily expenditures skyrocketed, but the spiritual veins were still being occupied by the ancient immortal demon, so they had no income. But their coffers emptied rapidly like water. Aside from that, with such a large gathering of cultivators in one spot, the concentration of spiritual energy in the air became sparse. The core area of the sect, where the concentration was supposed to be the densest, was also affected. And even if she took a deep breath, all there was only the smell of barbecue. She realized and wondered why she smelled barbecue. On the other hand, Shen Qi remarked that the essence of a barbecue was the group activities like singing and dancing. But he retracted his words and explained that what mattered was that the outside of the meat was charred and the insides were tender. Gu Ning acknowledged that he was an adept chef as well. He inquired if something was the matter. She responded that nothing was going on and she just happened to pass by. He was really laid back and elegant. Meanwhile, Xiao Qir questioned why Shen Qi was always obsessed with roasting meat. Dong Yuli speculated that no one knew, but maybe it held some significant meaning for him. Suddenly, Han Xianpi warned that he was holding the meat too close to the fire, so it was going to burn, prompting him to clear his throat, and he explained that he was just demonstrating a wrong example. Gu Ning queried why he was roasting meat and remarked that if the cuisines that the Yuhua sect prepared for him were inadequate, she could have someone immediately serve him something that was to his taste. Shen Qi considered if there was no way he could say that he was just bored and wanted to do something. Xuanyu joined in and acknowledged that she understood. Gu Ning and Shen Qi were both confused. Xuanyu pondered that although the meat was not in direct contact with the flames, the emanated heat still intangibly cooked it to its core, such that the meat became fully cooked. Something intangible that still managed to cook meat, if one attained such a flame. She speculated if that wouldn't allow someone to assassinate another person without them knowing. She resolved that she should gather the fire spiritual energy but not condense it, disperse it but not let it dissipate, such that it became silent and invisible. An aura burst out of her. Shen Qi cursed as he realized that it was an enlightenment and lamented that she should at least give him a warning so that he could put up a barrier first. He observed that with that sudden enlightenment, he guessed Xuanyu's self-created techniques were going to become one step closer to perfection. Gu Ning inquired if it was a divine grade technique and confirmed that it was really it. She speculated if Shen Shi didn't mention that it was just a self-created technique by his Foundation Realm disciple. Meanwhile, Xuan Yu opened her eyes. She declared that it was the invisible flame. Gu Ning questioned what it was and considered that she clearly did not see anything on her hand, but she was feeling such intense heat and pressure from it. Suddenly, Dong Yueli exclaimed that she was breaking through as well. An aura surged out of her. Gu Ning was surprised that she broke through. She inquired what it was, and he responded that there was no need to be so surprised, and he hoped that she would help him keep that a secret. She replied she was his servant and would naturally keep her lips sealed. She just remembered that the main forces of the Shangding and Tan celestial sects just arrived, and she was originally on her way to greet Taoist Yu, so she would take her leave first. A few moments later, Gu Ning introduced herself and greeted Taoist Yu as well as the young master of the Tan celestial sect. Taoist Yu remarked that she need not be so courteous and explained that Yu Wushuang was exhausted by her travels and headed to her accommodations to rest. She stated that they would definitely provide every hospitality to her who came from afar. He laughed and encouraged that she go where they were. On the other hand, Ning Yanyan, Yu Wushuang, and Bai Ran were all drooling at Shen Shi's barbecue. He contemplated what he was going to do because there were so many people already and also a Kang Yu Ling, so the meat he possessed was not enough to feed them all. Yu Wushuang commented that the roast meat looked very delicious. Shen Shi explained that those were not for eating because the subduing of the ancient demon immortal was bound to be a life-threatening exercise, so those meats were meant as offerings to the skies in exchange for divine protection. Ning Yanyan inquired if that really worked, and as she remarked that there was no way the old grandfather in the sky would eat something like that, she speculated if he wasn't just coming up with excuses so that they wouldn't eat the roasted meat. He insisted that it would definitely work, and without some sincerity, he would definitely accept such offerings while reflecting that the meat was cooked and the temperature was just right. But it was too bad that he couldn't eat it at that time, as he had to get rid of them first. Ning Yanyan challenged if it was true, while Yu Wushuang asserted that whatever he said must be true, so he should give it to her as she would buy it. Shen Shi questioned how it was that the first part of her sentence was totally unrelated to the latter part. He emphasized that she couldn't put a price on those offerings meant for prayers, but she offered 500 spirit stones, to which he immediately accepted and proposed if she wanted it extra spicy. But Kang Yuling suddenly lunged at the meat and took the first slice. Shen Shi questioned if the remainder was worth at least 200. But she retorted that she didn't get to eat the first bite, so she didn't want it, while Kang Yuling apologized and explained that it was so fragrant that she couldn't stop herself. Shen Shi inquired what they should do and remarked that they still needed to offer a sacrifice, but the sacrifice was eaten, so they would need to find a replacement. He tied Kang Yuling over a fire and ran around her while chanting nonsense. Yu Wushuang questioned what it was and whether it was the ritual of the ancient cannibalistic tribes. But Xiao Qir responded that Shen Shi was just heartbroken over the 500 spirit stones. A few moments later, Shen Shi declared that since Yu Wushuang was willing to offer 500 spirit stones as an offering, Kang Yuling no longer needed to be the replacement. Yu Wushuang promised that he would do his best and inquired what he planned to do. He responded by wondering what she was talking about. She reminded that it was back when he refused to be her bodyguard, and she brought up whether he didn't once claim that he wanted to be an entrepreneur to strive for achievements in order to become a man worthy of her. He confirmed that it was right and stated that he set a small goal to earn 1 billion spirit stones. She challenged him, asking how he was going to make that much when he didn't even have anything resembling a business, and questioned if he could aim for something realistic. He countered by asking what exactly would be realistic. She suggested that an example would be giving his all to cultivation and attaining fame and reputation during the Qingyuan competition, and thereafter coming to ask for her hand. But she corrected herself and stated that it would be gaining a spot amongst the top ranks of cultivation talents, to the point where even the 3 great celestial sects would beg him to join them. He confirmed that he would be going to the Qingyuan competition. She advised that if he was any wiser, he would know that there were many benefits to ranking on the list of top talents, and when the time came, even the 3 great celestial sects would shelter him, and he would be assured of a bright future. She believed that with his level of ability, he definitely would come out on top at the competition, and at that time, she would ask her father again to accept him into the sect so that their opportunities to be together would increase alongside their growing mutual feelings for one another. She felt flustered as she imagined what would finally happen one day. She imagined that one day they would have a baby. Suddenly, he wondered whether she was waiting for him to make a reputation for himself and suggest a marriage with him. She denied it and insisted that there was no way, so he shouldn't blabber nonsense, as she was not thinking about it, so he shouldn't even dream about it. He asked if it was true and accepted her response, to which she responded that he was a big doofus and questioned if that was really something he should be saying in front of a girl. That night, in front of the Yuhua sect gates, the cultivators gathered. Guning greeted them as her fellow Taoists, and expressed that she would rely on them all to defeat the demonic immortal, and from that point onward, they would all be the eternal friends of the Yuhua sect, and she expressed her gratitude. Duan Beiyu's companion remarked that the squad for defeating the demonic immortal was about to leave and their Tongxian Valley sect was the greatest sect amongst those of the north, so he suggested if they shouldn't take the lead. Duan Beiyu acknowledged that the Tongxian Valley sect might have attached great importance to the matter of defeating the demonic immortal, and had even sent out 2 nascent soul seniors to accompany him. But Duan Lang only passed away not long ago, so keeping a low profile would be better. Suddenly, young Bufu challenged whether he wasn't the Tongxian Valley sect's second young master and accused them of being desperate for the treasures of the demonic immortal to the point of bringing out 2 nascent soul cultivators. He interrogated why he wasn't saying anything and if he wasn't mute, and mocked that although the Tongxian Valley sect was nothing much, they should still be able to cure a mute. Duan Beiyu replied that he must be joking, and when asked how he was mute, he explained that it was only that he felt he might be being too arrogant there in the northern region. Young Bufu affirmed that he was indeed right and claimed that his Ziyang dynasty had the right to be arrogant no matter where they went, which was better than some timid people who only talked behind others' backs. Duan Beiyu countered that he could see that although the Ziyang dynasty was not big, the people from it had big egos. Meanwhile, Xiao Qir observed that they had begun provoking each other. Shenshi stated that the Ziyang dynasty definitely had an agenda for coming over the border, which put them in unavoidable conflict with the locals of the Tongxian Valley, so even if they didn't rile them up, they would inevitably come to blows. What concerned him at the moment was actually something else. According to the original plot, after the demonic immortal awakens, he seizes the body of a netherworld wolf, and it is not easy to deal with, but it is not too much of an opponent for the current Xiao Qir. Xiao Qir questioned what was going on and observed that he seemed to be deep in contemplation, while he realized that the problem was that he massacred the whole family of netherworld wolves, and the only survivor was currently in her hands. He questioned how it was that he bugged the main plot just by adding some side plots, and no one knew what the ancient demonic immortal was doing at the moment. Ding Yanyan informed that they were prepared to leave and inquired if he would be coming with them. He declined and reasoned that those disciples of his were still only at the Foundation realm, so he intended to bring them around the area, and the main party even had a demigod realm Taoist following along, so it was unlikely that anything bad would happen, and he need not come along. She interpreted that if he put it that way, that meant that if Taoist Yu wasn't coming, all of the cultivators would have to rely on him then. He was stunned and at a loss for words as he tried to explain what he meant. She urged him to speak and confronted whether he was still hiding something from her, like his true strength. He insisted that even if his strength was only nascent soul realm, he still couldn't help but be worried for her safety, and if he wanted to protect her in case she encountered danger, he asked if that would not make him seem like he was overestimating himself. She clarified that it was not what she meant, but it was fine, and they should just go along with what he said. She queried if he believed that she would stand a chance even if Yu Wushuang was her opponent. He assessed that Yu Wushuang might be in the nascent soul realm, but her fighting ability was a mess, so she might indeed have a shot at winning. She called him an idiot and insisted that it was not what she was talking about. On the other hand, the ancient immortal demon mused that he recovered a good portion of his strength, and he never believed that his luck would be that good, so the heavens must be smiling on him. Shenshi explained that the place should be good enough so the girls could set up a lookout around that area, and if there were any open battles within the demonic immortal later, they would be able to observe from there. Xiao Qir inquired whether they would really be able to observe the fight from that far away. Shenshi remarked that there was something unusual about the demonic immortal at that time, so it might not be as weak as estimated. And Taoist Master Yu accompanied the crusade, so if a battle broke out, the scale would definitely be large. Moreover, they must not fight in the spiritual veins, as there was the risk of ruining them. If the spiritual veins were gone, the Yuhua sect would suffer a great loss, and the other sects would not be able to live with the humiliation from such an outcome. Dong Yueli agreed that they would listen to him and wait in that area while Xuan Yu summoned Kang Yuling and requested her help. Kang Yuling joked that it was a meal out in the wild and it was time to eat. Shenshi clarified that he was not relegating them completely out of the operation, so if there were anything or anyone strange who passed by that place later, they should not let them leave, to which Xiao Qir acknowledged and confirmed her understanding. He telepathically contacted Kai Langan, Lu Sanchen, and King Wanju and instructed them to protect his disciples well, but not to expose their identities unless absolutely necessary, to which they acknowledged their understanding. He proceeded towards the battle. He explained that the miasma could corrode the spiritual power of those who came in contact with it without them knowing and forcibly tear the spiritual power away and merge it into the demonic barrier, so that Black Miasma Pot really was a piece of work. Since the circumstances changed, he determined that he better catch up with the main force of the crusade, and should there be any incident, he would at least be able to manipulate the outcome with his own hands. On the other hand, Master Yu noted that the miasma might be non-toxic, but it could block spiritual transmission, and after entering it, the only way to sense the environment was through his own eyes and ears. He advised Yu Wushuang not to enter and warned that if she did, he would not be able to guarantee her safety. She assured him not to worry because she brought along an escape talisman at that time, so even if something were to happen, she could easily escape. He was about to object, but she interrupted when she alerted Shenxi and stated that they were over there. Shenxi pointed out that the miasma reduced the range of visibility to under 100 meters and questioned how she was still able to see him. She reasoned that it was because her cultivation realm was high and challenged him if he was not convinced. Ning Yanyan interjected and questioned whether he had settled his little disciples, and he proposed that they let the majority of the others wait outside and not enter because, after all, they would need someone to lock down the area if the demonic immortal tried to run. She agreed and acknowledged that her strength did not compare to theirs, so she would stay outside and stand guard with the rest, while Ning Shenming volunteered to follow them, and because should there be any encounters, he should be able to be of some help. Shenxi requested Gu Ning to guide the way to the spiritual stone mine. She informed him that there were 7 mines in total and questioned whether they were going to search every one of them. He declined and directed that they should just head to the deepest one first. Gu Ning consulted whether Master Yu had any input. He responded that they needed a direction in any case, so they should just go with what Shenxi suggested. A few moments later, they reached the deepest spiritual stone mine. Master Yu observed that the miasma there was extremely dense, so Shenxi's guess was on the mark, and it was very likely that the demonic immortal was right there. But the problem was that it was impossible to see through the miasma, not to mention that their spiritual senses were heavily restricted, so they could not enter as it was. Yu Wushuang inquired what they should do, and he proposed that although the miasma was dense, they could just have everyone stay close to each other to avoid getting lost. And that being said, she was already being way too close. She questioned whether he was unwilling. He dismissed it as not a big deal and instructed her to forget about it, but she would need to let go of him in a while so that he could create a magical treasure. She questioned if he was making one for real, and he confirmed it. He questioned if the problem was not the lack of visibility, and explained that he would make a lamp. He explained that he would make it through the combination of the Spirit Gathering Array, Golden Sun Sutra, Soul Reinforcing Chant, Spirit Stacking Array, and Weapon Control Formula. It was completed, and Yu Wushuang questioned if it was that quick and if it was a lamp. He confirmed it was the Divine Aura Lamp and joked that it was even the eco-friendly version because although LED lamps were more advanced, when it came to penetrating dense fog, it had to be the Divine Aura Lamp. Master Yu wondered what in LED was and commented that he had never heard of such a magical treasure. He questioned whether that tiny magical treasure could really illuminate through such thick miasma. Shenxi activated the lamp, and it shined very brightly. The light illuminated a wolf who howled in pain as it got blinded by the light. The cultivators identified it as the demonic wolf and encouraged everyone to attack. The wolf whimpered as it got buried under the weapons everyone threw at it. Shenxi apologized and admitted that he forgot to tone down the lamp's output. One of the cultivators questioned whether it could be the demonic immortal because it was too weak, and another cultivator responded that it could not be because although there was some demonic energy on it, there was not a lot of it, so it must have been bred by the demonic immortal. Ning Shenming analyzed that the wolf was roughly around the strength of a Foundation Realm cultivator, and it could mask its aura, so he advised everyone to stay cautious. Shenxi evaluated that it was just an ordinary wolf, but it possessed the strength of a Foundation Realm, which was strange. Suddenly, everyone spotted the demonic blood pearl. Yu Wushuang swiftly snatched it before anyone could. She clarified that it was Shenxi's, and she noticed that he was somewhat interested in it. But he should not overthink that gesture, as it was just a matter of convenience for her, and if he did not want it, she could give it to someone else. He insisted that he really had no use for it and stated that he was just curious about it earlier. And Master Yu explained that since it was something refined from demonic blood, it was a good medicine for tempering one's spirit and strengthening one's body. Shenxi informed everyone that it was a demonic blood pearl, and golden core cultivators could only consume one of those at a time. It was for tempering one's spirit and strengthening one's body, an indispensable product for physical and sword cultivators alike. which was only going for 300 spirit stones. Yu Wushwang questioned how he could sell something right after she gave it to him. A cultivator thanked Shenxi for being willing to part with such a treasure, and Shenxi replied that he shouldn't mention it because only in his hands would the demonic blood pearl have the greatest effectiveness. Yu Wushwang scoffed, and she felt pissed. Shenxi remarked that it was her share of 20 spirit stones, as they all couldn't afford to live such a lavish life all the time. He inquired how it felt to earn her own money. She demanded what life she would live and what he was talking about and warned that he shouldn't speak such words so carelessly because no one promised that they would live a life with him. He urged that they should hurry because the demonic immortal must be guarded by those wolves, so they should be able to get a lot more demonic blood pearls ahead. They eliminated another demonic wolf, which got hit by a pan in the head. Another demonic wolf waved the white flag as it got buried in the cultivator's weapons. Another wept while it tried to run away from the cultivators, who yelled that everyone should attack and not let it escape. Another recoiled when weapons suddenly went flying at it. A few moments later, Shenxi declared that the more they buy, the bigger the discount they get. And as he suggested that they buy some back for their fellow sect members back at home, one of the cultivators requested that he give him 3 pearls, while another demanded 5. Yu Wushwang admitted that she never thought that those would sell so well, and he explained that it was because the efficacy of the demonic blood pearls was verified by Master Yu, and the price of 300 spirit stones was right within the ballpark that most people were willing to pay, as physical fitness was very important for cultivators after all. She responded, sure, and that it was whatever. He argued that regarding the demonic immortal, though, it didn't make sense that it was able to produce so many pearls when it only just awakened and to just splurge them all on those wolves. Something didn't quite add up. Suddenly, someone warned that those Foundation Realm wolves were bait to lure them into entering the deeper parts of the cave. A huge netherworld wolf proudly stood in front of them. Master Yu concluded that the demonic immortal's luck was unexpectedly good to think that he possessed a golden core realm demonic beast. But Gu Ning disagreed because that aura was a nascent soul realm. The netherworld wolf lunged at them. Master Yu commanded that they should fall back. He managed to block its claws with an explosive attack. Its arm broke. He cautioned that it was the netherworld flame, so everyone should retreat and not get poisoned. The other cultivators suddenly alerted that there was another one behind. He resolved that he would deal with the first one while all the remaining nascent soul realm cultivators were to deal with the other, while golden cores should find cover between them. The nascent soul realm cultivators shouted that they should kill. Yu Wushwang advised that they should also find cover, but Shenxi insisted that they should wait as it was not over yet. The nature of the miasma changed. Dark liquid trickled down the sword of one of the immortals. He observed that the miasma was strange, as his vitality and spiritual power were being swallowed up, and even his spiritual protection broke in an instant. The others exclaimed that they needed to go all out. Otherwise, they would all die there. Yu Wushwang assured that Shenxi shouldn't be afraid because she would get him out safely. He declined that she shouldn't use her escape talisman because that would be a waste, and she should let him deal with that predicament. She questioned what they should do at that moment. He advised that they should wait for the frenzied cultivators to calm down first. Otherwise, they would be easily caught in the crossfire. She challenged why he wouldn't let her use the escape talisman and if he was doing that on purpose. He countered that the escape talisman was so expensive, and as he urged if she could stop being so defeatist, he teased that if she were to sell that thing for some spirit stones, she could even give him some to improve Urbai Peak's rations. She complained that he was so obsessed with money, and as she asked why he was so stingy, she cursed that whoever became his Tao companion in the future was going to be frustrated to death. He provoked if she was willing to be frustrated for his sake. She rejected that there was no way, and she didn't even like him at all, so he must be bluffing her again and making a fool out of her. He pressed if he really wasn't challenged that he would give her one last chance. He asked if she wanted to be his Tao companion, but she just stuttered in response. He sighed and reflected that he had already gone out of his way, but she was still unwilling to budge a single step, so pride could really ruin one's whole life. He muttered, "All right." Tears flowed down her eyes as she felt disappointed in herself. She regretted that she had failed to grasp the opportunity again, and she questioned why she was like that. He lifted her face through her chin. He requested that in that case, he would ask her if he may become her Tao companion. She conceded fine and that she would give him a chance. He acknowledged that it was good and that he would take her outside immediately. He summoned Bai Hu. Bai Hu appeared in her human form. Yu Wushwang inquired if it was a sword spirit. She felt surprised when Bai Hu went and hugged Shenxi as well. Shenxi cursed. Yu Wushwang remarked that he was a pervert. She questioned why his sword spirit was so bold. He explained that his sword spirit was a little bit dumb, and it was not a big deal since it was a pretty common occurrence. He insisted it was alright and mentioned they should leave that for later because if they still did not leave, they would not be able to even if they tried. On the other hand, Master Yu fended off the two netherworld wolves at once. He reasoned that he had no choice but to go all out because otherwise, the mind might not withstand the chaos, and if the spiritual vein of the Yuhua sect got destroyed, it would be a stain on the prestige of the Taiyan celestial sect. He felt relieved that Yu Wushuang was well protected by Shenxi, and he was not bad. Back then, the old sect master already knew about Yu Wushuang and Shenxi's relationship, and although he seemed unaware, he actually sabotaged their relationship many times in secret, and he too looked down on that little cultivator Shenxi at that time. But after that turn of events, he began to feel that Shenxi became more and more mysterious. Be it in cultivation or strength, he reached the level of geniuses. If it was the Shenxi of that day who pursued Yu Wushuang's hand, he feared that the old sect master would have tried to secretly assassinate him. Meanwhile, Shenxi stated that if his estimates were correct, that should be the correct direction. Suddenly, Master Yu demanded what he was doing and why he was not protecting Yu Wushuang. Shenxi unleashed his skill, Jin character slash. He sliced the wall of the cave. He declared that he was right and that side of the tunnel faced outside. He activated his blue ocean waves alternate art, dragon gulping water. A huge explosion followed, and Shenxi's attack pierced through and came out of the cave. One of the cultivators exclaimed that it was an exit and urged everyone to run outside. They claimed they were saved and told everyone to get out. Shenxi wondered what she thought about it. She replied that it was not bad and that at least he did not disappoint her. He remarked that it was her and her stiff attitude, so they should just get out. She called Master Yu, and he instructed her to get everyone outside as he would cover the rear. Everyone came out and flew in the sky. Yu Wushuang questioned where Master Yu was, and Shenxi assured her to relax since there was no need to be so concerned about him because those two netherworld wolves were no match for him. Master Yu created a huge explosion and fled. He called Yu Wushuang and informed her that the two netherworld wolves were slain, so they should get out of that miasma first and figure out their next move. Gu Ning advised that they should make haste and discuss their strategy, but Shenxi felt startled when he heard Master Yu curse. He warned that it was bad. Ancestor Xiang groaned in pain as he crashed against the barrier he created. He identified him immediately. Ancestor Xiang requested aid from him to defeat the immortal demon together. Shenxi gasped and questioned what kind of development it was if Ancestor Xiang was not of the demigod realm, and how he could be beaten around by the immortal demon. Suddenly, a divine snow soldier emerged. Master Yu felt horrified when he recognized it. He inquired if it was the divine snow soldier of Zhu Buting of the Tongxian Valley sect. Shenxi gasped again, and Yu Wushuang scolded him to stop gasping so much, warning that he would injure his stomach. Suddenly, a thunderwolf emerged. It declared that there was another demigod around, and it was good because they could all turn into his nourishment. Shenxi remarked that he never could have guessed that the immortal demon would possess a dark green thunderwolf, and even reach the demigod realm. Yu Wushuang inquired what they could do at the moment. He responded that although the realm of the immortal demon was outside of their expectations, they had 3 demigod cultivators on their side at the moment, so it shouldn't be a problem. Ding Yanyan greeted them and observed that they were finally out. He wondered what happened earlier and what the deal with the dark green thunderwolf was. She hesitated as she recalled that. She replied that she didn't know why, but the people from the Xiang dynasty in the Tongxian Valley started insulting each other after they all left. Then they started fighting, and when the fight turned into a stalemate, the Xiang old ancestor suddenly showed up and dealt with the people from the Tongxian Valley side. But as that was happening, Zhu Buting also joined the fray out of nowhere. Shenxi commented that her delivery of the story was not exciting at all, and if she were to write a book like that, she would probably starve to death, and even the main artist wouldn't bother drawing pictures for her. Yu Wushuang retorted if he believed that everyone was like him, with a glib tongue and penchant for exaggeration. He responded that other than being a smooth talker, he was also good at other things. She scoffed and suggested that those were pretty words, so he should demonstrate what other things he was supposedly good at then. He replied that there would be a time for that and considered that she was really naive to the point of being cute. With such an innocent girl, teaching her slowly, bit by bit, would be a very interesting endeavor. Ning Yanyan was taken aback and questioned if they could have done it. Yu Wushuang immediately denied that anything happened between them. Ning Yanyan teased if she knew that her actions were no different than an admission and congratulated her, but she warned her to stop talking. Shenxi considered that since he had Yu Wushuang, the pretty and wealthy fairy, to feed him, what was left was for the main heroine to do her job, so he requested for the immortal demon to stop struggling and let Xiao Qier gain his experience points. Meanwhile, the snow soldier lunged at the thunderwolf. The thunderwolf let out a roar and blocked the snow soldier's fist with it. The The snow soldier's fist burned from dark flames. The Thunderwolf fired a powerful beam at it. Ancestor Ziyang recalled that the divine snow soldier of Zhu Buting of the Tongxian Valley was a technique that came close to the god realm. With a shockingly tough spiritual armor, it was said that it could withstand the all-out attack of a demigod realm cultivator, but at that moment, looking at it, it was beaten by the wolf to such a miserable state. He feared that none of the demigod cultivators there were able to withstand that purple lightning. Master Yu unleashed his skill, Condensed Storm Beam. The Thunderwolf released its flames to block his attack, but his attack pierced through it. The Thunderwolf was hit in its torso. Zhu Buting declared that it was an opportunity. Ancestor Ziyang remarked that he should slap that immortal demon into his furnace, as he would be able to incinerate it. But the Thunderwolf released its powerful flames and used them as protection. Shenxi recognized that it was the black flame from the deep blue world, and as he wondered where that immortal demon learned it from, he speculated that it might be the real world master that he was impersonating, so he had to deal with it himself. Otherwise, the extended fight might raise suspicions. On the other hand, Lu Sanchen observed that the black flame technique should only be known by their world master, so he questioned why the immortal demon knew it. Kai Langan emphasized that they had definitely never encountered that Thunderwolf before, so their world master must have. But he questioned why he would kill that Thunderwolf after imparting the black flame technique to it. King Wanju laughed and reminded if they had forgotten the strategy their world master told them. He explained that if they were to destroy the cultivation world from the inside, they would have to be mixed in amongst their ranks, and by imparting the black flame to the Thunderwolf and defeating it himself, he could achieve a huge merit, thereby gaining the adoration of those cultivators and having the renown to do whatever he wanted. Lu Sanchen acknowledged that, as expected of him, a cunning old schemer, he always had a faster mind than theirs. Kai Langan agreed and encouraged that he should share more of his thoughts with them in the future because, after all, they were just common peons and would never understand the profound thinking of their world master. Back at the fight, the snow soldier burned from the black flames. The Thunderwolf attacked the three cultivators simultaneously. Master Yu dodged that attack. Zhu Buting created a snow summon to protect him from the attack. But Ancestor Ziyang was not able to block it, and his sword split in half. He feared that they were no match for that Thunderwolf, even with the three of them. Meanwhile, Shenxi whispered to Beilinger that she should sit there obediently, and not say a word because in a while, she was to transform into his image and pretend to be him, and once he came back, he would give her a 3-petal Dao rhythm lotus, to which she agreed. Ancestor Ziyang flew away, and the Thunderwolf pursued him. He contacted his friends in Dao and implored them to save him. Zhu Buting remarked that it was too quick, so he couldn't keep up, while Master Yu promised to save him. He activated his skill, Condensed Wind Barrier. At the Wayside Commentators group, Yu Wushuang observed that Master Yu activated the Condensed Wind Barrier. Ling Yanyan noted that the technique looked to be of the protection type, and Yu Wushuang explained that it used the cultivator's own spiritual power to summon the forces of heaven and earth at a designated location, where a thick protective layer of compressed air formed, and any attack that was blocked by it would be swiftly neutralized. However, the cost of activating that technique was very high, and even Master Yu could only activate it 3 times continuously at his peak. Back at the fight, Ancestor Ziyang declared that it was an evil beast and he would definitely make it pay. Master Yu proclaimed that it was his ultimate technique, Piercing Sun Sword. Zhu Buting volunteered to aid him. Ancestor Ziyang laughed and declared that they would see how the Thunderwolf would run from that. The Thunderwolf cursed, and he summoned a jar. A fairy appeared and explained that she could only help him with 3 attacks in exchange for that time's offering of spiritual power. He agreed to her terms. She quickly moved and vanished. She blocked the snow soldier's fist. Its core was corroded by darkness, and it exploded. Zhu Buting vomited blood. On the other hand, the Thunderwolf assaulted Ancestor Ziyang. Master Yu urged Yu Wushuang to run because they couldn't stand up to them. The Thunderwolf declared that they would all become sacrificial offerings that day. Unaware that it was a replacement, Yu Wushuang summoned Shenxi, and as she questioned what he was standing there in a daze for, she insisted that they should go. There was a netherworld wolf, and he inquired if there was one still alive. Ling Yanyan immediately charged forward. But before she could reach the netherworld wolf, Shenxi stomped on it, and it whimpered. She and Yu Wushuang were astonished. Shenxi glared at the other netherworld wolves. One of the cultivators stated that they had been surrounded by it, while another warned that all golden cores should fall back as there were too many, that even all their nascent soul fighters combined weren't enough to handle them. Shenxi instantly advanced and eliminated all those netherworld wolves. The cultivators were shocked. They exclaimed that he was so manly. The Thunderwolf demanded who he would be and interrogated him for daring to barge into his scene. Shenxi declared that he was not worthy of knowing who he was, and their hubbub there was so noisy that they were disturbing his neighbor's rest. He vowed to be the agent of the heavens that day and exact justice for common folk. But the Thunderwolf retorted that it was bullcrap, as there were no human settlements within 100 miles of that place. He claimed that it harmed the wild animals in the vicinity, but it retorted that it was impossible, as he had only borrowed the bodies of a few netherworld wolves. He asserted that it frightened his wife, but it dismissed the accusation as nonsense, saying it didn't even recognize him. There was a moment of awkward silence between the two of them. Panicking, Shenxi accused it of insulting him, so it must die. The Thunderwolf cursed him and accused him of being a sore loser. He feared that the spiritual pressure of that mysterious individual was terrifying, so there was no way he would be able to fight him. The fairy explained that she could only help it with 2 attacks in exchange for that time's offering of spiritual power, and it agreed to her terms. The Thunderwolf reasoned that the fairy of black smoke was at the peak of the demigod realm at the moment, so the mysterious man was definitely done for. Shenxi swung his fist to prepare his attack. The Thunderwolf questioned how that was possible and appealed for heaven and earth to heed him and protect his body. Shenxi asserted that it was really nothing much, as he just forced a miracle using pure strength, and that was all. Shenxi floated up there in the sky. The Thunderwolf's body was obliterated. One of the cultivators observed that it was a strong aura, as though a natural catastrophe had befallen them. His strength was at the perfected holy saint, Zhu Buting, Ancestor Ziyang, and Master Yu quickly greeted him as the holy saint. Ancestor Ziyang expressed that he has many thanks for his aid and he is brimming with tears of gratitude, so if he is willing, his Ziyang dynasty will do everything they can to offer him a worthy gift of appreciation. Zhu Buting and Master Yu were startled. They believed that a perfected holy saint could be considered to be the strongest existence in the entire continent, so they cannot let Ancestor Ziyang snatch him away. On the other hand, unaware that it was Beilinger, Gu Ning requested Shenxi to have that spatial bag that she looted during the fight in the tunnel earlier. Beilinger swiftly grabbed the bag, and Gu Ning was horrified. She immediately realized that it was not Shenxi. He was so manly. The depths of her lord are unfathomable after all, and she previously believed that he was in the demigod realm. But it turned out that he is actually a perfected holy saint. She must ride on his coattails no matter what. She called Ning Yanyan and mentioned that she felt that their 2 sects needed to deepen their cooperation further. Ning Yanyan remarked that she must be joking and inquired if their sects weren't already in an alliance. Gu Ning suggested having her Yu Hua sect become a vassal sect under the Shangding Celestial sect. Ning Yanyan inquired what that would be for. Meanwhile, Huang Wuxian stated that she was not there to confirm anything, and she just wanted to know what Shenxi pondered back in the tunnel. She inquired why he didn't say anything, if he didn't consider anything back there, and if he only did it out of lust for her body. Beilinger's pig brain overloaded, and as she wondered what the heck she said, she realized that there was too much information and she could not analyze such a long sentence with over 10 words filled with hidden inflections. Not long before, Shenxi instructed that she should sit there obediently and not say a word, and if someone wanted to speak with her, she would just reply with an mmhm no matter what they uttered, so she believed that it was what she would do then. She did exactly that, and Huang Wuxian was flabbergasted. She inquired how he could do that to her and explained that she only promised to be his Dao companion and didn't state that she would be giving him her body. But of course, if he is repentant, it won't be like she won't give him a chance. Beilinger just agreed. Huang Wuxian complained that he was a bastard and that he always admitted his fault so quickly as long as it was about matters like that, and she inquired if he was really that desperate. Beilinger just agreed, and she was speechless. On the other hand, Shenxi revealed that the demonic immortal was alive after all. Meanwhile, the Thunderwolf cursed as he considered that his luck was terrible to meet a perfect holy saint out there of all places. But he will find a place to recover his injuries and get back to full strength, so they all better wait for him. Suddenly, Shenxi declared that he found him. He immediately admitted that he was wrong. Shenxi advised that he should open up his spiritual sea. He responded yes. Shenxi remarked that it was good, but he should get lost. Ancestor Ziyang queried why the holy saint captured the dog only to throw it away, and Zhu Buting observed that if it was something that caught the eye of the holy saint, it must have been some rare spiritual beast. Shenxi stated that it shall be goodbye because he only came out to get rid of the flies after all. Until they meet again. Master Yu inquired what kind of divine technique it was to actually disappear in an instant, and he revealed that he could no longer detect his aura at all, while Zhu Buting noted that the Holy Saint's methods were mysterious. They didn't think that they actually had such a powerful personage in the northern region. Ancestor Ziyang noted that it is not confirmed whether he belongs to the northern region yet, and as for the gift of aid from the Tongxian Valley, he shall remember it. On the other hand, Shen Shi cursed as he questioned why Huang Wuxian was talking to Beilinger. If he got exposed, what was with her expression, and why her face was so red? He tapped her shoulder when she nearly had an outburst. She looked behind her, and Shen Shi quickly swapped with Beilinger. Huang Wuxian assured that she shall promise him that once they are back at Erbai Peak, she will come to him secretly at night. Shen Shi inquired what happened, and she explained that she spoke so many words that she couldn't remember them at all. Huang Wuxian remarked that it was a promise and she would come find Shen Shi at night. Suddenly, Ning Yanyan inquired what kind of magic potion he fed Gu Ning and why she wanted to capitulate her sect. He inquired what she would capitulate. She noted that Gu Ning wants to submit the entire Yuhua sect under the Shangding Celestial sect, becoming their subordinate vassal sect. He acknowledged that he didn't expect her to make such a big decision. But it is not like it was not possible for them to join them because, after all, their Shangding Celestial sect is currently in severe need of manpower. Ning Yanyan realized that he would become Huang Wuxian's person soon, so she guessed she didn't have a chance anymore. He called her by her name and inquired what happened and if there was something on her mind. She questioned why he was calling her that all of a sudden and if he didn't always call her sect leader in front of others. He explained that he didn't ask her that question earlier as her vice sect leader but as her close friend. She was flustered. She called him. He responded affirmatively. She mentioned that once they go back to Erbai Peak, she will come find him at night because he still owes her a Dao lecture from last time. He responded, okay, sure. He wondered what the deal was with the pair of master and servant and if they both liked meeting up at night. But that being said, as long as they both don't come at the same time, it is not going to be a big problem, and he wondered if he was right. Suddenly, the cultivators proclaimed that the demonic immortal had been defeated, so they should go search for his treasures. First come, first served, and Shen Shi advised that he should forget it as he should deal with the other matters first. He called Kai Lang and informed him that he could stop protecting his disciples. He should come over to him and monitor those cultivators who were looting the spiritual veins and speak to them privately one-on-one. But of course, he should be appropriately polite, to which he acknowledged his understanding. A few moments later, Kai Lang proposed that they should go divide and conquer, as they all heard what their world master stated. They shouldn't be too courteous. King Wanju inquired if it was what their world master stated, and Lu Sanchen questioned if he didn't understand when he uttered appropriately polite. There are only 6 paths in the tunnels left, so they will have to take 2 each, and they shouldn't embarrass their world master. First, they should attract a bunch of cultivators and let them know about their Qingbei Chamber of Commerce in order to build their reputation. Meanwhile, the Thunderwolf inquired where Shen Shi's disciples went and mentioned that he came to give the treasure. Kang Yuling called Xuanyu and informed her that there was a very strange-looking dog below them, but she clarified that it was not a dog. It was a wolf. Xiao Qir observed that it looked a bit different, while Han Xianpi remarked that it looked a bit dumb. Dong Yuli noted that since they all agree that it is strange, they should do as Shen Shi instructed and catch it. Suddenly, the Thunderwolf howled and queried why there was an array there, but he scoffed and dismissed that it didn't matter even if his realm had fallen to the foundation stage. He is not someone who could be dealt with by a junior, but he cursed when he almost got hit by Dong Yuli's attack. Xiao Qir used her skill, Extreme Spirit / Flame. He requested the fairy to help him. Xiao Qir believed that her slash had the explosive power equivalent to 5 times that of a Foundation Realm cultivator, but it was so easily blocked. Han Xianpi noted that it was stronger than expected, so they should retreat. He suggested that they should wait a minute, but Xuanyu quickly jumped in and threw her shield at him. On the other hand, Kang Yuling was surprised when Dong Yuli suggested that they should go. Xuanyu stated that she will be the rearguard while the others should go ahead and contact Shen Shi. But Xiao Qir added that she will stay with her so she could handle the defense while she leaves the offense to her. The Thunderwolf requested that they wait. He explained that they shouldn't kill him because he came to surrender and he is willing to hand over his treasure, so he would request that they just spare his life. Shen Shi's disciples were all confused. Xiao Qir inquired if he wasn't the demonic immortal. He confirmed yes, he is the demonic immortal who has been severely injured, and in order to save his life, he is willing to offer his life to them, and he will change his ways from that point onward and never do anything evil ever again. But she pointed out that voluntarily surrendering reeks of a trap, so they don't want it, and bade farewell. Suddenly, Shen Shi inquired how things were going regarding the task he gave him, and he replied that, rest assured, it was almost done. Shen Shi queried where his disciples were, and he explained that his disciples were too cautious and ran because they were afraid of him, but he would chase them immediately. The Thunderwolf requested for them not to go and to pick him up, and he noted that he is very easy to raise. But Xiao Qir declared that she doesn't care what kind of scheme he has and he better leave before their master comes back. Shenshi considered that the battlefield was mostly cleaned up at that time and the various sects were all preparing to leave, so it was time to see how his disciples were doing. Meanwhile, Kang Yuling observed that the others should look because their master was back. They all immediately ran to greet him. He mentioned that the demonic immortal had been dealt with and the other sects were all going back, so the illusions that he cast on them could already be removed. Their appearance returned to normal as soon as he removed the illusion he had cast. They were disappointed that they turned back then already, and he inquired why it seemed like they were all not happy about it. Dong Yuli gave thought that he seemed to be more easily excited when she wore less clothing, so when they are back at Erbai Peak, perhaps she should start wearing less. Xiaokir gave thought that she could still grow bigger, she just needed to get him to rub her more. Han Xiaopi gave thought that since he doesn't let her do chores anymore, she thinks she should be able to become whiter if she starts taking care of her skin from that point onward. On the other hand, Kang Yuling called Shenshi and informed that they caught a Thunderwolf cub, and he insisted that he was the demonic immortal and wanted to give them a treasure. She inquired what they should do with it. He wondered if he was really the demonic immortal while telepathically inquiring him what the progress on the task he gave him was. The Thunderwolf replied yes, he is indeed the demonic immortal. However, he has lost his cultivation, so he hoped he could adopt him. While he telepathically answered that it was done, he had established a deep friendship with his disciples. Shenshi responded alright, and they should get a master-servant contract signed then. He inquired who amongst them wanted to take him, but all of them stated that they don't. Shenshi inquired what kind of situation that was and if he didn't act according to his script, to which he replied that he guessed a small problem may have occurred. Shenshi noted that since they all don't want the Thunderwolf, he will do something about him, while he telepathically called Kai Lang in and informed that a new recruit has joined, so he should take care of him the way he sees fit, as the bastard used to cultivate the demonic method and was previously at the demigod realm. To which he responded he understood. Xiaokir called Shenshi and informed that it was the pot treasure offered to them by the demonic immortal. He explained that the magical treasure has the ability to hide one's aura and refine spiritual power, and could also be used to do spirit enhancement, and the effect of that treasure when it has amassed sufficient power is very strong, so it will be useful for them the next time they head out to explore. She inquired what that spirit enhancement was. Xuanyu chimed in and mentioned that it was an ancient secret technique of spirit binding. Shenshi confirmed yes, that was right, and that spirit enhancement is the act of binding a spirit to something. The black barrier pot is able to refine spiritual power and infuse that power into a magic weapon or talisman, thereby improving the weapon or talisman for a short time. But once the bound spiritual power is exhausted, the power of the object will return to normal. Speaking of which, he inquired how she came to know that, and she replied that she only happened to know it by accident. He replied alright and that they should go back to Erbai Peak first. They could continue talking about the black barrier pot after. They all flew in the sky. Just like before, Shenshi relaxed on Xuanyu's lap while Kang Yuling was by his side. He considered that it seemed that he had not yet come to understand his disciples sufficiently because the knowledge that Xuanyu blurted out earlier is not easy to come by, and he wondered where she gleaned it from. He considered that back then, she braved all kinds of perils and climbed the mountain till the point she almost lost her limbs, and afterwards, even though she was detected to have 4 spiritual roots, she never gave up on cultivation. She may be outwardly gentle, but her willpower is immense. Suddenly, Xuanyu inquired if it was comfortable. He remarked that it indeed feels great while considering that those were as huge as ever, and he couldn't even see her face. She inquired what he kept smiling about really and if he was perhaps considering some other fairy. He replied that there was no way, but he did have something related to that to say to everyone after they got back. She inquired if he meant to say that he had found someone he liked. He remarked that they may be getting a madam soon. She questioned why he would have someone that he likes and if he would no longer need her to take care of him in the future. He noted that of course he still does because there aren't many girls like her who are so good at taking care of others, after all. She expressed that she also wishes to serve him forever. Evening came, and Huang Wuxian waited at Erbai Peak. She complained that Shenshi was a bad egg because they agreed on a time, but he didn't arrive on time and even made her wait. She wondered if it could be that he was not going to come and if he did not care about her anymore. Suddenly, he inquired if she had waited long. She replied no, she didn't, and she only just arrived too. He responded, alright, and inquired what she wanted to meet him for. She questioned if he didn't want to do it and why he was asking her. He admitted that he didn't know what she was referring to, so he suggested that she tell him something else, like what happened when she came to find him back then. She inquired if he wanted to hear her talk about herself, and he responded of course he does. Huang Wuxian remarked that she virtually questioned everyone in the area where Shenshi disappeared, wanting to understand where he went, and it was only when she met the person surnamed Dong that she finally got a clue about him. They mentioned that he headed to the north, so that was where she followed, and from the north of Kingju's central region to the northernmost region of Kingju, wherever she went, she would get rumors about him. Afterwards, she came to the northern region and scoured it from the bottom to the top, and her father later on even assigned the northern region to her, and it was at that point that she almost gave up. But just when she was prepared to forget about it all, she met him again, so perhaps he is the biggest calamity in her entire life. She was startled when he suddenly sat down and gently grabbed her face. She inquired what he did and stated that he shouldn't think that he could relax just because she agreed, because if he wanted to marry her, she was not the only hurdle that he would have to overcome. He inquired if it was and added that all he requested was for her to become his Tao companion and never mentioned that he wanted to marry her. She was taken aback. She declared that he was a bastard and he should go away, but he just laughed and stated that there was no way. She should let him lie down for a little while longer. She stated that he shouldn't lie on her lap with his head facing her way, and he should stop sniffing. She questioned if he was a dog. She is going to hit him if he doesn't get up. He declared that he will propose to her officially. She inquired what he uttered. He stated that he will propose their marriage officially. She stated that she is going to make it clear at that moment that if he doesn't get the approval of her parents, she won't marry him, as she has many suitors to choose from anyway. He replied of course. He called her his dear wife and inquired if he could lie back down, and she inquired what he called her. He questioned if she did not like him calling her that, his wife. She wondered if they could do it in a more secretive and quiet place when they go and do that later. He questioned if that place won't do. She remarked that she is not as perverted as he is. He realized that although Bailinger is totally clueless no matter how he asked, since things have progressed like that, even an idiot will have understood what had transpired by that time. Huang Wuxian stated that he shouldn't think that he could do whatever he wanted just because she has feelings for him. But he pointed out that her words and actions seemed to be completely contradictory. He gently grabbed her foot. He considered that since he really wanted to marry her, he had better not cross that line so hastily. Otherwise, that would invite even more troublesome opposition from her family. She requested that he be gentle and added that she was afraid of pain. He remarked that if she is not used to it, the first time really might be very painful, but she will feel comfortable soon enough. She explained that of course she was not used to that because it was her first time. She inquired what he did, and he stated that it was coming. She felt a jolt of pleasure, and she couldn't help but moan loudly. She wondered what it was and why that happened. He stated that he would start already. She declared no and that he should wait. But her moan echoed through the entire forest. Xiao Qir and Dong Yuli heard them when he questioned what was wrong with his wife and if it was uncomfortable. And she remarked that he shouldn't stop and he was a dummy because it was not comfortable at all. Xiao Qir cursed and questioned why that woman shouted so loud and remarked that she was so shameless. She called Dong Yuli and suggested that they should go together and interrupt their improper relations. But she inquired what happened to her, and Dong Yuli replied that she is not against her chasing Shen Qi anymore. Xiao Qir was disgusted. She questioned if she got excited after seeing their master get it on with another woman and if she was sick in the head. Dong Yuli admitted that she doesn't know why, but she even wants to join them. Xiao Qir stated that she should calm down and think about it because they are about to enter seclusion soon. And if that continues on, they might even see little Shen Qi running about by the time they come out. But Dong Yuli questioned why they don't just let it happen. Xiao Qir questioned if she really thought that the wife would allow her to continue getting closer to their master if they really let him marry another woman and if she wouldn't tell him to chase her far, far away. Dong Yuli agreed that she was right, and Xiao Qir stated that they shall go and tear their relationship apart. Shen Qi noticed his disciples. He remarked that his dear Huang Wuxian should quickly stand up because it seemed that Xiao Qir and the others were coming. He expressed surprise when he noticed that her skin glowed brightly. He inquired if she broke through, and as he noted that he did use a little Tao rhythm, he inquired if a leg massage shouldn't have such an effect. He remarked that it doesn't make sense. He helped her sit down. He observed that there was something off there, so he should check the inside condition of her body. Suddenly, Xiao Qir inquired what happened to Huang Wuxian. Dong Yuli queried what he did to Huang Wuxian that caused her to faint and added that she wanted to do it too. He explained that there was no way she could because Huang Wuxian's meridians were knotted up, and it seemed that someone had used a special technique to damage them, so he helped her sort out her meridians. Xiao Qir inquired why her shoes needed to be taken off if it was for treatment. He clarified that he only helped her resolve the meridians around her feet, and has not worked on the other areas. The two of them realized that if they did not just witness the whole spectacle, they might have believed him. Dong Yuli remarked that in that case, she also wants him to sort her meridians out roughly too. He assured that she was totally healthy. but she questioned how he would know if she was indeed fine if he didn't try, while Xiao Kier queried where his hand directly touched. Dong Yuli noted that her legs are not bad either, and if he wanted, she could borrow a pair of black stockings from Han Xianbi. He assumed so, but in reality, he replied as if he would and inquired if she shouldn't start calming down since she would soon enter seclusion then. Xiao Kier inquired if he needed them to help him with anything. He assured that he was fine and he could handle it by himself, so the two of them should go and cultivate because they would need to prepare to enter seclusion starting the next day. Xiao Kier wondered if Huang Wuxian was his wife that he wanted to introduce to them then. She considered that, according to his personality, she was guessing he wouldn't answer her directly, but if he did, it meant that she wouldn't have a chance anymore. He acknowledged that she was right and that in the future they, the girls, should start calling her madam. If there was nothing else, he will be heading back, and she needs to focus on cultivating, so she should stop spending her days thinking about ridiculous things. But she called him. She wondered if she still didn't have a wish and revealed that she wished to stay with him forever and take care of him wholeheartedly. He was lost for words. She reminded that he mentioned that he would grant any wish as long as it wasn't too extreme, and she inquired if what she was asking for was really too much. He noted that it was indeed what he mentioned, but that has to be something that is contained within a stipulated time period because she can't be bound to him for the rest of her life, as she will need to leave the nest and forge her own path sooner or later. She suggested that he should let it be for half a year, and during those 6 months, she would be stuck to his side, so she queried if that meant that she didn't have to enter seclusion anymore. He indicated that she could do that just that once and she should stop thinking about those weird ideas of her anymore, to which she replied, "All right," while Dong Yuli inquired what was wrong with Huang Wuxian in the end. He observed that her meridians have atrophied, and he doesn't know why or what is leeching on her root meridian. Xiao Kier inquired if root meridians could be leeched. He explained that even someone's soul could be removed from their body, let alone the root meridian of other people. She observed that he always speaks so seriously, but she wondered how there could be such a coincidence. She noted that the senior sisters all mentioned that he has changed a lot and they like the current him very much, so she wondered if it could be that he was also reborn. He was stunned. Dong Yuli advised that Xiao Kier should stop spouting nonsense, and she clarified that she was just kidding. A few moments later, they arrived at his bedchamber. He queried where she was taking his blanket. She explained that she was just taking it for a wash, but he questioned if that was real and if she also intended to wash the underwear, an underrobe that she stole from the bag. She realized that he had discovered all of that and added that his disciple knows very well that he has worked day and night for them, so it is natural that she will do her utmost to help him. He explained that there was no need because Taoist Bairan had already washed it for him before, so she should bring it to him. He took deep breaths, and he questioned what she had done. She noted that she just sniffed it and it wasn't washed at all recently, and there is even the scent of Bairan aside from his scent. She affirmed yes, it was a strange scent. She was about to say what it was like, but he instructed that she should say no more and that she could take it.
Shenshi wondered if he needed to head into the city to buy a few more blankets. Suddenly, Xiao Qier addressed him and mentioned that he should have some tea. He remarked that it was fine if she didn't go into seclusion, but she needed to catch up with her cultivation because forming a core is no easy feat. And although the Golden Core Realm Tribulation isn't all that terrifying, it shouldn't be underestimated. She assured him that she knew, and she would definitely improve faster while she stayed by his side, and he agreed, promising he would bring her out to broaden her horizons during that period of time, which should also enrich her experiences. She declared that her master is the best, and she admires him so much. He warned her to watch what she says because someone her age shouldn't be tossing around such words so casually. She insisted that she would definitely grow up, even if that part doesn't. Other aspects of her training were already at an adult's level. If he wanted, she said, she could dedicate herself entirely to supporting him, and he wouldn't need to restrain her help. He reminded her firmly that he had told her many times to stop trying to sway him with such offers. She pressed him, asking if he didn't feel anything at all, and confessed that she was feeling so unsettled that she couldn't sit still. He countered that he would be a eunuch if he didn't feel anything, and as he asked her why she was still so mischievous at that age, he declared that they were done, so she could leave since he could handle things there by himself. She then mentioned that her big sister Yu Wushuang is not feeling well, so maybe it would be better if she took care of her instead. But he dismissed the idea, stating that there was no need, and it was not like she understood spiritual root atrophy. Xiao Qier then suggested that they could enter from the window, but Dong Yueli responded that it was fine. She used to always climb through the windows, so Shenshi had put locks on them. And when Xiao Qier asked her how many times she climbed through the windows, She admitted that she didn't remember. Zhao Qier then said that they could at least glean something from listening in. Dong Yueli revealed that she used to spend her time squatting in a corner and listening to him sleep, so that house has been soundproofed, and Zhao Qier pressed her on what else she had done. Dong Yueli confessed that she poked a hole in the walls to peek before, so they have been reinforced with magic circles, and the roof tiles have also been reinforced because she lifted them aside before. Then there was a layer of black iron beneath the ground because she once tried to dig a tunnel. Zhao Qier teased that it was no wonder she always seemed to be so listless during the day. It was because her nights were apparently that adventurous. Meanwhile, Shen Shi checked on Yu Wushuang, who was lying on his bed. She softly called for him. He assured her that he was there. She requested that he hug her. He then gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder. She breathed out his name. He carefully placed his hand near her waist, checking her condition. She asked him what he was doing. He explained that she shouldn't move because there was some problem with her spiritual veins, so he was conducting a checkup. She murmured his name again as he examined her energy flow. She then grew embarrassed. He asked her what the matter was. She admitted that she caused the bedsheet to dampen during treatment. He reassured her that it was fine and normal during energy realignment. Her waist felt fragile beneath his hand. She accused him of being a flatterer, and he jokingly asked her if she wanted to know how much strength he could muster. She wondered how she would even know. He replied that she could measure it herself during their next sparring session. She reacted with surprise. He leaned down and pressed a quick, comforting kiss to her forehead. Their hands intertwined naturally. She jolted slightly and raised her legs instinctively. She called out his name again. He asked her if he hurt her anywhere. She assured him no and confessed she was tearing up because she was simply relieved and happy. 2 days later, Shen Shi stepped out of his residence with an easy stride, carrying a faint air of satisfaction. He remarked offhandedly that he figured even a cultivator's body wasn't actually all that sturdy after all. Yu Wushuang scoffed sharply and branded him a pervert without hesitation. He pressed her on what pervert she was talking about, claiming he merely helped her smooth out the kinks in her body, urging her to look carefully, and asked if she hadn't effortlessly advanced to the middle stage nascent soul within those 2 days. He let out a low, wicked laugh, and she instantly shot back, demanding to know what twisted idea he was plotting this time. He quietly activated an array behind his back, moving with deliberate subtlety. She jerked slightly, startled as the unexpected surge rippled through her body. He declared calmly that she was still too weak, so she should just behave and let him hold her without making trouble. When he worked on her meridians from behind, he drew on the Tao of Heaven and branded a Tao seal across her back. Something significant because it ensured she would be favored by the Tao of Heaven in her future cultivation path. It was just that since the Tao seal's manifestation was linked to him, he could trigger it remotely, and she snapped at him again, calling him a pervert and ordering him to quit fooling around because his disciples were about to arrive. Xiao Qier appeared right then and greeted him respectfully. He told her that she would remain by his side in the near future, but warned her not to slack in her cultivation, setting the Golden Core realm as the bare minimum he expected from her, fully confident that her innate talent could carry her there. She responded earnestly that she would give it her all. He turned to Yu Wushuang next, asking casually if she hadn't already taken on any disciples given her current level of cultivation. She retorted coldly, demanding why she should bother taking any. He mulled over how in Xiao Xier's story of growth she was supposed to meet a confidant named Wang Xinxuan, Yu Wushuang's first disciple, which meant logically, Wang Xinxuan should be a Golden Core cultivator under her at this point, and he couldn't understand why that character hadn't appeared yet. He muttered an all right, then probed further, asking if she really had no plans to accept any disciples at all, while inwardly fuming that something felt off, suspecting someone had meddled with his plot documents. She shot back, irritated, questioning why he was nagging her like Bai Yaoguang, pestering her day and night to take on a disciple. He blinked and asked flatly who that was. She explained that Bai Yaoguang was the eldest daughter of the sword sect's leader and the little princess of the Bai He sword sect, adored by everyone, faking kindness and perfection outwardly while being downright vile in private. He recognized the name instantly as sword sect leader Yao Guang and cursed inwardly, pegging her as that scheming, insufferable mid-stage boss, never expecting her to show up in this setting. But then he halted mid-thought, narrowing his gaze, and asked if she had just said the entire sword sect adored her, and whether she wasn't actually the terrible person she just described. She remarked that she used to be very aggravating before, but her outward personality now seemed to have flipped, pretending to be kind and generous. Yet in her mind, a leopard never changes its spots. and then she urged them to hold on and pressed him on why he even knew about her. He admitted that he knew she wasn't on good terms with her, so he had done a bit of digging beforehand, and she accused him of being slick with that glib tongue of his. He then turned to Xiao Xier and instructed her to go pack her things because once he handed out some cultivation homework to her senior sisters, he would take her down the mountain, and she blurted out if that was happening so fast. He confirmed it, explaining that their schedule was packed since in 2 months' time, the Qingbei Chamber of Commerce would host its first auction, which he intended to witness, but before that, he wanted to head to Wanli Yunwu Mountain. Yu Wuxuan questioned if they were heading to the central region, and guessing that he must be planning to hunt demons, she offered to arrange manpower to back him up. He dismissed the offer, explaining there was no need since this would serve as training for Xiao Qier, so she didn't have to wield her authority here. They should get moving and prepare, as he was going to check on the seclusion status of his other disciples. Meanwhile, Dong Yueli sat cross-legged in her room, meditating in silence. Shen Shi slipped discreetly into her room. He noted that although she had a streak of perverseness, she had been completely earnest about cultivation. As long as she advanced through formations one deliberate step at a time and mastered drawing them freely by the time she reached the Golden Core realm, she'd have no problem confronting or even crushing cultivators of the same realm, and those secret techniques matched perfectly with her current pace. Out of nowhere, Dong Yueli's eyes snapped open, and she let out a pained groan. Shen Shi instantly dispelled his invisibility and rushed to check on her. She confessed that she'd lost her focus while cultivating earlier and was going berserk. He reassured her not to panic, telling her to center on her spiritual energy while leaving the rest entirely to him. Her flushed face turned toward him as she called out. She stammered that it felt like all her spiritual power was concentrated there. He froze, caught completely off guard. She urged him to just give it a squeeze, insisting that if he pressed hard enough, he'd notice it, like something sticking out and firm under his touch. He barked at her, demanding if she took him for an idiot, grumbling that he'd fallen into her ploy in a moment of concern so she should act like none of that ever happened. She shot back, demanding how he could dismiss it like that, accusing him of already sliding his hand inside and even squeezing a few times. But he countered sharply, asking if that wasn't exactly because she'd bluffed him into it and gotten what she wanted. She then suggested they play a game of interrogating the prisoner, and when he protested that it wasn't a good idea, he challenged her on what she'd do if he actually hurt her. She declared there was no chance of that because this time would be different, with her as the interrogator and him as the prisoner. She would be the one restraining him and delivering the beating. Shen Shi remarked that Dong Yueli's grasp of formations ran absurdly deep. He recalled how he'd intended to punish her thoroughly back then, but he never anticipated that she would tear out of the formation so abruptly and even snatch the bamboo sword to smack his butt before he could respond. He muttered that she was downright twisted. He resolved to keep a wider distance from her from then on, deciding instead to check on how Zhuan Yu was doing. Meanwhile, Zhuan Yu meditated inside her room, her fiery aura surging outward in waves. She calmly opened her eyes. She murmured that she suspected Shen Shi might never rest on those laps again, because Dong Yueli mentioned that he had already lain in Yu Wushuang's lap. Her expression darkened sharply as she uttered Yu Wushuang's name. Suddenly, Shen Shi called out to her. She demanded to know why he had come. He explained that he planned to take Xiao Qier out for training soon, so he wouldn't be around for a while, and she had to cultivate diligently while he was gone, saying that spiritual energy bead was meant for her. She thanked him softly and promised she would preserve it carefully. He frowned and pressed her on what she meant, insisting she should just consume it, since her cultivation speed was slower and such consumables that boost progress were perfect for her. She was on the verge of confiding in him, but hesitation pulled her back. He pressed further, asking what was wrong. She admitted she felt like she might have gone slightly berserk. He stiffened immediately upon hearing that. She clarified that it hadn't actually happened yet, but she couldn't calm her emotions, which made her feel dangerously close to losing control. He asked if something heavy was troubling her and reassured her she could tell him. She brushed it off, insisting it wasn't a big deal and that she was actually fine. He kept circling in his head, wondering if she felt that way because of some reeking man. And right when he called himself presumptuous for thinking it, he burned to know which bastard had the guts to try seducing his disciple. She suddenly called out to him, yanking him straight out of his spiraling thoughts. She asked if he could just lie down on her lap for a while. He dropped down immediately without uttering a word. He figured that if they were talking about pillows, Then her slightly plump figure was hands down the most comfortable, and from every possible angle, her body shape landed at nothing less than perfection. She spoke to him again, pulling his attention as he cracked his eyes open. She asked why he'd accepted her as his disciple back then. He replied that it was about something from ages ago, so she should give him a second to think. It was probably because she had been ridiculously cute when she was a little. She blinked, caught off guard. She shot back that she was sure he must have fed the same line to her other senior sisters, but he denied it flatly. He swore she was the only one. Her gaze dimmed when she heard she was the only one. She thanked him and admitted she already felt lighter inside, then told him to hurry along and handle his business, since she had hogged his time long enough. He told her she was a good girl and hoped she'd step into the Golden Core realm by the time her seclusion ended. And as for that spiritual energy bead, she should take her time absorbing it since he believed in her talent. Out of nowhere, she threw her arms around him from behind. He froze, flustered, and called her name with a questioning edge. She quietly asked if he could hug her and reminded him he was going to be away for so long anyway. He told her it wasn't anything to be shy about. He pivoted sharply to face her and pulled her into his arms. She softly spoke his name and he answered without hesitation. She made him promise he'd come back sooner. She confessed she'd lose her mind if she couldn't see him. He assured her he wouldn't be away too long and told her to just focus on cultivating. Shenshi pressed Han Shanpi on what was wrong with her. She admitted that she thought her body might have gone berserk, and he pressed if he was right to assume they had all rehearsed that together beforehand. She explained that she felt stuck at a bottleneck in her cultivation, and when she forcefully tried to break through the third martial door, her energy and blood surged backward, and he remarked that opening the middle door was truly difficult, though some special methods existed, and he promised to help her deal with it shortly. But first, he intended to stabilize her energy and blood flow. He warned her not to act recklessly again, and told her to consult him before attempting anything strange, and she pressed if he would still help her straighten out her energy and blood should she need it again, and he confirmed without hesitation. She would really need to carefully study the latter half of the 8 Gates of Martial Arts. A few moments later, Shenshi turned to Kang Yuling and asked if she had gone berserk too. She muttered that she had eaten too much and couldn't move, and he teased that it was exactly because she ate too much, making her truly one of a kind. He handed her an entire chest packed with spiritual herbs and pearls, enough to last half a year since she cultivated through the path of gluttony, but she had already devoured everything, and he questioned why there was even a bite missing from the chest itself. He sighed that it was fine, told her to stop forcing herself, and warned her to vomit everything back up before she tore a hole in her stomach from overeating. She insisted she could handle it and told him not to worry about her, claiming she still felt like she could take another bite. She genuinely believed she could. He relented and told her to eat if she thought she could. She locked eyes with him stubbornly for a moment. Then she snatched up a branch and crammed it into her mouth. She declared she could still eat. She dropped flat onto the floor. He muttered that he might actually need to craft a magic tool, like an automatic cat food dispenser that released one piece at a time. Otherwise, he feared her lack of restraint would get her killed. A few moments later, he was monitoring her state while resting her on his lap. He called her a foolish girl. All of those were treasures overflowing with spiritual energy, and not even the gluttony technique could fully process them. So he resolved to absorb part of it himself to lessen the danger threatening her. She then woke up with a groggy jolt, dragging herself out of that heavy haze. He flinched hard, genuinely startled by her sudden movement. She leaned in, narrowing her gaze, and pressed him on who exactly he was. He declared with unshaken confidence that he was her master, and ordered her to quit playing dumb. She let out a mischievous laugh, clearly amused by the situation. He remarked that her acting had been flawless earlier and challenged her, demanding if she still dared to disobey and gorge herself like before. She explained that she only wanted to catch up to Xiao Qier, since she was her senior, and that she just wanted to boost her own ego. He pressed her, asking if what she really wanted was something worth being proud of. He reasoned internally that reaching the 3rd level of foundation from the 7th stage of Qi gathering in just a few years might not rival Han Shanpi's speed, but even that kind of progress demanded an enormous amount of effort. He informed her that he would build her a food dispenser in a few days and ordered her to eat her meals on a strict schedule from then on. She agreed casually, admitting that she suddenly felt like she could grasp a lot more things, as if her mind had sharpened. A few moments later, he stepped into the Bagua space and addressed Beilinger directly. She greeted him warmly, welcoming him back without hesitation. He accused her bluntly of being behind the pranks again and demanded to know where she got that uniform from. She teased him, asking if her perverted owner hadn't been sketching drafts of that very outfit this whole time, and hinted that he must be feeling pretty worked up, seeing her wear it now. She added playfully that it would cost 1 Dao rhythm per glance. He remarked that, judging by how unreliable she usually looked, no one would expect her to actually know how to refine articles. She countered instantly by asking how exactly she could come across as reliable then. He rattled off specifics, describing a narrow waist, big boobs, long legs, curvy hips, and the commanding aura of a cold, noble lady. And as she posed dramatically, she pressed him to confirm if that was what he really wanted. She questioned him further, asking if he was satisfied with this image, and warned him that the body modification service came at a rate of 1 Dao rhythm per 2 hours. He pried for more details, demanding to know exactly what the full service covered. She suddenly blurted out that she couldn't stand it anymore and insisted she needed a Dao rhythm just to get back up again. He brushed past her quickly, refusing to entertain her antics. She pouted and asked if he couldn't just pity the poor child, reminding him it had been ages since she last tasted his essence. He ordered her instead to modify her body, come to him, and help him prepare the ingredients, and she agreed instantly, chirping that he seemed satisfied with the service package. Shenshi turned to Dongwu and Languang with that calm edge of authority. The two of them greeted him with practiced reverence, calling him Lord World Master. Shenshi remarked that they ought to report the present status of the Qingbei sect, including how many disciples they had in each cultivation stage. One of them explained that the Qingbei sect hadn't yet taken in its first batch of new disciples, and from the original 100, 73 had already reached the Golden Core realm, with 2 of those just having broken through, while the remaining 30 stayed at the foundation stage, 5 of whom were expected to form their Golden Core within 6 months, though none had stepped into the nascent Soul realm yet. The other noted that since those disciples were all pushed to the Golden Core realm by external means, they'd face some rough patches moving forward. While the first added that for the Qingbei sect to actually stand on its own, they'd need to recruit gifted disciples fast. Shenshi commented that the result was acceptable enough, and after the Golden Core realm disciples settled their cultivation, he wanted them scheduled for training inside the Bagua Pagoda to sharpen their combat sense, since that would matter later on, and they nodded in acknowledgement. Shenshi continued that he also wanted the 2 of them to organize a squad of cultivators and send them to Wanli Yunwu Mountain because he'd have use for them. They agreed, but one of them mentioned there was still another issue, and he brought up how they should proceed regarding the madam's plan for their young master to join the Qingbei sect. Shenshi asked if the one they meant was Yuting. He mused that the Qingbei sect's role was meant to handle the shadier affairs, so he couldn't grasp why Luo Shasha arranged for her entry. He then instructed that if that was the case, they could just assign her anywhere they found suitable, and let her take part in the usual sect activities, but she was not to be involved in anything else. And once the team for Wanli Yunwu Mountain was chosen, they were to keep them on standby inside the Bagua Mirror, which they affirmed. Stepping out of the portal, he spotted Yu Wushuang and Zhao Qier standing around. He questioned what the 2 of them were up to. They retorted that he shouldn't poke in. He countered with a smirk, wondering where else he should poke if not there. Yu Wushuang demanded what he even meant by that. Zhao Qier chuckled and admitted she lost. Yu Wushuang blamed him, and Shenshi teased whether it was because he'd distracted her. She replied that they'd been competing to see who could keep their eyes open the longest without blinking. Zhao Qier then turned to him and asked if he was done making the tool, and he confirmed that he was, saying he'd already delivered it to Kong Yuling. He briefly pictured her putting it to use. He then mentioned that since he'd finished setting up the disciples' curriculum, they should move out. Moments later, they soared over the border separating Qingbei from the northern regions. Yu Wushuang pointed out that the central region lay just beyond the valley ahead, and from there, the mountain range forming the Wanli Yunwu Mountains stretched across the entire central zone. Zhao Qier remarked with a scoff that there was no way it stretched for just 10,000 miles. She figured it had to span hundreds of thousands at least. Yu Wushuang explained casually that Yunwu Mountain was split into the White Mist Zone, Green Mist Zone, and Black Mist Zone, noting that they were still in the White Zone, which was the safer part. And although plenty of monsters lurked around, most were weak and barely sentient, with only a handful above the Golden Core realm. Shenshi mentioned that at their current pace, they would soon reach the Green Zone, but since a flight restriction array covered that area, they would have to continue on foot once inside. Zhao Qier pressed him, wondering aloud if even he and Yu Wushuang wouldn't be able to ignore that array's effects. Yu Wushuang replied with a faint grin that of course they could, though it would take some annoying effort to pull off. A few moments later, the group entered the dense fog of the green mist zone. Yu Wushuang commented that the mist there was a strange blend of spiritual power and water vapor, and because of that overflow of energy, demonic monsters rampaged everywhere, with even nascent soul realm beasts popping up more often than anyone would like. Shen Shi inquired if the flight restricting array functioned through the manipulation of heavenly Tao laws. She confirmed that an ancestor of the Taiyun celestial sect had managed to achieve flight restriction through tapping into the laws of heavenly Tao, but clarified that the array in the green zone only carried traces of that power, while the one protecting the black zone was the true beast. Xiaoqier then questioned why the black mist zone required such an intense restriction in the first place. Yu Wushuang explained that the area had been off-limits since ancient times, guarded relentlessly by the Taiyun celestial sect, with massive formations, spiritual barriers, and towering structures built to keep the black zone monsters from breaking free. Xiaoqier then remarked that so that was how it was. Shen Shi stated that the classification of supreme ranked sects wasn't really a measurement of raw power, but rather a badge of prestige and honor. Yu Wushuang mentioned that he only needed to land a top 10 spot at the Qingbei competition to earn acceptance into the Taiyun celestial sect, which would make him barely qualified to stand beside her status as the sect's young master. Shen Shi declared that he wouldn't be joining the Qingbei competition, but that Xiaoqier absolutely could. Yu Wushuang challenged him on why he refused to join, pointing out that the Qingbei competition gathered the brightest talents in the region and was a perfect chance to earn resources and connections through strength, but he replied that it sounded dull and reeked of unnecessary hassle. Xiaoqier asserted that if her master wasn't interested, then he surely had something planned, and she trusted that completely. Yu Wushuang shrugged and said fine, and if push came to shove, she'd just pitch a tantrum at her father, confident he'd cave to her whim. Shen Shi told them not to waste more time and to start heading deeper in, warning that he wouldn't lend much help in the upcoming fights, so Xiaoqier needed to handle herself. She nodded seriously, saying she'd work hard so she wouldn't let her master down. Shen Shi then turned to Yu Wushuang, asking what he was laughing at, and added that since she couldn't even take down a powerless poisonous toad, she'd go with her, and they'd better get along since he had other matters waiting. He announced that he would head even deeper first, and they both responded with a simple agreement. Xiaoqier figured she could finally ditch Yu Wushuang and hit the road with her master alone, feeling that freedom would taste better without that extra company. Meanwhile, Yu Wushuang figured the same thing, thinking how nice it would be to shake off Xiaoqier and travel with just Shen Shi, the way she preferred it. Both of them blurted out, half annoyed and half curious, what the deal was with the way they were staring at each other. Xiaoqier remarked that she would head out first, explaining that her master wanted her to hone her skills, and that sticking close under his wing would just ruin the point. Yu Wushuang replied that she was right, agreeing lightly that she could go ahead, since she wouldn't be trailing too far behind anyway. Xiaoqier turned and strode off. She muttered that Yu Wushuang was still too green to pick a real fight with her, and quietly called for the fairy's help. The fairy slipped out from the kettle with a shimmer of light. Xiaoqier mentioned that she had secretly left a trace of her aura on her master earlier and urged the fairy to guide her toward him. At that same time, Shen Shi commented that since he was already deep in the woods, there was no way he'd just stumble into Xiaoqier or Yu Wushuang by chance. He told everyone hiding nearby to step out. Qi Ling An and the others hurried forward, greeting him respectfully as the Lord World Master. Shen Shi noted that it was fine and went on to explain that the place was Wanli Wuyun Mountain, and their task for now was to capture cubs or pairs of demonic beasts. He added that those should be handed over to Bai Linger, so she could seal them into the Bagua mirror, and that was all. Bai Linger complained that she wanted more. He responded that she should earn it first, then she would get her reward, and reminded her to wear the cloak since she stood out too much. She scoffed that he was a perverted master, teasing that he had already measured her 3 sizes, and grumbled that the outfit was too big. He admitted that of course he had, but clarified that he had measured a different version of her. She shot back that she was no longer pure after his touch, adding with a bitter laugh that he even made her eat his. He snapped that it had been a piece of Tao rhythm and told her to shut up. She smirked and replied that she would. Qi Ling An, on the other hand, mused with a twisted grin that Shen Shi could still get worked up over such a tiny lowly, so no wonder he was the Lord World Master. Meanwhile, Xiaoqier and the fairy pushed deeper into the green zone. A snake demon suddenly lunged at them from the shadows. The creature's strike went straight through the fairy's form without harm. Zhao Qier unleashed her spirit slash wheel in one sharp motion. The spinning blade cleaved the snake cleanly in two. She shot the fairy an incredulous look, asking if she seriously wasn't going to lend a hand even after that attack. The fairy replied that her offerings were lacking, so she was stuck in conservative mode. Zhao Qier asked if a Golden Core Realm snake demon would do the trick. The fairy confirmed that yes, demonic beasts at or above the Golden Core Realm could be refined into usable energy. Zhao Qier grinned and said that in that case, the fairy should enhance that talisman. The fairy asked whether she wanted the Flame Snake Talisman or the Enhanced Flame Talisman. Zhao Qier retorted that she could have both, since she had already crafted them herself. The fairy chuckled that she was as greedy as ever, and said she would hand her the Enhanced Flame Snake Talisman. Zhao Qier rolled her eyes, asking why she even bothered to ask first, and said they should keep moving. But then, the fairy cleared her throat sharply, catching Zhao Qier off guard. The fairy gestured toward a nearby tree, and Zhao Qier's eyes widened in surprise. A mischievous grin curved her lips. She casually mentioned that it might be a good spot to take a short break. She complained about the heat in the air. She mused aloud about taking off some clothes, since there was supposedly no one around. She glanced at herself and remarked that she might have grown a little recently. Then she frowned and asked why the tree was bleeding, while Shenshi somewhere else cursed inwardly that she was one sinful disciple. Shenshi cursed under his breath, tossing out that she was a downright terrible disciple. Zhao Qier tilted her head and pressed him about why he showed up there of all places. But he threw it right back, challenging if she was still acting clueless about him being the tree. She leaned closer, wondering what he planned to do next, and reminding him that she was his disciple. He remarked dryly that it was the first time she had ever used charm on him, and warned her never to pull that stunt again. She teased if he didn't enjoy it. She claimed she understood him completely, and questioned if he truly disliked it. She promised he shouldn't worry since she wasn't about to tell Yu Wuxuang a thing. He urged her to stop fooling around, but she brushed it off, saying he shouldn't be so scared. She added with a smirk that Yu Wuxuang wouldn't show up because she'd told her to take another path. He snapped that she shouldn't stir up more nonsense since he wasn't that kind of man. She chuckled that she already knew Yu Wuxuang couldn't satisfy him, but she could. She leaned in with a sly grin, asking if he wanted to test out the charm technique and dual cultivate with her. He froze up so badly he couldn't even form a sentence. She purred that she could feel his hesitation melting, that his breath was hot enough to betray him. Then, all at once, dizziness hit her like a wave. She blinked, baffled by the rush, wondering how that made sense when she hadn't even done anything yet, and why her stomach suddenly burned with heat. He stared, trying to figure out if their spiritual powers were merging, questioning how it was possible, and if she was the one causing it. He grew worried, thinking he hadn't done a single thing to her. He realized the Dao seal he spent 2 long days forging with Yu Wuxuang shattered the instant he hugged Zhao Qier. Now the seal clung to her forehead, bright and impossible to hide, and he panicked about how he'd ever explain that to Yu Wuxuang. But then it struck him that this one was a true Dao seal, not the spiritual copy he'd crafted, and that realization made his chest tighten with fear. Zhao Qier blinked at him and asked what just happened. He explained that she'd been blessed by the heavens since the mark on her forehead was a Dao seal, a rare gift only those chosen by fate would bear, and that it had many mysterious uses she could take time to discover. She nodded softly, saying everything she had came from him, so she offered her thanks. He told her it was well earned, but asked her firmly not to pull jokes like that on him again. She whispered that it hadn't been a joke. He sighed and told her to forget the matter, promising to take her deeper into the realm so she could study her new Dao seal properly. She agreed quietly. He mused that she was incredibly fortunate, even managing to obtain it earlier than what destiny once dictated. He pondered his next move, blaming her earlier teasing for triggering the entire mess. He reminded himself he couldn't give in to temptation since, no matter her maturity, she was still his disciple, and that line couldn't be crossed. His little disciple was undeniably alluring. But no, he had to restrain himself because she was his disciple. Still, she was dangerously tempting. He shook his head hard, trying to snap the thought away. He told himself she had her own path to walk and people yet to meet, and if he ever accepted her as a Dao companion, it would only drag both into needless turmoil. He suddenly sensed a wave of qi drawing near, unmistakably belonging to Yu Wuxuang. He muttered that provoking Zhao Qier's Dao seal was almost too entertaining since she always reacted in such a provocative way. But then confusion struck. Why were there 2 seals pulsing? He frowned, wondering how that could be, if Xiao Qie's mark wasn't a real Dao seal after all. He turned toward Yu Wushuang, asking if she was all right. She shot him a questioning look, demanding what he was up to. Then she shifted to Xiao Qie, asking what had happened to her. Xiao Qie replied that she was fine, only that she'd twisted her foot by accident.